When the world transforms into an immense game of werewolf. The werewolf secretly strikes at individuals under the cover of night. Everyone conceals their profession, yet I boldly commenced as the seer. Even in the midst of the game, one assumes the role of a judge. Control the entire trajectory of the game. It is solely due to my acquisition of the singular concealed profession of a fraudster. What I utter, once believed by others, shall come to fruition. I have unwittingly been thrust into a realm known as the Game of Death. I have arrived at an abandoned ancient castle. Alongside me, there are 6 other players who have been selected. It is not difficult to discern from their expressions of bewilderment and confusion. They, like me, are also newcomers. Suddenly, accompanied by a cacophony of peculiar sounds, a line of blood-red characters emerges upon the wall. The name of the game is Who is the Outsider? Among your 7 members, 2 outsiders have infiltrated. Please identify and expel them. Eliminate all players from opposing factions, or survive until the designated time to escape the game. At that moment, I noticed that each person's desk was adorned with a letter. However, I remained silent and did not offer a word of caution. After all, it is essential to evade becoming the center of attention until the identities of all individuals are clarified. Moments later, a portly gentleman was the first to speak. This appears to be a game akin to finding undercover agents. However, the instructions for this game are rather rudimentary. I quietly supplemented, observing that the envelopes on the table likely contain clues pertaining to the game. Perhaps it would be best to take a look at what has been written first. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly began to open the envelopes. However, upon unsealing the envelope, I did not hasten to extract its contents. Instead, I first observed the reactions of everyone present. Some wore anxious expressions, while others furrowed their brows in concern. Some are capricious and unpredictable. Evidently, the game is not as simple as it appears. Upon opening the envelope, I noticed the inscription upon it. Greetings, my fellow human. I have left numerous chests within this ancient castle, containing items that may prove useful to you. However, it is important to note that the red box belongs to the werewolf. Within lies the weapon of the werewolf, accessible solely to the werewolf itself. Please exercise utmost caution regarding those who have the ability to access it. To ensure the proper functioning of the castle, you are required to fulfill your tasks in accordance with the stipulations outlined in the daily schedule. Otherwise, the mechanisms of the ancient castle will unleash toxic mists and frigid cold. Will annihilate everyone. The meeting is convened every evening at 7 o'clock. You have the ability to banish any individual to the castle's exterior through the means of voting. The conference room is sacred. In a meeting, no one is permitted to commit acts of violence. Therefore, it is advisable to utilize the meeting to expel them. Certainly, if 2 individuals receive an equal number of votes, no one shall be exiled. Should a corpse be discovered, the meeting scheduled for that day may be convened earlier. After the ignition, the time will reach 7 o'clock in the evening. At that time, everyone shall be deprived of the liberty to act freely and must immediately proceed to the conference room for a meeting. During the evening recess, you are required to assemble in the conference room until 7 o'clock the following morning. During this period, it is also impossible to commit acts of violence in the conference room. Please exercise caution, for werewolves are both cunning and adept at deception. They appear utterly indistinguishable from humans in their everyday demeanor. Even werewolves are unable to directly ascertain one another's true nature as fellow werewolves. I hope you can eradicate all concealed werewolves and survive successfully. As long as you survive for 7 days, even if the werewolf remains undiscovered, you may safely depart from this place. In addition to this letter, there is also an identity card. Upon opening, one could discern the 2 characters inscribed. Humanity. In an instant, everyone fell into a profound silence. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses shattered the silence. What are your thoughts on this letter? The expression of the stout individual appeared somewhat grave. It is evident that we have been divided into 2 factions, humans and werewolves, with the humans comprising 5 members and the werewolves 2. Among them, there are 5 humans and 2 werewolves. The humans must simultaneously complete tasks and open chests, ensuring their survival for 7 days. At the same time, it is essential to identify the players who have acquired the identity of the werewolf. The werewolf must conceal itself adeptly. Retrieve the werewolf's chest to acquire the weapon. Locate the werewolf chest to acquire weaponry, and ultimately eliminate all human players within 7 days. What a ridiculous game! It was already a perplexing demise, and now I find myself in this maddening place enduring further torment. A man with a scarred face slammed his hand onto the table in a fit of fury. At that moment, a young man beside them spoke up. Thus, it is that wretched deity who has ensnared us, the deceased. Otherwise, who would indulge in such a wretched game? I cast a wary glance at the young man. This is indeed a deadly game of werewolf. The moment he spoke, his slick and glib demeanor instinctively aroused my suspicions about him. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Yet, we find ourselves compelled to engage in this unfortunate game. Let us first deliberate on our gaming strategy." I recall that the letter stated that only werewolves possess the ability to unlock the crimson box. Then it suffices to observe who can unlock the crimson chest, and thus, we shall discern who the werewolf truly is. The scar-faced man let out a cold snort. The werewolf must certainly be aware of this fact. Only a fool would be foolish enough to open a box in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, the young girl wore an expression of displeasure. I hastily devised 7 strategies to shift the conversation. It is improbable that a game of werewolf can unveil the concealed identities of its players during the initial discussion. Only as the game progresses, through the actions of each individual, can one gradually discern the identity of the werewolf. The middle-aged woman was momentarily taken aback, yet such an approach could very well lead to fatal consequences. After a moment of silence, I spoke. Thus, this game is aptly named the game of death. Apart from our lives, we possess nothing. Suddenly, the hefty individual exclaimed with excitement, "No, we possess more than just our lives, we have our professions. Before arriving here, everyone should have acquired a profession." The camouflage-clad man, who had been quietly listening to our discussions, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps we could begin by taking turns to introduce our respective professions. Based on the abilities of all participants, perhaps a more rational game strategy could be devised. Upon hearing these words, a profound sense of relief washed over me. Upon acquiring the profession of a deceiver, I have been continually contemplating how to adeptly harness my abilities. After a moment of contemplation, I arrived at a conclusion. Xing is merely masquerading as a different profession. That means masquerading as another profession. However, prior to that, I must first ascertain the professions and abilities of others. The camouflaged man, observing that there were no objections from the crowd, took the initiative to speak first. "My name is Yu Longhua. I am a soldier by profession. My ability is to enhance my physical fitness 5-fold. The scarred man cast a peculiar glance at Yu Longhua, surprised to discover such a profession, which he found rather practical. With a casual shrug, he said, "My name is Bao Lu. My profession is a groundbreaker, and my unique ability allows me to disregard a rule once." Did you all hear that? Do not provoke me lightly. I observed the 2 individuals closely and discerned that their professions appeared harmonious, deeply intertwined with their very essence. Yu Longhua possesses a robust physique and a resolute countenance. His entire demeanor exudes the aura of someone who has served in the military. From the very outset, this scar-faced individual, known as Bao Lu, exuded a distinct air of rebelliousness. Next, it was the turn of the middle-aged woman. "My name is Su Xiaomei. I am a teacher by profession. My capability lies in acquiring pertinent information related to this game. As I had anticipated, it has indeed come to pass." Su Xiaomei dressed simply, often clearing her throat as she spoke. Moreover, there are thick calluses on the index and thumb. Indeed, one ought to be a teacher. Upon hearing Su Xiaomei's introduction, Bao Lu immediately spoke up. "What information have you acquired? Please share it with us." Unexpectedly, Yu Longhua reached out to stop him. She deemed it unnecessary to disclose to us. After all, no one on the field knows who the werewolf is. Recklessly revealing such crucial information could be detrimental to us humans. Bao Lu evidently exhibits a sense of discontent. What if she herself is the wolf? The young girl cast a glance at him from the side. "Your eagerness to extract information from Su Xiaomei makes me suspect that you are the true wolf in this scenario. You dare to slander my character with such baseless accusations." Bao Lu was immediately infuriated. Yu Longhua, perceiving the situation spiraling out of control, hastily intervened to restore order. "Cease the commotion," he urged. "Engaging in such debates at this moment serves no purpose. It would be more prudent to await the conclusion of everyone's self-introductions before initiating a discussion." He randomly pointed at the stout man and said, "It's your turn." The stout individual pondered for a moment before speaking. "My name is Chenjua. I am a reclusive individual by profession. My abilities, for the time being, shall remain undisclosed." Suddenly, several individuals appeared somewhat taken aback. "Confidentiality?" Bao Lu was the first to leap out. "We have all spoken. When it comes to you, it is to be kept confidential. Are you treating yourself as an exception?" Chenjua was startled, yet he still managed to adopt an air of mystery. "My abilities are so extraordinary that I find it impossible to articulate them in words here. You will naturally come to understand once you experience them for yourselves." Next, it is Huang Mao's turn. "My name is Yao Zhengye, and my profession is that of a thief. As for my capabilities, I currently prefer not to elaborate." Bao Lu was somewhat irritated. "Are all of them so enigmatic?" With a fierce glare, she cast a menacing look at Chenjua. "Just look at the promising start you've made." Although Yao Zhengye concealed his abilities as well. However, the capabilities of the thief have, to some extent, sparked various speculations among the people. Next, it was the turn of the young woman. "My name is Xia Yu. And I am a veterinarian. My expertise lies in healing small animals." After her introduction, the gaze of the crowd immediately turned towards me. "Only you remain, young one." My gaze suddenly transformed into one of sharpness and composure. Before I delve into the introduction of my profession, I believe everyone has noticed something, to varying degrees. The professions you draw are somewhat related to your real identities. Brother Yu possesses a demeanor reminiscent of a soldier. However, Chenjua, you appear to embody the quintessential image of a reclusive individual. Su Xiaomei is likely to be engaged in a profession akin to teaching in reality. Xiaomei slightly nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I am a secondary school teacher." Upon hearing this, I displayed a confident demeanor. "As long as you place your trust in me, this game is, in truth, not difficult to conquer." Bao Lu gazed at me, speaking with a hint of skepticism. "What reason do we have to place our trust in you? Based on your analysis, is it true that each individual's profession is related to their reality?" In a roundabout way, what you mean to convey is that in reality, I am merely a rogue, while Yao Zhengye is nothing but a petty thief. Beside him, Yao Zhengye's expression also grew somewhat grim. "Are you implying that neither of us is virtuous in reality? Thus, casting our votes would suffice?" I shook my head. I expressed that these words were merely intended to instill belief in you all regarding my ability to lead you to victory in the game. Because my profession is that of a detective. My ability lies in verifying the identities of all present here. The moment these words were uttered, everyone present was left in astonishment. Chenjua was the first to exclaim, "Wow, it's a prophet. How can one possess such an audacious ability?" Bao Lu exclaimed loudly while thumping the table. "I perceive that you are merely engaging in baseless rhetoric and sowing discord. This is a game related to identity. Your ability is precisely to verify identities. What a remarkable coincidence that is. I believe you are being dishonest." Su Xiaomei also gave a slight nod. "The profession is acquired prior to the commencement of the game. Logically speaking, your ability should not bear a direct correlation to this particular game." Everyone wore an expression of disbelief. Only Chenjua harbored a faint belief. Whispering softly, one remarks that in the game of werewolf, there is typically a role of the seer. I let out a sigh. Indeed, these individuals are not so easily deceived. He explained casually, "Indeed, my abilities do not extend to verifying identities. The reason I assert this is that my abilities truly enable me to achieve such a feat. In truth, my ability lies in uncovering a concealed secret of another. Placed within this game. Isn't it merely a means to verify identity?" Su Xiaomei furrowed her brows in suspicion. "Then why did you not disclose the truth from the very beginning?" I was already prepared for the doubts regarding her actions. I believe that the act of prying into others' secrets may evoke a sense of discomfort among people, would it not? After listening, Yu Longwei nodded slightly. Unveiling the secrets of others is indeed quite befitting of the detective profession. Bao Lusheng felt a twinge of envy in this intricate game of identities. The detective's abilities appeared remarkably formidable. Chenjua said with a cheerful smile, "Certainly. The seer in werewolf is akin to a powerful leader, guiding the team to victory with ease as they rally against their foes." Under my elucidation, everyone's doubts have been dispelled. Except for Qinzhua, the eyes of the others were tinged with varying degrees of caution. At this moment, I can distinctly perceive a newfound innate ability within myself. As if one could glimpse into the minds of others. Now, whenever I desire, I can choose any individual present and directly delve into their secrets. As Qinzhua aptly stated, the ability to verify identities is indeed remarkably potent in the game of werewolf. Yet, it is equally a perilous vocation. As long as the werewolf has the opportunity, it will undoubtedly devise every possible means to eliminate me. At that moment, an urgent alarm resounded from the second floor. What does this alarm signify? Is it an indication that the werewolves are about to commence their slaughter? Do not panic. This is not a signal for murder. Do you recall the contents of the letter? Within the castle, there exists a schedule, which delineates the tasks to be accomplished each day. Otherwise, mechanisms will emerge to eliminate us. Qinzhua was momentarily taken aback. Doesn't this still lead to death? And where is that schedule? I pointed to the wall beside me, where blood-red characters had just appeared on its surface. Upon closer inspection, the surface was densely inscribed with numerous tasks. Day 1 to-do list. Countdown, 1423. Proceed to the second-floor engineering room to repair the generator. Countdown, 14 minutes and 23 seconds. Countdown, 1756. Proceed to the third-floor equipment room to replenish the fuel for the apparatus. Estimated completion time, 3 minutes. A countdown of 17 minutes and 56 seconds remains. Merely the countdown for a seemingly trivial 3-hour task has already accumulated over 10 entries. Baolu could not help but mutter under his breath, "What on earth is with all these tasks? I've never worked a day in my life outside, and now I find myself toiling away in this wretched game." As Baolu aptly remarked, the tasks are not only numerous but also scattered across various locations. If we huddle together, we will never accomplish them all. I wish to eliminate the aforementioned task. The most expedient approach is to undertake actions in groups. This is perhaps the very strategy employed by the game to hinder the human faction from breaking free from its persistent predicament. In my mind, I made a simple calculation. If divided into 2 groups, a trio of individuals, planning the route should enable us to manage to complete it, albeit with some effort. Before I could voice my thoughts, Baolu had already spoken up. I believe we should promptly divide our tasks. I shall take responsibility for repairing the generator. Having spoken, she turned to leave. The others present appeared to harbor no intention of dissent. But I called out to him, "Wait a moment, you cannot simply leave like this." He turned around to glance at me with dissatisfaction, saying, "What do you mean, kid? Have you not observed that time is continually diminishing? Do you truly wish to bring about our demise?" I let out a cold laugh. "Are you not afraid of being slain by a werewolf while acting alone? If all 7 individuals act independently, it entirely presents an opportunity for the werewolf to strike. Even if one must act separately, it is essential to do so in groups." Upon finishing his statement, Qinzhua promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the greatest taboo in werewolf is to act alone. Before Baolu could prepare to retort, he was interrupted by the voice of Yulongwa. "I too concur with the idea of grouping. We have 7 individuals, so it would suffice to form pairs, with one group consisting of 3. It suffices to form pairs." I turned to Yulongwa, intending to say something, but he spoke once more. "I am aware of your concerns. If a human and a werewolf were assigned to act together in a group of 7, would it not place that human in a perilous situation? However, do not forget that if someone truly encounters an unfortunate event, those who were in their team will become the primary suspects. Thus, those who team up with him shall emerge as the primary suspects. Therefore, from this perspective, forming pairs for collaboration may indeed offer greater safety." Without affording others an opportunity for rebuttal, Yulongwa directed everyone to commence the process of grouping. Xiaoyu inquired with a hint of concern, "However, there are 7 of us. If we pair off, won't one person have to act alone?" Yulongwa unequivocally interrupted her. "I am capable of acting independently. I possess great confidence in my abilities. Even in the presence of a werewolf wielding weaponry, I possess the capacity to confront him." His proposal seems to have garnered the unanimous approval of all present. I remained silent in my dissent, merely finding the situation increasingly peculiar. Although this grouping can expedite the progression of the game, it allows the identities of the participants to be established more swiftly. However, the smaller the group size, the greater the risk that humanity must bear. This essentially involves wagering one's life to ascertain each individual's identity, in the pursuit of winning the game. Achieving victory for the faction. Should not the foremost thought of humanity be the desire to survive? Yet, astonishingly, there seems to be no dissenting voice among us. A certain vague sense of unease compels me to refrain from elucidating this question at present. At that moment, Xia Yue suddenly tugged at the sleeve of my garment. "Detective, may I join you for a case?" Among the remaining 4 individuals, both Chen Zhua and Su Xiumei are reluctant to team up with Bao Lu Yuyo Zhanye. The final 4 groups consist of myself and veterinarian Xia Yu. The land bump Bao Lu and thief Yao Zhanye. The reclusive young man, Chen Zhua, and the educator, Su Xiumei. Sherbin Yu Longhua, on the other hand, acted alone. After confirming the tasks assigned to each group, everyone departed from the conference room. Summer and I also commenced our search for the engineering room within the first task. Before long, we found ourselves near the staircase on the 2nd floor. I beheld a room adorned with a plaque bearing the title of the engineering office. As I pushed open the door, I beheld an antiquated generator gently whirring to life. Above, there are numerous halogen tubes. Several of the light tubes have transformed into a vivid red, incessantly emitting a piercing alarm of beep beep. Xia Yu inquired with a hint of frustration, "How am I supposed to fix this? Is there not some sort of instruction manual or guidance available?" I pondered that this is, after all, a game of werewolf. The so-called tasks are likely merely a means to disrupt our unity. Moreover, the estimated completion time for the task is merely 10 minutes, which should not prove to be overly challenging. As I glanced around, my eyes fell upon a toolbox resting on a nearby cabinet, within which lay a manual. Manual for the Wolf River Generator. Xia Yu let out a sigh of relief. You truly are a detective in real life. Even without employing your abilities, your perceptiveness is more than sufficient. Open the manual. It states that if the indicator light turns red, it indicates that the engine is experiencing insufficient lubrication, necessitating the addition of oil. The lubricating oil is stored in the utility room on the ground floor. Seeing this, Xia Yu directly said, "Allow me to fetch it. I noticed the storage room on my way here." Faced with her proposal, I responded with a hint of coldness, stating that the purpose of working in pairs is precisely to avoid acting alone. Unexpectedly, she smiled. However, the deadline for the task was pressing. "You may remain here to continue your research on the machine. What if, upon obtaining the lubricant, one is unable to locate the necessary points for application, resulting in the failure of the mission?" Upon hearing her words, I could only nod in agreement. According to the task allocation, currently, only the group of otaku and teachers resides on the 1st floor. If you hasten your departure and return, perhaps you shall encounter no troubles. Please strive to keep the duration within 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Exceeding this time frame may pose significant risks. After the departure of the summer months, I contemplated the rarity of such an opportunity. If one could locate the box mentioned in the letter, it might prove beneficial to the game. Yet I searched for a full 72 minutes, only to find nothing. On a whim, I decided to seize the moment and explore the room across the hall. The sign on the door read "Kitchen." As I pushed open the door, a wave of metallic scent enveloped me. On the countertop, there lie numerous fragments of raw flesh, alongside dismembered limbs suspended above, appearing vaguely human yet not entirely so. The master of this ancient castle possesses an exceedingly peculiar taste. A wave of nausea washes over me, compelling me to linger not even for a moment. The moment of turning. Yet, in the corner, a brown chest was discovered. According to the correspondence, the red box belongs to the dry werewolf. This implies that this is something that humanity is capable of unlocking.
Lin Yu stepped forward and toggled the switch on the box. As if responding to his presence, the switch clicked, and the box opened. Inside lay a well-wrapped loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Food. It seemed the individual who left the box understood the dire state of the kitchen they had just encountered. It was doubtful that any sustenance could be found in this ancient castle. Lin Yu picked up the bread, tore open the packaging, and swiftly consumed it along with the water. Feeling satisfied, he then returned to the engineering room. He wished to conceal from Xia Yu the fact that he had opened a human box. Although being human was a respectable identity, there was a crucial point to consider. The two werewolves likely remained unaware of each other's identities. This was subtly hinted at in the letter. The disguise of a werewolf often deceives even their kin. In other words, in this game, werewolves are oblivious to the identity of their fellow teammates. Thus, Lin Yu saw no necessity to prove his humanity by opening the box. This bore no advantage for him. Should Xiaoyu be a werewolf, she would certainly refrain from acting until she was certain of her own alignment. However, where was Xiaoyu? Time was slipping away. Lin Yu had been mentally calculating the passage of time since her departure. She had now been gone for approximately 8 minutes, exceeding his initial estimate of 5.5 minutes by over 2 minutes. This made their task increasingly urgent. If Xiaoyu did not return soon, they might not complete their assignment. Had she perhaps encountered an unforeseen circumstance? Lin Yu began to wrestle with the decision of whether to search for her on the first floor. However, before he could resolve to set out, bang, the door to the engineering room swung open, revealing a breathless Xiaoyu, clutching a bucket of small bottles of lubricant. Her hair was disheveled. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her white lab coat was quite soiled. Xiaoyu hurried forward, apologizing. "I'm sorry. The lubricant was placed rather high, and it took me some time to retrieve it." As she approached, Lin Yu noticed her flushed complexion and the way she nervously tugged at the collar of her lab coat, creating a rather endearing sight. Instinctively, he felt the urge to comfort her, but he quickly reminded himself of his current persona as a cool and self-assured detective. Thus, the seasoned Lin Yu merely huffed dismissively. Fortunately, they had not wasted too much time. He accepted the lubricant and expertly located the area in need of lubrication on the engine, completing the task with ease. Chapter 10. The Suspicious Duo. The Horrifying Head Sacrifice. After completing this task, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu hurriedly exited the engineering room. Their next assignment was still on the second floor, but in a different area, the prayer room, where they were to arrange the offerings and light the candles. Although there was ample time before the next task's deadline, neither Lin Yu nor Xiaoyu wished to squander any moments. However, having just collaborated on a task, they seemed to have grown more familiar with one another, especially during the summer months. This delicate and lovely girl seems to exhibit a sense of emotional dependence on Lin Yu, likely due to the heightened tension induced by the death game, coupled with Lin Yu's efficiency and reliability in completing tasks. Even though Lin Yu had just displayed a somewhat indifferent and harsh demeanor towards her, she appeared unfazed. While journeying towards their next assignment, Xiaoyu even took the initiative to engage Lin Yu in conversation. "Lin Yu, have you activated your detective ability yet?" As she spoke, she walked ahead with a light-hearted gait, hands clasped behind her back, completely exposing her vulnerability to him. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Yu felt a flicker of caution. However, due to Xiaoyu's unguarded posture, he hesitated for a moment before responding, "I haven't activated it yet." Xiaoyu turned around, continuing to walk backwards with an air of curiosity. "Oh, why not? What do you plan to do with it?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before articulating. To be frank, the information position of a detective, which can determine the course of the game, is undoubtedly the primary target for the werewolves. While it may not matter to you, if I identify a good person on the first day, as it reduces one suspect for you. My situation would be precarious if I fail to identify a werewolf and vote them out. If by the second day there are 2 werewolves and they have recognized each other, my position would be exceedingly dangerous, and yours could be as well. Lin Yu analyzed the situation with clarity, leaving Xiaoyu somewhat perplexed. Tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, she ultimately waved her hand in resignation. "All right, then how do you plan to use it?" "I intend to save my first day's verification until the final meeting phase. At that point, I will engage in meticulous reasoning based on their statements and identify the most suspicious individual to ascertain their identity," Lin Yu replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu broke into a smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Impressive, detective. With you on board, this game seems much less daunting," she remarked sincerely. As they conversed, they had traversed more than half the distance, passing the spiral staircase in the center of the ancient castle. From above, the sound of footsteps and voices echoed. "Damn it, this task is ridiculously frustrating. I even bumped my hand. Indeed, sixth brother, this task is utterly twisted. Where's the next one?" "Forget it. Let us find the others first. The voices unmistakably belonged to Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. As their conversation and footsteps grew increasingly audible, Lin Yu quickly grabbed Xiaoyu, pulling her to hide behind the corner of the staircase. Startled by Lin Yu's sudden action, Xiaoyu instinctively prepared to cry out, but he swiftly covered her mouth. "Be careful, they might be werewolves," Lin Yu whispered urgently. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu with a mix of confusion and astonishment. This castle is truly vast. Indeed, one might wonder how a resident could rise in the dead of night to relieve themselves without succumbing to the discomfort of their own clothing. Is it not curious that this forsaken place has ever harbored inhabitants? The voices of Bao Lu and Yao Jingye gradually faded away, seemingly retreating to the first floor. It was only then that Lin Yu released his hand from covering Xiaoyu's mouth. Xiaoyu hastily extricated herself from Lin Yu's embrace, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. "We should hasten our departure," she suggested, her demeanor tinged with shyness as she resumed walking. After a brief silence, she finally spoke again in a hushed tone. "Why do you suspect those two are werewolves, detective?" Bao Lu and Yao Jingye's first task was to replenish fuel in the equipment room on the third floor, while their second task awaited them in the lavatory on the opposite side of the same floor. Both tasks estimated to take over 15 minutes. If we complete one task, it seems improbable they could finish both. Yet, if they have not completed the two tasks on the third floor, what purpose could their descent to the first floor serve? Lin Yu articulated calmly. Xiaoyu recalled the words of Bao Lu and Yao Jingye, instinctively answering. They mentioned something about searching for someone. Is there truly a need for humans to seek others? Lin Yu interjected. At this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. Are you suggesting that these two might indeed be werewolves? Lin Yu did not refute her claim. At least from my perspective, their actions are indeed suspicious. However, Lin Yu's unwavering certainty stemmed merely from the persona he embodied as a detective. Deep down, he harbored doubts. What a coincidence it was to have two werewolves assigned to the same group. Moreover, within the confines of this game, werewolves were not privy to each other's identities from the outset. Was it plausible for them to confirm their identities so swiftly, even when grouped together? Assuming he were a werewolf, Lin Yu pondered. He found himself at a loss as to how he might discern whether his companions were allies in such a brief span of time. His inner uncertainties and feelings of dissonance only intensified. Just then, Xiaoyu's voice broke through his reverie. "Detective, we have arrived." Lin Yu abruptly lifted his gaze, realizing he had nearly passed the threshold of the prayer room. "My apologies, I was lost in thought," he replied before pushing open the door to the prayer room. In stark contrast to the dilapidated and grimy chambers of the castle, this prayer room was surprisingly immaculate. The space was modest, its windows completely shrouded by heavy curtains that allowed no light to penetrate, leaving the room enveloped in darkness, save for the flickering candles adorning the walls. Directly opposite the entrance stood a niche, more than half a person's height, adorned with a relief depicting the phases of the moon. Within the niche resided a towering statue, its muscular form exuding a blend of strength and primal vigor, yet its head was conspicuously absent. Beneath the niche lay a circular altar brimming with offerings, accompanied by two kneeling cushions. Upon seeing the altar, Xiaoyu gasped in alarm. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of terror as she pointed at the center of the altar, where an irregular, shriveled orb rested. Initially, Lin Yu assumed it to be some form of fruit. However, upon witnessing Xiaoyu's reaction, he too felt a jolt of apprehension at the sight of the offering. It was a head, grotesquely disfigured, stripped of its features. Chapter 11. The meeting commences, with Lin Yu at the center of attention. Upon recognizing the offering as a withered head, Xiaoyu was understandably horrified. Her complexion turned ashen as she leaned against the wall, clearly incapable of fulfilling the task of arranging the offering and lighting the candles. In contrast, while Lin Yu was also taken aback, he exhibited far more composure than Xiaoyu. This was partly due to his earlier fright in the kitchen, which had acquainted him with the nature of this game. Moreover, although he was somewhat afraid, the task still needed completion, hence he deliberately assumed a facade of calmness. Sometimes, performance can provide one with a positive psychological suggestion. By the end, Lin Yu surprisingly found that his fear had significantly diminished. Before long, he completed the task effortlessly. All that was required was to reposition the head at the forefront of the altar and ignite the 2 extinguished candles using the matches flanking the shrine. The primary challenges of this task lay in the fear and the unsettling physical sensations it invoked. Having accomplished the task with relative ease, Lin Yu hastily led Xia Yu out of the disquieting room. In the corridor, Xia Yu expressed her profound gratitude towards Lin Yu for completing the task alone. "Thank you, detective." "Not at all. It was merely a trifling effort. After all, if we fail, we are both in peril," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Just put in a bit more effort for the next task." "Indeed, as the saying goes, teamwork makes the burden lighter," Xia Yu chimed in with a smile. Leaning against the corridor window, where crows cawed incessantly from the gnarled trees outside. Yet, her smile bore a hint of forced cheerfulness, as the earlier sight of the desiccated head had once again reminded her that this game revolved around the theme of death. It was certainly not a mere prop, but a remnant left by the departure of a genuine life. The 2 reached the end of the corridor, preparing to ascend to the 3rd floor for their next task. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase below, prompting Xia Yu and Lin Yu to become alert once more. However, before they could find a hiding place, they encountered a familiar pair descending from below, Chunjua and Su Xiaomei. The plump Chunjua halted abruptly upon spotting Lin Yu and Xia Yu. "Be careful, Teacher Su. It seems these 2 are lying in wait for us," he exclaimed, bravely positioning himself in front of Su Xiaomei. She, too, regarded Lin Yu and Xia Yu with suspicion. Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Who is lying in wait for you? We are merely heading upstairs as well. If I recall correctly, your assigned task does not involve the upper floors. What business do you have up there?" Confronted with Lin Yu's inquiry, Chinjua quickly shot back. "We are under no obligation to inform you of our intentions." With that, he grasped Su Xiaomei's hand and began to retreat down the stairs. Lin Yu observed their movements and, combining his previous knowledge of the castle's layout, surmised that they were likely seeking an alternate staircase to the 2nd floor. Not only are thieves and robbers peculiar, but the combination of homebodies and teachers is equally strange, Lin Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The 2 suspicious pairings he had encountered in succession led him to ponder whether there was something fundamentally amiss with the game itself. Xia Yu, intrigued, inquired, "What was suspicious about the 2 individuals we just met? Was it because they were headed to a location outside their assigned tasks?" "Indeed. And what is most curious is that they were together, venturing to a place beyond their missions," Lin Yu replied earnestly. "If I were to suggest that we go elsewhere outside of our tasks, would you acquiesce?" Xia Yu paused momentarily, then began to reflect seriously. "I'm not quite sure. It would depend on the reasoning you provide. If your justification is compelling, I might comply." Lin Yu nodded, her response prompting him to pose a counter-question. "Now, let's consider this from another angle. If you were tasked with persuading me to depart for a location outside our duties, what exceptional rationale could you offer to not only entice me, but also to earn my complete trust?" His query momentarily left Xia Yu speechless. After a protracted silence, she managed a wry smile. In that context, it has seemed quite odd. Indeed, Lin Yu concurred, especially that homebody. Earlier, he clearly acknowledged my identity and abilities as a detective and appeared to trust me. Yet, it is precisely these anomalies that enable me to discern who the werewolf might be. Observing Xia Yu's growing concern, Lin Yu shifted the conversation to reassure her. "You're right. With you, detective, there's nothing to fear." Xia Yu regained her composure and asserted, "Let us continue with our tasks. We shall await the evening meeting when you can truly showcase your skills." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, and together they resumed their remaining assignments. However, due to the dubious nature of the previous encounters, both Xia Yu and Lin Yu proceeded with heightened caution. The complexity of the tasks compounded their fatigue, leaving them both feeling utterly exhausted after a long day. "I'm utterly drained. This is even more tiring than a regular workday," Xia Yu exclaimed upon completing the final task on their agenda. Outside, the previously dim sky had darkened entirely. As the heavy tolling of the clock signaled the approach of nightfall, it was time for them to return to the conference room. "Let's go," Lin Yu replied, feeling somewhat worn, as though he had endured a grueling final exam week. With weary steps, the pair made their way back to the conference room where they had begun. Upon entering, they discovered that, aside from themselves, the remaining 5 individuals were already seated. Upon noticing Lin Yu and Xia Yu, Yulong were raised an eyebrow. What a surprise! Today, it seems, we have had no fatalities, he remarked. At this, Bao Lu turned to Yulong, questioning, "What do you mean by that, soldier?" Xia Yu, slightly displeased, settled into her seat beside Lin Yu and retorted, "Isn't it a good thing that there are no casualties?" "Of course it is a good thing," Yulong was said coldly, "but it also implies that the werewolves are far more capable of restraint than I had anticipated. If they were to lose control and commit murder today, it would naturally present an opportunity for us. The primary significance of pairing off is precisely this, is it not? Yet your assertion is rather cruel," Xia Yu exclaimed indignantly. Yulong sighed. "Do not be so naive, young lady. You have yet to grasp that this is a game of death. Even if, hypothetically speaking, the werewolves refrain from killing, humans must eliminate at least 2 werewolves to survive, and elimination equates to death. This is fundamentally a game where at least 2 individuals will perish." As Yulong spoke, Xia Yu fell silent. Not only she, but the others present also lapsed into contemplation. Ultimately, it was Chunjua who broke the heavy silence. All right. I actually believe our chances of victory as humans are quite substantial. Although the werewolves have held back their blades, perhaps due to a lack of favorable opportunity. In any case, this translates to a wasted turn for one of the werewolves in the game. Chunjua continued. Thanks to the presence of the detective, the good players can identify one person's role each day. Therefore, with the detective activating their ability, the werewolves are now, in fact, at a disadvantage. Upon his conclusion, all eyes naturally turned towards the previously silent Lin Yu. Chapter 12. Verification Result. Werewolf. The puzzled Lin Yu. Lin Yu's earlier strategy indeed aligned with Xia Yu's suggestion to target the individual who appeared most suspicious and directly activate his ability. However, at this moment, having experienced 2 fortuitous encounters during the day and having listened to the statements made in the recent meeting, Lin Yu now found every individual to be suspicious. Yao Zhongye and Bao Lugue were huddled together furtively, seemingly searching for someone. Chunjua's sudden shift in demeanor was baffling. What had Xiaomei said to him? And then there was the solitary soldier, Yulong. His insistence on pairing off and his eagerness to commence the pairings had rendered him particularly dubious in Lin Yu's eyes. Especially in the last group, where 3 could have acted together, he insisted on going alone. What was his true intention? Lin Yu even found himself doubting Xia Yu, who had been with him throughout the day. Later, when they descended to the first floor to complete their tasks, Lin Yu assessed the situation. The storage room was simply too close. No matter how much time was wasted, it would be implausible for it to take that long. Moreover, could it truly be that if they had not found anything, Xia Yu would be so exhausted from searching? Everyone was suspicious. Lin Yu felt his thoughts were a chaotic tangle. Forget it. One cannot simply refrain from using their ability. With this thought, Lin Yu resolved to randomly select someone to activate his ability. Perhaps Bao Lu. As he contemplated, he activated his ability and instinctively seemed to understand how to wield it. Lin Yu silently recited Bao Lu's name, envisioning his visage. As he approached, a profound sensation enveloped him, as if Bao Lu's very soul lay before him. With merely a fleeting thought, he could unveil the secrets concealed by others. Whether pertaining to this game or to Balio's other mysteries, he could easily ascertain the truth. I yearned to uncover Balio's identity in this game. With a mere flicker of his mind, a vivid memory surfaced before him. The scene unfolded from Balio's first-person perspective, where he discreetly shielded his identity card with a piece of letter paper, cautiously examining it. The words inscribed on the card read, "Your identity is werewolf." Soon after, the vision dissipated, leaving Lin Yu momentarily taken aback. Could it be true that Bao Lu was indeed a werewolf? If so, it was quite possible that he and Yao Jingye were both wolves. "Hey, detective, whom did you verify? Hurry and disclose the verification results." Balio's insistent voice rang out. Lin Yu raised his head, surveying the crowd, and parted his lips. The most prudent strategy now was undoubtedly to reveal to everyone that Bao Lu was the werewolf, and then collectively vote him out. However, was it truly that simple? Lin Yu exhaled, steeling his resolve. I have utilized my ability to ascertain an individual's identity, but I am afraid, my friends, that I cannot disclose my findings at this moment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present subtly shifted. The most unguarded among them, the introverted Chunjua, immediately grew anxious. Come on, man, just say what you found. What do you mean you can't say? Are you trying to be mysterious, like a riddle? Lin Yu remained silent, casting a calm glance at Chunjua. Following Chunjua's outburst, Yulonghua also expressed his displeasure, echoing Chunjua's sentiments. Detective, what do you mean by that? Whether you discovered a werewolf or a human, revealing it should be the optimal choice, right? Baoyou's expression darkened as he chimed in, although he refrained from aligning himself with Chunjua and Yulonghua. You, detective, are being unnecessarily cryptic about your findings. It truly does not reflect well on you. And you, insufferable introvert, spare me your theatrics. I detest pretentiousness. Baolu unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate insults upon the three individuals. Once Baolu had finished his tirade, Lin Yu finally spoke, his tone measured. Do you genuinely believe that disclosing whatever I uncover would be advantageous? Think carefully, fools. What if the identity of the person I discovered is a human? Embracing his arrogant detective persona, Lin Yu retaliated, launching a counterattack against everyone present. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu initially froze, then recalled Lin Yu's earlier remark about werewolves being unaware of one another's identities. A spark of realization lit her face. Indeed, if a verified individual is human, revealing it may not yield significant benefits. Chunjua, however, remained perplexed. How is that possible? It's akin to shedding light on a critical piece of information, giving us good individuals a clearer perspective and eliminating an erroneous option. How could it be of no use? In the summer months, Xiaoyu patiently took the place of Lin Yu and began to explain. However, there exists a significant distinction from the conventional werewolf game that you may not have noticed. The werewolves are unaware of the identities of their teammates. Chunjua paused momentarily. So what? Lin Yu leaned back slightly, speaking in a languid tone. The werewolves do not kill on the first night for a reason. It is perhaps because they fear harming their own comrades. Upon hearing this, Chunjua finally grasped the implication. Ah, I see. This game not only limits the vision of the innocents, but also constrains that of the werewolves. So, detective, your silence stems from the fear of presenting the werewolves with a safe target for elimination, while simultaneously narrowing their search for allies, correct? Lin Yu chuckled softly. It is not entirely foolish. So what shall we do today? Su Xiaomei inquired with a furrowed brow. My suggestion is to refrain from nominating anyone. Lin Yu naturally guided the group once more. Today shall be a day of peace, and tonight will also be a night of tranquility. Let's await the results of my investigation tomorrow before making any decisions, shall we? As Lin Yu spoke, the conference room fell into silence once again. Yulonghua coldly interjected. What if tomorrow you discover that the person you investigated is still a human? Should I uncover a human, I shall reveal it as well. Among the remaining 5 humans, there are 2 werewolves, which is still a favorable scenario. Furthermore, if you trust my findings, it would imply that you accept me as an innocent, wouldn't it? Lin Yu remarked casually, adding with a hint of optimism. Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow, I might uncover a werewolf right away. However, Su Xiaomei doused his enthusiasm with cold water. A 2/5 probability, while not negligible, still suggests a greater likelihood of discovering a human. Lin Yu shrugged noncommittally. The theoretical probability of him identifying a werewolf today was merely 1/3. Yet he had managed to pinpoint Bao Lu immediately. But as he pondered this, a sudden realization struck Lin Yu. Wait, is this truly merely a matter of luck? Such an elusive concept is precisely what Lin Yu finds most difficult to believe. Chapter 13. Frantic Speculations. Who indeed is the outsider? As Lin Yu refrained from disclosing any investigative information, the group tacitly agreed not to cast any votes today. The first meeting concluded in silence, without any resolution. According to the letter S instructions, they would spend the night in the conference room. The conference room was entirely secure, rendering it impossible for the werewolves to commit their foul deeds there. Thus, they need not worry about being ambushed by werewolves while they slept. Several sofas were arranged in the room, sufficient for their rest. Nevertheless, even so, no one truly succumbed to slumber. It was evident that anxiety permeated the air. Some sat, while others reclined. Each individual chose a solitary spot, refraining from clustering too closely together. Yulongwa leaned against the sofa, eyes closed, perhaps in a state of meditation or slumber. Bao Lu kept his eyes half closed, subtly shifting his gaze to observe the others intermittently. Chunjua did not take a seat, but instead paced restlessly within the conference room, deep in thought. "Could you please stop walking?" Su Xiaomei whispered. Although Chunjua's footsteps were not loud, they still disrupted the tranquility of the night in the meeting room, affecting the rest of others. Sighing softly, Chunjua found a place to sit down. Xiaoyu lay languidly on the sofa, seemingly the only one fast asleep. Yao Jingye was curled up in a corner of the sofa, lost in thought. Lin Yu casually leaned against another sofa, not sleeping, but intently watching the clock on the wall. He was waiting for midnight. Just before, during the conclusion of the meeting, Lin Yu had developed a notion that could be deemed wildly audacious. However, this seemingly insane hypothesis could explain all the peculiarities he had noticed thus far. Soon, the heavy tolling of the clock heralded the arrival of midnight. Lin Yu's abilities as a detective were refreshed. He had gained yet another chance to delve into the concealed secrets of others. Exhaling softly, Lin Yu immediately activated his ability. "I wish to uncover the secrets of Yulongwa." He silently chanted within his mind, and the visage of Yulongwa materialized before him. A mystical sensation enveloped him once more. Seizing the moment, he vocalized his thoughts. Investigate the hidden identity of Yulongwa in this game. Before him, the scene unfolded where Yulongwa opened an envelope. Unlike Bao Lu, Yulongwa discerned the identity card immediately, glancing at it casually before tucking it away. The speed was so swift that Lin Yu almost missed it. Nevertheless, he caught a glimpse. The identity card bore the words, "werewolf." Another werewolf. Thus far, Lin Yu had uncovered 2 werewolves, which, according to his previous deductions, suggested that the game might be nearing its conclusion. Yet, Lin Yu exhibited no reaction. He exhaled, feeling that his wild hypothesis was increasingly validated. However, until this moment, it remained merely a conjecture. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Tomorrow would reveal whether his hypothesis was correct or not. Regardless of the outcome, this game would reach its end. Of course, there is also the possibility that he might perish in the process of validation, for the method of verification could prove perilous. Contemplating this, Lin Yu gradually succumbed to sleep. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The next day, the grand tolling of the clock once again jolted the already lightly sleeping individuals awake. As Lin Yu climbed from the sofa, Soldier Yulongwa had already approached the schedule. "Today, as tasks have been refreshed, we shall continue with the same group as yesterday," Yulongwa declared, and naturally, no one voiced opposition. Bao Lu, grumbling, dragged Yao Jingye over, while Chunjua and Su Xiaomei had already gathered together. Xiaoyu, yawning, also approached Lin Yu. "Good morning, detective brother." "Good morning, veterinarian sister," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Although he had felt a tinge of tension the previous night, he had completely relaxed now. As he spoke, Xiaoyu pouted. "Veterinarian sister sounds rather unpleasant. How is that different from detective brother?" "Of course it is different." The two engaged in a hushed exchange, drawing the ire of Yulongwa. Enough of the private conversations. Let us swiftly allocate the responsibilities for each group's designated area. It would be best to retain yesterday's assignments, as familiarity with the terrain will facilitate our tasks. Upon reviewing the distribution, I find a number of tasks to be fairly balanced, with some repetitions. As Yulongwa spoke, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu stepped forward to collect their assignments. After securing their tasks, everyone filed out, leaving the conference room to head towards their respective areas. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu ascended the staircase at the center of the ancient castle once more. In the early morning, a thin veil of mist enveloped the castle's exterior, and the number of crows perched upon the withered trees had diminished significantly, yet the remaining few still faced the castle as if observing something. Listening to the receding footsteps of the other groups, Lin Yu abruptly halted, turning to gaze down at Xiaoyu. "What is it, detective?" Xiaoyu inquired, tilting her head. Lin Yu scrutinized her intently for a prolonged moment. It was the first time he appraised Xiaoyu in detail. discovering that she was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Although she wore no makeup, her skin was remarkably delicate. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of moisture, revealing her double eyelids. Her hair was so abundant that even he, a university student, felt a twinge of envy. Moreover, her profession as a veterinarian suggested a deep affection for animals, did it not? Forgive me, Lin Yu silently reflected, then turned to Xiaoyu. After a lengthy pause, he spoke earnestly. Xiaoyu. He refrained from using her profession as a reference, opting instead for her name. This serious address took Xiaoyu by surprise. Hey, why the sudden formality? Did you want to say something? I actually discovered the werewolf last night. Lin Yu interjected, cutting off Xiaoyu's words. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu froze for a moment, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Is that true, detective? Why didn't you mention it last night? We could have simply voted to eliminate the werewolf. Lin Yu sighed, an expression of reluctance etching itself upon his face. Xiaoyu, the reason is that the individual I identified is you. He spoke softly, his voice trembling slightly. Anyone could discern the inner turmoil he was grappling with. Xiaoyu, taken aback, stood motionless. You must be mistaken, detective. She initially protested, but Lin Yu remained silent, maintaining his gaze upon her. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. What a pity. I actually had quite a liking for you, and I wasn't prepared to take a life. Despite her words, Xiaoyu lifted her white coat, retrieving a dagger from the belt at her waist, gripping it tightly. I am genuinely curious. When did you begin to suspect me? And what led you to doubt me? Xiaoyu asked softly. Lin Yu stood before her, his expression impassive, his tone flat as he replied. Perhaps it is simply because your acting skills are rather poor, veterinarian. Even in the face of the dagger, Lin Yu appeared remarkably composed. But this was merely a testament to his exceptional control over his expressions and dialogue. Presently, as he gazed at the gleaming dagger and the murderous intent reflected in Xiaoyu's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. The wild conjecture has indeed been substantiated. The werewolves now include Bao Lu, Yulongwa, and Xiaoyu. The number of werewolves is not merely 2, but rather 5. Chapter 14, The Sole Path to Victory. From the inception of team formation, Lin Yu never placed his trust in Xiaoyu. As he previously articulated, her acting was woefully inadequate. When alone with him, her displays of innocence, trepidation, and vivacity were drenched in theatricality. Such amateurish performances were easily discernible to Lin Yu. Thus, Xiaoyu raised suspicion, as her antics were evidently an attempt to conceal something. However, she was not the only one worthy of doubt. Since the very first day of grouping, there were far too many individuals embroiled in suspicion within this game. Yulongwa, hastily eager to pair everyone off, and the remaining 6 who voiced no opposition to this proposal. Next, there was Bao Lu Yao Zhengye, who inexplicably strayed from his designated area during the task, alongside Su Xiaomei and Chunjua, who suddenly shifted their attitudes to tightly align themselves with him. Most crucially, last night, after Lin Yu suggested not reporting verification results, everyone inexplicably accepted this notion without question. Although Lin Yu's reasoning appeared sound at the time, he was acutely aware that it was riddled with fallacies, incapable of withstanding scrutiny. Did they not fear that he, as the detective, might fail to provide verification results and be eliminated today? What was even more unsettling was that when Lin Yu proposed abstaining from voting, all were in agreeable accord, without even cross-referencing their respective schedules for the day, as if they had an unspoken agreement to avoid this topic. In that moment, a wild thought suddenly surged through Lin Yu's mind. Could it be that they were all werewolves? If he were to regard these individuals as werewolves, it would indeed elucidate their behaviors. All seemed eager to disperse and conspire during the meeting without divulging any information. Yet, Lin Yu's initial reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? The game rules could not be erroneous. It was at that moment of realization that Lin Yu was gripped by an unsettling awareness. Throughout the entirety of the game, there had been no rule stating that the werewolf faction consisted solely of 2 members. The so-called game rules were merely their collective inferences drawn during the gameplay. He immediately recalled the intricate details throughout the ancient castle. Lin Yu's elective course in stage design had earned him top professional rankings. Thus, he possessed an acute sensitivity to environmental nuances. The presence of wolf motifs in the candlesticks and paintings within the castle, the unmistakably human remains in the kitchen, and the evident human head as a sacrificial offering on the altar. Moreover, the human provisions, seemingly heaped in a manner discordant with the castle, appear to be hastily placed there by later inhabitants. Coupled with the warnings from the letters, Lin Yu suddenly discerned a critical misconception. The 7 participants in this game naturally presumed that the werewolves were outsiders. But was the master of this castle truly human? From Lin Yu's perspective on stage design, if he were to create a castle as a backdrop, the inhabitants within would undoubtedly not be human. If we continue to ponder the bloodstains on the walls that read 2 outsiders among you, do they refer to werewolves or humans? Furthermore, prior to that bloody inscription, there existed the title of this very game. Who then are the outsiders? It serves as a mere hint. In this moment, Lin Yu, through Xia Yu's reaction, confirmed his hypothesis. In this game, it is indeed the humans who are the outsiders. Thus, there are 5 werewolves and 2 humans. And the fact that the werewolves are unaware of each other's identities is not a mere arbitrary design of the game, but rather a necessary condition for the game's progression. Whether human or werewolf, the first to grasp the true identity of the outsiders will gain a significant advantage. Lin Yu exhaled, a smile gracing his face. Now, he possessed an immense advantage in this game. Hey, detective, why are you still smiling? Xia Yu's words brought Lin Yu back to reality. The girl before him stood at the bottom of the 3-tiered staircase, brandishing a dagger and smiling sweetly at him. Even with the most crucial truth of the game revealed, the imminent danger remained. However, despite brandishing the dagger, Xia Yu had yet to strike. This was within Lin Yu's expectations. He gazed at her confidently and remarked, "Of course. It is because I already know who the 2 werewolves are, and this morning I activated my ability to discern who your other werewolf teammate is. Even if you were to kill me, I've already uncovered the truth. In a sense, I have won." Lin Yu was acutely aware of the reason behind Xia Yu's hesitation to act. She was still oblivious to the identity of her other werewolf companion. Given that everyone appeared suspiciously akin to werewolves, Xia Yu must be quite perplexed. She likely wished to leverage Lin Yu's ability to ascertain the identity of the other werewolf, at least to eliminate one option. Thus, Lin Yu's words struck a chord with her. The persona of the arrogant detective he had cultivated over time finally bore fruit. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a smile crept upon Xia Yu's lips. "Is that so, detective? But how did you deduce the identity of my other teammate?" "I have absolutely no clue." She was attempting to extract information from Lin Yu, the self-assured detective. Yet, regrettably for her, Lin Yu's persona was entirely fabricated, and his acting prowess far surpassed Xia Yu's. Observing her curiosity and excitement, Lin Yu whispered, "It's simple, your teammate, although well disguised." Suddenly, Lin Yu turned and dashed upstairs. Xia Yu's reaction was swift. She was startled for less than a second before immediately pursuing Lin Yu. She had anticipated his attempt to flee from the very beginning. He must not escape, she thought. After all, in Xia Yu's eyes, if her identity were to be revealed by Lin Yu, it would spell her doom, even if Lin Yu were to perish. The remaining 4 humans would undoubtedly cast her aside. With Lin Yu's lifeless body, there would be no need to wait until 7 in the evening. The humans could convene an emergency meeting immediately. However, Xia Yu remained oblivious to this fact. Lin Yu had no intention of fleeing. After only 2 flights of stairs, Lin Yu suddenly pivoted, launching a powerful kick into Xia Yu's abdomen. Bang! In an instant, Xia Yu, who was sprinting at full speed, lost her balance and tumbled down the staircase. Ouch! She let out a cry of pain, despite consciously attempting to adjust her landing posture. The height of 7 or 8 steps caused excruciating agony to her back and rear, and her vision blurred. Struggling to rise, her right hand suddenly erupted with pain. Crack! Ah! The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed as Xia Yu screamed. The dagger slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Then, her cries abruptly ceased as the dagger pierced her chest. She gazed down at her own body, blood gushing from the wound, staining her white coat. Her strength evaporated in an instant. With her uninjured left hand, She exerted her last ounce of energy to firmly grasp Lin Yu's wrist, filled with a sense of despair. Lin Yu watched as Xia Yu's life force gradually faded, trembling all over, and spoke softly. I'm sorry. This is the only way I could conceive of to emerge victorious. Chapter 15. The Meeting. Lin Yu is a werewolf. Based on the premise that there are only 2 humans and 5 werewolves, Lin Yu deduced a new conclusion: for the humans to triumph in the game, there are 2 strategies. One involves misleading the werewolves into believing they are voting out a good player, thereby eliminating their fellow werewolves. The other entails hunting down the werewolves within the game, just as the rules have never explicitly stated that werewolves are outsiders. Although the game consistently emphasizes the werewolves' superiority in their arsenal, it has never mandated that humans must always be the prey. Xia Yu feared revealing her identity as a werewolf. Yet Lin Yu harbored an even greater fear of her exposure. For once Xia Yu's true nature was unveiled, Lin Yu would not only lack 4 human allies to vote with, but might also alert the other werewolves to the discrepancy in their numbers. Thus, Lin Yu found himself compelled to eliminate Xia Yu. Rising from the ground, he beheld Xia Yu's lifeless form, and the blood splattered upon himself, leaning against the railing as he retched. Afterward, noticing a shadowy figure lurking at the corner of the 3rd-floor staircase vanish from sight, Lin Yu swiftly halted this nauseating display following his first act of murder. Indeed, the thief Yao Jingye was also a werewolf. Thus, his allies could only be either Chunjua or Su Xiaomei. With a stoic expression, he wiped the blood from the dagger on his sleeve and turned toward the 1st floor. Yet, within him, there lingered a tumult of emotions. No matter how much he reassured himself that this was a matter of survival, that Xia Yu had struck first and was now deceased, it ultimately remained an act of murder, taking a life with his own hands. Yet it is precisely these tumultuous waves that have brought Lin Yu to a moment of profound clarity. He yearns to survive, to once again grace the stage, to become an illustrious actor, to deliver performances that resonate deeply within the soul. Moreover, he is determined to uncover the inexplicable motives of that enigmatic junior who seeks to take his life. He would not hesitate to resort to violence if necessary. As Lin Yu descended the staircase, he concealed a dagger within his belt, hidden beneath the fabric of his tailored British coat. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he unexpectedly encountered Chunjua and Su Xiaomei emerging from the dining room. Once again facing Lin Yu, Chunjua appeared notably on edge. However, this time, he seemed to muster a modicum of confidence and initiated a conversation. "Hey, Lin Yu, why are you alone? Where's Xia Yu?" Lin Yu spread his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "I don't know. We got separated, and I'm looking for her." He added, "If you see her, please tell her to come down to the 1st floor." As Lin Yu spoke, he noticed Chunjua furrowing his brow. Separated? How could that be? Yet, Lin Yu chose not to respond, hastily turning away to continue on his path. Shortly thereafter, he heard Chunjua pulling Su Xiaomei up the stairs. Lin Yu exhaled and made his way toward the conference room, internally counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before he could complete his countdown, the urgent chimes of a bell resonated through the air. Ding, ding, ding. As the bells rang out, the sky outside suddenly darkened. Lin Yu understood instinctively that this was the summons for an emergency meeting. Someone had discovered the body. Most likely, it was Chunjua and Su Xiaomei who stumbled upon Xia Yu's lifeless form on the staircase. He reached the end of the corridor and pushed open the door to the conference room. Inside, the agenda displayed on the wall was frozen in time, and the clock indicated that it was now 7 in the evening. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Yu returned to his seat. Moments latte. Yu Longwo was the first to enter the room. He cast a glance at Lin Yu, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Is this your emergency meeting?" "No," Lin Yu replied succinctly, shaking his head. Just as Yu Longwo was about to inquire further, the conference room door swung open once more. Bang! Bao Lu forcefully entered, and behind him, in addition to Yao Jingye, were Chunjua and Su Xiaomei. The 4 of them had entered together, and Yu Longwo's expression shifted to one of realization. "It seems the veterinarian has met his demise," he murmured. The 4 newcomers took their seats in succession, and Chunjua, pale-faced, spoke up. "Indeed, we discovered the veterinarian's body." Clearly shaken, Chunjua struggled to gather himself. Su Xiaomei took the reins of the narrative, recounting the events. Chunjua and I had just completed our task on the first floor and were preparing to ascend to the second floor when we stumbled upon Xia Yu's corpse on the staircase. She bore a stab wound to her chest, which appears to be the cause of death. With Su Xiaomei's conclusion, Chunjua finally regained his composure, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. It's him. Not only was he working alongside Xia Yu, but we discovered the body in the middle of the castle's staircase. In the fleeting moments before we discovered the body, we had just encountered him descending the same staircase. I found it peculiar and inquired why he was alone. In response, he merely mumbled something about losing track of the veterinarian and then departed. The gaze of the crowd instantly converged upon Lin Yu. Chunjua's words unequivocally implicated Lin Yu as the prime suspect. Upon hearing Chunjua's statement, Lin Yu erupted into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha! He rose from his seat, hands braced on the table, and coldly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am innocent of murder. This entire ordeal is a fabrication by this rotund individual. Indeed, I lost sight of Xia Yu, but how could I possibly have harmed her? If I were truly a wolf, would I first target a fellow veterinarian? Just moments ago, as this foolish fat man accused me, I conducted an examination of him." Lin Yu pointed at Chunjua, his voice icy. "As I suspected, he is the wolf. He murdered Xia Yu, who was in my group, to frame me, the highest-ranked seer present." Lin Yu's tone was fervent, laced with numerous personal attacks on Chunjua. Naturally, Chunjua trembled with rage. "What nonsense are you spouting? I was working alongside Teacher Su, which only indicates that you two are the double wolves. Good citizens, heed my words. Let us unanimously vote to eliminate this otaku tonight, and tomorrow we shall dispatch the teacher in turn, bringing this game to an end." Lin Yu spoke with stark audacity. His reasoning was utterly nonsensical, yet his fervor was palpable. Coupled with Chunjua's flustered state, he momentarily found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Ultimately, Chunjua produced a device from his pocket, roughly the size of a palm, resembling a walkie-talkie. "All right, detective. You claim you did not kill Xia Yu. Do you dare to repeat that in front of this lie detector?" Teacher Su's professional insights revealed that the human faction possessed two crucial items, and we had just uncovered one. This very lie detector. Chapter 16. The ingenious use of the lie detector. The isolated Lin Yu. A lie detector? Lin Yu was taken aback by Chunjua's revelation of the small device. However, he quickly realized that this development could actually work to his advantage. Lin Yu immediately turned to Chunjua, his tone sharp. "Fine. Let us put it to the test. I'm not afraid of you. Activate it now." Chunjua scoffed. "Very well. Let us see how you maintain your bravado afterward." Su Xiaomei interjected, "But do not attempt any tricks. This lie detector can only assess one statement per day." Chunjua paused, glancing at Su Xiaomei. "Teacher Su, why are you telling him this?" Su Xiaomei seemed to realize her slip of tongue and appeared somewhat apologetic. "Oh, I apologize. I was merely concerned he might obfuscate the issue and squander this precious opportunity. However, should he attempt to divert the topic, it can be taken as an indication that he dares not accept the test. Cannot it?" "Susai stili." Chunjua nodded in agreement. "All right then, Teacher Su." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, among these two individuals, the likelihood of Chunjua being a trusted human ally is considerably higher. Su Xiaomei, earlier, certainly exhibited a suspicious inclination towards sending concealed messages. Yet, for Lin Yu, this holds no significance. There is no need for subterfuge. It is best to proceed directly. Chunjua pressed the button on the side of the polygraph. "Let's begin." He aimed the device at Lin Yu as the indicator light illuminated. Lin Yu, gazing at the polygraph, calmly declared, "The death of Xia Yu has nothing to do with me." Beep. The indicator on the polygraph turned red, emitting a shrill sound. Chunjua jumped up in excitement. You are lying." Lin Yu's face manifested a look of astonishment, but this expression was merely a facade. After all, Lin Yu's objective was to convince everyone present that he was the Iron Werewolf. Consequently, the only individual likely to vote for him would be Chunjua. Furthermore, from that moment onward, he would appear to be the closest ally to all the werewolves. Thus, Lin Yu's choice to confront Xia Yu on the staircase was not solely based on the advantageous terrain for a potential counterattack against the armed Xia Yu. There was another crucial reason. The staircase was a thoroughfare, making it easy for others to discover a body, thereby increasing the suspicion towards Lin Yu. As for why he was so overt in his actions, Lin Yu directed his gaze towards Bao Lu and Yao Jingye's group, while Yulonghua and Su Xiaomei were manageable, as they would certainly identify themselves as werewolf allies. Bao Lu and Yao Jingye had likely already recognized each other as werewolves on the very first day. Hence, Lin Yu needed to be conspicuously apparent to prompt these two to reconsider their previous judgments and to believe he was indeed the werewolf. Indeed, at this moment, Bao Lu wore a contemplative expression, while Yao Jingye cast incredulous glances at Bao Lu. Nevertheless, even with this strategy, Lin Yu had to struggle somewhat. What if the other werewolves deemed him hopeless and decided to cast their votes against him? Although the voting was anonymous, it was probable that they would avoid voting him out if possible. After all, there were only 2 werewolves present. Even if Lin Yu were to be voted out, a single abstention could muddle the waters, allowing someone to falsely claim they had voted. Regardless, he must still engage in some form of defense. Facing the flashing red polygraph, Lin Yu began to craft his almost contrarian argument. What? You claim I am lying simply because you say so? Perhaps this device's red light signifies truth instead. Furthermore, you assert this contraption measures lies, while I could just as easily argue that it's a gramophone or even a nail clipper. Most importantly, even if we entertain the notion that my previous statement was false, what of it? Might it not be possible that Xia Yu's death indeed relates to me? After all, it was my separation from her that led to her demise at your hands. Lin Yu articulated in rapid succession. Qinzhua, upon hearing this, scoffed repeatedly. Such feeble justifications. Do you see anyone believing you? I call for a vote. Qinzhua shouted. Suddenly, a flame ignited before each individual, from which a sheet of white paper and a feather quill descended. Blood letters emerged on the white paper. Write the name of the person you wish to banish. Qinzhua picked up the pen and immediately began to write fervently. Lin Yu also inscribed Qinzhua's name on the paper. Subsequently, the voting phase concluded. Whoosh! Flames reappeared, engulfing the paper and pens. However, this time, everyone had begun to acclimate to the startling nature of the game and were not frightened. Next, blood letters materialized on the wall. The voting results for this round were as follows. Lin Yu received 1 vote. Qinzhua received 1 vote. The votes were tied, and since no one received votes exceeding half the number of survivors, no one was banished. The blood letters gradually faded away. Qinzhua was dumbfounded. Wait, guys, you. Before he could finish, Lin Yu loudly interrupted. What are you all doing? Why not vote for this nerd? He.S. undermining me, the detective. I hold the highest status here. For heaven's sake, what's wrong with you all? Qinzhua stood there, speechless, staring at Lin Yu, his mouth agape. He longed to ask, how did you say everything I wanted to say? Why are you so anxious, werewolf? However, the others, under Lin Yu's vehement outburst, began to reflect on the voting results and appeared somewhat astonished. Clearly, Lin Yu's survival was also somewhat incredulous to them. Nevertheless, Lin Yu observed the remaining 4 individuals and noted that they seemed not overly concerned about the matter. They appeared to adopt a mindset of relief that they had not been eliminated and had already begun to relax. Only Qinzhua, feeling indignant, found a corner sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Thus, time advanced to the next day. Morning dawned once more, and Lin Yu rose from the sofa. Although he had taken a life, he had slept more soundly than ever the night before. It was time for task assignments again. Yulonghua stood before the schedule and glanced at Lin Yu. Your partner is dead. Regardless of whether you are the murderer, what do you intend to do next? Of course, I will team up with you, soldier. You must keep a close watch on this werewolf. Qinzhua hastily interjected. Lin Yu, unhurried, replied. However, I believe it would be better for me to go alone. If I truly am the werewolf, wouldn't that be a gamble with your life, brother you? Qinzhua, somewhat anxious, retorted. But brother you has the strength of a soldier, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Stop being so generous with others' lives. Nerd, do you not realize that the werewolf might possess deadly weapons? Even with 5 times the physical capacity, you should not put the soldier in danger. Lin Yu exclaimed sharply. Chinjua, caught off guard by Lin Yu's moral high ground, fell silent, his face flushed, unable to articulate a response. Su Xiaomei quickly tugged at Chinjua. All right, stop arguing with him. Yu Longwu cast a significant glance at Lin Yu and calmly stated, Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Chapter 17 Lin Yu's Scheme. The deceived Yao Jingye. After noting down the tasks he was to undertake, Lin Yu left the conference room alone. He returned to the second floor. The first task on the second floor was in the kitchen, where the assignment was to clean the stove. After Lin Yu entered the kitchen, he closed the heavy door and exhaled a sigh of relief. Exhaustion weighed upon him, yet the toil was undoubtedly worthwhile. The fervent and somewhat foolish remarks and performances from the previous night had surely left a lasting impression. Now, apart from Chinjua, the remaining 4 players, the surviving werewolves, must have begun to believe, at least to some extent, that he was indeed their ally. There is no need to elaborate on Yu Longwu and Su Xiaomei. Even Bao Lu and Yao Jingye, who had exchanged identities, might sense that something was amiss. However, it remained uncertain whether these two would be astute enough to deduce that the number of werewolves was 5. As Lin Yu wiped the bloodstains from the stove with a cloth, he couldn't help but ponder this. He sincerely hoped that they would remain oblivious. Just as he was halfway through cleaning the stove, the kitchen door creaked open. Yao Jingye cautiously peeked in, casting a glance at Lin Yu. With a smile, he spoke. Detective Lin, are you working on a task? Observing Yao Jingye's wary demeanor as he approached alone, Lin Yu's suspicions were largely confirmed. Indeed, neither Yao Jingye nor Bao Lu had unraveled the truth about there being 5 werewolves. Yao Jingye's solo visit likely aimed to verify whether he was genuinely a werewolf. If he were indeed one, then Bao Lu must be the imposter. Nevertheless, Lin Yu feigned ignorance of Yao Jingye's intentions, maintaining an air of caution. He placed a hand on his lower back and spoke cautiously. Why is a thief like you here alone? We're your teammates. I advise you not to come too close. Lin Yu's voice was cold, prompting Yao Jingye to hastily reply, Brother, I know you're a werewolf. We are teammates. In a swift motion, Yao Jingye produced a sharp hand axe from his coat, its handle adorned with a wolf's head. Look, this is my exclusive werewolf weapon. Lin Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, You are also a werewolf. He instinctively drew a dagger from his waist, weighing it in his hand, only to suddenly adopt a menacing expression. Wait, you didn't activate the thief's ability to steal my werewolf companion's weapon and come here to deceive me, did you? Yao Jingye quickly protested, Brother, I truly am your teammate. Just yesterday morning, I witnessed you killing the veterinarian and retching beside the corpse while holding onto the railing. I didn't mention this to anyone during the meeting last night. Now you must believe that I am your ally. Flustered, Yao Jingye sought to validate his claim. Lin Yu finally feigned realization. So you really are my ally. That's splendid. We can act together. We can now wield double blades. Although that soldier is formidable, he will surely be no match for the 2 of us united. Lin Yu exclaimed with feigned excitement, seeing Lin Yu's eagerness to rush out and unleash havoc. Yao Jingye was persuaded of Lin Yu's allegiance as a werewolf. Yet, he revealed a conflicted expression. However, dear detective, Yao Jingye said, somewhat conflicted, it seems that there is indeed something peculiar at play. The ruffian from my group appears to be a werewolf as well, and we exchanged identities yesterday. Indeed, faced with the revelation from Yao Jingye, Lin Yu had anticipated this development. The fact that the other party chose to confide in him suggested a preference for Lin Yu as his true ally. Consequently, Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Scratching his head, Yao Jingye chuckled, Detective. Your earlier speculation about my abilities was correct. As a thief, my power allows me to pilfer an item from someone once a day. I can randomly steal any one item from a person. After completing my first task yesterday, the ruffian sneaked away under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. But I discreetly observed that he was headed in the wrong direction. Upon his return, my suspicions grew, prompting me to employ my thieving ability. To my astonishment, I discovered a watermelon knife engraved with a wolf's head on him. Clearly, that is a weapon exclusive to werewolves. I deduced he might be a werewolf and decided to confront him, revealing my identity and returning the knife. Initially, he was skeptical, but later, when we found a werewolf box, I opened it in his presence, and he was completely convinced. As Yao Jingye recounted the tale, he fell into contemplation. Brother, do you think there might be more than 2 werewolves? Lin Yu, processing the narrative rapidly, pondered whether to disclose the truth to Yao Jingye in a bid to earn his trust. No, wait. During Yao Jingye's recounting, a critical trap had emerged that could lead to the downfall of Bao Lu. Lin Yu suddenly realized, casting a grave look at Yao Jingye. Oh no, you've been played by that scoundrel. Using the werewolf box and weapon to determine if someone is a werewolf is indeed clever, but do not forget the ruffian's abilities. Upon hearing this, Yao Jingye's countenance changed dramatically. Oh no, his ability allows him to disregard a rule. He must have opened the werewolf box using his power. Panic surged through him as he recognized the implications of his identity being exposed. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Yao Jingye reached a troubling conclusion. The more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. With Bao Lu's brash and impulsive nature, it was entirely reasonable for him to exploit his ruffian abilities to forcibly open the werewolf box and acquire a weapon for self-defense. At that moment, Lin Yu seized the opportunity, declaring, I have just utilized my detective ability to ascertain that the ruffian's identity is human. Yao Jingye, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, inquired anxiously, What should we do, detective? My identity is already exposed to him. Lin Yu quickly reassured Yao Jingye, Do not panic. The fact that he did not expose you in yesterday's meeting indicates that he intends to maintain a faade of cooperation for now. Given his selfish and volatile nature, he likely has no intention of revealing your identity to others. This scoundrel may very well be planning to identify both werewolves at once or even eliminate them himself. I harbor grave suspicions that he might relish the sight of werewolves claiming a few victims, even if it means shedding blood among his own ranks. He may not even wish for the others to survive. For instance, when I eliminated Xiaoyu yesterday, he could hardly contain his delight, especially since Xiaoyu had engaged in a dispute with him on the very first day. After Lin Yu articulated his thoughts, Yao Jingye nodded in deep agreement. This ruffian indeed poses a problem. What shall we do now, Brother Lin? Lin Yu's expression hardened as he made a gesture across his throat. We must strike first while he remains unsuspecting. You should launch a surprise attack and eliminate him. Chapter 18. Persuading Chunjua. The worst-case scenario. After Lin used persuasive words, Yao Jingye grasped his axe, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Brother Lin, you are indeed correct. We must take the initiative. However, he raised a concern, but Brother Lin, this ruffian is in my group. If I kill him, won't my suspicion increase? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. No matter. You proceed with the killing. During that time, I shall not be idle. I will seize the opportunity to eliminate another. If 2 individuals perish simultaneously, as we both voted yesterday, you witness that we will not be ousted as long as we bind our votes. Lin Yu spoke confidently. Even if I do not find an opportune moment, ensure you conceal the body well. Perhaps we might have the chance to strike together and then vote out the last one. That would lead us to an outright victory. Yao Jingye, thoroughly convinced by Lin Yu's reasoning, felt the sweet taste of impending triumph. All right, Brother Lin, I knew you were astute. It is truly a blessing to have someone like you as a teammate. Lin Yu patted Yao Jingye on the shoulder. However, you must exercise caution, for our entire plan hinges on your successful elimination of the ruffian. Therefore, upon encountering him, do not hesitate. Strike without delay. Do not falter, regardless of what he says. Yao Jingye nodded fervently. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I shall cleave him in 2 with my axe. Having said this, he hoisted his axe and turned to leave. Lin Yu watched Yao Jingye depart, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of whether Yao Jingye succeeded in slaying Bao Lu or fell prey to him, the number of werewolves would diminish by 1. The next step was to find a way to regain Chunjua's trust. If he could secure Chunjua's confidence, the game's progression would fall entirely under Lin Yu's control. Lin Yu recalled the tasks assigned to Chunjua and Su Xiaomei. Given the current time, they might have completed their first and second tasks. Lin Yu swiftly cleared the area, accomplishing his first task, and subsequently made his way to the vicinity of the 3rd-floor bedroom. This was the location of Chunjua and Su Xiaomei's 3rd task. Upon investigation, He was pleasantly surprised to discover an unopened human supply box within the bedroom. An unexpected boon. Before long, Lin Yu spotted Chunjua appearing alone. The chubby fellow climbed the stairs, panting as he reached the bedroom door. Such an opportune moment. Lin Yu was overjoyed. As soon as Chunjua drew near, he sprang out. "Hey, nerd," Lin Yu spoke, startling Chunjua. Upon realizing it was Lin Yu, Chunjua turned to flee. However, Lin Yu swiftly grasped Chunjua's corpulent frame. Before the otaku could call out, Lin Yu hastily interjected, "Otaku, if I intended to kill you, I would slit your throat right now, so refrain from shouting." With that, Lin Yu drew a dagger and pressed it against Chunjua's neck. Terrified, Chunjua's face drained of color as he stammered, "Don't act rashly. Teacher Su is merely wrapping up the second task and asked me to come here. She will be here shortly. If you kill me, you will surely be voted out. I do not wish to slay you. I know you are human, just as I am," Lin Yu replied coldly. "Indeed, I killed Xiaoyu, but she was a werewolf. She was merely slain in turn by my hand," he asserted. The rules of this game do not state that humans cannot retaliate against werewolves. Use your pig-headed brain to ponder this. Could a detective holding such crucial information possibly be a werewolf? Lin Yu spoke with commanding fervor, adding, "There exists a supply box for humans in this room. If you doubt me, I shall open it for you." As he released Chunjua, the latter regarded Lin Yu with skepticism. "Are you truly human?" "Of course," Lin Yu replied, pushing open the door to the bedroom and striding toward a brown box in the corner. With a decisive click, he unlocked the brown human supply box, retrieving food and water, tossing a piece of bread to Chunjua. Now partially convinced, Chunjua exclaimed, "Goodness, detective, you are indeed human." An apologetic expression crossed his face as he sheepishly scratched his head. "I'm sorry for mistaking you for a werewolf last night." Yet, this contrition swiftly dissipated as Chunjua pondered aloud. "But on the flip side, one cannot entirely blame me. You did present yourself as a werewolf last night." "I did so intentionally," Lin Yu replied calmly. "For if I appeared too benign, I might have been voted out. Aren't you curious why I seemed so much like a werewolf yet only garnered your vote?" Chunjua was taken aback. "What does that mean?" "It implies that this game contains a verbal trap. The human faction encompasses those two outsiders. The soldiers are werewolves, the ruffians are werewolves, the veterinarian is a werewolf, and the thief is a werewolf. Even the teacher is a werewolf. Only the two of us are human." Chunjua was reeling from this revelation. "No way. Is that true?" He ran his fingers through his hair, muttering to himself, but upon reflection, Teacher Su has never opened a human box. She even had me open the lie detector and handgun boxes. After Chunjua spoke, Lin Yu interjected, "Indeed, Teacher Su. Wait a moment, the handgun?" Chunjua nodded yes. Teacher Su's professional ability is to acquire useful information regarding this game. The information she obtained is that the human faction possesses two extraordinarily powerful items. One is a lie detector, and the other is a handgun. The lie detector can determine the truth of one lie per day, while the handgun has only one bullet, but that bullet is guaranteed to hit its target. Chunjua explained earnestly. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Yu's mind. "Then where's the handgun?" "In Teacher Su's possession," Chunjua replied, his expression suddenly turning grave. Now, humanity's greatest reliance in countering werewolves has unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the werewolves themselves. Lin Yu remained silent for a considerable time, gazing at Chunjua. "Let us get to the bottom of this, Chunjua. What exactly is your ability?" Chunjua replied honestly, "My ability reduces physical consumption to 1/3 of that of an ordinary person while remaining stationary, and my recovery speed increases threefold." Lin Yu paused for a few seconds, then smiled as he spoke. "Since that handgun has only one bullet, would you be willing to take that sure shot? A guaranteed hit does not necessarily equate to certain death. If you lie down and remain still, perhaps your wound might heal. After all, this was also a consequence of your own mistake." Chunjua's complexion turned pale. "Bro, are you serious?" "Of course, I was just joking," Lin Yu sighed. It was already challenging enough to deal with soldiers, and now there was also a teacher armed with a gun. This game was proving to be exceedingly difficult, and Lin Yu could scarcely envision a more dire outcome. Would they have to rely on ambushes, or perhaps further deceive Yao Jingye? Lin Yu sighed as he contemplated solutions. At that moment, the the bedroom door swung open. Upon seeing the duo entering, Lin Yu slowly exhaled. It turned out that the situation could indeed worsen. The two who walked in were none other than Soldier Yu Longhua and teacher Su Xiaomei. Chapter 19. Deeply trapped in despair. The simultaneous appearance of Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei was undoubtedly the last scenario Lin Yu wished to witness. After confirming that humans could kill werewolves, Lin Yu had entirely placed his hopes of winning the game on personally eliminating a werewolf. In his original plan, he had no intention of confronting Yu Longhua at all. The optimal scenario would have been to keep Yu Longhua until the end and vote him out during the meeting. After all, his ability enhanced his physical prowess fivefold. Being a soldier by origin, he would undoubtedly be proficient in various combat techniques. Furthermore, as a member of the werewolf faction, he likely possessed a werewolf weapon. Given all these considerations, Yu Longhua was undoubtedly the hardest to kill, as long as there remained a glimmer of possibility. Lin Yu was determined to avoid a confrontation with him. Meanwhile, Su Xiaomei, now armed with a handgun, had become exceedingly dangerous. The power of firearms should never be underestimated. Although there was only one bullet, its guaranteed hit effect was scarcely distinguishable from certain death, even if shot in the leg. The bleeding from a gunshot wound was not something that could heal naturally. There were no emergency rooms in this game. Lin Yu was acutely aware of this fact, as he himself was brought into this game by a bullet. He understood better than anyone the sense of helplessness that followed being shot. Yet to win the game, one of Su Xiaomei or Yu Longhua must be eliminated. Lin Yu had initially weighed the merits of ambushing one over the other, but now, both had appeared simultaneously, leaving him with no choice. Furthermore, Lin Yu had begun to notice a crucial detail. Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua had entered one after the other, and their positions were quite close together upon entry. In a certain sense, they had undoubtedly established a mutual trust alliance. The foundation of this trust was likely built upon the realization that they were both werewolves. Lin Yu's thoughts flowed like a river, and he resolved to take the initiative. You two must have already uncovered the truth of this game, haven't you? Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua stood at the threshold of the bedroom, separated from Lin Yu and Chen Zhuo by a double bed. Su Xiaomei brandished a gun, a beautifully crafted revolver with an intricately carved wooden handle. Indeed, when I found myself alone, I encountered a soldier who intended to kill me. Fortunately, this piece calmed him down. It was also due to this that we both realized something significant. The soldier, Yu Longhua, broke into a grin. So, it turns out there are more than just two werewolves. Humans are the outsiders. Lin Yu nodded. I have come to that realization as well, especially since only Chen Zhuo voted for me yesterday. With the death of Xia Yu at my hands, it seems the only remaining human is this little chubby one. Lin Yu spoke with an air of certainty, immediately throwing Chen Zhuo onto the bus. Chen Zhuo turned, disbelief etched across his face. Mouth agape. You. But Lin Yu had no time to consider Chen Zhuo. He instead focused on Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei. Their expressions were decidedly off. Both Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei regarded him with hostility and wariness. Silently, he drew a dagger from his waist, deliberately displaying it to the two. This was not merely to bolster the persuasiveness of his claims, but also to enhance his own defensive capabilities. At that moment, another figure peeked in at the door. Oh, what a lively gathering. I heard the commotion from afar. Why is everyone crammed in here? Yao Jingye's silhouette emerged. Upon noticing the four individuals in the bedroom, he slowly stepped inside. Especially when Yao Jingye recognized Lin Yu beside Chen Zhuo. He immediately began to exchange knowing glances with Lin Yu while attempting to approach Su Xiaomei. Lin Yu understood Yao Jingye's expression. He had undoubtedly eliminated Bao Lu. Now, he wished for Lin Yu to join forces with him to simultaneously eliminate Chen Zhuo and Su Xiaomei, and then vote to dispose of Yu Longhua at the meeting, just as Lin Yu had suggested earlier. However, regrettably, Yao Jingye's intentions were also discerned by Su Xiaomei. The middle-aged woman once again brandished a revolver, aiming it at Yao Jingye. Calm down, thief. Although I am unaware of your intentions, keep your composure. Like you, I'm also a werewolf. Yao Jingye immediately raised his hands, astonished by Su Xiaomei's words. What do you mean, you are also a werewolf? Su Xiaomei nodded, reiterating the conclusion. Yes. The outsiders in this game refer to humans. The werewolves number 5. Both Yulongwa and I are werewolves, whether you believe it or not. Just refrain from causing any trouble moving forward. Yulongwa observed the bloodstain on Yao Jingye's chest with keen interest and spoke in a low voice. Did you kill that ruffian? Yao Jingye nodded, then suddenly realized something. Filled with regret. Oh no, the detective made a mistake. We were unaware that there were 5 werewolves. The day before, the ruffian told me he was a wolf. But the next day, I saw the detective kill the veterinarian. It felt wrong, so I sought out the detective for a private chat. After our discussion, we concluded there were only 2 werewolves, which meant the ruffian could not possibly be one. I ended up killing the ruffian. Yao Jingye exhaled, regaining his composure. Well, it's done. Now it seems the only human left should be that recluse. If I eliminate him, it will all be over. As he spoke, Chen Zhuo began to tremble. He had come to realize that he had become the target of everyone's animosity. However, contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, at this critical juncture, Chen Zhuo did not reveal his humanity. Instead, he summoned his courage and shouted, "Damn it, so you're all werewolves. 5 wolves are besieging a single human. How is this game even playable? If you wish to kill, then go ahead." Lin Yu felt a twinge of gratitude towards Chen Zhuo for his actions. Everyone in this game possessed a strong desire to survive, and Chen Zhuo surely wished to live as well. Yet he chose to divert the hostility aimed at him. However, it was futile, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Yulongwa scoffed. 5 werewolves? Wrong. You have allies. The detective behind you is your comrade. He is not a werewolf. Yulongwa asserted with conviction. Lin Yu felt helpless. From the very beginning, he could discern from the expressions of Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei that they were utterly confident in their allegiance to the human faction. He now found himself in an exceedingly perilous predicament. Chapter 20. The performance in desperation begins. Although Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei appeared quite certain, Lin Yu refused to abandon his act. After all, he had awakened as a deceiver, and he believed he should struggle a bit longer. What if he could mislead them? With that thought, Lin Yu feigned displeasure and glared at Yulongwa. What do you mean? On what basis do you claim I am not a werewolf? I think you are the one who resembles a wolf. I possess a werewolf weapon, do you? As he spoke, Lin Yu brandished the dagger in his hand. Yulongwa produced a curved blade from his coat, its hilt engraved with a wolf's head. Don't think you can turn the tables on me. I also have a werewolf weapon. Chen Zhuo, witnessing the heated exchange between Lin Yu and Yulongwa, couldn't he help but chuckle. Even in the face of life and death, he found the absurdity of everyone fighting to prove their identity as werewolves in this game darkly humorous. Upon seeing Yulongwa draw the curved blade, Lin Yu showed no hesitation and continued to press. Since we both possess werewolf weapons, on what grounds do you believe I am human and not a werewolf? At that moment, Su Xiaomei interjected. The thief just said that he mistakenly believed the ruffian was not a werewolf after conferring with you, which led him to kill the ruffian. You clearly knew yesterday that the number of werewolves was greater. Why then did you allow him to kill the scoundrel? Su Xiaomei stated with an air of oppression. Lin Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yulongwa. You need not attempt to argue with me. You only just realized it yourself. Your deliberate act of resembling a werewolf during yesterday's meeting. Do not try to convince me you were unaware. Detective, you are an astute individual. Refrain from uttering foolishness. Yulongwa deftly eliminated one of Lin Yu's excuses. However, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. He had not intended to resort to such a foolish justification. I genuinely believe the scoundrel is a human thief. He informed me that he and the scoundrel recognized each other as werewolves due to the scoundrel possessing werewolf weaponry. Yet, considering the scoundrel's abilities, I suspect that the werewolf weaponry may have been acquired through his powers for fishing. Initially, when I observed the teacher and the otaku, as well as the scoundrel and the thief, the 2 pairs seemed tightly bound together, exuding a profound trust in one another. Therefore, I speculated that perhaps the 2 pairs were double werewolves recognizing each other. Thus, in my vision, the humans I initially suspected were the soldier and the veterinarian. However, after the veterinarian was killed and I verified the soldier, I discovered you were a werewolf. This indicates that one of the individuals in these 2 groups was masquerading as a werewolf. Who could have anticipated my conjecture was erroneous? The reality was that the otaku was exceedingly foolish, completely duped by the teacher. I sincerely apologize, dear thief, for my hubris led me to withhold the truth from you. Lin Yu sighed. His words were profoundly moving. Chenjue gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if truly convinced he was a werewolf. Although Yao Jingye was displeased, he too began to believe, albeit partially, that Lin Yu was indeed a werewolf. Damn it, detective. You have truly played me for a fool. Even Su Xiaomei's expression showed signs of wavering. Yet at that moment, Yu Longwu once again let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, Detective, you are undeniably dangerous. Your words are exceedingly deceptive. Were it not for my decisive evidence, I might have been ensnared by your ruse. Yu Longwu spoke coldly, and Lin Yu felt a chill of foreboding. He turned to Yu Longwu, summoning the courage to ask, What decisive evidence do you possess? That dagger of yours belongs to the veterinarian. Yu Longwu replied calmly, causing Lin Yu's scalp to prickle. Subsequently, as if fearing Lin Yu would not relent, Yu Longwu continued, Though I am alone, I am far more efficient in completing tasks than you might imagine. Thus, on my first day, after completing my initial task, I wandered about aimlessly and fortuitously encountered her entering the storage room alone. I concealed myself, and after she departed, I entered the storage room, where I discovered an open box containing werewolf weaponry. Yu Longwu spoke coldly, and Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. No amount of calculation could have prepared him for such an unforeseen coincidence. Yu Longwu's voice resounded once more. Do not struggle, detective. In this game, it is almost impossible for humans to win. Your ability to kill the veterinarian and orchestrate the demise of a scoundrel has already surpassed my expectations. A twinge of bitterness arose within Lin Yu. Indeed, this game was exceedingly arduous for humans. He endeavored to muster one final struggle. Was it possible that I truly am a werewolf? Yu Longwu interrupted him, a cruel and ferocious smile spreading across his face. It matters not, Lin Yu. There are 5 werewolves. This means that even if 1 or 2 perish, it is of no consequence. Regardless, I shall kill you today, Yu Longwu declared with a chilling, ruthless tone. Lin Yu exhaled, engulfed in despair. This soldier was far more vicious and resolute than he had anticipated. Indeed, his misfortune was greater than he had imagined, not merely due to the coincidence of Yu Longwu encountering Xiaoyu, but rather, being assigned to the human faction was already a grave misfortune, for even the slightest coincidence could lead to his irrevocable doom. Moreover, his sole ally was an introverted individual. The imbalance was insufferable. Lin Yu found himself contemplating abandonment. Perhaps it would be best to resign himself to death. After all, he felt as if he were already dead. Yet in a mere instant this thought was vanquished. How could he possibly yield? His arrival in this game was baffling enough. How could he surrender due to the inexplicable imbalance of this game? Steeling himself, Lin Yu reasoned that being assigned to the human faction could very well be the design of a higher power, one who believed him to be more formidable and intelligent than all of them combined. Furthermore, his profession as the soul trickster would have been better served had he initially chosen the role of a marksman, capable of summoning infinite bullets. Lin Yu clenched his teeth in contemplation. However, he knew that this was merely a figment of his imagination. After all, had he not been a detective, he would not have been the first to perceive the traps of this game. Moreover, such a summoning ability would be difficult for them to believe. Given the current state of affairs, time could not be reversed. He needed to conceive a strategy that could resolve the situation immediately. He gazed at the coldly determined Yu Longwu, poised with his curved blade, feeling death inching closer with every moment. Do you have any final words, detective? Do you dare to attempt to overcome Yu Longwu? The odds are slim. Even if you were to defeat him, there remains the threat of Su Xiaomei with her gun. Could he devise a means to persuade them that he was a werewolf? No, Yu Longwu was resolute in his intent to slay him, and his own guilt was already established. Any further delay would be futile. The more Lin Yu pondered, the greater his despair grew. It seemed the only way to turn the tide was through the reversal of time. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a wild notion surged within him. What if time could indeed be reversed? He suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Trickster, perform. Lin Yu recalled the teachings of their esteemed professor. The essence of performance is deception, originally rooted in the most primitive forms of magic, intended to fool deities and the world. In the depths of winter, people don green garments, mimicking the vibrant trees, striving to deceive the gods and the world into believing that spring is near, in hopes of eliciting warmth and moisture. The current predicament was undeniably dire. However, his innate talent for performance had once again enabled him to escape from dire straits. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Since death was inevitable, why not attempt a grand performance at this final juncture of life, one that could deceive both this world and the divine? He lifted his gaze towards the kingdom of Yulong, a wry smile gracing his lips. Alas, I find myself bested by you once more. Now, the performance commences. Chapter 21, Abilities Rewind. Yulongwa was undoubtedly a clever individual. Lin Yu admitted that he had underestimated him previously. Among the other 6 players, Yulongwa was distinctly the most ruthless and astute. Thus, attempting to fool him with a performance would prove to be no easy feat conversely. If such a clever person were to be deceived, he would subsequently assist Lin Yu in deceiving himself. Consequently, as Yulongwa observed Lin Yu's helpless smile and heard his words, an unsettling feeling washed over him. What do you mean by that? Have we met before? Yulongwa inquired coldly. Observing Yulongwa's demeanor, Lin Yu calmly and composedly continued his performance. Naturally, why not take a guess at when we might have crossed paths? Don't mind this fellow. He may just be engaging in trickery. Susumai intozet sapi. Yulongwa was inclined to believe this. Yet Lin Yu's current demeanor was far too composed. Who would remain so tranquil before death merely for the sake of deception? What exactly are you trying to convey? Lin Yu smiled as he turned his attention to Chinjua. Hey, Otaku Chanjua, in the anime you adore, they're Danganronpa and Detective Conan, right? Do you fancy Hybrid AI? Their essay news series you've been following? ISNT there? Chunjua was taken aback. How do you know? Well, it's obvious. You appear quite enthusiastic about this deductive game, so you must enjoy similar anime. Among 10 otaku who have watched Conan, 9 have a fondness for Hybrid AI. Then, Lin Yu shifted his gaze to Su Xiaomei. Teacher Su, you must be leading a graduating class with commendable results. Yet there are surely a few troublesome students who weigh on your mind, not to mention your own child's academic struggles, correct? Su Xiaomei, who initially intended to incite Yulongwa to eliminate Lin Yu, was now rendered speechless. How do you know? Again, it's evident. Su Xiaomei clearly possesses formidable capabilities as a teacher, and such educators often oversee graduating classes. Moreover, she exudes the aura of a diligent and responsible teacher. How could she possibly rest easy regarding her students? Her presence here undoubtedly stems from strong commitment, most likely concerning her students. As for her child, given that Su Xiaomei wore a wedding ring and considering her age, it is highly probable she has children. Lin Yu had yet to encounter a teacher's parent who was satisfied with their child's academic performance. Lin Yu then turned his attention to Yao Jingye. Thief, I must admit, I rather like you. Although you identify as a thief, your circumstances are not without hardship, and you have not stolen much. I believe your family has treated you quite poorly, be it your father or your mother. Should you perish this time, you would surely wish to lead a better life thereafter. Yao Jingye's mouth fell open in astonishment. Detective, how do you know all this? It was still mere chatter. If your parents showered you with love and your family was harmonious, why would you resort to thievery? Moreover, which thief does not aspire to lead an honest life henceforth? Lin Yu's composed gaze ultimately settled upon Yulongwa. He had deftly employed his analytical and deductive abilities, along with the psychological phenomenon known as the Barnum effect, where individuals tend to believe vague, general descriptions that seem particularly relevant to them, though there was an element of chance involved. It appeared that fortune had favored him this time. The 3 individuals stood in stunned silence. While a discerning mind might detect inconsistencies upon further reflection, Lin Yu's rapid-fire statements had afforded them no time for such contemplation. Moreover, the astonished expressions of the other 2 had unwittingly induced a herd mentality. However, the most challenging task lay ahead with Yulongwa, a former soldier with unwavering resolve. He was indeed astute. and his somewhat reclusive and suspicious nature made him even more formidable. Thus, Lin Yu activated his skills to probe the depths of Yu Longwa's most closely guarded secrets. With a deep breath, a vivid image emerged in his mind. Agua, what are you planning? Smuggling is a grave offense. I'm sorry, squad leader. My mother is gravely ill. A bloodied, crew-cut man in military uniform was struck down by Yu Longwa, who had hurled a stone with great force. She suffers from uremia and needs 400,000 for a kidney transplant. If there were no donor, it would be one thing, but I have found one. I truly need the money. I'm sorry, squad leader. He struck again and again. Lin Yu exhaled. He had finally gathered the last piece of the puzzle. The performance continued. He turned to Yu Longwa, a smirk spreading across his face. And you, Yu Longwa, I have never liked you, but you do have your miseries. Don't you? You truly worry about your mother, don't you? Even with a kidney transplant, she will still require your care. As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Longwa's countenance darkened. What the hell do you want? Lin Yu's expression remained serene. Everyone has their reasons for wanting to survive. I am acutely aware that none of you wish for death. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with a sense of significance. As Lin Yu's performance and dialogue conveyed an intimate familiarity with each of them, it was time for the climax of this theatrical display. He would not grant them a moment to breathe or ponder. Lin Yu spread his arms wide, feigning regret. As you might suspect, this is not my first time playing this game. Though you cannot retain your memories, I have orchestrated this game over a dozen times. That is why I understand you. Why I know each of your reasons for wanting to live. His words left everyone in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Are you spouting nonsense? The crowd was taken aback. Su Xiaomei pointed at Lin Yu, exclaiming, I don't know what you're trying to achieve with this. But this must be the conclusion drawn from your detective skills, right? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, saying, let us not speak of the fact that today marks the third day. How could I possibly know the secrets of the four of you? As he spoke, he reached into Chunjua's pocket and retrieved the lie detector. A nostalgic expression crossed Lin Yu's face. Ah, the lie detector. It has proven invaluable in previous encounters. He pressed a button on the side of the device, and the indicator light at the top illuminated. Lin Yu slowly spoke. Listen carefully. What has awakened within me is not merely a detective, but a singular vocation. Upon finishing, he raised the lie detector, its green light shining brightly, indicating no reaction. He released his grip and tossed the device to the ground. Subsequently, Lin Yu uttered the most crucial line of this performance. My profession is that of a player. My ability is to rewind time. Chapter 22. The sole method to victory is to play God. Rewind time. As Lin Yu's words echoed, Chenjua was the first to become animated. I understand now. Lin Yu, you mean to say that you can return to the past and start anew? Much like the protagonist in Edge of Tomorrow. Lin Yu nodded slowly. Indeed, this is impossible. Su Xiaomei exclaimed, if that is the case, then you are bound to win. As long as you have not achieved victory, can you not simply rewind time indefinitely? I refuse to believe it. At the very least, he cannot rewind at will. There must be some limitation to the activation of this ability, Yu Longwa coldly interjected. We only need to subdue him before he activates the rewind. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Yu's face. That will suffice to restrain him. This strike was fueled by Yu Longwa's enhanced physical prowess. Though it may not have been at full strength, it sent Lin Yu reeling, nearly rendering him unconscious as he fell to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth, and dizziness overwhelmed him, accompanied by excruciating pain. The intense metallic taste of blood and agony nearly consumed all his senses. Yet, Lin Yu forced himself to remain conscious, aware that he could not afford to lose consciousness. Bah! Lin Yu spat out blood and teeth. Yu Longwa loomed over him, demanding, why have you not rewound time? What are the conditions for your ability? Speak now, and I may grant you a swift end. Lin Yu lifted his head to meet Yu Longwa's gaze, a bloody smile curling his lips. Why haven't you killed me yet? Is it because you are so eager to crush me? He turned to the astonished Chunjua, Su Xiaomei, and Yao Jingya, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Do you know? This upright soldier is in fact a murderer. I am curious as to why Bao Lu's profession is that of a ruffian. Yao Jingya's is a thief, yet yours is not that of a traitor or a criminal. Yu Longwa let out a growl enough He slammed a fist into the floor beside Lin Yu. Struggling to rise, Lin Yu shouted back, "Smash it over my head, just as you did to your squad leader." His face flushed with rage. Blood-tinged spittle flew from his mouth. Yulongwa's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. "I will kill you." He drew his curved blade from his waist. At that moment, Yao Jingye suddenly shouted, "Wait, soldier!" His respawn condition might be death, but it was too late. Lin Yu roared once more, "Come on, Aguo, you treacherous smuggler. You used smuggled money to treat your mother. She must be so proud, right?" Yulongwa completely lost his composure and struck Lin Yu in the chest with his blade. "Do not mention my mother. Do not insult her." As the blade struck, Lin Yu's body crumpled to the ground. Yet, his face bore no trace of pain, only a faint smirk. "What a pathetic creature you are. You have dishonored her yourself." His expression resembled that of one well acquainted with death. Blood gushed from Lin Yu's chest as he surveyed the crowd. "Quite clever. Yao Jingye, you figured it out. Next time, I hope you all vote to expel me. Otherwise, this endless cycle of torment will be unbearable." With that, Lin Yu collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply. "Excellent, Yulongwa. Until we meet again, the chance to rewind is upon us. How will I win this game next time?" Lin Yu was utterly convinced of his ability to respawn. After all, to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. His belief could serve as a crucial determinant of whether it would come to pass. As an actor who immersed himself in his role, he excelled at self-deception. In this moment, he believed more fervently than anyone present that he was a player with the ability of respawn. With this unwavering conviction, Lin Yu succumbed to death. An endless void of darkness and nothingness enveloped him once more, the sheer terror sending shivers down his spine. Yet this time, he faintly perceived admiration. Truly splendid. It was as if the divine were marveling at his performance. Regardless of whether it was a deity or not, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. He had returned once again to the very beginning of this game. In that conference room, before the long table, familiar faces still slumbered, and Lin Yu glanced at the wall clock. It was 5 minutes until 7 o'clock, the starting time of the previous game. He understood. These individuals were likely still acquiring their professions. It seemed that our bodies had arrived here ahead of time. His respawn had inadvertently granted him a 5-minute head start. However, even with this advantage and knowledge of the game's narrative traps, Lin Yu still felt uncertain of victory. His identity as a human, combined with the presence of Yulongwa, a zealous soldier awakened in the werewolf faction, made winning exceedingly difficult. The deceitful abilities in his mind also cautioned him that attempting another respawn would be futile. Such a miraculous alteration of fate, bending the very rules of the world, had its limitations, even with an overwhelming belief. It was impossible to initiate 2 respawns in quick succession. Lin Yu found the situation reasonable. After all, this game was evidently crafted by a deity, whether for amusement or benevolence. It was likely that the divine being would not be pleased to witness individuals repeatedly manipulating time, a nearly unscrupulous ability to alter the outcome. Although the previous round had been sufficiently executed, it was still inadequate. As I realized in my final moments, the human faction was precariously balanced. Even in the absence of errors, misfortune could lead to failure. What should I do? This time, I must convince them that I possess a formidable profession. Ultimately facing Yulong Kingdom in a one-on-one confrontation, for the detective role had become obsolete. Alternatively, I could exploit this interval to exchange my identity with that of Yulong Kingdom. Yet, if Yulong Kingdom discovered the inability to open the box, he would surely sense that something was amiss. At this thought, Lin Yu felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. There must be a method. As the sole profession of trickster, surely there exists a way to reverse this wholly unbalanced game. I must discard conventional thinking and shed those constraints. Beyond the singular profession of trickster, there is also my pride in my acting skills, coupled with the fact that I have now leveraged various advantages for the second time. A wild notion suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Why not embrace madness? After all, this game is already sufficiently insane. Lin Yu rose, with just 1 minute remaining. He picked up the envelopes before each individual and swaggered out of the conference room. Closing the door behind him, he silently counted to 1 minute. Bang! Lin Yu re-entered the room. The others had begun to awaken, exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Yu elegantly adjusted the brim of his soft felt hat, his gaze sweeping across the room, revealing a proud and mocking smile. He stepped into the conference room, approached the table, and rapped on it. Top, top. Even without his knock, all eyes were fixed upon him the moment he pushed the door open. The gazes that met him were filled with wariness, scrutiny, and unease. Lin Yu basked in their attention, speaking as if he were a descended deity. Indeed, the survival instinct among you all is quite strong. Your awakening was remarkably swift. In any case, wayward lambs, welcome to my game. Who is the outsider? This was Lin Yu's winning strategy, to embody the divine. Chapter 23. A Grand Deception. The deity's identity realized. Admin privileges. Within the room, upon witnessing Lin Yu's sudden entrance, the remaining 6 individuals appeared perplexed. The first to break the silence was Chunjua. This little chubby fellow, visibly excited, addressed Lin Yu. Are you the master of this game? In other words, are you a god? Naturally, Lin Yu could not outright declare himself a deity. However, with Chunjua's inquiry, matters became considerably simpler. In response to Chunjua's question, Lin Yu did not deny it. He merely inclined his head slightly, a profound and inscrutable smile gracing his features. I prefer to be addressed as Mr. Administrator, he replied, and Chunjua nodded in complete faith. Very well, Mr. Administrator. Could you explain the rules of this game to us? The reclusive young man had certainly indulged in his fair share of anime, fully embracing the notion that Lin Yu was a deity. However, others were not entirely convinced. Bang! Mr. Bao Lu slammed the table, his voice cold as he demanded, Were you really? What purpose do you have in bringing us here? Lin Yu regarded the blustering Bao Lu with an unwavering smile. Did you not notice the clues that could have clarified the situation before you arrived? Lin Yu inquired, observing a slight shift in Bao Lu's expression. You know my name? Of course, Lin Yu replied, his smile growing more enigmatic. This is, after all, my game. Not only do I know your name, but I'm also aware that you have awakened the profession of ruffian. As for the rest of you, since you are in the same predicament, allow me to introduce you to one another. This gentleman, Mr. Bao Lu, has awakened the ruffian profession. The one who spoke earlier is Chunjua, who has awakened the otaku profession. This beautiful lady is Xiaoyu, a veterinarian. The robust gentleman beside her is Yu Longhua, a soldier. The clever-looking individual here is Yao Jingya, a thief. And this bespectacled lady is Su Xiaomei, a teacher. Lin Yu continued calmly. Each introduction elicited subtle changes in the expressions of those mentioned. The fact that Lin Yu could accurately name them and their professions had already convinced the group of his divine identity to a significant degree. For a moment, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Chunjua, once again brimming with excitement, asked, So, can you enlighten us about the rules, esteemed administrator? Certainly, Lin Yu replied with a smile and a nod. Although it need not be reiterated, I will say it once more due to the earlier interruption. You are all aware that you have died, correct? As he spoke, an air of discomfort settled over the group, including the previously enthusiastic Chunjua. However, Lin Yu was unconcerned. His current identity was that of a god, free from the need to consider the feelings of mortals. Thus, he boldly pressed on. Each of you harbors a profound desire to avoid death, whether it be for the sake of your students and children, unfinished anime, the wish to redeem yourselves, a gravely ill mother, or simply the instinct to survive. With these words, Lin Yu could distinctly sense an increase in the group's belief in him. Ultimately, it is your desires that have afforded you the opportunity to partake in this game. I hope you will seize this chance wisely. After a brief pause, he continued, Now, let me elucidate the rules of this game. Are you familiar with the game of werewolf? The mechanics of this game will bear resemblance to that, as you will be divided into 2 factions, werewolves and humans. Next, I will distribute the identity cards and a detailed rulebook to you. Lin Yu produced 6 envelopes from his robe and handed them to their rightful owners. As for his own envelope, he had already discarded it outside, hidden beneath the doormat. As they once again tore open the envelope to confirm their identities, accompanied by flames that soared anew, Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Well, you should have grasped the basic rules by now. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, Yu Longwo was the first to speak. "Excuse me, esteemed administrator, I am somewhat perplexed. I recall that before entering this game, the number of players was indicated as 7. Why then? Are there only 6 present here?" Yu Longwo inquired, his expression genuinely puzzled, without casting doubt on Lin Yu's identity as the missing player. Lin Yu chuckled. "Quite astute, soldier. I admire your sharpness. Congratulations on uncovering one of the special rules of this game. In this round, there exists a player who has awakened a unique profession, known as the Lone Wanderer. Consequently, this individual will not awaken alongside you. They will be concealed within the confines of this castle." Xiaoyu also posed a question. Is this person's faction werewolf or human? Their faction is irrelevant to their profession, and furthermore, they will not partake in the voting process. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Huh? If they are human, does that not mean that the good faction has lost a vote in vain? Shunzhuo remarked in astonishment. Lin Yu laughed lightly. Rest assured, this game is far more intricate than you imagine. After pondering for a moment, Yu Longwu spoke again. Esteemed administrator, aside from not appearing in the same location as us, what other abilities does the Lone Wanderer possess? Lin Yu shook his finger. I will only disclose their profession's name. Whether their abilities are made public is entirely up to them. Likewise, the decision to reveal your own professional abilities rests with you. Yu Longwu contemplated for a moment before declaring. Very well, I choose to disclose. Indeed, the soldier possesses a 5-fold enhancement in physical capabilities, Lin Yu stated calmly. Bao Lu murmured in dissatisfaction. But why must one go through the formality of revealing their abilities? Can't it simply be stated? Lin Yu smiled. I believe the soldier wishes to demonstrate their honesty. After all, as the administrator, I am well aware of your professions, abilities, names, and all personal information relevant to the game's arrangements and mechanisms. However, I grant myself the privilege of understanding the structure of this game solely to ensure fairness. I will not intervene directly in the game's progress. In fact, I am not privy to the specific identities of your factions. Lin Yu concluded with a smile. At that moment, he could sense that the power of his trickster ability had finally taken effect. The identity of the administrator had become reality. Chapter 24. Accelerating Game Progress. Players engaged in individual combat. In Lin Yu's perception, the identity of the administrator suddenly solidified. The entire blueprint of the castle, along with the locations and information of various mechanisms and chests, surged into his mind. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it has come to fruition. His comprehension of the abilities of the deceiver had deepened further. From the moment he had arrived until now, Lin Yu sensed that the level of belief among those around him had remained unchanged. At the instant he distributed the envelopes, everyone had already accepted his identity as an administrator, even a deity, without a shred of doubt. Yet, Lin Yu had still not attained the administrator privileges. The lie had not materialized. This was not due to the insufficient level of belief among the onlookers, but rather because Lin Yu's description of the administrator authority was not sufficiently clear. They were oblivious to what this deity or game administrator could actually do. Thus, Lin Yu had just outlined his specific powers, stating that he could manipulate and alter the game at will, and it was evident that their belief was still lacking. However, acquiring the entirety of the game's overarching information was still achievable. For Lin Yu, having solidified his identity as an administrator while existing outside the game, he felt he had already secured a significant advantage. At that moment, gaining a bird's-eye view akin to a cheat code, Lin Yu believed he was objectively on solid ground. Yet, recalling past experiences, he dared not be overconfident. Each individual present was far from foolish. Moreover, their almost obsessive desire for survival meant that each one of them was utterly indifferent to murder. Even the seemingly delicate Xia Yu had immediately drawn a knife to stab him upon her identity being revealed in the previous game. Therefore, it was essential to devise a strategy for a swift resolution. Having already stated that he would not directly intervene in the game, he sought ways to accelerate their progress. Ideally, he would also eliminate any opportunity for discussion, as it was the interaction between Yu Longwa and Su Xiaomei that had previously led to his downfall. Lin Yu had not conceived of this before, but after acquiring the administrator privileges, a new idea began to take shape in his mind. He clapped his hands. However, esteemed guests, while I shall not directly intervene in this game, I will still be present with you, moving about this castle. Upon seeing me, you may pose a question. For instance, regarding the locations, abilities of others, or even their willingness to kill, or inquiries concerning the mechanisms and resources within this ancient castle. Lin Yu spoke, a smile spreading across his face. However, there's a requisite payment for the answers I provide. Lin Yu whispered, prompting Su Xiaomei to quickly inquire, what must we pay? The lives of others. For each person you kill, you will earn one opportunity to ask a question. Lin Yu stated, and the astute individuals present immediately deduced a profound truth from his words. In other words, this game does not permit only the werewolves to kill. The werewolves merely possess a weapon advantage, correct? Yu Longwu murmured. He had yet to voice the latter part of his thought. Under this condition, not only can humans retaliate against werewolves, but even characters of the same faction can also kill one another. Indeed, Lin Yu chuckled softly, noting that this group of players was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Thus, he resolved to offer them another hint, not pertaining to the game at hand, but rather to the entirety of the death game. The condition for triumph in the game is undoubtedly the victory of a faction. Yet all surviving players shall share the task rewards equally, Lin Yu stated in a low voice. What are the task rewards? Xia Yu could not help but inquire. Time, my dear lady, Lin Yu replied, pausing briefly for emphasis, or, to put it in a manner more comprehensible to you, the reward for completing the game is your lifespan. After this game, you shall be revived. However, to persist in living, you must continuously partake in the game. The lifespan you acquire in this game will determine when you can next engage in it. The reward for this novice game is 7 years. As Lin Yu softly articulated this, the attendees exchanged glances, a realization dawning upon them. The other players in this game not only might not belong to the same faction, but even those within their own faction could not be trusted. Each individual might wield a blade against those nearby. Lin Yu glanced at the clock and smiled. Time is of the essence. I suggest you commence your actions without delay. Do not forget, your enemies are not solely those beside you. This ancient castle itself is also a predator. With a playful gesture towards the schedule on the wall, Lin Yu's advice, as the administrator naturally compelled the other players to heed his words. Yu Longwu was the first to rise, scoffing as he cast a glance at the schedule before striding towards the exit. He no longer mentioned anything about groups. Under Lin Yu's subtle guidance, the game had transformed from factional conflict into a battle for survival. No one questioned Lin Yu's assertions, and thus, a subconscious belief took root in their minds. Those in the same faction were untrustworthy. Only one could prevail, and, at the very least, that individual would gain 7 more years of life. Yet, should one have a companion to triumph alongside them, the next encounter with such a brutal, life-threatening game would occur a full 3.5 years sooner. 3.5 years of a blissfully stable existence was ample motivation for these individuals, who harbored an extraordinary desire to survive. Following Yu Longwu's departure, the next to leave the meeting room was the sullen-faced Bao Lu, who did not even glance at the schedule before exiting. Next were Su Xiaomei and Xia Yu, followed by Chun Zhuo and Yao Jingye. Lin Yu observed each of their exits. Not a single one departed in unity. Once outside the meeting room, everyone swiftly distanced themselves from one another. From their movements, Lin Yu surmised a particular truth. It appeared that, aside from Chun Zhuo, everyone was in search of the werewolf's weapon cache. Lin Yu chuckled, pleased to see such heightened enthusiasm among the players. Now it seems I too must seek out the most suitable weapon, Lin Yu murmured, his gaze drifting towards the castle map within his mind. At the end of the first floor, in a humble utility room, there lay an unremarkable human supply box. Yet within it resided the epitome of violence in this game, the very pistol that had fallen into Su Xiaomei's possession during the last match. Chapter 25, A Moment of Flux. The impending victory. The authority of the administrator surpassed Lin Yu's wildest imagination. He possessed not only the complete map of the castle at all times, but, astonishingly, this map was also updated in real time. The positions of the others and the open boxes were reflected instantaneously on it. At that moment, the utility room on the first floor was deserted. Without hesitation, Lin Yu exited the conference room and made his way directly to the utility room. Inside, he opened the box, and the heavy, glimmering pistol fell into his hands, evoking an almost surreal sensation within him. Alongside this was an indescribable sense of security. With this pistol in hand, he felt capable of self-defense even against the formidable Yu Longhua. How splendid! Lin Yu tucked the pistol into his waistband and glanced back at the map. The names of Yao Zhengye and Bao Lu overlapped at the opposite end of the first floor. Intrigued, Lin Yu mused that even if they were not in the same team, they seemed to share an uncanny connection. Moments later, Yao Zhengye's name vanished, leaving only Bao Lu's. Lin Yu understood immediately. Without the advantage of a sneak attack, a thief could not triumph over a ruffian. With this thought, Lin Yu resolved to see for himself. After all, with a pistol at his side, he had little fear of Bao Lu becoming overly aggressive. He departed the utility room, heading towards the other side of the first floor. Soon, at the restroom door, he beheld the lifeless body of Yao Zhengye, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, with Bao Lu beside him, panting heavily. Bao Lu's hands were drenched in blood. He wielded no weapon, but fought barehanded. In the end, he had beaten Yao Zhengye to death with his fists. Upon noticing Lin Yu approaching, Bao Lu straightened his posture, breathing heavily. "Oh, is that not the esteemed administrator?" A rather unceremonious welcome. Lin Yu greeted with a smile. You players never cease to surprise me. I truly did not expect the first casualty to occur so swiftly." Bao Lu chuckled in response. Is there a first kill reward or something?" "Theoretically, no," Lin Yu replied, "but since you mentioned it, allow me to share a free piece of information. Beneath the sink in the restroom behind you, there lies a box containing a werewolf weapon. I hope it proves useful to you." Bao Lu squinted. "Oh, you aren't aware of our faction identity?" "I may not know, but I can certainly speculate," Lin Yu remarked with a grin. "The fact that you acted so swiftly, and it appears you were the aggressor against Yao Zhengye, indicates that you must belong to a faction that inherently requires bloodshed. In your view, it was inevitable that you would need a strike, was it not?" Bao Liu noted now Win Li. He turned and entered the restroom, and indeed discovered a concealed werewolf box beneath the sink. Without hesitation, Bao Lu opened the box and extracted a hammer. Although somewhat lackluster, it was better than nothing, he mused as he weighed the hammer in his hand. He glanced at Lin Yu, a fierce determination once again etching itself upon his face. "I say, dear administrator, do I still have one last opportunity to pose a question?" Bao Lu inquired. Lin Yu nodded and replied calmly, "Of course. Do you wish to ask me now?" "Very well. My question is, where is the nearest other player to me?" A bloodthirsty grin spread across Bao Lu's face. Lin Yu glanced at the map and casually responded. "At this moment, in the central part of the castle, on the spiral staircase of the first and second floors, there is a veterinarian. However, she's also on the move." As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Lu narrowed his eyes, a predatory glare surfacing. "A veterinarian, you say? I understand." He licked his lips and quickly headed towards the staircase in the castle's center. Lin Yu had a sense of Bao Lu's strategy. His approach was simple and brutal. Before the bodies of those he had slain were discovered, he aimed to eliminate as many as possible. Whether the others were allies mattered little. The goal was simply to kill. If he wiped out everyone, victory in the game would be assured. "Excellent, Bao Lu. I might just find myself liking you," Lin Yu murmured as he watched Bao Lu's retreating figure. Undoubtedly, Bao Lu's thoughts and actions were precisely what Lin Yu desired at that moment. This was why, after witnessing Bao Lu's execution of Yao Zhengye, Lin Yu had deliberately approached him, even kindly informing him of the location of weapons. Once someone crossed the threshold into murder, they could easily be compelled to commit further atrocities. He looked once more at the map, observing Bao Lu's name swiftly approaching Xiaoyu. Then, in the next moment, Bao Lu's name abruptly vanished. Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, I suppose this works too." He made his way towards the staircase. Before long, Lin Yu came upon Bao Lu's lifeless body, a gaping wound marring his neck, blood gushing forth, and 2 lacerations adorning his arm. His eyes were wide open, as though he had died, unable to close them. Nearby, Xiaoyu, who had previously departed, had returned from the second floor. She spotted Lin Yu and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you, administrator," she said, holding a dagger identical to the one she had wielded before. This made Lin Yu reflect once more on the wondrous intricacies of fate. "Hello. Do you have any questions you wish to ask?" Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, blinked, and then posed her question. "Administrator, may I ask which players are still alive? Aside from yourself." "There are the lone wanderer, soldier, and teacher," Lin Yu answered while examining the map, but suddenly he paused. "Ah, wait a moment. The teacher has just perished." On the map, the names of Su Xieme and Yu Longhua overlapped, resulting in the disappearance of Su Xieme's name. Frankly, when Lin Yu saw their names overlapping again, he was genuinely taken aback. Fortunately, due to Lin Yu's remarks and the fact that Su Xieme no longer held a handgun, the two had no further opportunity for conversation. Now, only Xiaoyu and Yu Longhua remained as werewolves. It was truly astonishing that within merely an hour of this game, so many lives had already been lost. Last time, an entire day had passed without a single death. Nonetheless, this was a positive sign, indicating that victory in this game was nearing. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaoyu, offering a smile. "Well then, Miss Veterinarian, I have answered your questions. I shall continue my exploration elsewhere. Best of luck to you." Chapter 26. The Troubling Veterinarian. General Lin Yu's counterattack. After bidding farewell to Xiaoyu, Lin Yu's next target was naturally Yu Longhua. Despite having acquired a handgun, Lin Yu was still somewhat reluctant to confront the soldier. Nevertheless, an encounter was inevitable, especially since the bullet in his gun was likely destined for him. With only Yu Longhua and Xiaoyu remaining among the werewolves, Lin Yu intended to wait for them to turn on each other before executing the last survivor. He made his way to the third floor. After killing Su Xieme, Yu Longhua did not move immediately. Thus, Lin Yu successfully found him in the library on the third floor. The soldier was effortlessly hauling Su Xieme's body, attempting to conceal it atop the highest shelf. Lin Yu approached the library door and politely knocked to announce his presence. "Knock, knock. Good day, soldier." Yu Longhua initially turned around with vigilance, but upon seeing Lin Yu, he visibly relaxed. "Oh, it's you, the administrator. What brings you here?" Lin Yu smiled at Yu Longhua. "I merely came to inquire about your current situation, having noticed your successful endeavor." Yu Longhua was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yu's unexpected initiative. I didn't expect the administrator to be so keen," he muttered, stroking his chin. As for questions, while Yu Longhua pondered, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from behind Lin Yu. "Hold on, soldier. Don't rush to question him." Xiaoyu's voice abruptly resonated from Lin Yu's back. Both Yu Longhua and Lin Yu turned to face the breathless veterinarian, who brazenly brandished a bloody dagger in her hand. Yu Longhua furrowed his brow as he regarded Xiaoyu. "You're that veterinarian. What do you intend to do?" Xiaoyu did not answer Yu Longhua's inquiry. Instead, she looked up at the body that had yet to be properly hidden atop the bookshelf. "Indeed, you have killed the teacher. But before you hastily defend yourself or attempt to strike me, listen to what I have to say. I have eliminated the ruffian, and I have found the body of the thief, which he had killed on the first floor. At this moment, only you, the otaku, and this administrator remain alive on the field." Xiaoyu spoke calmly. In an instant, Yu Longhua discerned the crux of Xiaoyu's words. "Are you implying that the administrator is also one of the players, and that the lone wanderer does not exist?" He gazed at Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with suspicion. It was evident that Yu Longhua harbored more doubts about Xiaoyu than about Lin Yu. Lin Yu, intrigued, turned his attention to Xiaoyu, accusing the game administrator. "Are we? Indeed, this group of newcomers is quite fascinating." Xiaoyu fixed her cold gaze on Lin Yu and said, "Enough of your charade. You are undoubtedly the lone wanderer. This game likely does not even have an administrator." As she spoke, Lin Yu crossed his arms with keen interest. "What led you to this conclusion?" "The rapidity of death is such that the previously intricate rules documented in letters have become utterly meaningless. The delineation of factions, the voting in meetings, even the tasks have lost their significance, for in a single day, all players may perish. Thus, I find this exceedingly abnormal. And the source of it all lies in the hints provided by this administrator. His clues have transformed this game into a mere slaughter within a confined space. In other words, if we were to disregard the hints given by this game administrator, should we not be engaging in the game as intended? Furthermore, since entering this game, it has made a concerted effort to avoid emphasizing its nature as a game, Even the explanations of rules are conveyed through a letter. Yet this individual barges in, brazenly declaring himself the game administrator. Is that not peculiar? Xiaoyu stated calmly, and Yulongwa nodded slightly. There is some merit to your argument, but it is insufficient to sway me. Merely based on this, you should not be so resolute. Upon hearing Yulongwa's response, Xiaoyu smiled. Very well, soldier. You are quite astute. These are indeed not the reasons for my conviction. My ability as a veterinarian lies in conversing with animals. Xiaoyu pointed to the crows outside the window. After harboring doubts about this administrator's identity, I engaged in a brief dialogue with these crows. I posed 2 questions. First, did they see anyone else in this manner besides the 6 of us and the administrator? The answer was no. Second, I inquired about the administrator's actions following the game's commencement. He initially made a beeline for a storage room on the 1st floor and opened a supply box. If he is truly the administrator, why would he open a supply box? Xiaoyu articulated, and Yulongwa nodded. In light of this, I do find myself somewhat suspicious of the administrator. You may very well be the so-called lone wanderer. However, I am curious as to how you know so much about us. He directed his gaze at Lin Yu, his eyes openly displaying doubt. He is not necessarily a lone wolf. His understanding of our personal information may well stem from his professional prowess. Xiaoyu raised a finger, suggesting that perhaps this individual is not a novice player and possesses some unique strategies. Yulongwa narrowed his eyes. So your suggestion is that we should attempt to challenge the administrator together, as it seems his ultimate goal is for all of us to perish by the end of the first day. Xiaoyu grinned and proposed this idea. One exquisite deduction, Xiaoyu. You truly exceed my expectations. Lin Yu gazed at the veterinarian, murmuring his thoughts. It turns out this fellow is quite astute and decisive, managing to deduce from such limited information that he is indeed the 7th player. This is a rare feat, although his conclusion is not entirely correct, it is still impressive. Moreover, considering the previous round, this individual had the audacity to present a completely unchallenged false ability. In the last round, Lin Yu had not anticipated that this fellow's true ability was communicating with animals. Although he was the first to die last time, it was merely due to his poor performance, foolishly showcasing in front of me. Or perhaps the real reason was that he was simply unfortunate to be grouped with me. Xiaoyu, I truly underestimated you. The compliment brought a sweet and innocent smile back to Xiaoyu's face. Thank you for the praise, administrator. But to be honest, I simply have an overwhelming desire to survive. Lin Yu chuckled in response. Is that so? Yet, reaching this stage is still far from sufficient. Despite the brilliance of your reasoning, the essence of this game ultimately lies in violence. With that, Lin Yu raised his hand. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as Yulongwa collapsed in shock behind him. Subsequently, Lin Yu aimed the gun at Xiaoyu. Now, the game begins. Chapter 27. The complete annihilation of the werewolves. The game ends. After eliminating Yulongwa, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. This most troublesome soldier had finally been dealt with, and it was remarkably effortless. However, Lin Yu did not let his guard down entirely, for Xiaoyu was equally a troublesome character. He remained cautious despite having previously killed Xiaoyu, as he was well aware that he had been slain by Yulongwa last time. She did not die by his hand. This time, facing Xiaoyu, without the advantage of terrain and her inherent underestimation of him. Attempting to eliminate this seemingly delicate girl would not be a simple task. After all, she wielded a knife. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's gun was devoid of ammunition. Nonetheless, Lin Yu kept the gun trained on Xiaoyu. As teacher Su Xiaomei had stated in the previous round, a gun's barrel can instill calmness. Xiaoyu, who had just prepared to charge with her knife, halted her movements upon witnessing Yulongwa's lifeless body fall. Once Lin Yu pointed the gun at her, she dared not move an inch. Yet, Lin Yu did not pull the trigger. He knew all too well that the reason he refrained from firing was due to the absence of bullets. However, Xiaoyu was not aware of this. As time slipped away, pressed by the weight of impending death, she could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Why was it I who made the inference and judgment? Yet you shot the soldier first? Xiaoyu inquired. Lin Yu, upon hearing her words, naturally began to respond. Ah, well, I felt he might have been swayed by you. His profession as a soldier and his real-life experiences dictate that as long as he might harbor hostility towards me, the priority of eliminating him would infinitely rise between you two. Even if I were certain you were entirely hostile towards me, I would still choose to kill him first. Lin Yu stated calmly. Thus, I have been underestimated. Xia Yu furrowed her brow. And are you not indirectly admitting that you are indeed not the administrator? I am indeed not the administrator. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Alas, I have truly been played, Xia Yu sighed. But why have you not killed me yet? She narrowed her eyes and remarked. Could it be that your gun has but a single bullet? Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Lin Yu chuckled. Finally, the conversation had veered into this territory, and he felt a sense of relief. Although Xia Yu had never doubted that the gun contained only one bullet, Lin Yu had not deceived her in a manner that led her to that conclusion. Thus, it was merely her misjudgment and could not enable him to invoke the deceiver ability to make the existence of a second bullet a reality. The limited number of bullets in a revolver is quite self-evident, Lin Yu said, laughing. How about a bet on whether my gun has no bullets? Xia Yu fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, tightening her grip on the dagger in her hand. To be honest, your reluctance to fire has made me question whether you truly possess only one bullet. You have no reason to let me live this long. You just casually shot Yulonghua in a vital area, demonstrating that your marksmanship is commendable and does not require excessive precision. Even out of curiosity, I have already laid bare all the reasons for how I discerned your disguise, Xia Yu continued, stepping forward. Thus, I now suspect that your gun contains only one bullet. Lin Yu looked at the approaching Xia Yu and smiled, his expression confident and composed. Your reasoning is indeed remarkable, Xia Yu. You have truly exceeded my expectations. This seemingly delicate and fragile girl is, without a doubt, the most astute player in this game. However, unfortunately, Lin Yu continued, keeping the gun aimed at Xia Yu. Your deduction is only half correct. This gun does not contain just one bullet. It actually holds two. I am merely deliberating on whether to reserve the bullet for you or for the otaku. Lin Yu said coldly. He did not need to eliminate the otaku, who was on his side, to complete the game. However, Xia Yu naturally could not comprehend this point. In her subconscious, Lin Yu's immense efforts to incite them into mutual destruction had already tacitly established the condition for victory, the annihilation of all others. This notion aligned with her belief that Lin Yu possessed an advantage over every other competitor. The criteria for victory among the strong are invariably more arduous, are they not? Yet, even in the face of Lin Yu's assertions, Xia Yu stepped forward once more, locking eyes with him. I refuse to believe your revolver is merely a prop, with its ammunition either fully loaded or limited to 1 or 2 rounds. This is exceedingly peculiar, Xia Yu proclaimed again. However, the youth before her maintained a mocking and composed demeanor, as if gazing upon a corpse. His presence exuded a strange and chilling aura. Nonetheless, at this juncture, regardless of whether he had ammunition, she had no choice but to gamble on the absence of it. Xia Yu raised the dagger in her hand. Bang! In the next moment, a gunshot erupted, the muzzle of the revolver blossoming forth in a display as magnificent as fireworks. Suddenly, Xia Yu felt time slow. She beheld the metallic bullet erupting from the flames, hurtling towards her. Indeed, there was a second shot. The thought flared in her mind. The bullet sliced through her upper abdomen at an angle, unleashing a torrent of blood that swiftly robbed her of consciousness. She collapsed heavily to the ground, her dagger falling beside her. Lin Yu approached, lowering the barrel of his gun, gazing down at Xia Yu, whose pupils had already dulled, and he sighed as he spoke. Though you claim disbelief, deep down, you truly believed in the existence of that second shot. But I cannot fault you. After all, my performance was simply too superb. Lin Yu holstered his revolver, reflecting on his earlier lines, the tone, and the expression he wore at the moment he fired. They were all part of his theatrical display. Anyone who witnessed it would be convinced he shot with lethal intent rather than mere bravado. Thus, when Xia Yu doubted and inquired about the number of bullets, she had sealed her own fate. Moments later, Xia Yu lay lifeless on the ground, veterinarian dead. This marked the second time Lin Yu had personally taken Xia Yu's life. However, this time, the werewolf faction has been completely annihilated. The game Who is the Outsider has concluded. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. In the next instant, He was engulfed in an endless void. Chapter 28. Settlement complete. Return to reality. Lin Yu's plans. In a pitch-black expanse before Lin Yu, lines of crimson text materialized once more. Congratulations. You have triumphed in the game. Who is the outsider? Calculating your game rewards. You have received a basic reward, 7 days of survival time. In light of your performance in this game, you have received the Evaluation Master of Control, granting you an additional reward. Additional reward. You may choose one non-exclusive item from this game as your prize. As Lin Yu processed his settlement, a sudden scream pierced the silence. What? 7 days? Lin Yu turned to the source of the commotion. The settlement space bears a resemblance to the area prior to entering the game, yet it exhibits subtle distinctions. The primary difference lies in the presence of not only oneself, but also Chunjua. After letting out a cry of despair, Chunjua turned to Lin Yu and lamented. Administrator, what happened to the promised 7 years? Lin Yu glanced at Chunjui's woeful demeanor and shrugged. I merely spun a benevolent falsehood to prevent you from sinking into utter despair. 7 days is scarcely sufficient for me to continue watching another episode. Chunjua wailed again, pleading for an extension. Is there any possibility of leniency? Apologies, Chunjua. Lin Yu replied with resignation. Although I am the administrator, I am merely a player with a unique status, lacking the authority you might assume. Rather than being a deity, I am but a messenger of the divine. Otherwise, I would not be sharing this settlement space with you. Chunjua was taken aback. Esteemed administrator, does that mean your balance is somewhat greater? Indeed, the time I have gained is double yours, Lin Yu asserted confidently. This was precisely why he had partially confided in Chunjua earlier, upon witnessing that Chunjua regarded him as the true administrator. Lin Yu pondered whether the abilities of the trickster could manifest within the game's settlement space. After all, this was a singular profession. Regrettably, upon voicing his thoughts, Lin Yu sensed that while Chunjua seemed to believe him, the trickster abilities did not come to fruition. However, it appeared to have some effect. Lin Yu felt a dawning realization. Merely Chunjua's belief was insufficient to actualize the notion of him obtaining double survival time. This proved to be quite a challenge. Yet, having confirmed the efficacy of the trickster abilities, Lin Yu found renewed vigor. Furthermore, beyond this survival time, I can additionally acquire 10 non-exclusive items that appear in each game. 10. Chunjua exclaimed in shock. Indeed, in fact, as long as you perform admirably in the game and receive special accolades, you too can earn rewards in the form of items, Lin Yu said, patting Chunjua on the shoulder. What do you think? Quite impressive, I sent it. Chunjua, overwhelmed, responded, so that is how it works. He readily accepted Lin Yu's assertions. Lin Yu sensed Chunjua's burgeoning belief, but regrettably, it still did not manifest into reality. The level of belief remained insufficient to support the notion of actualization. However, this time Lin Yu discerned that they were quite close. Contemplating for a moment, he gazed at the credulous Chunjua and spoke once more. I was jesting earlier. In truth, it's not 10 items, but merely 6. Had it been anyone else, Lin Yu would not have dared to alter his statement so casually, fearing it would incite suspicion. Yet, Chunjua, this little plump fellow, believed him once again. Wow, that is still acceptable. Esteemed administrator, I think you are rather impressive. Yet again, this did not culminate in actualization. Nevertheless, Lin Yu could sense that they were on the brink of success. Thus, he resolved to continue his ruse to further entice Chunjua. However, this time, Lin Yu decided not to disclose the quantity directly. In truth, the rewards are not granted unconditionally. As the administrator, I am merely able to receive double rewards upon obtaining them. Thus, I have simply doubled the additional rewards I acquired in this game. As Lin Yu spoke, Chunjua's understanding dawned upon him. So that is it. The role of the game administrator is indeed remarkable. Yet, I believe your selection by the divine is also a testament to your strength. You conducted this game exceptionally well. Chunjua gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Shortly thereafter, he realized something was amiss. Wait, according to your explanation, administrator, this settlement space should be where all the players who have completed the game are, correct? Why do I not see anyone else? Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders. Oh, they're all dead. I introduced special rules, which led them to inevitably turn on one another. Ultimately, the last two players perished together, resulting in a swift conclusion to the game, leaving only one player who completed it. What? Chunjua's face was a portrait of shock, and he then inquired, "Even that lone walker has perished?" At this, Lin Yu paused, realizing Chunjua still believed in the existence of a lone walker. He solemnly nodded. Indeed, that lone walker was slain by the veterinarian with a single, lethal strike. Chunjua gasped in disbelief. "I can't believe that the veterinarian, a delicate woman who wears glasses, could be so ruthless." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "But Summer Moon doesn't wear glasses, does she?" He quickly corrected himself. "You must be mistaken. That was the teacher." Oh, Chunjua scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "I apologize. I was simply shocked by how brutal this game is." "Yes, it is indeed quite cruel," Lin Yu replied softly. "It is truly a stroke of luck that Chunjua survived. This little chubby fellow, the only other human identity besides myself, diligently performed tasks until the game concluded. However, luck is also a part of strength. I wish you good fortune in this second chance. Be sure to cherish this hard-won opportunity. It's only 7 days, brother," Chunjua lamented. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the settlement concluded. Lin Yu, in a daze, opened his eyes to find himself lying at the center of the stage. He pulled out his phone and discovered that it was past midnight. Floating in the upper right corner of his vision, almost overlapping with the time displayed on his phone, were blood-red words. "Time until the next game begins at the latest. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Although he had miscalculated the time, it was indeed true that this deadly game would have a sequel. While he felt that 7 days was not brief compared to Chunjua, it was still sufficiently urgent. He rose from the ground, touching the chest wound that no longer existed. Everything felt as though it had been a dream. What attests to the reality of this situation, rather than mere illusion, is not only the ominous countdown of blood within my line of sight, but also the serene presence of two possessions nestled within my soul, the guaranteed revolver and the one-word lie detector. Moreover, the trickster ability remains effective. With these as my support, it is imperative to uncover the identity of the deranged individual who brought about my demise. Although the adversary wielded a firearm, I too possess one, Lin Yu muttered to himself as he took a step forward. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual sensation emanating from his right pocket, akin to the presence of a card slipped inside. He extended his hand and retrieved a pitch-black card. In the center, 2 lines of silver-printed text caught his eye. "Welcome back, dear senior." Upon reading these words, Lin Yu felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Chapter 29. Returning to Reality. Investigation and Appointment. Undoubtedly, this card had been left by the enigmatic junior. Furthermore, it was printed material. In reality, only a few minutes had elapsed since his death. In other words, the junior who had taken his life had anticipated his resurrection. She was aware of the existence of this deadly game and was confident he would return from it. Reflecting on the incident, it was indeed peculiar that she had brandished a firearm in a nation with such commendable public safety solely to execute an unremarkable university student like himself, while uttering bizarre phrases. This was undeniably abnormal. Given the connection to a deadly game, such extraordinary behavior was not entirely surprising. However, this revelation diminished the significance of his original profession and the advantages of his possessions. After all, she was undoubtedly aware of their existence. It was even plausible that she had personally participated in the deadly game. Lin Yu took a deep breath, regaining his composure. It appeared that I have no choice but to accept the invitation. The second line of text on the card indicated the time and place. Friday at 8 p.m. 940 Changming Street, Upper South District, Jiangcheng. This was undeniably an invitation from the very individual who had taken his life. As for what awaited him upon arrival, Lin Yu remained in the dark. Nevertheless, apart from accepting the invitation, he seemed to have no alternatives. After all, despite her being his killer, she was currently the only connection he had to this game in reality. However, today was Wednesday, and it had just passed midnight. In other words, there were nearly 3 full days left until the time indicated on the card. This interval provided ample opportunity for Lin Yu to accomplish many tasks. Yet, the foremost priority now was to return to sleep. Lin Yu descended from the stage, made his way backstage to change out of his costume. and don a simple black hoodie and sweatpants. With a backpack containing the script slung over his shoulders, he departed from the drama club. Tomorrow would entail a rehearsal, and that evening he was set to perform, so it was imperative that he rest well tonight. Even after having just endured the absurdity of a deadly game, Lin Yu was determined not to disrupt the arrangements for tomorrow's performance. One significant reason for his return to life was to continue performing. If one does not dedicate oneself to the craft and embrace life fully, would it not be a misplacement of priorities? After securing the door of the drama club, Lin Yu retrieved his keys and unlocked the bicycle lock at the entrance. His bicycle, a modest black mountain bike, was quite ordinary. He pushed it to the southern gate of Jiangxing Media University, with a kindly security guard smiled and nodded at him, unlocking the small gate. "Xiao Lin, practicing late again?" the guard inquired. Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Indeed, sir. You should rest early too. By the way, have you seen a girl dressed like a middle school student from a bygone era, with 2 braids?" he tentatively asked, but the guard shook his head in confusion. Lin Yu smiled and nodded slightly, just a casual inquiry. "Thank you, sir." He pushed his bike through the small gate and left the campus of Jiangxing Media University. Riding through the night, after crossing 2 intersections, he arrived home. Being a local, his residence was conveniently close to the university, so he opted not to stay in the dormitory. He quietly opened the door to his modest 2-bedroom apartment, which felt somewhat cramped, standing at the entrance. One could see the entire space. Despite its age and size, the apartment was warmly decorated, filled with potted plants, and a fish tank rested on the small coffee table in the living room. On the dining table, covered with a floral tablecloth, 2 plates of leftovers were protected by a mesh cover, and the rice cooker was still on warm. A photograph hung on the wall, taken just last year outside the university, featured a young woman with a round face resembling Lin Yu, one hand gesturing animatedly while the other embraced a bashful Lin Yu, who stood with his head bowed. Lin Yu carefully removed his shoes, unplugged the rice cooker, and then returned to his bedroom with his slippers in hand. He placed his backpack and clothes on the nearby desk and, exhausted, collapsed onto his bed. With a sigh, he was soon enveloped in slumber. The night passed without dreams, and the following morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Yu awoke promptly. After washing up, he approached the dining table. The leftovers from the previous night had transformed into a new plate of fried rice. A note was affixed beside it. "Didn't he eat dinner again last night? Clean up when you return." The note featured a simple drawing of an angry face. Lin Yu picked up the note, gently folded it, and tossed it into the wastebasket beneath the table. Though his appetite was lacking, he felt the note's playful energy and obediently sat down to finish the fried rice, made with stir-fried green beans and shredded potatoes. Afterward, Lin Yu rode his bike to school. Although he was a sophomore, he happened to have no classes that day. He arrived early, heading straight to the drama club. Upon reaching the activity center, he found a familiar figure already on the stage. A petite girl in a white shirt, wearing a baseball cap, was pacing back and forth, script in hand and a black pen clenched between her teeth, her posture exuding determination. Upon hearing Lin Yu's footsteps, the petite girl did not lift her head, but cheerfully spoke. "Ah, my dear star, you have arrived quite early today. The others are not yet here, so you might as well find a spot to rehearse your lines." This girl, barely measuring 1.50 meters, was named Shun Bingyao, now in her 3rd year. She was Lin Yu's senior, as well as the president, playwright, and director of the drama club. After contemplating for a moment upon seeing Shun Bingyao, Lin Yu finally spoke up. "President, I have a favor to ask of you." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Shun Bingyao raised her head, her expression somewhat peculiar. She flicked the brim of her cap and replied, "How curious. You are actually seeking my assistance. What could it be, my dear ace?" "I am looking for someone." "She may be a freshman," Lin Yu carefully articulated. Shun Bingyao raised an eyebrow. "For matters like this, you ought to post on the bulletin board." "No, firstly, I need this resolved urgently. Secondly, I suspect she may not even be from our school," Lin Yu stated calmly. "Thus, this task is not one for just anyone." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shun Bingyao chuckled. "I see your point. You certainly know how to put someone in a bind. Nevertheless, I shall assist you since you are my ace." Shun Bingyao discarded the pen she had been chewing on, tossed the script onto the ground, and leaped down from the stage. "Let us go," she said, playfully patting Lin Yu's arm. "Now, aren't we supposed to rehearse?" "We have rehearsed many times already," This last instance is inconsequential in my view. The state of the lead actors is what truly matters. Therefore, let us first resolve your issue. Chapter 30, A Successful Performance. Lin Yu's Solo Investigation. Lin Yu sought out Shun Bingmiao for a reason. This senior, a year his elder, was a prominent figure at Jiangxing Media University. Her fame, however, was not solely attributed to her role as the president of the drama club. Shun Bingmiao gained notoriety in her freshman year when, to promote a new play, she infiltrated the school's academic system and sent notifications to every student at Jiangxing Media. Consequently, she faced disciplinary action from the university. Though Shun Bingmiao was passionate about drama and scriptwriting, her major at the Media University was digital media arts. Moreover, she had competed as an individual in Jiangxing's programming competition, outperforming the computer science students from Jiangxing Polytechnic and Jiangxing University with remarkable ease. Thus, Lin Yu's request of Shun Bingmiao was to directly assist him in retrieving the academic records of all first-year students at Jiangxing Media. In the backstage lounge of the activity center, Lin Yu watched as Shun Bingmiao opened her laptop and casually clicked a few keys, bringing up several windows. Here you go. The academic records of all freshmen. Thank you, President. Lin Yu selected the female section and began to sift through the records. This year, Jiangxing Media University had enrolled over 3,000 freshmen, with nearly 2,000 being female. Lin Yu had an excellent eye for recognizing faces, enabling him to quickly scan through the records, confirming with a mere glance that none of the girls held the potential to harm him. Certainly, it is also thanks to the striking beauty of that junior, whose allure is uniquely captivating. The pair of radiant, sharp eyes and brows is something Lin Yu will never forget once seen. In less than half an hour, he reached the end of the search. Alas, he sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Observing Lin Yu's despondent expression, Shun Bingmiao grew increasingly inquisitive. Your demeanor suggests you are not merely searching for a junior you fancy. It seems you are, in a sense, on the hunt for an assailant. Lin Yu shook his head. Could it possibly be a male? After all, you only looked at females earlier. Shun Bingmiao reasoned. Perhaps it is a cross-dressing gentleman. No, the physique and facial contours are undoubtedly those of a female. Lin Yu asserted with conviction. Moreover, if such a strikingly handsome male existed, he would likely be renowned throughout the school. Jiangxing University of Media boasts a notable performance department. Hence, the institution is not lacking in beautiful women and handsome men. Even if last night's junior was exceptionally attractive, she could still be relatively unknown. However, should a male possess such beauty, I would certainly have recognized him. Shun Bingmiao exclaimed softly, intrigued. Very well then, shall I assist you in another manner of investigation? If you mistook her for a junior, she must appear convincingly collegiate, and Jiangxing does not have many universities, she suggested eagerly. Lin Yu hesitated before gently shaking his head. No, let it be President. If Shun Bingmiao were to delve deeper, Lin Yu feared she might attract unnecessary trouble. He remained unaware of the true intentions of the enigmatic girl who had nearly claimed his life, nor whether she thrived on senseless violence. Yet, she was undoubtedly a perilous individual, capable of wielding a firearm and potentially having participated in deadly games. As a participant in such games, Lin Yu understood profoundly that having endured such experiences made him cherish his own life even more. However, regarding the lives of others, Lin Yu could not deny that his attitude had become somewhat disdainful. Having taken lives within the deadly game, he recognized a grim truth. One cannot spare a creature that has tasted blood, for a killer, too, embodies this principle. They will consider the act of taking a life, something most people hardly contemplate, as a viable solution when faced with dilemmas. Worry not, President. This is merely a trivial matter. I shall ensure it does not affect my performance on stage, Lin Yu proclaimed with assurance. Seeing Lin Yu's unwavering confidence, Shun Bingmiao could only nod in agreement. Very well. I trust you, for who else could be our drama club's ace? Just as Lin Yu had promised, during the subsequent rehearsals, he seemed to have completely cast aside his inner turmoil, maintaining an impeccable state of performance. Indeed, even Shun Bingmiao had to concede that Lin Yu's display today was nothing short of flawless. His condition was remarkable. Nay, it transcended mere excellence. It felt as if overnight. Lin Yu had undergone a transformation. It was as though someone had held a gun to his head, compelling him to practice his craft relentlessly through the night. Shen Bingmiao murmured, unaware that her seemingly jesting words, in a certain light, revealed a profound truth. Last night, Lin Yu indeed delivered the most successful impromptu performance of his life, while a gun was pointed at his head. He assumed the roles of a detective, a player, and a deity. Lin Yu could feel that after experiencing last night's death game, his acting skills had reached new heights. Is this what the teacher meant when they said that life experiences contribute to the growth of one's craft? After the formal curtain call, as he listened to the thunderous applause from the audience and observed the students, who had initially come merely for credits or at the behest of their friends, fully immersed in his performance, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of reflection. His acting had always been commendable, yet never had it resonated so powerfully as it did today. Could this be a case of misfortune leading to fortune? Lin Yu pondered, unable to suppress a smile. Regardless, honing his craft was undoubtedly a positive outcome. "President, I shall take my leave now," he said, glancing at the darkening sky outside as he changed out of his costume in the backstage area, addressing Shen Bingmiao. "We still have a thank you and interaction segment." Shen Bingmiao reminded him. Lin Yu chuckled, "To say I have a stomachache." The lead actor persisted through the entire performance despite feeling unwell. "Surely everyone will understand my inability to come out and thank the audience, won't they?" With that, Lin Yu strode out of the drama club. "Hey, come back!" Shen Bingmiao exclaimed, stamping her foot, yet she was powerless against Lin Yu. She sighed as she watched him disappear into the distance. "Well, let us proceed," as he suggested. "I hope the fans coming for him won't be too upset." After leaving the backstage of the drama club, Lin Yu hopped onto his bicycle, hurrying out of the campus. His destination was, of course, the address on that card, 940 Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng. Although the timing was far from ideal, Lin Yu felt it necessary to scout the location in advance. Chapter 31. The abandoned restaurant. "I won't be home for dinner. The club has a gathering." After editing his text message, Lin Yu sent it off and turned off his phone screen, coming to a stop at the intersection on his bicycle. He had arrived at Changming Street. Located in the old district of Jiangcheng, this area lacked towering skyscrapers, filled instead with modest houses and even some self-built structures. The sides of the road were lined with small shops, including convenience stores, auto repair shops, and breakfast eateries, emanating a rustic charm. Lin Yu walked along Changming Street, counting the blue plaques affixed to each storefront. 937, 938, 939. Lin Yu halted in his tracks. 940 had arrived. This place was larger than the others, yet far more desolate, for it was an abandoned two-story restaurant. The sign reading Jiangcheng Family was tattered and worn, and the door lock was encrusted with rust. After a moment of contemplation, he approached a nearby window, its glass shattered, covered only by a layer of paper. He punctured the paper, opening the window. The windows of such old buildings were not high, allowing Lin Yu to effortlessly climb inside. However, the scene that greeted him within was somewhat unexpected, though worn and tattered. The room's tables and chairs were arranged with meticulous order, and the floor was impeccably clean, as if it had just been polished. This stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated and abandoned exterior. Lin Yu's senses heightened instantly. He gripped both the lie detector and his pistol tightly. The presence of the lie detector felt prudent, regardless of its necessity. Lin Yu anxiously scanned the restaurant, even seeking refuge behind a pillar. At that moment, the echoing silence was pierced by the sound of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yu cautiously peered out, following the sound. He beheld a figure descending the staircase between the first and second floors. A tall, portly middle-aged man donned in an elegant deep blue double-breasted suit, his polished shoes gleaming. Adorning his person were various opulent jewelry pieces, a gold watch, rings, and necklaces, making him a veritable display of wealth. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he directed his gaze toward Lin Yu. "I've spotted you, young lad. No need to hide. The gathering is the night after tomorrow, and you've arrived rather prematurely," the middle-aged man proclaimed, his voice robust and commanding. Lin Yu remained concealed, unwilling to reveal himself, despite the man's appearance suggesting he was unlike the previous female acquaintance. Lin Yu was not inclined to take any chances. He cautiously called out from behind the pillar, "What gathering? I'm unaware of it." The man erupted into hearty laughter. "Oh, your first time here?" Judging by the timeline, it indeed aligns with the newcomer's arrival at the forum. Lin Yu's confusion deepened. "I do not comprehend your words. I merely passed through this place." The man's smile widened in response to Lin Yu's statement. "Young man, let's not overlook your furtive demeanor, which bears resemblance to most newcomers I've encountered. As an experienced player, allow me to enlighten you. Those of us who have participated in the death game cannot divulge its very name to ordinary individuals, not even in hints. The mere thought of it would cause your words to choke in your throat. The fact that I can converse with you so freely indicates that you are indeed a player." The golden-adorned man continued, while Lin Yu remained hidden behind the pillar. He felt a twinge of conviction in the man's words, yet the shared identity as players only heightened his vigilance. "Isn't it typical for players to be wary of one another?" Lin Yu murmured. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Ah, young lad, it appears your novice quest is of a confrontational nature. In reality, players seldom find themselves in opposition. Our lives are tenuous enough as it is. Why perpetuate conflict beyond the game? As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth." His voice was rich and warm, exuding a persuasive charm. Lin Yu found himself believing much of what the man had said, yet he remained cautious. He raised the lie detector in his hand. "Then swear you will not harm me." The middle-aged man looked taken aback. "Huh? A vow, you say? Very well." He raised his right fist and declared, "I harbor no ill will towards you, nor do I intend to cause you any harm." Upon hearing this from the middle-aged man, Lin Yu released the button of the lie detector. The device emitted a green light. Lin Yu finally eased some of his vigilance, yet he remained somewhat on guard. After all, there existed a slim possibility that this middle-aged man might be deceiving him while speaking the truth. Nonetheless, Lin Yu deemed this minuscule probability nearly negligible. He stepped out from behind the pillar, prompting the older gentleman to raise an eyebrow. "Ah, you're quite the handsome newcomer. And you managed to locate the forum and unravel the puzzle to pinpoint the meeting address in just a day. You're indeed formidable for someone so young." Observing the still amiable middle-aged man, Lin Yu resolved to be more forthright. "I truly have no knowledge of any gathering or puzzle," he earnestly stated. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Then how did you arrive here?" "Someone gave me a card with this address on it," Lin Yu replied, producing the business card from his pocket. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, swiftly approached. Lin Yu remained alert, yet the man displayed no unusual behavior. He merely examined the card with great scrutiny. After a moment, he returned the card to Lin Yu, unable to suppress a murmur. How peculiar that someone would provide the gathering's address to a newcomer. Is there an organization attempting to recruit you? Yet this seems an odd method of recruitment. Lin Yu furrowed his brow at the man's musings. So, what exactly does this gathering entail? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man pondered for a brief moment. "Well, newcomer, although I am unaware of your background, since you lack even this basic knowledge, I shall enlighten you. You can find these answers on the forum once you locate it. I will share this information freely. Consider it a favor." Lin Yu, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, felt somewhat exasperated. "You present this matter as if it holds no value. Are you truly seeking to place me in your debt?" "Ah, sincerity is my secret weapon," the middle-aged man replied with a smile, before his expression turned serious. "In any case, let me pose a question. What do you believe is the standard by which a player's prowess in a death game is measured?" Chapter 32. Forum and Sister Prowess Standard. As a novice who had only just experienced a single game, Lin Yu was understandably perplexed. Nevertheless, he tentatively ventured a guess based on his solitary gaming experience. Perhaps occupational strength? That is indeed a factor, but for most players, occupational strength constitutes only a minor aspect, as it is not absolute and varies with different scenarios. The middle-aged man replied, shaking his finger. Lin Yu contemplated this and made another guess. Could it be the number of completed game scenarios? He speculated. This is not necessarily incorrect. However, it should be noted that this is not a rigid benchmark. Many individuals who have traversed 7 or 8 instances may not be able to compete with a remarkably skilled newcomer who has only cleared 2. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, the diamond-studded gold watch on his wrist dazzling Lin Yu, causing a slight dizziness. For a newcomer like you, the sole criterion to assess your capability is the quantity of items you possess. The man remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yu. Young man, that firearm in your hand must be an item, right? To receive such a powerful reward from the first instance is quite fortunate. Of course, your skill must be commendable as well. As he spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Thus, these items can indeed be traded among players, correct? Is the gathering a venue for players to exchange such items? The middle-aged man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Newcomer, you are remarkably perceptive. You grasp that swiftly. Indeed, this place is the largest and most reliable offline meeting point in Jiangchen, where all players of the death game congregate to exchange tradable items. The middle-aged man continued, and Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Is trading conducted with money? Well, that is quite flexible. You can use real-world currency if you wish, as there are always individuals who excel in the death game, yet struggle in reality, seeking to change their lives through this game. However, more often than not, people prefer to trade using forum points. As the man spoke, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Forum point? I thought that forum was merely a platform for discussing strategies. The middle-aged man chuckled. You truly know nothing, do you? Here, add me on WeChat, and I shall send you the forum details. He produced an old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket, reminiscent of a bygone era. After opening WeChat, Lin Yu scanned his code. The middle-aged man's WeChat name was Harmony Brings Wealth, and his profile picture depicted a chubby golden toad resembling him in a curious way. All right, young man, I have sent you the installation package. Once you have it set up, invite me using my WeChat ID, and you can explore the forum on your own. The gathering is in 2 days. Do not linger here, as being seen conversing with me might draw unwanted attention. Lin Yu regarded him with surprise. Brother Harmony, do you have many enemies? The middle-aged man laughed. If you clear a few more instances, you too will acquire enemies. Have you not encountered anyone to hold a grudge against in the novice instances? At the gambling table, there are no true brothers. In a game where lives are wagered, it is all too easy for animosities to arise. Lin Yu nodded silently, recalling the faces of Yulongwa, Yao Jingye, Bao Lu, Su Xiaomei, and Xia Yu. It was undeniable that if any of these individuals were to survive, they would likely harbor a profound hatred towards him, seeking revenge without end. Particularly, the two troubling figures, Yulongwa and Xia Yu, were indeed daunting to contemplate. With this thought, Lin Yu resolved to speak once more. With amiability comes prosperity, my dear brother. It seems improbable that those who perish in the game could rise again, does it not? Naturally, the death game represents a final opportunity. So, it is essential to cherish it. I firmly believe in fate. Your presence here today is a testament to our connection. The kindly elder patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. I hope to see you again at the gathering the day after tomorrow and next week. I share the hope, Lin Yu replied, turning to bid farewell to the middle-aged man. He then approached the intersection, mounted his bicycle, and swiftly returned home. The night had deepened, enveloping everything in silence. However, upon opening the door, Lin Yu was suddenly confronted by a figure lunging towards him from the darkness. What on earth? Could it be that mysterious schoolmate from before? No, the height doesn't he match. Perhaps it is her accomplice? Or could it be an enemy of that middle-aged man? Or simply another player? Lin Yu was taken aback and promptly summoned his prop handgun, aiming it at the figure's abdomen. Yet in the next moment, a familiar scent of shampoo wafted into his nostrils, followed by a sharp pain in his ear. Ouch, that hurts! Lin Yu cried out in distress. With a swift motion, the girl gripping his ear turned on the living room light, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Little Yu, you become quite the latecomer, returning past 11 for 2 consecutive nights. The round-faced girl, sporting short hair and dressed in loose home attire, admonished him sternly. Lin Yu raised his hands in a plea for mercy. Sister, please spare me. I was rehearsing yesterday, and today was a gathering. The girl before him was none other than his sole nemesis, his sister Lin Zhao. Although she was merely 5 years his senior, their parents had vanished during their childhood. Over the years, Lin Zhao had transitioned from a diligent student working odd jobs to dropping out and opening a shop to support Lin Yu's education, akin to a mother-esque devotion. While Lin Yu generally remained indifferent to others, he held deep concern for his sister. Nonsense. I just encountered your club president at the shop. She claimed there was no gathering at all. Lin Zhao's voice escalated. Now you've taken a lying, have you? As she spoke, she tiptoed and snatched the revolver from Lin Yu's grasp. And you have a gun now. Do you intend to shoot me? It's just a prop from the club. I brought it back to get a feel for it, Lin Yu replied cautiously. You startled me when you jumped out of the dark. So I took it out for courage. Lin Zhao, hearing his words, sighed in exasperation. Very well, but where exactly were you tonight? Gazing at his sister, Lin Yu opened his mouth. He hesitated to deceive her. Yet as that middle-aged man had pointed out, the matters concerning the death game were utterly unspeakable. It was as though some unseen force had sealed his lips. Ultimately, Lin Yu could only smile and say, the role I played this time was perilous, and I immersed myself quite deeply, so I rode to the riverside to clear my mind. I didn't want you to worry, so I fabricated a story. Chapitre 33, Forum Stratégie. After experiencing the death game, Lin Yu realized that his acting skills had undergone a transformative enhancement, not merely a performance on today's stage. He has increasingly mastered the art of integrating his craft into the fabric of daily life. Rather than an enhancement, it is more accurate to say that the death game has awakened him, reminding Lin Yu that his acting skills can also serve practical purposes in reality. For instance, he could weave a benevolent falsehood to his sister. Faced with Lin Yu's sincere words, Lin Zhao harbored no doubts whatsoever. Her initial anger transformed into concern. Little Yu, you should go rest. Don't take acting too seriously. We can take a break. Sister has her own shop now and can support you. In the past, as an experiential actor, Lin Yu immersed himself entirely in his roles, often finding it difficult to extricate himself from the character. Lin Zhao had witnessed such states before, particularly after encountering several short videos online about a renowned actor who, having delved too deeply into a role, could not emerge and ultimately took his own life. Lin Zhao understandably harbored a deep fear of such matters. In this world, Lin Zhao is Lin Yu's sole family, and vice versa. Observing her sister's concerned gaze, Lin Yu retreated to his room. While he felt a sense of relief, guilt also lingered within him. Indeed, human beings often exhibit double standards. Perhaps those who enter the death game are quintessential egoists. Lin Yu grumbled under his breath. He had deceived within the death game, orchestrating the demise of 5 living souls, even personally ending the lives of 2, yet he merely felt a twinge of emotion. However, fabricating a lie in front of a cherished family member, witnessing her cautious expression, left him with an uneasy feeling. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was not one to indulge in excessive self-reproach. He was not given to internal conflict. Ultimately, it was all due to this bizarre death game and the individual who had taken his life. He resolved to capture her at tomorrow's gathering and see if he could indeed leverage that event to improve his circumstances. With this determination firmly set, Lin Yu wasted no time, locking his room door and opening the installation package sent by the amiable benefactor. Upon clicking install, a new icon swiftly appeared on his desktop, a canvas of utter darkness. Its name was refreshingly simple, just 2 words, Forum. It really is called Forum, Lin Yu muttered, having expected some kind of euphemism. While he could grumble about the naming, he had to concede that both its title and icon exuded an air of mystery and sophistication. He clicked on the icon, revealing an exceptionally minimalist interface, an expanse of black with a solitary input box at its center, devoid of any instructions. Were it not for the blinking white cursor beckoning him to enter something, he might have doubted whether his phone had malfunctioned. Clicking on the input box, his keyboard floated into view. Although no text indicated what he should input, Lin Yu recalled the benefactor's invitation to enter a WeChat ID. He dutifully entered the WeChat number. Indeed, the input box flickered twice, transforming into 2 characters. Welcome. Subsequently, a new input box appeared, this time with a prompt. Please enter your nickname and account. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment and chose not to follow the example of the affable Uncle Hachi, who used his WeChat ID as his account. Instead, Lin Yu entered the account number 1938. This was the English rendition of the name of his favorite playwright and drama theorist. With the year 1938 representing the year this theatrical master suddenly passed away. Next, Lin Yu hesitated slightly over the nickname. Ultimately, he settled on two simple characters, director. Initially, he had intended to input actor, but Lin Yu felt that might be too revealing of his identity. Although, from a rational perspective, it was nearly impossible for anyone to ascertain his identity or anything else based solely on those two words. He thought that taking a few extra precautions would provide him with a sense of peace. Why not do so? After completing these entries, the input box flickered once more. Soon, new words materialized. Welcome to the forum. The text faded away, revealing a remarkably simple forum interface. The forum was divided into four main sections: announcements, discussions, strategies, and rewards. Lin Yu took a quick glance. The announcements were typical of ordinary forums, filled with numerous posts about banning certain users for various durations. Most posts lacked substance, with only a handful of them permanently restricting the access of certain organizational members to the forum, piquing Lin Yu's interest. It seemed that the organization managing this forum was not entirely neutral, he mused. He quietly noted the names of those restricted organizations. Among the pinned posts were the Psychological Society, Freedom Alliance, and Predators. The latter certainly carried an air of malevolence, while the other two left Lin Yu somewhat perplexed regarding the forum's inclinations. Furthermore, the pinned announcement regarding forum rules contained only 3 stipulations: no personal attacks, no spreading of rumors, and no posting irrelevant information. It did not even explain why members of these 3 organizations were barred from accessing the forum. Was there an ongoing large-scale verbal conflict? Lin Yu could not ascertain. However, this was not of paramount importance. He continued to explore the forum. In the discussion section, numerous posts were continually being elevated. Yet, from the titles, Lin Yu felt a mix of understanding and confusion. Rational discussion. Can the intensity after completing 2 professional tasks truly rival that of exclusive items? Is the ruffian class considered the most inept in pure survival scenarios? Esteemed players, I am eager to know how long the judge's abilities are effective in reality, seeking to exchange powerful offensive items. Interested parties, please message me. Who is stronger in a one-on-one between General and Grandmaster? High City, female, newcomer, seeking assistance. Video verification available. Each post left Lin Yu both intrigued and bewildered. He could vaguely sketch portraits of the other players, yet he could not fully comprehend their discussions. Perhaps I should first take a look at the strategies, Lin Yu murmured, as he opened the forum's next section. Upon entering the strategies section, Lin Yu was taken aback. Wow. Chapter 34. Types of games and professions. Upon entering the strategy section, Lin Yu immediately noticed a prominently pinned post marked in red, Essential Guide for Newcomers. With a swift motion, he clicked on it. After perusing the post, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder this is a must-read for newcomers." The information was well organized, addressing nearly all his inquiries. In fact, it encompassed any questions that a newcomer might have. The post was divided into 3 sections, one concerning the death game, another about the forum itself, and the last offering advice on how to interact with other players. The first section delved into the death game. The author of this guide had pinned most of the content, which largely consisted of common speculations. The origins of the death game are shrouded in a myriad of theories, with many factions arising solely due to differing interpretations of this matter. The prevailing narrative suggests that it is a game crafted by God, granting participants a second chance at life. All players involved in the game have experienced death at least once. By successfully completing a dungeon, players can extend their lives by 7 days. Within this 7-day period, as the next dungeon approaches, ominous blood-red letters will provide new hints on how to enter the subsequent game level. Players may utilize special team items to join another player's game, thereby evading their original dungeon. Within these dungeons, players have the opportunity to acquire items. As the affable Uncle Huchi Shunkai stated, the quantity of items serves as a crucial metric for assessing the strength of novice players in the early stages. Furthermore, the author mentioned that after transcending the novice phase, players will face a trial known as advancement. Those who succeed in this trial will find themselves in a league entirely distinct from other players. However, the author refrained from elaborating on the specifics of how to achieve advancement, seemingly wary of misleading newcomers. Nonetheless, no matter how formidable a player may become, they cannot escape the mandatory weekly dungeon. While certain special items can facilitate additional dungeon runs, participating in these extra challenges does not reset the 7-day countdown. Upon reading this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Though he had anticipated this, the notion of a weekly commitment to the death game still weighed heavily on his mind. Was this truly a fresh start? The necessity of considering the implications of this death game every week would surely consume a considerable amount of one's energy. Lin Yu found himself wanting to express his grievances to the deities who inscribed the blood letters regarding their misleading promotion. However, Lin Yu ultimately managed to calm his thoughts. After all, this life was, in a sense, a gift unexpectedly bestowed upon him. Moreover, as he observed the forum, he felt a certain detachment, as if this struggle did not belong to him alone. Perhaps this was the essence of the forum. The realization that countless others were enduring similar tribulations alleviated his own burdens. The subsequent section of the guide introduced some valuable insights into the death game, specifically regarding the types of professions and dungeons. Every player awakens to a specific profession, which becomes their greatest asset for survival in the death game. Furthermore, professions are categorized into various types. For instance, the most straightforward and forceful type, the enhanced, significantly amplifies a specific ability. There are also types related to the game itself, such as the informational and regulatory. The former allows access to crucial information within the game, while the latter enables alterations to the game's rules. Additionally, there exists a skill type that grants specific abilities. Beyond these, there is a rather nebulous category known as the special type, which is challenging to classify within the professions. Professions are categorized into two types, common and unique. The distinction is simple. Common professions can be duplicated, whereas unique professions are rarely repeated. However, it cannot be claimed that a unique profession is inherently superior to a common one. Presently, based on general information, the abilities of a unique profession tend to be particularly intricate and distinctive, with their bearers being exceedingly rare. Most unique professions can be classified under the special type. Upon reading this, Lin Yu felt a sense of understanding. In this first game, he encountered every type of profession. The soldier and otaku are of the enhanced type. The teacher falls under the informational category. The ruffian is the quintessential regulatory type. The thief and veterinarian are classified as skill types. As for his own profession, the con artist, it is not only a special type, but also an exceedingly rare, unique profession. Given the breadth of professions he observed in this inaugural game, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel fortunate. With the information gleaned from this guide, he found that executing deception would be much simpler. He resolved to seek out additional guides and memorize the abilities of various professions. In his heart, he expressed immense gratitude to the creator of this forum. With such resources, if applied adeptly, he could embody nearly any profession he desired in future quests. No longer would he need to laboriously concoct a detective, as he did the first time. He could simply utilize what was readily available. In fact, Lin Yu suspected that he may have to rely on existing knowledge moving forward. After all, most players have undoubtedly visited the forum. Should he declare a profession, unless it is a unique one, others would surely discern his abilities. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not rush to explore compilations of other profession abilities. He continued to delve into this essential beginner's guide, as it also introduced several types of game quests. Much like the categorization of professions, these classifications are independently determined by players and do not originate from official game sources. Based on the conditions for clearing various game quests and the primary challenges encountered, the types of game quests can be broadly divided into the following categories: confrontation, survival, puzzle, and slaughter. As the name suggests, confrontation primarily involves contests between players, often centered around defeating rival player factions or annihilating all adversaries. The conditions for survival predominantly hinge upon the relentless will to endure, often situated within scenarios that either present extreme environments or feature formidable, yet methodical, terrifying entities that are nearly insurmountable. The puzzle-solving category necessitates unraveling a particular enigma as a prerequisite for progression. Although these games may appear deceptively simple, they frequently harbor mechanisms that can lead to instant demise, resulting in a surprisingly high mortality rate. Conversely, combat scenarios are the most straightforward and brutal, populated by adversaries that, unlike their counterparts in other categories, are conquerable. Chapter 35. Methods of Earning Money. So that is how it is. After perusing this beginner's guide, Lin Yu felt increasingly enlightened about the death game. Due to his affiliation with the trickster profession, every morsel of knowledge he acquires about the game genuinely empowers him. Regrettably, he remains in the dark regarding the intricacies of advancement, which, if understood, might enable him to embody a more formidable expert. Lin Yu pondered this with a sense of longing. Following the guide, he also downloaded several others and engaged in thorough reading. Soon, Lin Yu unraveled numerous facets beyond the death game. For instance, the forthcoming gathering. Just as the amiable elder stated, the gathering is inextricably linked to this forum. Through trading, one can earn forum points, which are deemed a form of hard currency because initially, these points could be utilized to post bounties for others to guide them through dungeons or to inquire about information, with points serving as the medium of exchange. Furthermore, the forum itself offers a service to convert points into currency, with a conversion rate of 1 point equating to 100 renminbi. However, players are unable to acquire points through the recharge of renminbi. To obtain points from the forum's officials, one must either procure them from other players or contribute by posting valuable content or completing official bounties issued by the forum. The bounty board prominently displays numerous tasks and reward seekers published by the forum's officials. Lin Yu found these matters somewhat distant from his immediate concerns. Thus, he refrained from delving deeper into that aspect. His primary focus remained on the gathering itself. Various cities host different gathering locations. These gatherings are not orchestrated by the forum's officials. Rather, they're predominantly organized by local entities within the cities. Once certified by the forum, they can be publicized and receive promotional support from the forum. Naturally, there are also sporadic, unsanctioned gatherings that lack official recognition, the safety and necessity of which must be discerned by the players themselves. Although it seems that those who resort to violence and theft in such gatherings risk being blacklisted by the forum and potentially monitored by an organization known as the administrators. The repercussions post-incident hold little significance for the victims who have already lost their lives. Fortunately, the address Lin Yu received that day was indeed a formally certified gathering point in Jiangcheng, corroborated by the information provided, which matched the scheduled time. Moreover, it even included details about the gathering's coordinator, who is referred to as the Tycoon. Lin Yu instinctively felt that this Tycoon was likely the same man he encountered on WeChat, known by the moniker Harmony Brings Wealth. It must be said, the name he chose rather aptly reflected his temperament, Lin Yu mused. After perusing these strategies, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke from his bed. Although there were 2 general education classes scheduled for the day, his disinterest in the university's entrepreneurial guidance led him to take a leave of absence, choosing instead to remain at home to further delve into the strategies. After a period of contemplative thought, a notion emerged in Lin Yu's mind, an idea to capitalize on the forthcoming gathering to generate income and support his sister, Lin Zhao. Given that this game was already in existence, his life could no longer return to its former tranquility. Thus, he resolved to exploit it for financial gain, aiming to enhance both his and his sister's living conditions. With a determined exhale, Lin Yu's demeanor solidified. To earn money, the simplest method would be to sell items at the gathering. After all, once one enters the realm of a deadly game, even possessing an arsenal in reality would not permit its entry. Experiments had shown that once immersed in the game, one could only take the clothing they wore. Hairpins and the like were the absolute limit. Food, water, or even such mundane items as paper, pens, and lighters could not be brought along. Even the clothing itself faced restrictions. Wearing a bulletproof vest or any distinctly specialized attire could lead to being stripped bare upon entry. Thus, items held tremendous value within this game. Imagine, in a survival scenario where sourcing food constituted the primary challenge. If Lin Yu had previously managed to extract a considerable amount of bread and water from beginner dungeons, the difficulty of this new quest would be significantly diminished. Not to mention the plethora of weaponry that could vastly enhance combat capabilities. Although the number of enhancement professions was considerable, many were akin to homebodies in their upgrades. Professions like soldier, which could substantially bolster offensive prowess, were highly coveted by various organizations. Other players seeking to augment their combat strength would inevitably rely on items. Lin Yu understood this all too well. The guaranteed hit revolver in his possession instilled a profound sense of confidence. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture alone to that address the previous day. Consequently, a well-crafted, sharp item like a machete could easily fetch over 100 credit points. 100 credit points translated to a substantial sum of several thousand renminbi. With a stroke of luck, encountering a player in dire need of a reliable weapon could potentially yield sales upwards of 100,000. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of regret. In the first dungeon, there had been an abundance of exquisite werewolf weaponry, yet he had scarcely managed to bring any of it with him. He had not been foolish enough to consider selling his most trusted asset, the guaranteed hit revolver. Although he had estimated its worth based on auction information from foreign discussions, it could very well exceed 1 million. However, Lin Yu still had no intention of selling. While making money is indeed important, it is not worth risking one's life for it. As for the polygraph, disregarding its cost, what matters most is that this device aligns perfectly with Lin Yu's skills as a con artist. When he was cornered by that madman from Yulong Kingdom in the novice dungeon, he was able to defy fate and achieve a rollback through deception, partly relying on this miraculous polygraph, which transformed his most dubious statement into a deeply resonating truth. Even if he never needed it again, Lin Yu had no intention of easily parting with this invaluable asset. With both items deemed unsellable, Lin Yu remained resolute in not relinquishing his plans to capitalize on the upcoming gathering. He had already devised a brilliant scheme. Chapter 36. Searching for Chenjua with his purchases complete, Lin Yu exited the bustling market of Jiangsheng, burdened by a heavy backpack. His face alight with the joy of harvest. This marked the first step in the execution of his plan. Next, it was time for the second step. Lin Yu opened his phone and located the QQ number of the club president, Shun Bingmiao. "President, could you assist me?" Shun Bingmiao quickly replied with a curious. Her QQ nickname was Jiu Shui. "Jiu Shui, you think you can command me without coming to the club?" "Jiu Shui, your sister mentioned you attended a club dinner last night, using us as a shield, are you?" "Jiu Shui, were you off to meet your little girlfriend? Speak up." "Jiu Shui, sure, Lin Yu. You've really made a name for yourself, jumping straight into private affairs with fans." "Huh?" "Jiu Shui, the drama club ISNT, just a stepping stone for you." Shun Bingmiao's messages bombarded him incessantly, interspersed with various aggressive panda emojis. Lin Yu disregarded her frantic messages and numerous emojis, continuing to type out his request. "Ermu, help me find someone." "Ermu, Chenjua, male, high school student, likely from Jiangsheng based on his accent. Enjoys anime, a quintessential otaku. Ermu, can you help me dig him out?" After sending his message, Shun Bingmiao's onslaught of messages ceased. Soon, she initiated a voice call. "Did this high school student offend you?" Shun Bingmiao asked directly. "Yes, he sabotaged me in a game and then leaked my information. I want to retaliate, but my skills aren't sufficient. I only managed to find out his real name is Chenjua." Through the screen, Lin Yu's ability to spin tales grew increasingly adept. "Understood. I detest those who sabotage others in games and then leak information. Watch me deal with him." Shun Bingmiao ended the call. Lin Yu stood still, waiting with his backpack for a few minutes, and soon received a message from Shun Bingmiao. It was a file package. Upon opening it, he found Chenjua's complete information, from his ID number to his home address and various social media accounts. The fellow's QQ nickname was Falling for Xiao AI, which confirmed his identity without the need for a photograph. Shun Bingmiao sent another message. "Jiu Shui, is this the Chenjua?" After concluding his conversation with the president, Lin Yu exhaled deeply. It was indeed true that Chenjua hailed from Jiangsheng. He had previously discerned the accent in Chenjua's speech. Although Chenjua was clad in a t-shirt adorned with an animated character, he wore sports pants that bore a striking resemblance to the uniform of Jiangsheng High School. While such attire is commonplace across the nation, regional distinctions still exist. Upon reflection, Lin Yu realized that Chenjua's outfit was exceedingly reminiscent of that of Jiangsheng High School. Knowing that Chenjua was from Jiangsheng alleviated much of the trouble. Even if by some chance he were not from Jiangsheng, It would not significantly alter Lin Yu's forthcoming plans. At worst, he would simply engage with Chen Zhuo online. However, the prospect of meeting Chen Zhuo in person was indeed preferable. Lin Yu mused about Chen Zhuo's academic performance, noting that this chubby boy was quite impressive. Jiangcheng's 6th high school, while not the absolute best, was certainly among the top-tier institutions in the region, boasting a commendable college acceptance rate each year. Occasionally, a couple of students would even ascend to the ranks of the nation's elite universities. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, Lin Yu mounted his bicycle and set off towards Jiangcheng's 6th high school. Though the school was not particularly close to his home, he began his journey from the bustling, small commodity street situated in the heart of Jiangcheng, making the distance manageable. After approximately 20 minutes of cycling, he arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng's 6th high school. Securing his bicycle in the designated parking area, Lin Yu approached the reception room with a smile. "Good afternoon, sir. I am a university student from Jiangcheng Media. My cousin is in the 2nd year, 5th class here, and he left his exercise book at home. He is anxious about inspections, so I brought it for him," he explained, presenting his student ID from his backpack. The security guard, upon glimpsing Lin Yu's identification and his cheerful demeanor, harbored no suspicions. Moreover, it was a leisurely Friday afternoon, and the bright sunlight cast a warm glow, inducing a sense of relaxation. "Go on in. No need for registration." The guard waved his hand, using a remote to crack the gate open slightly. Lin Yu nodded appreciatively and slipped through. "Thank you, sir," he called out before sprinting across the playground towards the teaching building. Given that it was class time, the playground was largely devoid of students, save for a few classes engaged in physical education. After wandering through the teaching building for a short while, Lin Yu quickly discerned the arrangement of classes. The 1st and 2nd floors housed the 10 classes of the 3rd-year students, while the 3rd and 4th floors were designated for the 2nd-year students. Thus, he concluded that the classroom for the 2nd-year 5th class would be at the end of the 3rd floor. With great ease, Lin Yu located the classroom of the 2nd-year 5th class. However, as he peered through the window, he was taken aback. The classroom was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Startled, Lin Yu hastily pushed open the door and made his way to the podium. Upon glancing at the schedule, he discovered that the current lesson was physical education. A sense of resignation washed over him. Indeed, those classes were taking place on the playground. Had he known, he would not have traversed such a distance. With a sigh, Lin Yu retraced his steps and headed outside the teaching building. Soon, he returned to the playground, commencing his search for Chen Zhuo. After an unfruitful search, Lin Yu, ever adaptable, approached 2 familiar-looking students for assistance. "Excuse me, classmates, could you direct me to the classroom of Class 5, Year 2? The 2 high school girls, clad in loose blue and white uniforms, their thick bangs neatly styled and sporting somewhat plain black-rimmed glasses, were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's inquiry, their hearts racing slightly. "We are Class 5, Year 2, one of the taller girls whispered. "May I ask what you need?" "Ah, splendid. You're indeed Class 5. Lin Yu replied with a smile. "I am Chen Zhuo's brother, here to deliver something for him." The girls exchanged glances, their expressions filled with skepticism. Observing their reactions, Lin Yu chuckled lightly. "All right, I suppose I am his cousin." Chapter 37. Deception in Reality. Props come to life. Under the guidance of the 2 girls, Lin Yu swiftly located Chen Zhuo. He had been led to the 1st-floor restroom by several boys from his class. As Lin Yu approached the men's restroom, he could hear a commotion inside. "Think you're quite something, huh? What's with all the fuss over fetching a drink? I don't understand your attitude." Peering inside, Lin Yu was dismayed to see Chen Zhuo cornered by 4 boys, squatting on the floor with his head cradled in his arms, enduring punches and kicks as they ruthlessly tossed water-soaked paper towels at him, rendering him a pitiful sight. Is this bullying? A surge of anger coursed through Lin Yu. He had always detested such acts of oppression against the vulnerable. "Hey, stop that!" he exclaimed as he stepped into the restroom, causing the 4 boys to turn in surprise. Noticing Lin Yu appeared older than a typical high school student, they withdrew, grinning sheepishly. "Teacher, we were just playing around." Lin Yu fixed them with a stern gaze, his voice cold and commanding. "Which class are you from?" The boys, clad in expensive sneakers and towering in stature, immediately sensed trouble and bolted for the exit. Lin Yu did not pursue them. After all, He was masquerading under a false identity. Turning his attention to Chunjua, he found the latter looking up at him, blinking away the moisture on his face. Administrator, how did you find your way here? Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. As an administrator, I have my ways. Chunjua wiped the grime from his clothes and stood up, appearing somewhat reserved. Lin Yu gazed at his disheveled appearance and sighed. Why not resist? Even if you have been submissive until now, you have already participated in the death game. You've faced death once. Why not exhibit a bit of courage? Lin Yu could not help but inquire. Chunjua, somewhat embarrassed, replied, resisting is futile. I simply cannot contend with the four esteemed administrators. You, with your handsome visage and likely commendable grades, cannot comprehend this. There is no point in resisting such matters. He spread his hands in resignation. After all, we're already in our second year of high school. Just a bit longer, and it will be over. If I had the abilities of a soldier, I would undoubtedly fight back. But alas, my profession is merely that of a homebody. Of course, having a profession is better than none. My recovery speed has improved after taking a beating. Chunjua optimistically pointed to the bruised areas on his body, which were visibly swelling. After contemplating Chunjua's words for a moment, Lin Yu spoke again. The death game grants you power not solely through your profession, but also through items. What if you possessed a tool potent enough to bestow you with immense strength? Lin Yu's voice resonated with encouragement. Chunjua paused, then his gaze grew resolute. If I have a tool, how could I allow myself to be bullied? He asserted firmly. Lin Yu nodded in approval. Excellent. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Lin Yu turned and retrieved a baton and a bottle containing a delicate blue liquid from his backpack. This is the tool baton and the item agility potion. The former, as its name suggests, is a baton that can be stored in your item space, functioning identically to an ordinary baton. As for the agility potion, once consumed, it significantly enhances your reaction speed and agility for an hour. Lin Yu placed the two items into Chunjua's hands. Chunjua was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed administrator, what is the purpose of this? Lin Yu gently patted Chunjua's shoulder. This is a gift from me as an administrator. See if you can utilize it. It should provide instructions. Lin Yu spoke with a natural tone. In that moment, Lin Yu sensed a surge of belief emanating from Chunjua. Subsequently, Lin Yu's previous words transformed into reality for the first time, activating his trickster ability in the real world. Chunjua was surprised, opened his palm to find the baton and potion vanish within it. It's true. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed administrator. Lin Yu nodded slightly and gestured towards the restroom door. Go now, Chunjua. You have acquired power. Pursue what you wish to achieve. Chunjua, with a serious expression, nodded and summoned the baton and potion once more. He uncorked the potion and downed it in one go. To his delight, it tasted of blueberries, quite delectable. He discarded the bottle and felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. Encouraged by Lin Yu's expectant gaze, Chunjua steeled himself for action. Chunjua brandished the baton and, fueled by a surge of determination, burst forth from the restroom, letting out a thunderous shout. Hey, you lot! Lin Yu remained inside, elegantly washing his hands, listening to the cacophony of scuffles and shouts outside, feeling immensely satisfied. The baton and the potion were, of course, mere fakes. The former was purchased from a small goods market, while the latter was a concoction of food coloring and essence he had mixed himself. This was precisely why Lin Yu sought out Chunjua. He intended to exploit the deception, activating his conman ability to transform these counterfeit items into genuine goods. After all, if he were to activate his ability at a gathering, he feared the discerning eyes of seasoned players would easily discern the imposters. However, Chunjua, a novice unacquainted with such trickery, was a different case altogether. Having conducted a trial, it was indeed feasible. Moreover, it coincided with Chunjua being bullied, allowing Lin Yu to assist him through this act of deception. Naturally, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a few minutes, Lin Yu exited the restroom to find Chunjua leaning against the wall, panting heavily. The towering school bullies lay scattered on the ground, their expressions reflecting pain and disbelief. They gazed incredulously at Chunjua, the once clumsy, chubby boy, now agile and swift in his strikes, leaving them in distress. At that moment, Chunjua, wielding the baton, looked down imperiously and spoke coldly. I used to refrain from stooping to your level, but today I can no longer endure it. In the future, I suggest you steer clear of me. Having said that, Chunjua hastened towards Lin Yu, once again donning a sincere expression. Thank you, Administrator Brother. That feeling was truly exhilarating. You didn't violate any rules by giving me the potion and props, did you? He inquired with a hint of concern. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Those are my own props, and gifting them to you is a perfectly normal action for a player. It has nothing to do with the administration. As he spoke, Lin Yu opened his backpack, revealing even more batons and various bottles inside. I have plenty of these small tools. Chapter 38. The Gathering Begins. Coveted Goods. Lin Yu bid farewell to the now completely self-assured Chunjua. Having traversed the harrowing realms of life and death within the treacherous game, Chunjua had already undergone a transformation. However, his ingrained mindset still rendered him reluctant to resist. With Lin Yu's subtle encouragement, even though the potion had been exhausted and the bullies might still harbor resentment, Chunjua was unlikely to be bullied again. Lin Yu found great satisfaction in this outcome. Although his initial aim was to execute the deception, it ultimately resulted in a commendable act of goodwill. Of course, in comparison to Chunjua, Lin Yu's own gains were even more substantial. The batons and potions in his backpack had, under Chunjua's belief, metamorphosed into genuine game props. Lin Yu even felt fortunate that he had coincidentally arrived at the moment Chunjua was being tormented. Otherwise, it is likely that Chunjua would not have so readily accepted this instance of deception. After all, it would be rather abrupt to send Chunjua several gaming items without any reason. Although Chunjua might not doubt entirely, the extent of his belief would be significantly diminished under suspicion, consequently affecting the likelihood of these items becoming real. In such a scenario, it would likely be impossible to transform all the items into reality. After all, Lin Yu could sense Chunjua's degree of belief, and converting all the items in the backpack into reality was already somewhat of a stretch. It seems that attending this gathering was imperative. Besides Chunjua, Lin Yu needed to seek out other easily deceived players to extract their trust in the future. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Soon enough, Friday evening arrived, and the player gathering in Jiangsheng was about to commence. Following the advice from the guide, Lin Yu donned a mask, a cap, and sunglasses, parking his bicycle at a considerable distance from the abandoned restaurant, before walking to the gathering site. Many players participating in the deadly game had already developed a twisted psychology from their experiences in the games, where murder and theft had become routine methods. In recent years, with the rise of two just and righteous organizations, Forum and Order, they collectively established some customary player rules and created an administrative body to punish those who violated these rules. The content of the rules was quite straightforward, such as prohibiting players from utilizing their abilities for illegal activities in reality and forbidding mutual killings among players in the real world. The establishment of these rules and administrators significantly improved the atmosphere among players, greatly reducing malicious incidents. However, one must remain vigilant. A decrease in such incidents does not equate to their complete eradication. Although Forum and Order are recognized as quite powerful, the administrators, comprised of high-level experts from both organizations, are still not formidable enough to deter all wrongdoing. Thus, most guides still recommend that participants in offline gatherings conceal their identities. In fact, unless one possesses sufficient confidence in their strength, it is generally advisable to keep one's identity as a player hidden. Lin Yu heeded this advice. Therefore, prior to attending the gathering, he naturally dressed in full gear and meticulously planned his route. He set out shortly after 6, but by the time he arrived at the entrance of the abandoned restaurant, the hour was nearly 8. Lin Yu noticed many individuals around him who were similarly attired and moved stealthily. People obscured their faces with various materials such as veils, masks, and hoods, quietly making their way toward the restaurant. Lin Yu understood immediately. These must all be players. He blended into the crowd and walked silently, soon finding everyone lining up at the entrance. There, two tall and robust men donned in bandit masks and vests stood with scanners, responsible for checking entries. The QR code scanned here is, of course, the back-end code for the forum. As everyone remained quiet, the efficiency was remarkably high, although the queue appeared lengthy. Lin Yu was soon at the forefront. Emulating those ahead of him, he presented his personal QR code for the forum backend. Subsequently, a sound reminiscent of supermarket payment machines signified his successful entry. A receipt was printed above, stating, nickname, director, which belonged to Lin Yu's forum. The burly gatekeeper tore off the label and affixed it to Lin Yu's chest, instructing him not to engage in any fighting within and to find a table to sit down at. He was cautioned against losing the label, or he would be expelled from the venue. The intimidating figure seemed to recognize that Lin Yu was a newcomer and offered a word of advice. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yu entered, burdened by his backpack. The once pristine yet desolate abandoned restaurant had now transformed into a bustling hub of activity. It was evident that the attendees were seasoned players, many of whom had already set up their stalls, displaying their wares for potential buyers to peruse. A few players focused on purchasing meandered among the scattered stalls, engaging in negotiations over intriguing items. Boss, how much for that toolbox? Flat rate, 15 points. What? Why don't you go rob someone? I'm a student. Can you give me a discount? Huh, not even a beast would get that deal. This tactic won't work on me. Listening to these down-to-earth exchanges, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head in exasperation. Initially a bit anxious, he soon realized that this so-called gathering resembled the experience he had while strolling through the small goods market earlier that afternoon. After this revelation, he felt considerably more at ease and found an empty table. He began to arrange his extendable batons and potions methodically, following the example of other stall owners. Lin Yu settled comfortably behind his table, awaiting customers to inquire about prices. However, just as he sat down, barely getting comfortable, he heard an eager voice asking for prices. Brother, how much for those batons? If I buy them all, can you offer a discount? Lin Yu looked up to find a masked young man with an intense gaze. 10 points each, preferably cash. That way, I can offer a discount. Wow, 10 points? I'll take them all, exclaimed the masked youth, his eyes glinting with excitement. Yet, before he could retrieve his phone to make the payment, another voice urgently interrupted. Don't sell to him, brother. I'll give you 13 points each, cash. No need to give me a discount. As the words fell, a man wearing a mask and a fisherman's hat rushed over. Chapter 39. The Tycoon Appears. A fair price. The voice of the masked fisherman was somewhat loud, quickly drawing the attention of those present. Over there, someone was selling weapon-type items. Baton for just 10 points? And cash payments. Goodness, where did this philanthropist come from? In an instant, players who had been leisurely wandering around other stalls surged towards Lin Yu's booth. Those whose customers had been snatched away did not express dissatisfaction towards him. Instead, they hurriedly packed up their stalls and rushed in Lin Yu's direction. The weapons and items available at this hour were too enticing to miss. Before long, a crowd of about 10 had gathered in front of Lin Yu's stall. Brother, I'll offer 15 points, cash. I'll give 17 points. I'll take all for 17 points. Who wouldn't want them all? Lin Yu gazed at the fervent players, realizing he had underestimated the allure of weapons. This was merely a baton, not even a lethal weapon. The exchange rate for credit points to RMB was 1,100. In other words, 10 points equated to 1,000 renminbi. Lin Yu had purchased these batons from the merchant street at a quality that was not particularly high, priced at 229 each. He had managed to negotiate down to 120 each, spending a total of 1,800 renminbi to acquire 15 of them. This sum represented nearly all of Lin Yu's savings at that time. Lin Zhao was concerned for Lin Yu, who was already burdened with rehearsals and studies, and did not wish for him to take on a job. Conversely, Lin Yu was reluctant to ask for additional living expenses, given the low purchase price. He had set his selling price as high as possible, knowing the scarcity of weapon-type items. However, he never anticipated that even at nearly 10 times the price, it still seemed too low. After all, this was merely a nondescript baton, yet upon reflection, it was somewhat reasonable. A simple stick could potentially save one's life in a deadly game. Those who had experienced such life-and-death situations felt that spending a few thousand yuan for a safeguard of their lives was certainly worthwhile. Before long, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, he has potions for sale too. Let me see the agility potion, wow. The effects are incredible. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the seller had more valuable items. Agility potion, upon consumption. It enhances the player's reaction speed and mobility by 200 for 1 hour. Due to the previous effects of Chunju's fraud, all counterfeit items had now become real. Thus, when players picked up the items, they were naturally met with the official game descriptions appearing in blood-red letters. The players gazed intently at Lin Yu. "Boss, how much for this potion?" Having learned from the previous experience with the batons, Lin Yu hesitated, originally intending to price the potion at 3 points per bottle, equivalent to 300 renminbi. He stroked his chin and tentatively suggested, "Is this also 10 points?" Indeed, the price of 10 points did not deter these players. Instead, it ignited their excitement even further. "I'll take them all." "Hey, stop being so selfish, wanting everything for yourself." "Boss, I'll give 15 points for the potion." As the commotion grew louder, almost escalating into a brawl in front of Lin Yu's stall, a sudden crisp sound echoed from above. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu raised his head and beheld the amiable Uncle Hachi Shankai, whom he had encountered once before, descending the staircase in his meticulously tailored suit. The noise just now had emanated from his striking 2 gold ingots together. As he approached, he declared in a resonant voice, "Such a lively gathering. It seems a friend has brought forth some fine treasures." The previously animated crowd, their faces flushed with excitement, fell into an immediate hush, all eyes turning toward the distinguished gentleman. "The tycoon. Ah, the tycoon has arrived. Welcome, Brother Hung." A few familiar faces in the crowd greeted Uncle Hachi with utmost respect. Observing this scene, Lin Yu understood with clarity. Indeed, the amiable Uncle Hachi was the tycoon mentioned in the forum. Furthermore, he appeared to hold considerable esteem among these players. Having read in the forum strategy guide that one should refrain from revealing their identity, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret for having exchanged contact information with this gentleman. Although he had taken precautions by using a secondary account, this still undeniably increased his exposure to potential risks. Nevertheless, witnessing the respect bestowed upon the tycoon by the crowd alleviated some of his concerns. Of course, that anxiety was not entirely dispelled. The man referred to as the tycoon approached Lin Yu's table. "Is this what has stirred such commotion? Just a common baton, is it? Though this potion does pique my interest, yet surely it cannot warrant such a frenzy," the tycoon remarked, surveying the crowd. The man in the fisherman's hat and mask was the first to speak, a grin on his face. "Tycoon, while these items may be ordinary, they are priced significantly lower than usual, and the quantity is astounding." "Oh." The tycoon turned to Lin Yu, seemingly not recognizing him, and inquired, "How much are you selling these for?" "Initially, I envisioned a price of 10 points each, and cash payments would allow for further reductions," Lin Yu replied candidly. The tycoon shook his head, fiddling with his phone. "That is indeed too low. Why sell them all at such a discount? It is no small feat to acquire so many items, is it? They all appear quite similar. I surmise they all originated from one dungeon. Did many of you collect them to sell, or do you perhaps have an organization backing you?" Just as Lin Yu prepared to counter, the tycoon abruptly pointed at his phone screen. Understanding the cue, Lin Yu discreetly retrieved his own phone and glanced at it. "Newcomer, while I am unsure how you managed to amass so many items at once, it will be prudent to assert that you have a group behind you." A chill ran through Lin Yu's heart. He looked up at the tycoon with gratitude and nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am part of an organization, though I prefer not to disclose its name. Our leader is in urgent need of funds, hence we are selling some of the items we had previously accumulated. This is also why I require cash," Lin Yu stated calmly. The tycoon, upon hearing this, feigned deep contemplation and replied, "In that case, why not sell them all to me? I am willing to purchase the batons at 25 points each and the potions at 20 points per bottle, which may still be slightly below market value. However, I can settle the payment entirely in cash, so you would not incur any losses." With that said, the tycoon turned his gaze towards the players. "After midnight tonight, I shall list these items for sale on the forum, maintaining the same prices, and it will be a race for you to secure them, with each account limited to 1 purchase," the tycoon stated, and the players expressed no objections. "Since you have made such a proposition, very well, let us proceed as you suggest." The tycoon then turned to Lin Yu. "What are your thoughts on this plan?" In the future, should you or your organization wish to sell items in Jiangsheng, consider collaborating with me, the tycoon. Lin Yu had no reason to decline the tycoon. Very well, let us proceed as you have suggested. Chapter 40, Profiting Handsomely. The arrival of a mysterious organization. With the tycoon's assistance, Lin Yu initially intended to operate his stall throughout the night, gradually selling his items. But now he found himself completely sold out in one breath. Certainly, even without the tycoon's influence, given the previous surge in demand, Lin Yu would have sold out quickly. However, Lin Yu was aware that this was the tycoon aiding him. After all, as a newcomer whose background was unknown, suddenly producing such a plethora of low-priced items could easily attract unwanted attention. By selling everything to the tycoon in one go, Lin Yu had undoubtedly minimized his own visibility. Moreover, the tycoon's arrangement of cash on delivery spared Lin Yu considerable hassle. 15 batons and 20 potions totaled 775 forum points. The tycoon fulfilled his promise, conducting the entire transaction in RMB. To this end, the tycoon even invited Lin Yu to the second floor. The former dining area had been transformed by the tycoon into a lavish office. Once again, we meet, my young friend. The tycoon smiled at Lin Yu. Indeed, you recognized me. A saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And although Lin Yu remained cautious and vigilant towards the tycoon, he responded courteously. The tycoon waved his hand. Initially, I truly did not recognize you, but you were so audacious. The starting price for the baton items in Jiangsheng is 30 points. You brought forth a dozen or so and offered them at 10 points each. Reflecting on your bold entrance yesterday, it felt as if I were approaching someone, only to realize, hey, the physique seems quite similar. A quick message confirmed your identity. The tycoon remarked, and Lin Yu chuckled. There was no way around it. Even after reviewing the strategies on the forum, many things remained unclear. That is true. You are genuinely a novice who has just cleared the first dungeon, the tycoon sighed. But you are quite impressive, having acquired over a dozen batons and 20 potions from a single dungeon. What happened to that handgun you had yesterday? Was your first dungeon a reward stage? It was merely luck, Lin Yu replied vaguely. Seeing Lin Yu's demeanor, the tycoon burst into laughter. Look how frightened you are? Rest assured, since you have perused the forum, you should be aware that the tycoon, can organize and oversee offline gatherings in Jiangsheng, so my character is undoubtedly reliable. Even if my character were not guaranteed, I would not covet your trifling gains. As he spoke, the magnate directly picked up his phone. The notification of a transfer arrived. 70,000 yuan. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. 70,000 yuan, and you simply give it without hesitation. The magnate waved his hand and produced a paper bag. Inside, there was an additional 7,500 yuan in new bills. Take this. I noticed you were dressed in modest attire, and at such a young age, this is likely your first substantial earnings. Having some fresh notes in hand will surely bring you comfort when you count at home, the magnate remarked with a smile. Lin Yu accepted the heavy paper bag and quietly tucked it into his backpack. Thank you. You have quite a discerning eye, he replied with a hint of resignation. Holding the weighty cash in his hand indeed brought a sense of satisfaction that surpassed the earlier transfer. I shall take my leave now. I truly appreciate your assistance. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude and bid farewell as he turned to exit the second floor. This magnate, rather generous towards him, was perplexing. Were it not for the fact that they were in Jiangsheng rather than a southwestern city, and given the man's seemingly straightforward demeanor, adorned with a golden wedding ring on his right hand, Lin Yu almost began to wonder if the man had taken a fancy to his handsome appearance. Yet, the lack of a plausible reason only deepened his confusion. What could this possibly signify? After Lin Yu departed, the magnate rose and approached the window, quietly observing as Lin Yu exited the gathering's dining hall without a backward glance. Within the office, a door creaked open, revealing a tall and robust man with dark skin. Boss, why do you hold this young man in such high regard? While it is rare for a newcomer to present so many items at once, it hardly warrants such attention, he questioned. The magnate shook his head. I sense a certain aura about him, a quality reminiscent of my own. His future is boundless. He is a gem worthy of my investment, the magnate asserted confidently, yet the dark-skinned man remained unconvinced. Spare me the nonsense, boss. You make it sound as though you possess exceptional judgment. What is the real reason? The magnate sighed in resignation. Very well. When this young man arrived yesterday, he presented me with a business card bearing our address. Upon examination, it appeared to be from the Psychological Society. He is one of their selected individuals. Moreover, it seems he has been chosen at the highest level. Psychological Society? The dark-skinned man gasped in a hushed tone, his expression turning serious. Does that not imply that, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, he will likely attain at least Tier 3 status? The magnate nodded slowly. Indeed, and I suspect his profession will be quite formidable as well. Otherwise, no matter how fortunate one may be, it will be impossible to acquire so many ordinary items in a novice dungeon. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the magnate's assessment of him was taking place. Due to the swift conclusion of events, the hour was still early. At this moment, Lin Yu was brimming with excitement over his newfound wealth. Should he perhaps make a detour to purchase something for his elder sister? After all, many of Jiangxing's shopping malls were still open at this hour. Yet, amid his excitement, Lin Yu also felt a tinge of curiosity. What is the true intention of the one who left a business card for himself and subsequently killed his junior? Was it merely to lead him to the gathering, allowing him to swiftly integrate into the local player community of Jiangxing? Before departing, he wandered around the restaurant a couple of times. Even though everyone was masked, Lin Yu failed to identify anyone resembling the suspected murderer. Their physique and demeanor did not match. Just as Lin Yu was deep in thought, a burst of laughter resonated behind him. Haha, quite impressive, Lin Yu. Truly worthy of being chosen by us. Not only did you successfully clear the first dungeon, but you also made quite the splash at the first auction. Your potential is indeed immeasurable. Turning around, Lin Yu spotted a figure clad entirely in black, concealed from head to toe, emerging from a nearby alley. The individual spoke in a hoarse voice, seemingly making a deliberate effort to lower their tone. Who are you? Lin Yu inquired coldly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, the figure chuckled softly, their voice gravelly. Who I am is of little significance. However, I can tell you that I, along with the beautiful girl who sent you into the death game and left you that business card, belong to the same organization. We are all members of the Psychological Society. Chapter 41. The Impending Battle, Soldier Lin Yu. Psychological Society? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yu understood immediately. Wasn't this the organization mentioned in the forum that was prohibited from access just yesterday? It certainly does not bode well. Lin Yu discreetly reached into his jacket to conceal his revolver. The guaranteed revolver retained only a single bullet upon returning to reality. Although this bullet would refresh daily, unlike in the dungeon where only one was available throughout the entire game, Lin Yu refrained from recklessly drawing his weapon, even keeping it hidden. Although this guaranteed bullet was formidable, the other party had already introduced themselves as belonging to an organization, specifically one highlighted by the forum. This implied that the Psychological Society was likely not a benevolent entity and boasted a significant profile, possibly indicating a considerable scale and formidable influence. To take a hypothetical step back, apart from the unidentified figure in black before him, there was also that previous lunatic who had shot himself. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to engage the individual in conversation first. Who are you, and why did you attempt to kill me? Lin Yu asked coldly. The figure in black laughed. Kill you? No. Our aim is not to see you perish, but rather to have you join the death game. For according to the organization S assessment, you possess considerable potential. It comes as no surprise that you were selected, and you successfully cleared the challenge. Our organization is dedicated to seeking out individuals with potential, those capable of achieving extraordinary feats within this game, who have yet to join it. We will not allow their talents to go to waste. Upon hearing the enthusiastic words of the figure, Lin Yu became even more convinced that the minds of this organization's members seemed rather unhinged. Indeed, they are a group of lunatics. It is no wonder the forum denies them access. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the man in black displayed a profound disdain. A forum? Merely a place where mediocrity congregates for warmth. Well, our time is limited. To prevent disturbances from the inept, I shall complete the task at hand. With that said, the man in black turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, So, esteemed Mr. Lin Yu, what profession have you awakened to? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, responding defiantly. Why should I divulge that to you? Setting aside the fact that he had awakened to the singular profession of trickster, a vocation that must remain undisclosed. Even if Lin Yu had awakened to another profession, he had no intention of revealing it to the man in black or the psychological society. Because this is a further evaluation, you would do well to cooperate. Otherwise, the man in black unsheathed a dagger from his waist. I will have to resort to coercion. Lin Yu gazed at the glinting blade, experiencing a renewed sense of peril. What would happen to players in a death game if they were slain again in reality? The answer was unequivocal: immediate death. Thus, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to draw his firearm, but managed to suppress that impulse. The man before him was his only lead. This individual could not perish. Furthermore, although he had drawn a dagger, the element of intimidation seemed to outweigh the actual threat. With a cold tone, Lin Yu replied, "Is that so? I am quite eager to see you attempt it." He lowered his handgun, bending slightly to retrieve a half-brick from the ground, as the old streets of this district were littered with broken bricks that could be easily lifted. The man in black regarded Lin Yu's confident demeanor with surprise. "You don't seem particularly afraid of facing me directly? A brick cannot compete with a dagger. And you are unaware of my profession, are you? It matters not what your profession is, for I have awakened to the most combat-appropriate vocation, soldier," Lin Yu asserted, having made his decision. In confronting this enigmatic man in black, Lin Yu resolved to masquerade as a soldier. After all, the formidable combat prowess of the Yulong nation had left a lasting impression on him. Moreover, he had reviewed the capabilities of common professions the previous day, concluding that among them, the soldier was the most adept at one-on-one confrontations, significantly enhancing physical attributes. The man in black paused momentarily before shaking his head. "Impossible. Your real-life profession and experiences bear little relation to that of a soldier. We have investigated you. You are merely a university student." Lin Yu chuckled. "It seems you have never attended university. Do you not know that military training is a part of the curriculum?" He then hefted the brick in his hand, raising it confidently before him. "Behold, even with your dagger, you cannot hope to match the enhancement a soldier provides me." The man's expression shifted slightly. Lin Yu, with unwavering determination, raised the brick high above his head, exerting all his strength as he brought it crashing down onto his other arm. In that moment, as the brick descended, Lin Yu felt the truth of his words manifest before him. In that fleeting moment, the man in black, compelled by Lin Yu's reckless action, was convinced that he was indeed a soldier. After all, who would exhibit such unwavering confidence to render oneself an arm useless just before engaging in combat? This was precisely Lin Yu's intention. He deliberately raised the brick high, granting his opponent a moment to contemplate and assess. Only in this manner could belief blossom in his heart. As for the determination and confidence, Lin Yu was merely performing. His gamble paid off. With the emergence of belief within the man in black, Lin Yu truly transformed into a soldier. He instantly felt a tremendous surge in his physical prowess, his body brimming with vigor and lightness. With a resounding thud, the brick struck Lin Yu's forearm, sending a slight pang of pain coursing through him. However, the reinforced skin, muscles, and bones had significantly enhanced his resilience to impact. The brick merely caused a fleeting discomfort, nothing more. That very brick shattered upon colliding with Lin Yu's arm, breaking into two pieces. Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the man in black. "Well, you're now aware of my profession. Since you have just acknowledged that you and the one who murdered me belong to the same organization, it is only reasonable for me to seek vengeance upon you," Lin Yu declared, clenching his fist. "It is time for you to reveal your profession. Otherwise, do not blame me for pressing you." The man in black regarded the formidable aura radiating from Lin Yu and chuckled. "Ah, I shall enlighten you. Although your profession is soldier, the organization has dispatched me to engage with you, as my own profession is equally capable of handling such situations." "Oh," Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man in black. He watched as the figure sheathed his dagger and produced two ominous, black spheres from within his attire. "Surprised, are you? My profession, while not unique, is indeed rare and formidable. I am a ninja. Farewell, Lin Yu." With that, the man hurled the two spheres to the ground, and a plume of smoke rapidly erupted. Coughing, Lin Yu was engulfed in the acrid smoke, which stung his eyes and elicited tears, accompanied by a subtle burning sensation in his throat and nostrils. Once he waved away the noxious fumes and reopened his eyes, he discovered that the man in black had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the desolate street beneath the vast night sky, Lin Yu felt a sense of resignation. A ninja? Given that professions are intertwined with one's real-world experiences, how could anyone awaken such a vocation? That fellow certainly did not appear to be Japanese. Could it be that he is a player of the Naruto mobile game? Chapter 42. The eccentric thief. Lin Yu's superior skills, though the man in black had escaped. Lin Yu did not feel particularly disheartened. After all, no matter how formidable a soldier might be, he could not withstand gunfire, a lesson he had already learned through his encounters in Yulong country. Moreover, within the ranks of the psychological society, there undoubtedly existed an individual wielding firearms. Although Lin Yu was filled with displeasure and animosity towards those who, for inexplicable reasons, had drawn him into this deadly game, he remained clear-headed and did not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. Revenge, after all, must be approached with caution and deliberation. This evening, however, was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he had discerned that his assailants belonged to the psychological society and had gleaned some insight into their overarching motives. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a petite girl unexpectedly collided with him. She sported a ponytail that was slightly longer than a mere tuft, and her round head was adorned with sunglasses and a mask, even at this late hour. Dressed in a black windbreaker and carrying a dual-shoulder mountaineering backpack, she resembled a player. Before Lin Yu could process whether she intended to attack him, the girl rubbed her head and indignantly exclaimed, "Are you blind? How could you walk into someone?" The girl, barely reaching Lin Yu's chest, glared up at him with a fiery expression. Her accent and demeanor revealed her as a local from Jiangxing. Observing her fierce stance, Lin Yu took a step back, preparing to apologize. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. "Hey, what do you mean by that? I was standing still. It was you who bumped into me. Perhaps it's you who should pay more attention to where you're going." The diminutive girl paused for a moment, then pouted defiantly. "Well, you shouldn't be standing in the middle of the road at this hour, especially with all this smoke. I can hardly see." Her bravado had waned somewhat, but she stubbornly continued her retort. It seemed she too recognized her fault, for after her outburst, she waved her hand dismissively. All right. It was my fault for not watching where I was going. I apologize." With that, the girl hurriedly apologized and pushed past Lin Yu to continue on her way. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to follow her. After just a couple of steps, the small girl turned around, her temper flaring anew as she pointed angrily at him. "Why are you still following me? I've already apologized." Lin Yu raised his hands in surrender. "I'm not following you. I'm going in the same direction. Who would believe you? You're covering your face at this hour. You must be a player too, right? How'd I know you're not planning to rob me?" She retorted, producing a utility knife from her pocket and brandishing the blade. "Don't come any closer. Keep your distance. My profession is quite powerful. I'm a soldier." Lin Yu observed the utility knife, as small as its wielder, and sighed. The deceit surrounding the soldier class was still in effect. A knife thrust could be somewhat troublesome, but this utility knife would hardly break the skin. Moreover, he was certain that this girl could not possibly be a soldier. Sensing her erratic behavior, he decided to avoid escalating the situation further. All right, I will keep my distance. You go ahead." Lin Yu remained where he stood, raising his hands in resignation. The girl glanced back at him, snorted, and then quickened her pace. Her speed increased significantly, eventually transitioning into a light jog. Noticing the distance between her and his own reflection growing, Lin Yu resumed his pace. Why do so many players in this death game seem somewhat deranged? He muttered to himself, then proceeded to the street corner. Just as Lin Yu was about to unlock his bicycle to head home, he was taken aback to find that the securely locked bicycle parked in the designated area had vanished. A quick check of his pockets revealed that the bike key was also missing. Hurrying forward, he spotted a shared bicycle parked beside the empty spot where his bike had once been. A note was affixed to this shared bike, inscribed with a hasty yet elegant script. "Just kidding, I'm not a soldier, I'm a thief, hee hee," followed by a crude doodle of a ghost face. In an instant, Lin Yu recalled the little girl who had bumped into him earlier. This was undoubtedly her handiwork. He immediately dashed towards the street's end, only to discover that the sidewalks were devoid of any signs of life, leaving him clueless as to the girl's whereabouts. Lin Yu exhaled sharply. Truly, he had been underestimated. The girl's acting skills were remarkable. He hadn't even realized she was performing. As a gifted student of drama, designated as the trickster of the death game, he had been outsmarted by a mere little thief. Indeed, the world was filled with countless talented individuals. Standing still, Lin Yu chuckled coldly. Excellent. First a ninja, now a thief, tonight. I'm encountering nothing but rodents. He ground his teeth, declaring that should he encounter anyone from the psychological society in the game, he would surely take them down. As for the girl who had stolen his bike, she deserved a sound beating before he would let her return it. As he contemplated this, he slowly released a breath. However, this thief did possess a modicum of conscience, as she had left him a shared bicycle. He tore off the note attached to the bike's QR code, only for his phone to ping with a notification. This vehicle is damaged and temporarily unavailable for use. Upon inspection, he discovered that the bicycle S-chain had been removed. The evening breeze rustled the note, revealing another line of text. With your intelligence, you can basically say goodbye to bicycles from now on. After reading the additional message on the note, Lin Yu took 3 deep breaths. In that fleeting moment, his animosity towards the little thief had even surpassed that directed at the enigmatic schoolmate from the psychological society who had tried to kill him. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "You better hope I don't catch you. If I do, I will personally hang that little girl up and whip her with the bicycle chain until she is bruised and battered. Never mind, I should head home first. Otherwise, my sister will start to worry." With that thought, Lin Yu took 2 steps forward. However, just after crossing an intersection, he was astonished to find his bicycle parked neatly at the roadside. Moreover, his bike key lay on the seat alongside a new note. Haha, just kidding. Here, your bike back. At the bottom of the note, there remained a simple sketch of a ghostly face. Lin Yu found himself caught between laughter and tears. What on earth was wrong with that thief? Why had he returned the car to him? As he crouched down, preparing to pick the lock, he noticed something amiss. This lock was not the one I had. Lin Yu stared at the unfamiliar lock, momentarily stunned. There was a new note affixed to it, bearing only 2 words. Hee hee. Lin Yu was utterly speechless. What nonsense is this? With a heavy fist, he struck the lock, unleashing the full force of his enhanced strength, and with a resounding bang, the lock shattered. Shaking his slightly reddened hand, he tossed the broken lock into a nearby trash bin. Thankfully, my skills surpassed them. Chapter 43. A new game, a deadly question. Lin Yu rode his bicycle back home. Just like the previous day, Lin Zhao awaited him behind the door, though this time she was seated on the sofa with the lights on. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, she sprang up from the sofa, rolled up her sleeves, and approached him with a face full of anger. Lin Yu, today is, before Lin Zhao could unleash her frustration. Lin Yu promptly opened his backpack and retrieved 2 stacks of cash. Business matters, dear sister. I've been earning money, he said, shoving 2,000 yuan into Lin Zhao's arms. The sight of the pink bills instantly wiped the fury from her face. She instinctively pinched the bills, confirming their authenticity, though her tone still carried a hint of reproach. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought I had made it clear that I didn't want you to work. It was precisely because I feared you would object that I kept it from you. Lin Yu waved dismissively. Don't worry, it's not tiring. It's just quick money earned over the past few nights. Lin Zhao's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Quick money at night? Lin Yu, you're not doing something like being a male escort, are you? You must maintain your integrity. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her imagination. What are you thinking, sister? Male escort, really? As for the source of the money, Lin Yu had already crafted an explanation. A senior at our school is filming short videos, and I did a cameo. This is my appearance fee. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao was convinced. After all, in her eyes, Lin Yu was destined to be a future star, perhaps even an award-winning actor. Earning thousands from a few days of filming short videos was certainly plausible. Is there such a good opportunity? Had you mentioned this to me, I would have certainly supported you. I'm not completely unreasonable, Lin Zhao said, her excitement palpable. By the way, what is your senior's account name? I want to see what you filmed. Lin Yu waved his hand. Oh, he is still setting up his account. so the videos are being saved and not yet posted. I'll definitely let you know when they're live. After a long night of work, he added, I'm a bit tired now. I'll head back to my room and rest. With that, Lin Yu hurriedly retreated to his room. Once he shut the door, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had successfully deceived Lin Zhao. Lin Yu began to contemplate whether he should indeed pursue making short videos. Not only does he need to provide an explanation to his sister in a few days, but earning money at the gathering in the future would also spare him the trouble of concocting new excuses. Nevertheless, these concerns are trivial. The pressing matter remains ensuring his survival in the death game. Lin Yu pondered, reopening the forum to browse the strategies from that day. Given the unique characteristics of the trickster profession, he resolved to memorize all currently known professions and their abilities. While for other players, familiarizing themselves with the abilities of different professions may not be entirely useless. Hardly anyone would go out of their way to engage in such a laborious task. After all, in non-combat dungeons, players typically introduce their abilities to one another. However, for Lin Yu, the optimal application of the trickster profession lies in masquerading as other roles. Depending on the specific characteristics of each dungeon, he could select the most suitable profession to utilize. Of course, in addition to this, he also immersed himself in studying ordinary dungeon strategies. Before long, for days had swiftly passed. Lin Yu spent the entire weekend holed up in his room under the pretense of reviewing scripts, delving into various game strategies. Even during the 2 days of school, he fervently studied strategies during his spare time beyond classes and rehearsals. This significantly enriched his theoretical knowledge regarding the death game. Even while biking to and from school, Lin Yu found himself recalling the professions associated with the game as if he were memorizing vocabulary, an experience reminiscent of the days leading up to college entrance exams, prompting a sense of nostalgia. As noon struck on Tuesday, the crimson letters before him underwent a transformation. Less than 24 hours remain until the latest possible start time for the next game. Please find a water body with a depth exceeding 50 centimeters and fully immerse yourself before midnight to await entry into the game. Lin Yu gazed at the blood-red text, understanding its implications. This was the method for entering the next game. From his recent forum browsing, he had learned that entering the death game each week did not occur instantaneously. Instead, it required adherence to certain cryptic blood-written prompts, which bore resemblance to specific methods of death. Today's prompt seemed to mimic drowning. Fortunately, it wasn't overly demanding. Otherwise, it would have posed a greater challenge. Lin Yu mused. Should he fail to follow the prescribed method for entering the dungeon, he would not face annihilation at midnight. Rather, he would be forcibly thrust into the dungeon. However, in such scenarios, participants often endure exceedingly harsh penalties, with some even meeting an immediate demise upon entry, essentially rendering the punishment akin to death. As a newcomer who had just cleared the novice dungeon, Lin Yu was not keen on tackling a high-difficulty challenge in his second dungeon. Hence, he had already identified a suitable water source early on, and fortunately, one was readily available at home. Although the house was old and dilapidated, the bathroom was relatively spacious. Previously, Lin Zhao had whimsically purchased a large wooden bathtub, intending to indulge in leisurely hot baths. However, it soon became apparent that this was an extravagant waste of water, especially considering the considerable amount of natural gas consumed to heat such a large tub of water. Consequently, the wooden tub, once brought home, was scarcely used and merely sat on the balcony. Today, taking advantage of Lin Zhao's absence, and with Lin Yu returning early from school, he decided to drag the tub into the bathroom for a thorough cleaning. He then patiently awaited Lin Zhao's return home that evening. You're back quite early. Did you bring out that tub? Lin Zhao inquired. Yes, after finishing my studies tonight, I wish to indulge in a hot bath, Lin Yu replied, and Lin Zhao expressed no surprise. After the siblings enjoyed their dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room to peruse a few more guides, reinforcing his previously memorized skills. As the clock approached midnight, Lin Zhao had already settled into bed. With utmost care, Lin Yu tiptoed into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. It was a common belief among the forum members that the entry methods were generally correlated with the game content. This time, it seemed likely that my game instance would relate to water, so I resolved to embody the roles of either a fisherman or a sailor. With this thought in mind, Clad in flip-flops and a tropical-themed ensemble of shorts and a shirt, Lin Yu took a deep breath and submerged himself in the tub. Holding his breath, it wasn't long before he felt his consciousness fading and blood-red characters materialized before his eyes. Joining the game. Game title: Island Survival in a Daze. The blood-red text appeared to writhe momentarily before quickly regaining a steady form. Game title: Fatal QA Objective: Solve the necessary puzzles. Number of players in this game: 5. Chapter 44. Entering the instance. Encountering the car thief again. The furious Lin Yu. Coughing and sputtering, Lin Yu rose from the water, expelling the liquid from his mouth. His clothes and hair were drenched, and the air was thick with dampness. He immediately wiped the moisture from his forehead and surveyed his surroundings. The room was as spacious as a classroom, characterized by stark white walls and a ceiling that emitted a soft glow. At both the top and bottom of the walls were square apertures. The upper one trickled water while the lower one drained it. The rate of drainage was evidently greater than that of water inflow, causing the water level, which had previously reached his chest, to plummet rapidly to his lower abdomen. Aside from these features, the entire room was devoid of furnishings. As Lin Yu scanned the area, he noticed the other 4 players, as mentioned in the game prompt, who had also just emerged from the water, spluttering and expelling water from their mouths and noses. Lin Yu assessed them, as was his custom. One was a burly man with dark skin, clad in a blue shirt and trousers, sporting a white safety helmet. Nearby, 2 young adults, a man in a gray hoodie and jeans, and a woman in a pink tracksuit, leaned on each other for support. They appeared to be typical university students. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The 2 individuals appeared to be acquainted, their relationship seeming excessively intimate, likely a couple, or, at the very least, entangled in a flirtatious rapport. He had previously encountered discussions about forming teams on the forum. Certain unique items could temporarily allow 2 or more individuals to partake in the same dungeon. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected encounter with a couple in his second dungeon. Lin Yu's gaze settled upon the last player, and he paused momentarily, realizing that this individual was a rather young girl, not much taller than his club president, Shen Bingyao, clad in a black windbreaker and cargo pants. Her hair tied back in a single ponytail, she wore round black sunglasses atop her head. Lin Yu felt a sense of familiarity with her attire, though he could not pinpoint it until he noticed her head also turning in his direction. Despite the sunglasses, he was certain their eyes met. In that fleeting moment of connection, the lower half of her face, unmasked, revealed slightly parted lips, displaying a hint of astonishment. It was in that instant that Lin Yu recognized her as the very same girl who had stolen his bicycle. A surge of indignation coursed through him, accompanied by an ironic sense of relief. Truly, retribution had arrived swiftly. He never anticipated encountering her within the game. Rising abruptly from the ground, drenched, he advanced toward the young girl. "Let me break both your legs." The girl, upon witnessing Lin Yu's expression, was instantly seized by fear. "Hey, don't come any closer," she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and retreating hastily. The dungeon's prompts indicated a high probability of it being cooperative and puzzle-solving in nature. "We need not resort to violence." Lin Yu's smile grew increasingly chilling. "I am aware, but breaking your legs won't hinder the puzzle-solving, will it?" The girl hastily produced a utility knife, her face pale. "Just don't come any closer. If we truly fought, the outcome is uncertain. Trying to play the soldier again, are we? Do you think I don't know you're a thief?" Lin Yu retorted. "I wouldn't dare. Besides, even if I am a soldier, it would be useless." "You are one too," the girl replied, her expression distressed. "But don't think being a soldier grants you impunity. My knife is quite sharp." Lin Yu let out a cold laugh and withdrew a guaranteed hit revolver from his pocket. "Oh, is your knife as effective as this?" The appearance of the handgun shattered the girl's last semblance of bravado. She collapsed into the water, tears welling in her eyes. "Big brother, I was wrong. I was just joking. I'll return your bicycle. I even saw you effortlessly break that lock from a distance." Observing her swift capitulation, Lin Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. It seemed that the soldier class possessed considerable deterrent power among ordinary professions. Coupled with his handgun, He surmised that this combination would allow him to navigate through the realm of average players with considerable ease. Indeed, the other three players observed the interaction between Lin Yu and the thieving young girl, and they couldn't help but regard Lin Yu, a soldier wielding a handgun, with a sense of reverence. Ultimately, witnessing the kneeling girl and the armed Lin Yu, the man in the white safety helmet summoned his courage to speak. Ahem, young man. It seems there's a bit of a conflict between you and this little girl in reality. She played a prank by locking your bicycle, didn't she? In my opinion, this girl is indeed mischievous, but it hardly warrants you causing a scene in a death game, especially since this is a cooperative game. There's no need to endanger yourself just to vent your frustration, wouldn't you agree? The man in the white helmet spoke cautiously. After the girl had knelt, Lin Yu's anger had somewhat abated. However, he still did not lower his weapon, for he needed to ascertain a matter. But inexplicably, why did you choose to play a prank on me? Which organization sent you to test me? The young girl, raising her hands above her head, quickly shook her head. On my honor, it was not my intention at all. Then why did you do it? Speak, Lin Yu demanded sharply. The thieving girl, with a sorrowful expression, replied, I was just selling props at the market that day. I painstakingly crafted 2 acceleration talismans from my last dungeon run, hoping to sell them at a good price. But when I arrived, a player told me my pricing was too high. Just moments ago, someone sold 10 bottles of agility potions that were even better than mine. Upon inquiry, I found it to be true, and after a night of lowering my prices, I only managed to sell 1 talisman. I was quite frustrated, so I inquired about your general characteristics. To my surprise, I actually ran into you while you were confronting a ninja. Seeing a good opportunity, I thought I would play a little trick on you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Well, you truly possess the spirit of child. He waved his hand in resignation. Since this girl was not sent by a grand organization to test him, Lin Yu's final shred of concern dissipated, and his anger vanished entirely. Engaging in a power struggle with a girl of such juvenile disposition seemed rather unnecessary to him. Chapter 45. The questioning begins, the eerie Crow Man. All right, since our misunderstanding has been temporarily resolved, let us proceed with a brief self-introduction. After all, this is a puzzle-solving cooperative game, and it is essential for us to understand one another. With Lin Yu lowering his handgun, the atmosphere in the arena instantly softened. The man in the white safety helmet quickly took the initiative to smooth things over. In games primarily based on puzzle solving, situations typically are not overly urgent, allowing ample time for players to communicate and understand one another. He took the lead in this regard. You may call me Iron Uncle. This is also my online handle. My profession is craftsman, and I have successfully completed 10 dungeons. Upon hearing Iron Uncle's introduction, Lin Yu understood the implications. Completing 8 dungeons meant he had been participating in the death game for 2 months, which placed him well beyond the novice stage, as a relatively seasoned player. After all, the forum was established 2 years ago. The oldest players known thus far began their journey in the game merely 2.5 years ago. As the game progresses, the level of difficulty escalates, rendering survival beyond 6 months a rarity. The esteemed Iron Uncle has managed to endure for 2 months and conquer 10 dungeons. A commendable achievement indeed. His chosen class is that of a craftsman, a rather common and versatile profession, categorized as enhancement. Lin Yu recalls the abilities of craftsmen. They possess the talent to enhance proficiency with various tools and improve their understanding of mechanical constructs. This profession is notably versatile, as most craftsmen merely need to acquire or gather basic tools like wrenches or screwdrivers to fully harness their advantages. Moreover, in any dungeon, mechanisms are invariably present. Having a craftsman in the team can alleviate many complications. After Iron Uncle concluded his remarks, a pair of seemingly affectionate young individuals spoke up. The girl introduced herself. My forum name is April, and my profession is doctor. I have successfully cleared 6 dungeons. After her introduction, she nudged the young man beside her. He quickly added, my forum name is 8, and I am a student, also having cleared 6 dungeons. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The abilities of a doctor are straightforward, yet powerful, allowing for daily healing without the need for any tools or medications, a quintessential skill-based profession. As for the student, they belong to the rule-based category. granting them a significant increase in success rates when interacting with non-player characters within the game. April and 8's self-introductions sparked a realization in Iron Uncle. It seems you two are a pair, having entered as a team? The two nodded in affirmation. April, the doctor, candidly replied, yes, we utilized a team item. Iron Uncle mused. Among 5 individuals, 2 pairs are already acquainted. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Yu and the young girl. Although aware of their identities as a soldier and a thief, he encouraged them to introduce themselves. The girl nodded and began her introduction. Greetings, everyone. My forum name is Forget Not, and I have traversed 3 dungeon games. Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration. To be honest, in a game predominantly centered around puzzle solving, he truly wished for a class like information-based, such as a teacher or a journalist. However, due to the presence of someone who knew him, he had no choice but to concede. Indeed, my profession is soldier. You may call me Nine Water. I have just cleared 1 dungeon, Lin Yu stated calmly. The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You just cleared a dungeon? Lin Yu looked at her and nodded. Yes, is there anything strange about that? The others shared her disbelief. Iron Uncle adjusted his safety helmet and inquired, Nine Water, how did you come to know about the forum after just completing your first dungeon? Moreover, if I understand correctly, you even participated in an offline gathering in your city? Novice dungeons will not expose newcomers to seasoned players. They will only encounter fellow novices. Thus, most new players come to learn about forums, items, and other such matters from older players during their second dungeon experience. Lin Yu smiled modestly, attributing his fortune to mere luck. The others gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment, clearly intrigued. A university student, referred to as number 8, displayed a relieved expression. Phew! The presence of newcomers suggests that this dungeon may not be overly challenging, he remarked with a sense of optimism and relief. After the self-introduction segment concluded, the water in the room was finally drained. Once the water had been completely emptied, the group heard a faint cracking sound emanating from the surrounding walls. Lin Yu and the others turned towards the sound, only to discover 4 doors appearing on the wall, each a different color: red, yellow, blue, and green. The green door slowly swung open, revealing a figure emerging from within. However, Lin Yu and his companions were certain that this was no ordinary human. A humanoid creature clad in a raven-headed mask and enveloped in a cloak of black feathers stepped forth. Gagaga, greetings to you players. The voice of the raven-headed figure was hoarse, resembling a chorus of many voices intertwined. Lin Yu and the others regarded it with seriousness. Before entering, a blood-red prompt displayed the dungeon's name and the conditions for clearing it. The dungeon was titled Deadly Quiz, and the condition for success was to unravel the necessary puzzles. In other words, the raven figure before them was likely the one responsible for posing the questions. Indeed, after a few moments, the raven spoke again. Gagaga, I shall serve as the examiner for this game. I will present you with questions and hints. Gag, there are 3 rooms in this game. Gagaga, I have set 3 questions in each room. 2 reward and punishment questions and 1 decision question. Gagaga, correct answers to the reward and punishment questions will yield rewards, while incorrect answers will result in penalties. The decision question must be answered correctly for you to advance to the next room. Answering all decision questions correctly will enable you to clear the dungeon. Gag, that encompasses all the rules of the Deadly Quiz. As the raven spoke, it flapped its wings, and in that instant, the flow of water from the upper outlet suddenly intensified. With a roar, the water gushed forth once more, drenching the group and prompting several exclamations. Oh dear! The raven's voice echoed again. Now, please listen to the first question, given the current inflow and outflow rates. How long will it take to completely fill this room with water? Chapter 46, The Rising Water Level. The Unforgettable Problem-Solving Approach. Lin Yu feeling puzzled. Upon hearing the raven's question, Lin Yu momentarily lost his focus. This was a classic pool-filling problem, mathematically categorized within elementary school content. Indeed, upon hearing the question, number 8, the so-called student, wiped the water from his face and spoke up. Ah, the pool-filling problem. This is simple. We merely need to assume a time variable. He spoke somewhat impatiently. Lin Yu shook his head. No, the challenge of this problem does not lie in the mathematical aspect, Before he could voice his thoughts, his girlfriend, the doctor of April, helplessly interjected, "But do you know the volume of this room, as well as the rates of inflow and outflow?" Number 8 was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, yes, examiner, what are those figures? Can't you provide a hint?" "Surely, this falls within the realm of hints." He eagerly glanced at the crowman and inquired aloud. The crowman, also dampened by the water, looked disheveled with wet feathers and a soggy headpiece. He regarded number 8 and responded, "Caw-caw, that does not fall within the category of hints." Uncle Tai shook his head as he looked at number 8. "What you're asking may very well be the crux of this problem, a mathematical conundrum of elementary difficulty. How could it possibly surface in a death game? This tests our estimation abilities." As he spoke, Uncle Tai had already made his way to the edge of the room, wading through the water as he circled the space. Both number 8 and April were perplexed. What is this uncle suddenly doing? Before Lin Yu could utter a word, the thief girl, named Forgetfulness, chimed in. "I believe he is measuring the length and width of this room using his stride. This uncle, donned in a safety helmet and bearing the title of craftsman, should be quite adept at such tasks." Nodding slightly, Lin Yu acknowledged her insight. However, while the uncle measured the dimensions of the room, Lin Yu did not remain idle. He approached the crowman. "May I inquire whether the final answer needs to be precise to the minute or the second? This should fall within the realm of hints, right?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. The crowman glanced at him, shook off the water from his body, and replied, "Caw-caw, let me think. In that case, just ensure that the margin of error for my answer is within 5 minutes." With that, a collective sigh of relief was heard among the group. A margin of error of 5 minutes. This meant that the estimations need not be particularly precise. Soon, the uncle completed his circuit and returned to the group. "Based on my estimations, the length of this room should be approximately 9 meters, with a width of around 6 meters. As for the height," Uncle Tai extended his hand towards the ceiling. "Considering this data, the height should be about 3 meters. Number 8 quickly interjected, "Then I know the volume of this classroom should be roughly 162 cubic meters." He continued, "Next, we just need to ascertain the rates of inflow and outflow to perform the calculations." Number 8 declared, as Uncle Tai and April nodded, seemingly beginning to contemplate how to measure the inflow and outflow rates. "If the flow rate from each outlet is uniform, we could use a container to catch all the water flowing from a single outlet, and the time taken to fill the container would allow us to deduce the unit time for each outlet. There are a total of 10 outlets here," April suggested first. However, her words were interrupted by forgetfulness. "There's no need for such complexity. Although a 5-minute margin of error is allowed, the more data you estimate, the greater the final error will be." Forgetfulness turned to Uncle Tai and asked, "Uncle, I have just one question. Are you certain the height of this room is 3 meters? Can the error be controlled within 10 centimeters? Uncle Tai nodded. "Although it's challenging to measure the height accurately, based on my experience, this ratio is approximately 3 meters. After years of working on construction sites, my eyes have become my measuring tool," he stated with a hint of confidence, pulling out a utility knife from his pocket. "This utility knife is a standard length of 15 centimeters, he continued, moving to the corner of the wall, pressing it against the surface, with the tip resting against the water level and the blade secured against the wall. "Now, we simply need to calculate the time it takes for the water to completely submerge this utility knife, and then multiply that by 20 to estimate the required time." As he spoke, he began counting aloud, 1, 2, 3. At this moment, Uncle Tai grasped the concept. Transforming this problem into the speed of the water level rising is indeed a brilliant idea. "I have a pocket watch here, a prop I obtained. Let us use it to time." He approached the wall's base, taking out the pocket watch and starting the timer. April and 8 understood the intent behind his actions and exchanged looks of admiration. "So that's how it works. With this method, we can estimate a relatively accurate time," April murmured, realizing her oversight. 8 smirked. "I initially thought it was merely a math problem, but it turned out to be a riddle, allowing this thief to shine." Upon hearing her boyfriend's somewhat sarcastic remark, April lightly jabbed him in the back. "Watch your words. Stop being so vain and speaking carelessly." April's tone carried a hint of displeasure. 8, feeling the weight of her words, awkwardly rubbed his nose and squatted down. "Let us align our gaze. It might yield more accurate results." I'll help watch when the water has risen, he offered, looking at the group gathered around the wall, observing the water level rise. However, Lin Yu felt something was amiss. Just as Uncle Tai had initially stated, a simple elementary math problem could not possibly arise in a deadly game. At first, everyone assumed the difficulty lay in estimating various data points. Yet, when it was simplified to the straightforward metric of water level, combined with the 5-minute allowance granted by the Crowman, the problem seemed excessively simple. But what if we approached it from a different angle? As 8 had mentioned, what if this was not a logical or mathematical conundrum, but rather a riddle? The defining characteristic of a riddle is the presence of traps within the questions. Moreover, the Crowman before them evidently was not merely a mechanical entity reciting rules and problems. It appeared to possess a high level of intelligence and independent consciousness. It could discern which of its questions and 8s were answerable. However, Lin Yu found the tone of its earlier response somewhat off. Upon reflection, it had offered merely a hint or a phrase related to the rules in 3 uncertain and ambiguous tones. The Crowman seemed unconcerned with the degree of error in the answers, casually stating 5 minutes. In fact, the absence of an initial error margin from the Crowman struck Lin Yu as peculiar. With this thought, Lin Yu approached the Crowman once more. Chapter 47. An Unexpected Answer. Unforgettable Questions. Gazing at the damp figure of the Crowman before him, Lin Yu spoke once more. Examiner, may I inquire if, after you pose a question, we are permitted to ask you any inquiries we wish? For reasons unknown, upon hearing Lin Yu's question, the Crowman seemed somewhat pleased, flapping his wings twice. Caw-caw. Indeed, this is my way of providing hints. If your question strikes the right chord, I shall offer you the corresponding clue. Indeed, Lin Yu felt a surge of understanding. This inquiry further solidified his hypothesis. The responses given by the Crowman were certainly not devoid of significance. His earlier casual attitude when questioning the errors led Lin Yu to form a supposition. If the ultimate answer did not pertain to a specific time, then the errors would indeed be inconsequential. However, to validate this conjecture, Lin Yu needed to continue his questioning. Meanwhile, several individuals in the corner took notice of Lin Yu's actions. Uncle Tai, stopwatch in hand, directed his gaze towards Lin Yu. Jushui, what are you up to? This well-meaning, seasoned gentleman inquired once more, merely validating some assumptions. Uncle, you all continue with your tasks. You may yet need the results you've calculated. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Number 8 glanced at Lin Yu, opening his mouth as if to say something. Yet, upon recollecting Lin Yu's formidable profession as a soldier and the revolver he had brandished earlier, Number 8 ultimately refrained from interjecting further. Lin Yu turned his attention back to the Crowman. Thus, I have 3 questions. First, Examiner, do the 4 doors surrounding us relate to the choice presented in the first room? The Crowman tilted his head, using his side eye to scrutinize Lin Yu closely. After a moment pause, he returned his head to its original position and replied, Caw-caw, yes. The final choice indeed requires you to select 1 door from all those in the room, behind which lies the gateway to the next chamber. As the Crowman spoke, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Then, esteemed Examiner, what lies behind the incorrect doors? The Crowman chuckled softly. Caw-caw, it is of course an endless void. Falling into it would lead to demise. Caw-caw, but isn't it a bit premature to inquire about the choice question? You have yet to answer your first question. Yet, do these matters truly hold no connection to the initial query? Lin Yu remarked, casting his gaze towards the drain at his feet. Esteemed Examiner, you seem quite adept at misleading and deceiving with half-truths. At this point, Lin Yu broke into a smile. For my third question, you may select one from the following inquiries to respond to. Does the room you reference pertain to this enclosed space comprised of 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor? Or does it broadly refer to the first chamber of this game? Do these drains lead to the same void as the incorrect doors? And do the voids you mentioned fall within the scope of the first room? Lin Yu queried in rapid succession. The Crowman chuckled softly once again. The prowess of the player is indeed remarkable. I can address all the aforementioned inquiries. The answers are, as you surmised, quite uniform. The Crowman remarked, as Lin Yu cast his gaze towards the 4 individuals huddled in the corner of the room. Hey, you needn't fiddle with your utility knives and water levels anymore. The answer is already quite evident. he exclaimed, prompting the four to look at him with bewilderment. The sound of water cascading was rather loud. Thus they had heard Lin Yu posing questions to the crow, yet they could not discern the specifics of his inquiries. At that moment, the four had just completed their timing. Uncle Tai pressed the stopwatch and approached the group. Jiu, we have also reached our conclusion. The water level has risen by 15 centimeters, taking approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. In other words, the estimated time should be around 53 minutes and 20 seconds. We can safely round it up to 55 minutes. Despite Lin Yu's earlier peculiar remarks, Uncle Tai adhered to his own rhythm, presenting the collective findings derived from their calculations. Lin Yu shook his head, once again refuting Uncle Tai. No, Uncle Tai, this issue is less about calculations and more about a textual trap. He proceeded to share his reasoning and inquiries with Uncle Tai and the other three. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, number 8 wore an expression of incredulity. What? Is it truly so? This implies that we were on the verge of falling into a deadly pit, he exclaimed, utterly astonished. Beside him, Siyu exasperatedly reminded her boyfriend, hey, this is merely a matter of rewards and punishments. Even if we answer incorrectly, we won't die. We will only face some penalties. Siyu remarked. To which number 8 responded with a sheepish grin. Oh, is that how it is? His eyes reflected a naive clarity. Nevertheless, both Siyu and number 8 seemed to have accepted Lin Yu's explanation. Uncle Tai, upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, nodded slightly in agreement. With that said, your reasoning does seem considerably more sensible. Moreover, with the crowman's response as corroboration, it is nearly certain. Lin Yu nodded, seizing upon Uncle Tai's cue. Indeed, the answer is that, given the current rates of drainage and influx, this room can never be filled, regardless of the duration, Lin Yu asserted with confidence. After all, the dimensions of this room encompass the infinite void described by the crowman, rather than being limited to this mere 162 square meter space. Upon hearing Lin Yu's assertion, although the three had expressed their belief, only one remained skeptically fixated on Lin Yu. Really? Jiu Shui, you're not deceiving us, are you? Lin Yu cast a somewhat exasperated glance at this peculiar little thief who inexplicably began doubting him again. What would I gain from deceiving you? This is a cooperative game, he replied, shaking his head. I don't know, but hypothetically speaking, what if you are indeed deranged, petty, and harboring resentment towards me, wishing to torment me by deliberately providing false answers? The little thief said this, nearly provoking Lin Yu into laughter. Your imagination is quite vivid. Is it really worth the effort to torment you? Lin Yu drew a revolver, aiming it at Bu Wang's knee. 2 shots to your leg would be more effective than any punishment, wouldn't it? Chapter 48. Reward? Punishment? The second question, upon revealing the firearm. Bu Wang's demeanor shifted dramatized. The young lady adjusted her sunglasses, a sheepish grin spreading across her face. Oh dear, Brother Jusue, I was merely questioning for the sake of jest. In truth, I largely accept your answer. It's just that after all that effort, it's hard not to feel a bit dissatisfied, Bu Wang remarked, gesturing in a manner of invitation. Let us go with your answer then. Lin Yu holstered his pistol and turned to the crowman very well. Our answer is that this room will never be filled with water, regardless of the duration, he stated calmly, and the crowman looked at the other 4 individuals. Do you all concur with this answer? The remaining 4 nodded in agreement. We agree. Absolutely. They exclaimed in unison, with Bu Wang, who had earlier expressed doubts, now sounding the most resolute. The crowman, upon hearing this, flapped his wings. Caw-caw. The answer is correct. Congratulations. You have earned a reward. I shall eliminate one erroneous door option. As the crowman spoke, he turned around, his wings brushing against the wall where he had exited, causing a green door to vanish. Then, the crowman faced him again. Caw-caw. There is a second reward. He flapped his wings, and suddenly, a new black square appeared in the center of the ceiling. The square split open, revealing 2 black trapdoors that swung ajar, from which a torrent of water gushed forth. For a moment, the 5 players were stunned. They had naturally assumed that after the first question concluded, the water flow would cease and the accumulated water in the room would be drained. However, the water flow not only continued, but surged from the new ceiling outlet, its volume surpassing that of the previous 10 outlets combined. The rate at which the water level rose accelerated dramatically. It seemed that their earlier estimation of approximately 55 minutes for the room to fill was not without merit. They could now easily calculate that the time remaining for survival was likely under half an hour, considering that they had wasted nearly 5 minutes answering the question. Their time was now reduced to less than a quarter of an hour. Before long, the water in the room had risen to their waists. What kind of reward is this? This is punishment, Uncle Tai exclaimed in indignation. The Crow Man chuckled. Indeed, this is a punishment. While you answered the first question correctly, your response time was too slow, so I must impose a penalty. With this constraint, I trust you will answer more swiftly moving forward. The Crow Man laughed, while Uncle Tai's expression darkened further. Number 8 also looked displeased. How can you do this? You did not mention beforehand that answering the questions required haste. He glanced at everyone and whispered, Shall I utilize my abilities to close these outlets? At the very least, let me shut the largest one above our heads. Upon hearing this, Uncle Tai and April were somewhat intrigued. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his objections. Yet he spoke up first. No need. I believe it unnecessary to employ your abilities here. This is merely the first room. We have already encountered difficulties with the second and third questions of this room. If we are truly at a loss for answers, it would be wiser for you to use your abilities to buy us some time. He added playfully, Oh dear, surely none of you cannot swim, right? As he said this, both number 8 and April shook their heads. We took a swimming elective together at university, April stated. Uncle Tai chuckled, I can swim as well. I have always enjoyed it since my youth. Lin Yu nodded. He too could swim, though not exceptionally well, yet floating in still waters was not particularly challenging. The words of the little girl echoed his own thoughts. She had persuaded everyone, leading Lin Yu to harbor a slightly more favorable impression of this thief. Well then, let us not waste any more time. Lin Yu directed his gaze toward the Crow Man. Since you also dislike wasting time, please present your second question. Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, the Crow Man unfurled his feathers and floated atop the water. Caw-caw. Now we proceed to the second question of reward and punishment. As the water flow intensifies, you are already aware that time is limited. Thus, hypothetically, I shall assign 3 tasks to the 5 of you. These tasks are to crack the safe's code, find the padlock key, and turn the switch to close the black hatch. As the Crow Man spoke, a projection of a safe appeared on the surrounding walls. Noticing Uncle Tai and number 8's eager expressions, the Crow Man interjected, Caw-caw, just to clarify. These tasks are purely hypothetical. You need not perform them, and thus, the hatch cannot actually be closed. The Crow Man reminded them, dispelling the unrealistic fantasies of number 8 and Uncle Tai. Hypothetically, cracking the safe's code requires 10 minutes. Finding the padlock key takes 12 minutes. And turning the switch to close the black hatch demands 15 minutes. Cracking the safe's code requires 1 person. Finding the padlock key necessitates 3 people. Turning the switch requires 2 people. So, can you ensure that no one drowns when the hatch is closed? The Crow Man inquired. Number 8 instinctively responded. Why is it yet another elementary math problem? This is even more classic than the time allocation problems about draining a swimming pool. Brushing teeth while boiling water and preparing breakfast to save time is a scenario ingrained in every individual who has studied elementary mathematics. However, this time, no one truly approached it as an elementary math problem. After all, the previous experience was a cautionary tale. Even the individual who instinctively spoke the number 8 quickly realized and turned to Lin Yu. Is this problem essentially a linguistic trap? Lin Yu shook his head. I am not entirely certain at the moment, but based on the previous question's experience, the likelihood is considerable. Bu Wang nodded and interjected. However, we cannot assume it is definitively a linguistic trap. After all, the creators of this game might deliberately subvert expectations, exploiting our habitual thinking to lead us to believe this question also contains a linguistic trap, while in reality, it could simply be an ordinary elementary mathematics problem, which is also a plausible scenario. Chapter 49. The Trap of the Second Question. The Dilemma. Bu Wang's assertion found a degree of concurrence from Lin Yu. Although the first question did indeed involve a wordplay trap crafted by the Crow Man, it does not serve as conclusive evidence that this subsequent question will also harbor a linguistic entrapment. In a certain sense, this could be perceived as a form of deception. Thus, after engaging in a moment of contemplation, the deceiver Lin Yu arrived at the conclusion that, were he in the same position, he too would weave a tapestry of reality and illusion. Consequently, after a brief moment of reflection, Lin Yu picked up on Bu Wang's thread of thought. Let us initially approach this question as a standard elementary mathematics problem. If we uncover any potential linguistic traps during our calculations, we can redirect our focus then. Lin Yu spoke softly. Given that Lin Yu had independently unraveled the first question, he had, despite being the newest among them, become the cornerstone of the group. At this moment, Lin Yu's suggestion faced no dissent from the other four players. Quickly, number 8 began to calculate. Currently, we are 5 individuals, yet the task requires a total of 6 participants. Number 8 glanced at the crowman, seemingly struck by a realization. Examiner, must this number be strictly adhered to? Is there a possibility that having one person more or less could still suffice, albeit with an impact on completion time? Number 8 inquired. The crowman shook his head. Caw-caw, the number of individuals required for each task must be precisely correct. After speaking, number 8 sheepishly scratched his head. I see. I thought the trap was concealed here. He then commenced mental calculations. If we approach this problem strictly as a mathematical equation, it would take a minimum of 25 minutes. Bu Wang remarked from his side. 1 person cracking the code, 3 searching for the keys, while 1 remains on standby. Then the code breaker would immediately join the standby person to operate the switch. 25 minutes? Uncle Tai pondered. That time frame seems to suggest a considerable risk of fatalities among us. After all, in the most optimistic scenario, this room will likely be inundated with water within approximately 15 minutes. Even considering breath-holding durations, some may succumb before they can endure. April furrowed her brow. So the conclusion is that someone will inevitably perish? That is incorrect. The conclusion drawn here is based on mathematical reasoning. It is essential to remember that we have yet to consider the potential for semantic traps. I wonder if you noticed that the question posed by the crowman was whether we could ensure that no one drowns while the hatch is sealed. He did not inform us that we were required to complete all 3 tasks. In other words, if we were to undertake the most time-consuming task of closing the switch first, the hatch would be shut in 15 minutes, and the influx of water would cease. In such a scenario, accounting for the time spent holding our breath, it is highly probable that we would survive. As he spoke, Iron Uncle and number 8 were persuaded. It seemed reasonable. This appeared to be where the semantic trap lay. Only April furrowed her brows. I sensed that something was amiss, though I could not articulate it. Lin Yu also felt an unsettling discrepancy. At this moment, the water level had risen to his chest, and the relatively shorter Bu Wang had to stand on tiptoe to speak. April, also of modest height, found herself likewise elevated on her toes in the water. Number 8, a bit anxious, said, regardless of its validity, at least Bu Wang's analysis sounds plausible. Should we proceed with this response? After all, the time for answering is limited, and delays would incur penalties. Number 8's words swayed April. However, just as she was about to endorse Bu Wang's analysis, Lin Yu interjected. No, what Bu Wang has deduced is the greatest trap of all. Even as Lin Yu suggested, temporarily setting aside the notion of semantic traps, it remained difficult for everyone to genuinely disregard their potential. Humans often struggle to overcome preconceived notions ingrained in their subconscious. Having experienced deception in the novice dungeon, Lin Yu understood that if one could manipulate others' subconscious, the likelihood of success would be significantly heightened. Thus, the trap within this question lay not in its literal interpretation, but upon the wall. Lin Yu directed his gaze towards the projection of the safe on the wall. It was an antiquated safe featuring a dial combination lock. Whether it was 25 minutes or 15, the ambiguity was too pronounced. It existed within the realm where death was possible, yet survival was equally plausible. Therefore, the answer could not be predicated on such uncertain timing. Additionally, I am curious as to why you chose to present hypothetical tasks instead of actual tasks for us to undertake. The crowman shrugged and replied, after all, this game is called Deadly Questions. As he spoke, Lin Yu shook his head. No, it is more than that. The safe on the wall must represent the first task schematic, correct? Lin Yu turned to the crowman. Then, What are the schematic for the subsequent 2 tasks? Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, the crow man floated on the water and laughed heartily, flapping his wings against the surface. Haha, you have found the crucial point again. The crow man waved his hand, and the projections for the other 2 tasks subsequently emerged. The first depicted a long, narrow hole, too small for a hand to reach, containing a metallic iron key. This must be the schematic for the second task of finding the key. Subsequently, an antiquated rotary switch projected onto the wall, entwined with thick iron chains, culminating in an enormous lock. This illustrated the third task, indicating that one must turn the switch. The design of the lock bore a striking resemblance to the metallic key. Upon viewing these 3 illustrations, the remaining 4 players began to grasp the implications. Lin Yu turned to the crow man and quietly inquired, "Let us confirm, shall we? Esteemed examiner, to progress to the next task, one of these 3 must be completed, correct?" The crow man chuckled. Indeed, the safe contains a lodestone and fine thread, while the key can unlock the switch's lock. You are remarkably astute. Lin Yu exhaled. Thus, to close the hatch above, the time required is the sum of 10, 12, and 15, totaling a daunting 37 minutes. It is uncertain if anyone will survive. It seems unlikely that any among us will emerge unscathed. Therefore, my answer is that we cannot guarantee the absence of casualties. The crow man turned to the other 4 players. Before he could speak, they hastily voiced their agreement. We concur with Lin Yu's assessment. The water level had risen significantly, prompting even the 3 taller men to involuntarily rise onto their toes. The crow man then proclaimed the verdict. Congratulations. You have answered the second reward and penalty question correctly. The reward for this is that in the upcoming choice in the first room, after your initial response, I shall open one of the doors you did not choose, granting you an opportunity to revise your selection. Chapter 50, The 3 Doors Conundrum, a rescue not to be forgotten. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a slight stir within. This hint, combined with the room's layout and the information received during the first question, instantly reminded him of a classic probability problem. As anticipated, the crow man continued, Congratulations. You have arrived at the first room's choice question. As you can see, this room contains doors of various colors, with only one leading to the next chamber. The rest, as you already know, lead to an endless void. Only a dead end awaits. Your answers must remain unanimous. You must select the same door, or I shall not guide you through. Now, please make your choice and declare the color of the door you wish to select. As the crow man spoke, Lin Yu instantly comprehended. Not to be forgotten, she interjected, This is the Monty Hall paradox, also known as the 3 doors problem. She whispered, and Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. You actually know this? Not to be forgotten, meeting his gaze, replied with a hint of irritation. Isn't it rather ordinary knowledge? Although I was wrong to steal your bicycle, it doesn't warrant questioning my intellect. Lin Yu found himself momentarily speechless. He indeed subconsciously underestimated the knowledge of Bu Wang. For this young lady's profession was that of a thief, given that a person's awakened profession is most likely intertwined with their life experiences. Coupled with the fact that Lin Yu had encountered a thief in the first dungeon, he instinctively assumed that this little girl was, like Yao Jingye, a professional pickpocket. Naturally, a thief of her age had likely never attended school. The elementary mathematics she previously demonstrated could be excused. However, the Monty Hall problem she mentioned pertained to probability theory, which, while foundational, is not widely disseminated. Lin Yu glanced toward Siyu, Ba Hao, and Uncle Tai, the 2 university students and the site supervisor, a white hat, evidently had not heard of this theory. They looked at Lin Yu and Bu Wang in utter confusion. What is the Monty Hall problem? Bu Wang glared at Lin Yu, exasperated. Then you explain, Jiu Shui. As the water level rose, Lin Yu, lacking the patience to argue with Bu Wang, succinctly elucidated the Monty Hall problem. This dilemma originated from a lottery television program and mirrored their current predicament perfectly. In essence, it entails a contestant choosing one of 3 doors, behind only one of which lies a prize. After a choice is made, the host opens one of the remaining incorrect doors, then asks if the contestant wishes to switch their choice. The crux of the debate is whether changing doors increases the probability of selecting the correct one. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lin Yu did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. Let me cut to the chase. The answer is yes. If you do not switch, the probability of winning is 1/3. However, if you do switch, the probability rises to 2/3. This seemingly counterintuitive conclusion immediately provokes skepticism from Uncle Tai, Siyu, and Ba Hao. Are you suggesting that after we make our initial choice, we should immediately switch once the crow opens a door for us? Uncle Tai inquired incredulously. Precisely. Buvang respondit eagerly. This is a problem rooted in probability theory, with a well-established conclusion in the mathematical community. If you wish to know the rationale, Jiu Shui and I can explain it safely in the next room. For now, we must proceed with this approach. As the water level continued to rise, Bu Wang was now entirely unable to touch the ground. She paddled frantically, her tone betraying her urgency. Very well, I will trust you for now. Uncle Tai gritted his teeth. We shall select a door at random, correct? Let's choose red. All right, red it is. Siyu and Ba Hao chimed in eagerly. The five of them unanimously decided on red, prompting a chuckle from the crow. Caw. You chose red for the first time, did you? Excellent. Now, I shall begin the hints. With that, the crow flapped its wings, and the door opposite the red one, the yellow door, swung open. With a rush, torrents of water surged forth from the yellow door, pushing the group towards it. Although the descending water level initially relieved the 5 players, they soon realized that the speed of the flow posed a significant danger. This reward certainly seemed treacherous. With a fervent shout, number 8 swiftly embraced April, preventing his girlfriend from being swept away by the rushing water. Meanwhile, Uncle Tai braced himself, paddling against the current with steady determination. Unwittingly, who was already unable to touch the ground, completely lost her balance. Help! She desperately flailed, her eyes widening as the torrent threatened to carry her away. Just as she was less than half a meter from the yellow door, Lin Yu, as steadfast as a mountain amidst the water's side, with the enhanced physical prowess of a soldier, he effortlessly crossed 2 steps and grasped the collar of Wu Wang's windbreaker, lifting her back to the center of the room. Still shaken, Wu Wang looked at Lin Yu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Jiu Shui. You truly possess a magnanimous spirit. Although you brandished your gun to intimidate me earlier, you ultimately saved my life. She gasped for breath. Lin Yu, with a hint of exasperation, flicked her forehead. I merely believe your transgressions do not warrant death. Although her act of stealing a bicycle was indeed reprehensible, Lin Yu did not deem her deserving of such a fate. Since participating in the death game, Lin Yu's mindset had undergone a transformation. When necessary, he could indeed take a life. However, this did not imply that he had become a cold-hearted psychopath, indifferent to the suffering of others or prone to senseless violence. Despite their contradictions, Wu Wang had not yet reached the point of deserving death in Lin Yu's eyes. Moreover, he had gradually come to realize that, despite her profession as a thief, Wu Wang might actually be one of the most valuable allies in this perilous question-and-answer game. After all, she seemed quite clever. As the yellow door swung open, the influx of water could no longer keep pace with the drainage, leading to a rapid decline in the water level within the room, soon retreating to below their waists. With the current slowing considerably, Lin Yu released his grip on Wu Wang's collar, yet the young girl, still rattled, clung to his arm. This water won't sweep you away, Lin Yu remarked with mild resignation. Not until that pair of lovebirds over there let go. Wu Wang pointed towards number 8, who was still embracing April. Lin Yu sighed. You do realize they are a couple, and we are not acquainted. Well, there's no harm in us being a couple too. Wu Wang insisted stubbornly. Jiu Shui, I like you. Get lost, you chatterbox, Lin Yu replied, though ultimately he did not force her to release her grip. Their conversation caught the attention of the remaining 3. April nudged number 8, who sheepishly relinquished his hold. Indeed, the water posed no threat now. Uncle Tai, still maintaining his stance, suddenly reflected, youth is a wonderful thing. But even though the water level has receded, we should hurry to change doors. Now, the only one left is that blue door, correct? Chapter 51, The Choice. The second room. As the water level in the room gradually diminished, the imminent threat of drowning dissipated, easing the tension among the group. Lin Yu found himself with a moment to gather his thoughts. Thus, he suddenly had an idea. Wait, let's not rush into making a choice just yet. Lin Yu interrupted the group, who were poised to choose the blue door, and spoke in a low voice. Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu with confusion. Is there a problem? Is the three doors paradox flawed? It cannot be. This is a well-established conclusion in the realm of mathematics. Bu Wang solemnly remarked. Lin Yu shook his head. No, this is unrelated to the conclusion of the three doors paradox. I'm merely pondering that, even when considering the paradox, the final outcome is still not a certainty. April recalled Lin Yu's earlier words. I remember you saying that if we change our choice, the probability of selecting the correct door increases to 2/3, right? In other words, we still have a 1/3 chance of demise. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, that is what I am contemplating. Regardless, a 1/3 probability remains excessively high. Upon hearing this, Uncle Tai sighed. In a game of death, luck plays a substantial role. In the 8 scenarios I have experienced, there was even one where all players had to engage in Russian roulette. After all, this is a game of mortality. Bu Wang also nodded in agreement. Indeed, to be honest, a 2/3 survival probability is already commendable. Despite Uncle Tai and Bu Wang's reassurances, Lin Yu remained unconvinced. However, this did not align with the nature of this fatal questioning game. The first 2 questions were about rewards and penalties, while this one was a matter of choice. Bu Wang waved his hand. Is it not normal for there to be a distinction? 8, displaying a brave demeanor, chimed in. Yes. I believe we should make a decision promptly. Sometimes, winning the game requires a bit of courage. When you act boldly, Lady Luck will favor you. Lin Yu looked at 8 in astonishment. This student, who had been timid since the beginning of the game, seemed more cowardly than Chunjua, was suddenly speaking such words. However, 8's newfound resolve was short-lived, interrupted by his girlfriend April, who nudged him. Don't rush into a decision. You simply don't want to get wet, do you? April spoke with a sharp tone. 8 bashfully touched his nose. Ah, you've caught me. April sighed. Thus, in matters of life and death, do not interfere with others' thoughts. Although the water had mostly flowed through the door, the tin drainage outlets and trapdoors above continued to release water. The flow intermittently soaked the calves and shoes of the group, leaving the room damp. The splashing water occasionally drenched their upper bodies and hair, which was indeed uncomfortable. However, upon hearing April's words, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. I understand. This is not the three doors paradox at all, he exclaimed, turning to the Crow Man. In truth, the doors available for our choice, before you opened the yellow door, were 4, and now they remain 3, correct? As Lin Yu spoke, the Crow Man chuckled. Indeed, it is still a choice among 3. The Crow Man's words astonished Uncle Tai. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the reward from the first level is false? Can that vanished green door still be chosen? No, the rewards are indeed genuine, Lin Yu calmly stated, and both reward prompts are authentic. He pointed to the black trapdoor above, for which water was flowing. Throughout the entire discourse, this individual insisted on selecting from the doors, yet never explicitly stated that it had to be one of these 4. If we fail to answer the first question correctly, it is likely that this trapdoor will not open, and we would remain oblivious to the existence of another trapdoor above. This dilemma, akin to the previous 2 reward and punishment questions, is fraught with traps, intricately woven with the snares of the earlier queries. Lin Yu chuckled as he spoke. Moreover, it is mentioned that if we choose a door, it would lead us inside. Why employ such peculiar phrasing? Its behavior of embedding traps within the riddle, in a sense, attests to the possibility that every word it utters is meticulously orchestrated. Thus, this serves as a hidden hint. Lin Yu turned to the Crow, saying in this game, there is no necessity for probabilities. The three-door problem, rooted in probability theory, represents a mathematical solution in itself. At least, the thematic essence of all the questions in this room is shrouded in mathematics to obscure the traps. The Crow inquired, but isn't that still insufficient? What if that black door is also a trap? Lin Yu shook his head. That is where luck comes into play. However, given that water is flowing from this black trapdoor, I believe it does not lead to the void. With a grin, Lin Yu continued, furthermore, the designer of this game instance would not render it so tedious as to set up meaningless traps, would they? The Crow regarded Lin Yu, its eyes shimmering with intrigue. Indeed, I find you quite admirable. Speak your choice, Which color door do you wish to select? Lin Yu pointed to the trapdoor above and declared, I choose the black door above. As he spoke, the crow turned to the others. Caw, do your choices align with his? Upon witnessing Lin Yu's successful selection of the black door, the others found themselves left with no alternative options. I choose the black door as well, Uncle Tai promptly responded. April and number 8 then chimed in unison. We choose the black door. Not forgetting to glance at Lin Yu, they also raised their thumbs in admiration, their eyes sparkling with reverence. Incredible. Thanks to you, Brother Jiu Shui, we were able to solve all 3 questions in this room. Subsequently, she turned to the crow, beaming with a smile. Then I shall also choose the black door. The crow nodded upon hearing their choices. Very well, the decision has been made. As the crow spoke, it fully unfurled its wings, which were broader than anyone had anticipated. With these wings, it enveloped the group and soared toward the black trapdoor. Just as they were about to collide with it, the trapdoor suddenly expanded, splitting the entire ceiling apart. Soon after, they found themselves in the second room. Chapter 52, Gulp. After soaring upwards for a brief duration of approximately 5 minutes, the crowman gradually came to a halt. Lin Yu sensed himself being gently set down. The ground beneath him appeared to be constructed of wooden planks, creaking softly underfoot. However, Lin Yu remained uncertain. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that this room, in stark contrast to the first, softly illuminated in pure white, was enveloped in darkness. Lowering his gaze, he could scarcely discern the black surface below. Only 2 candelabras ahead, each bearing a solitary black candle, faintly illuminated a small portion of the surrounding space. To either side of Lin Yu, 4 other players were also adjusting to the obscurity. Soon, the first to acclimate to the darkness, Uncle Tai, spoke up, where has the crow man gone? It was then that everyone realized the examination officer, the crow man, had vanished. Clad entirely in dark feathers, he was now completely invisible in this shadowy chamber. Player 8, feeling a sense of panic, exclaimed, Oh no, what shall we do? The examiner is missing. Are we expected to navigate this challenge on our own? At that moment, the distinctive raspy voice of the crowman echoed once more, Caw caw. Welcome to the second room. This chamber contains 2 questions of reward and punishment, as well as 1 choice question. The crowman's voice reverberated throughout the room. Caw caw. Within this room, any inquiries directed at me will be replaced by questions posed to specific entities, and there will be a limit on the number of questions you may ask. Therefore, I wish you all the best. As his words faded, the sound of flapping wings filled the air. 2 black crows descended onto the candelabras to either side. With their arrival, the candles seemed to burn brighter, casting more light upon the candelabras. Between and adjacent to the 2 candelabras, 3 swaying bridges were suspended. The voice of the crowman resounded once more, Caw caw. Among these 3 bridges, only one will allow you to safely reach the other side. The other 2 will suddenly collapse as you reach their midpoint, casting you into the abyss. Caw caw. Before you stand 2 avatars of great deities in the form of crows, one representing truth and the other representing falsehood. Caw caw. The truth will speak only the truth, while the falsehood will speak only lies. Both will respond solely to yes or no questions. You have 2 opportunities to inquire of them to determine your ultimate course. Following the crowman's pronouncement, silence descended. Excitedly, player 8 exclaimed, I've encountered something similar. We need only to ask one of the crows. If I inquire whether this bridge is safe, the other crow will reveal the answer. If we pose the question to the truthful crow, and the bridge is indeed safe, he will answer no, since that is the response the lying crow would give. Conversely, if the bridge is unsafe, he will say yes. Similarly, if we ask the crow of falsehood and the bridge is safe, the truthful response would be yes. Thus, the false crow will deceitfully respond no. If the bridge is unsafe, he will still answer yes. Therefore, regardless of which we question, the outcome remains consistent. April looked at him in astonishment. You actually thought of this question. Number 8 said somewhat bashfully, I just read it in a magazine. Since there are 3 bridges, the 2 questions fit perfectly. Uncle Tai nodded in agreement. With a stroke of luck, perhaps 1 question could suffice for confirmation. Lin Yu squinted, remaining silent. No, this question was far from simple. Yet, he chose not to voice his thoughts, having already discerned the difference between the second room and the first. Meanwhile, among the crowd. Buwang maintained his silence. With enthusiasm, number 8 approached the leftmost crow and inquired, "Crow, if I were to ask the other crow whether the leftmost bridge is safe, would it respond affirmatively or negatively?" However, the left crow remained mute. Number 8 found this peculiar. "Why isn't it answering?" April and Uncle Tai exchanged glances. Could it be that the crow was deceiving us? Or was it stuck? Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yu sighed and interjected. "This isn't a simple yes or no question. You need to refine your phrasing. If I were to ask the other crow whether the leftmost bridge is safe, would it give an affirmative response?" Lin Yu spoke softly. Number 8 suddenly understood. "So that's it." "Ha." He scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "I overlooked that, my apologies." At the same time, number 8 felt a twinge of regret. In the previous room, it was almost entirely Lin Yu's domain. Now, in the second room, having finally encountered a question he knew how to solve, he wanted to impress everyone, especially his girlfriend April, but he had faltered in his phrasing. Fortunately, it was not a major issue. Number 8 lifted his head again, focusing on the leftmost crow, cleared his throat, and rephrased his question using Lin Yu's method. "If I were to ask the other crow whether the leftmost bridge is safe, would it provide an affirmative answer?" This time, the left crow finally spoke. Its response was a simple caw. This single syllable left number 8 utterly bewildered. "What on earth does that mean?" he exclaimed in frustration. Uncle Tai and April exchanged incredulous looks. "Is that really its answer?" April asked, disbelief etched on her face. In the darkness, Buwang, who had remained silent, burst into laughter. "Ahaha! After all, the crow never said these two would respond with yes or no. They're crows, after all." Buwang chuckled, slapping his thigh. Number 8, anxious, asked, "So what we do now?" Buwang waved his hand dismissively in the dark. "I don't know, but I think with one question left, we can leave it to Jiushui. You should have known from the beginning that these two crows wouldn't speak human language." Lin Yu, upon hearing this, looked at Buwang with mild surprise. Although he had indeed guessed it from the start, Lin Yu was curious. "How did you know I had figured it out?" As you refined the inquiry of number 8 earlier, you concluded with a remark about whether a definitive response would be provided, accompanied by a compliment to Brother Jiushui for his cleverness. Thus, I deduced that even a notion I only vaguely perceived could not elude your grasp. With a cheerful smile, I added, "Furthermore, I trust you must have contemplated a solution to break the impasse, correct, Brother Jiushui? Otherwise, you would not have permitted No. 8 to pose such a question." Chapter 53. The cruel resolution upon hearing my words. Lin Yu slightly shook his head. While it may not be termed a breakthrough, there indeed exists a method to navigate through. Lin Yu gazed at number 8. "Do not let its words disconcert you. Although we are limited to 2 questions, remember that there are 3 bridges, with the knowledge that only one of them is safe. Regardless of what GUH signifies to the crow, if you inquire of the same crow, its answers to the 3 questions will inevitably consist of 2 identical and 1 differing response. In other words, we can randomly select another bridge to question and observe the answer it provides. If the 2 responses are identical, then the remaining bridge must naturally be the safe one," Lin Yu stated. Number 8 looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. "Is it truly possible to approach it this way?" Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Of course. Yet, April sensed something awry. What if its answer differs from the previous one?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Then I shall have a plan as well. For now, let's pose the question." As he spoke, he turned to the crow on the left. "If I ask the crow on the far right whether that bridge is safe, will it provide an affirmative response?" Lin Yu inquired of the crow. The left crow raised its head and again issued a response. This time, the answer was still a non-human syllable. "Caw." Upon hearing this response, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. "How unfortunate. It indeed differs," Lin Yu remarked with a light-hearted tone. Uncle Tai realized something. If the 2 responses are different, then it signifies that one of these 2 bridges must be correct. As Uncle Tai spoke, Lin Yu nodded. "Precisely. A 50-50 chance." Lin Yu continued, while number 8 blinked. "A 50% probability? Isn't that lower than the 2/3 chance from the previous round?" April also nodded. "Does this imply that this question contains a trap?" Lin Yu shook his head in response. "No. Regrettably, I believe this question does not harbor a trap. Rather, it genuinely requires us to choose one from the 2. This riddle posed by the Crow people does not present any trickery. The theme of this room differs fundamentally from that of the previous one. Lin Yu spoke softly, as the remaining four exchanged glances. No, 8 spoke in a somewhat flustered manner. So, is it truly time to rely on luck? Not quite. You still have not noticed the essential differences between the second room and the first. This is merely a playful ruse by the Crow people, but it is insufficient to be deemed a trap, Lin Yu said as he retrieved a handgun from his waist. In the first room, we all had to answer its questions directly. Upon entering this room, what we require is action as our response. Therefore, we no longer need a unified answer. We shall respond simultaneously. At this point, Uncle Tai has realized the gravity of the situation, his voice heavy with understanding. I see. So this challenge resembles a selection of sacrificial lambs rather than mere traps? Lin Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, although luck will play a role, it will only be for one person. As soon as one individual steps onto one of the paths, we will know what lies ahead. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, both April and number 8 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Then, who shall take on the role of the fortunate one? April inquired. Uncle Tai spoke up to ensure fairness. We should draw lots. However, Lin Yu interrupted him. Drawing lots is futile. I have drawn my weapon to remind you of an important matter. I shall decide who bears this misfortune. With that, Lin Yu aimed the gun at the silent figure lurking in the shadows, the thief. All right, dear Miss Thief. It is time for you to play your part, Lin Yu declared with a charming smile. Observing Lin Yu's sudden assertiveness, the thief sighed, raising her hands in resignation as she stepped forward. Why must it be me? Lin Yu shrugged. In this situation, someone must take action. Since I cannot be the one, I am left to choose from the remaining 4. Among them, your number of completed quests is the least, while the craftsman has the most. The other 2 are bound together. Although I have confidence in my abilities as the armed soldier, just to be safe, I shall start with the softest target, namely, you. Moreover, you have indeed wronged me, have you not? The thief raised her hands, her expression one of reluctant acceptance. She glanced at the others. Hey, are you all just going to stand by and let him act recklessly? What if you're next? Lin Yu interrupted her with a smile. Don't speak of misfortune. Thief, you still have a 50% chance of survival. To be fair, choose a bridge for yourself. This way, you can take fate into your own hands. Gritting her teeth, the thief replied, I choose the one on the left. If I do die, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Unfazed by the thief's threat, Lin Yu maintained his aim while addressing the others. By the way, does anyone possess any rope-like items? Uncle Tai paused for a moment before quickly responding, I have some, and it's safety rope. He promptly produced a long coil of safety rope. Lin Yu glanced at April. Please secure her with a safety rope. April looked at Lin Yu in surprise, then took the rope from Uncle Tai and approached the thief. In a matter of moments, she wrapped and secured the safety rope around the thief. Lin Yu instructed, now throw the other end of the rope to me. April tossed the rope, which Lin Yu caught mid-air, wrapping it securely around his hands. After all, there is no sturdy place to tie the rope in this location. Observing Lin Yu's actions, the expression on Bu Wang's face, bound by safety ropes, softened considerably. Nevertheless, she still wore an expression of displeasure. You scoundrel! Yet, Lin Yu did not lower his firearm. Instead, he coldly uttered, go ahead. Bu Wang retaliated with a middle finger directed at Lin Yu before turning to tread upon the swaying suspension bridge, disappearing into the darkness. Watching Bu Wang's vanishing silhouette, Uncle Tai turned to Lin Yu and quietly remarked, you have truly borne the brunt. Under such circumstances, it was imperative for someone to assume the role of the villain. You chose that young lady merely because of her lighter weight, even fastening her with a rope. In doing so, you have also incurred considerable risk. The glances exchanged between April and number 8 towards Lin Yu shifted, filled predominantly with gratitude. Although Lin Yu's earlier coercion of Bu Wang evidently startled them, his personal grip on the rope now led them to the same conclusion as Uncle Tai. Lin Yu was merely seeking the optimal solution. However, Lin Yu shook his head. No, I'm not so noble. While he did tether Bu Wang with a rope, perhaps motivated by a desire to prevent fatalities, his reasoning was rooted in more pragmatic concerns. Lin Yu softly articulated, if there were no rope, and if Bu Wang chose the correct bridge, What if harboring resentment? She remained silent on the other side, or feigned a fall midway to mislead us. After all, we cannot ascertain whether this bridge would collapse entirely or if we could perceive any signs of weakness from this side. Furthermore, even if Bu Wang had no malicious intent, what if there were soundproofing measures on the opposite side of the bridge? As Lin Yu spoke, his explanation failed to completely convince the other three. Perhaps, in the eyes of Uncle Tai, April, and Number 8, the existence of a being with such strength in the current scenario, imbued with humanity and kindness, was evidently more advantageous to them. Lin Yu offered no further elucidation. He merely gazed at the ropes stretching into the encroaching darkness. Even the prior conversation did not encapsulate the entirety of his rationale for selecting Bu Wang. What an intriguing thief, he mused. Soon, a gentle tug on the rope signaled from the other side, accompanied by Bu Wang's voice rising from the shadows. This bridge is fine. It's this one. Chapter 54. The Second Challenge, God of Change. Upon hearing Bu Wang's call, Lin Yu gently tugged on the rope to confirm she stood on relatively stable ground before stepping onto the far left bridge. The other three players followed closely behind. Although the suspension bridge swayed, it posed no significant issue for the group. Before long, they reached the opposite side safely, still shrouded in darkness, though visibility had improved slightly. This time, there were 3 candlesticks, and their size had notably increased. Bu Wang stood helplessly on the opposite side of the bridge, appearing to harbor little resentment. If this level ultimately requires someone to scout the path, don't look to me, she declared, pointing towards the dimly lit environment ahead. As they gazed forward, drawn by the light, the group discovered that the darkness still extended into a bridge. Yet this time, there were 5 bridges. Soon after, 3 crows flapped their wings and settled upon the candlestick. The voice of the crow man resonated once more through the shadows. Caw! Congratulations on successfully navigating the first question of reward and punishment. As no one has perished, you are entitled to 5 inquiries this round. Lin Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging that the crow man's explanation was anticipated. This marked the distinction between the first and second rooms. In the first room, everyone acted as a collective. The choices had to be unanimous. However, in the second room, each individual could forge their own path. In other words, the questions of reward and punishment in the second room could diverge, allowing for differing answers. Those who answered correctly would survive, while those who erred would meet their demise. Yet, should anyone falter, rewards and punishments would also affect the survivors. The number of inquiries in the second question was indeed contingent upon the number of participants. Underscoring this point, Lin Yu pondered that it was crucial to minimize fatalities as much as possible. He continued to listen to the crow's remarks. Caw! In this round of 5 bridges, only one will safely lead you to the other side. The remaining 4 will suddenly collapse beneath you as you reach the midpoint, casting you into the endless void. Caw! Before you stand 3 avatars of mighty deities transformed into crows, representing reality, illusion, and change. They may speak truth or falsehood. Once the crow man elucidated the rules, it was only natural for everyone to turn their gaze toward Lin Yu. Jiushui, what shall we do this time? Each of us has a question. How should we proceed? Uncle Tai inquired. Number 8 was also perplexed. What a challenge. To have one that might speak truth and another that might not. However, April remained somewhat composed, but there are 5 questions. Lin Yu silently contemplated. 5 questions? Perhaps it would no longer require anyone to risk their life to find a way. He already had the answer within, not forgetting to look toward Lin Yu. Some were astonished. So soon? Lin Yu nodded. Of course, after all, we have 5 opportunities this time. He then addressed Uncle Tai. You shall pose the first question to the middle crow. Here is the question. If I ask you whether the crow on your left is the embodiment of change, would you respond with caw? Uncle Tai, now holding nearly boundless trust in Lin Yu, stepped forward and reiterated the question to the middle crow. Hey, if I inquire whether the crow on your left is the embodiment of change, would you respond with caw? The crow looked at Uncle Tai and subsequently emitted a caw sound. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Excellent. It seems Kangame may indeed be interchangeable. Through the earlier question of reward and punishment, Lin Yu could confirm one thing. Caw in the crow's vocabulary signifies affirmation. Although uncertain whether the avatar was the same, and unsure if the meaning of Ka had shifted. As long as the response remained Ka, the 5 questions would undoubtedly suffice. Through the previous inquiry, Lin Yu had already deduced that the crow on the far right could not possibly represent the embodiment of change. Consequently, he beckoned to April and 8. For the next question, April, please ask the crow on the far right. If I were to inquire whether you are the incarnation of the illusory crow, would your response be Ka? Upon hearing this question, April instinctively sought to ponder its implications, yet she found herself momentarily perplexed and could only proceed as Lin Yu had instructed. Approaching the crow on the far right, April posed the question verbatim. The crow promptly responded, Ka. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Excellent. The next step is straightforward. 8. You must inquire whether among the 3 bridges on the far left, there exists a safe bridge. Be sure to adhere to my words precisely. Lin Yu spoke in a low tone, prompting 8 to scratch his head. Why do I require extra admonitions from you? Jiu? April immediately retorted. It's simply because you appear the most unreliable. 8 fell silent. Reluctantly, he approached the crow on the far right and reiterated Lin Yu's question. This time, the crow again responded, Ka. Lin Yu turned to Bu Wang, who waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. I'm aware of the course of action. Before Lin Yu could speak, Bu Wang stepped forward to the crow on the far right and boldly pointed at the suspension bridge. Crow, is this suspension bridge safe? The crow regarded Bu Wang and replied once more, Ka. Bu Wang arrived at a conclusion. It's settled. This crow represents truth, and Ka signifies negation, which indicates that the second suspension bridge from the right is indeed safe. There is no need for you to pose the final question. Jiu? Bu Wang decided. Turning back to face Lin Yu with his arms crossed, Lin Yu scrutinized Bu Wang in return. Indeed, this thief had managed to keep pace with his line of reasoning. He too recognized that the crow on the far right was the one embodying truth. You're quite astute. However, what if the meanings of can were to reverse between the first and second questions? Lin Yu stated calmly. Bu Wang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I doubt that would be the case, would it? Lin Yu replied coolly. What if it were? This is a game that could cost lives. Bu Wang rejoiced slightly. But you still have one question left, he said cautiously. You could use that question to confirm whether the meanings have changed, couldn't you? Lin Yu exhaled slowly. But what if they have changed? If they have, I might as well traverse one of the 2 paths on the left. Bu Wang insisted anxiously. Lin Yu chuckled softly. That's your own assertion. He turned once more to the crow on the far right and inquired, Crow, is there a safe suspension bridge among the 3rd and 4th bridges from the left? The crow flapped its wings and responded, Caw. Bu Wang let out a lengthy sigh of relief. Wow, you scared me. The 4th suspension bridge on the right is indeed safe. Lin Yu, however, displayed a hint of disappointment. What a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? Are you pleased to force me into a choice? Unwavering in his righteous indignation, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. This time, it is entirely of your own making. Who asked you to be so presumptuous? The exchange between the 2 left Uncle Tai, April, and number 8 utterly astonished. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, each displaying expressions of incomprehension, resigning themselves to the situation. Chapter 55. Testing the waters following the 4th suspension bridge from the left, the 5 individuals safely reached the opposite side once again. This time, however, the ambience changed dramatically. The illumination transformed into a colossal stone altar adorned with a circle of candles. On either side of the altar, only 2 suspension bridges remained. In the enveloping darkness, the voice of the Crow Man echoed once more. Caw, congratulations. You have all successfully passed the reward and punishment phase. Therefore, as we commence the decision-making phase, there will be hints provided. Caw, welcome to the decision-making challenge of this room. As the words faded, a crow flapped its wings and descended from the shadows onto the stone altar. Subsequently, the crow's form rapidly expanded, transforming into the likeness of the Crow Man. Lin Yu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stepped forward. Ah, is this the hint for our arrival? The Crow Man called out from the altar, then sat amidst the candles. Speaking in a hushed tone, both bridges can lead to the next chamber. However, one can support 3 individuals while the other can only bear 2. All must step onto both bridges simultaneously. Otherwise, they shall collapse. You have but one opportunity to pose a question to me, and I will not disclose which bridge can support how many. As the Crow Man spoke, The 5 exchanged glances. Number 8 was the first to speak. The crowman claims he won't reveal which bridge can support how many, so can we not devise an indirect inquiry? For instance, if 3 of us traverse the left bridge, will we be able to pass? Before the others could respond, the crowman interrupted. Caw, I shall not answer such questions either. At this, Lin Yu interjected. I have conceived a potential solution to this game. May I inquire, if both bridges are traversed by 2 individuals while one has perished, will the bridges still collapse? With that, Lin Yu brandished his pistol. If the answer is affirmative, I shall randomly eliminate one, ensuring the survival of the remaining 4. Upon hearing Lin Yu's proposal, the ever-anxious Buwang immediately exclaimed, Who would believe you would act randomly? You are undoubtedly planning to eliminate me. Buwang gazed at Lin Yu in horror. Lin Yu turned to Buwang with a grin. Ah, you've seen through me. Perhaps I should eliminate one first and then inquire? He continued, Honestly, I believe that if 2 individuals traverse one side, it surely will not collapse. As he spoke, Lin Yu withdrew a revolver from his pocket. Do not brandish your weapon so carelessly. What if something goes awry? Do not gamble on such possibilities. Buwang exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Moreover, this decision-making phase may very well harbor traps. Buwang's words elicited a chuckle from Lin Yu. Is that so? Where might these traps lie? After being caught in the firearm's gaze, Buwang's speech noticeably quickened. Well, you see, the crowman initially mentioned that questioning it in this room would be replaced by inquiries directed at specific entities. Therefore, the crowman seated there is likely not acting as an assessor, correct? Unwavering, Lin Yu nodded. It made sense, but what of it? He still did not lower the barrel of his gun. The fact that it had first appeared in the form of a crow suggested it was merely an incarnation. Among the 3 known incarnations, aside from the one representing the truth, the other 2 crows were deceitful. If this being were a manifestation of either change or illusion, then its statements regarding the 2 bridges could be deemed untrustworthy. Speaking rapidly, the remaining 3 players listened to his articulate words, pondering the implications. It does seem plausible. Uncle Time murmured. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite reasonable, for unforgettable's assertion held merit. Lin Yu withdrew his right hand from his pocket, revealing a lie detector pulsating with a red glow. Upon the crowman's utterance of its first sentence, he had pressed the button. This is the lie detector I acquired in the first instance. The beep it emitted indicates that the crowman's initial statement was false. Its first utterance, claiming both bridges lead to the next chamber, serves as the premise for its entire discourse, thereby implying that all subsequent statements are erroneous. Thus, we need not heed anything this crowman proclaims, is purely here to mislead us. Lin Yu spoke with calm assurance. Unforgettable paused momentarily, then, with a quavering voice, responded, Why didn't you reveal such a fascinating device sooner? And you knew it was lying. Were you merely trying to frighten me? I simply wished to test your cleverness, Lin Yu replied with a smile, holstering his firearm. Is it permissible for you to play tricks on me, yet not for me to reciprocate? Uncle Tai cleared his throat and interjected, Well, if its words are deceptive, does that not imply that only one of the 2 bridges leads to the next chamber? A spark of realization flickered in number 8's eyes. In that case, can we just ask it? We need not inquire about the capacity of each bridge. We simply need to ask which bridge leads to the next room. Lin Yu shook his head. If there are only 2 incarnations, one representing truth and the other illusion, it matters not if all its words are false. We can merely interpret them in reverse. However, with the presence of a transformative incarnation, it suggests that questioning it holds no significance, given the potential for change. Lin Yu elucidated, leaving number 8 momentarily stunned. Ah, it can be approached in such a manner. What then? Is it yet another binary choice? Upon uttering this, number 8 turned his gaze towards Unforgettable. Noticing the scrutiny, Unforgettable, incensed, brandished a utility knife. What do you mean by that? You wish for me to lead the charge without a firearm, do you? Do you believe I want to stab you right here? Student, if I cannot best Jiu Shui, do you think I cannot handle you? Unforgettable exclaimed in a fit of frustration. Number 8 hastily replied, I absolutely did not imply that. I will abide by brother Jiu Shui's directives. As he spoke, he looked towards Lin Yu, a conciliatory smile gracing his face. Lin Yu approached Bu Wang in silence, gently grasping her utility knife and drawing it from her hands. Bu Wang regarded Lin Yu's actions with a mixture of confusion and indignation. What do you mean? Are you afraid I might actually stab it? You wouldn't seriously expect me to choose randomly, would you? Lin Yu shook his head. No, because both paths lead to the next room. If we're to assume it's a falsehood, then it's possible that only one path leads to the next room, or that neither does. Coupled with the initial voice of the exam proctor, the crow man, who we cannot trust, it seems to serve as a hint. So, what is it trying to indicate to us? Considering the previous decision regarding the room, Lin Yu mused as he hurled the utility knife behind the crow man. Hey, that's my knife. Bu Wang exclaimed. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a crisp sound echoed through the darkness. Snap! Lin Yu chuckled. The arrangement of the candles is rather suggestive. From our angle, we cannot see any path beyond. Yet, it's unfortunate that a simple toss reveals the truth. Chapter 56, The Third Room. 5 statements. Just as the black trapdoor above was the correct choice in the final decision of the first room in the second room. The final decision question revealed that both suspended bridges were false. The true path lay in between. The circle of candles upon the stone altar resembled water cascading from the trapdoor, designed to mislead the players. This circle of candles led everyone to believe it marked the boundary of the altar, which was not the case. Once Lin Yu pointed this out, the figure of the crow man, who had been disguised, dissipated, and the true crow man emerged from the darkness behind the altar. Caw! Then what is your final choice? Lin Yu calmly declared, observing the direction for which the crow man emerged. Of course it is this path. The crow man chuckled softly once more. Congratulations, you have correctly answered the second room's decision question. The crow man spread his wings and took flight, illuminating the room instantaneously. The ceiling and side walls of the second room revealed countless previously extinguished candle holders. As these candle holders ignited, the spacious room, which was significantly larger than the first, approximately the size of a football field, was completely illuminated. Lin Yu's expression shifted as he surveyed the room, while Siyu gasped in fright. Beneath their feet lay only a narrow wooden plank, barely wide enough for 4 people to stand side by side, with a bottomless abyss surrounding them. The bridges they had traversed were not wide either, and ominously, apart from the 2 correct bridges, all others bore distinct cuts in their ropes, indicating that stepping there would undoubtedly cause them to collapse. The final 2 bridges were no exception, leading to a precarious, solitary stone pillar. In April, the 8th companion appeared somewhat pallid, yet he nonetheless mustered the strength to console his girlfriend. It's all right, we have overcome this. Meanwhile, Uncle Tai and Bu Wang maintained a calm demeanor. The impressive height stirred memories of when he once climbed a tower crane. Uncle Tai chuckled, then turned his gaze towards the stone altar where the crow man stood. Beneath the altar lay a stone bridge that had been completely concealed in darkness, extending towards a black door. The utility knife Lin Yu had discarded rested quietly upon the stone bridge. Let us proceed. Bu Wang nimbly leaped onto the altar, then jumped down to the bridge, retrieving his utility knife and advancing with light steps. Uncle Tai cautiously followed suit, trailing behind Bu Wang. Although Lin Yu possessed remarkable physical prowess, the daunting height caused him a moment of hesitation. Ultimately, however, he synchronized his pace with the 2 in front. In contrast, the couple, April and the 8th, were considerably more cautious. It took them some time just to leap onto the spacious stone altar. Once on the stone bridge, despite its greater width and stability compared to the previous suspension bridge, April and the 8th still moved at a noticeably slower pace. After all, the sheer abyss on either side had been previously unseen. Nevertheless, everyone eventually arrived safely before the black door. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a spiraling staircase. After climbing for approximately 5 to 6 minutes, they encountered another black door. Bu Wang, leading the group, pushed this door open, revealing a dimly lit room shrouded in gray mist, obscuring the ceiling and walls from view. The figure of the crow man emerged once again from the haze. Welcome to the final chamber, he proclaimed, producing an ancient key from his pocket. The dense fog parted to reveal a narrow corridor flanked by towering walls of mist. reminiscent of ancient legends where divine powers parted the sea. At the end of this corridor stood a locked door. Gah, within this chamber lies but a single conundrum, devoid of rewards or penalties. Gah, as long as you answer the forthcoming query correctly, you may choose to exit this scenario. Gah, however, I must caution you that not everyone will be able to succeed in this choice. Gah, please identify the falsehood within my words. Each of you must uncover one and elucidate why you perceive it as a lie. Otherwise, you shall face punishment. Below, I shall present 5 statements. The crowman declared, unfurling his wings and pacing before the group. 1. All of you are honest. None have manipulated their titles. 2. All of you trust one another implicitly. No one conceals the number of scenarios they have cleared. 3. All of you are straightforward and considerate of others. No one has misrepresented their profession. 4. Among those who are acquainted, no one has betrayed the other. 5. None among you has ever harbored the thought that it would be better if the other were to perish. After the crowman uttered these 5 statements, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, finding the situation rather intriguing, bordering on macabre amusement. These 5 assertions, this inquiry, seemed meticulously crafted for the 5 players in attendance. The competitive dynamics among the players appeared to escalate gradually through the 3 rooms. In the first room, they collaborated harmoniously to unravel puzzles and identify traps. In the second room, survival numbers became a resource. Now in this third room, it felt as though the crowman was being deliberately provocative. As Lin Yu pondered, Uncle Tai was the first to speak up. Ahem, I believe the 5th statement is undoubtedly a lie, he declared, prompting the crowman to turn his gaze towards him. Please provide your reasoning, the crowman inquired. Uncle Tai gestured towards Lin Yu and Buwang. Well, from the outset of this instance, this soldier has wished to eliminate this thief. Several times along the way, he has harbored murderous intent. The crowman chuckled lightly. Heh, your reasoning lacks conviction, he said, watching Uncle Tai with keen interest. Now, please specify which statement you are certain is a falsehood. Uncle Tai fell silent for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. All right then. The first statement is a lie. I falsified my forum credentials. My previous forum was Tiangong, and currently, I possess no forum account. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained unfazed, but Yu, Ba Hao, and Buwang looked at Uncle Tai in astonishment, as if they had encountered a fearsome creature. You joined the predators of Tiangong, Yu exclaimed. I saw you on the new bounties of this month's forum. You are being hunted by order for having killed 5 other players in reality. Chapter 57. Invitation, Deception, Betrayal. Though Lin Yu had not heard of Tiangong, as he had not closely monitored the bounty module of the forum, he did recall the name Predators. It was one of the 3 organizations banned from accessing the forum, notorious alongside the deranged psychological society that had caused him great distress. Hearing Yu's revelation regarding Uncle Tai's deeds, it was evident that this member of Tiangong was indeed formidable. Killing other players in reality is universally acknowledged among players as a violation of rules, although there are no courts or police among players. The largest organization, Order, and its administrators effectively serve as judicial and law enforcement entities. Anyone who exploits in-game abilities to commit misdeeds in reality will be pursued relentlessly by Order once discovered, with bounties posted on the forum. Moreover, members of Order will unconditionally hunt down those wanted players in both the game and reality. After exposing Tiangong's true nature, Uncle Tai's demeanor shifted from calm to somber. He sighed, observing the wary and defensive expressions of Buwang, Yu, and Ba Hao, his countenance darkening. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that I chose to conceal the truth. Although I have joined the Predators, I do not intend to engage in indiscriminate slaughter within cooperative puzzle games. If your initial attitude towards me is one of hostility, it will render the game exceedingly difficult. After Tianshi spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. I must express my admiration for you, Ju Shui. To be honest, your composure surpasses my expectations. Lin Yu shrugged calmly. No, I simply never regarded you as a virtuous individual from the outset, despite Tianshi's earnest efforts to portray himself as a benevolent figure in this game. It is improbable for someone who has survived 10 instances to be genuinely kind-hearted. While there are indeed some who survive by sheer luck, such as Chun Zhua, and perhaps the individual referred to as number 8 is genuinely timid, Tianshi is certainly not a good person. Ultimately, his acting skills fall short. At least, they are insufficient to deceive Lin Yu. During the second instance, his apparent indifference to human life, coupled with his feeble attempts at disguise, elicited a desire to laugh from Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu's calm demeanor only provoked hearty laughter from Tianshi. Haha, I truly admire you. Your profession as a soldier, combined with such a powerful weapon as a handgun, makes you an excellent candidate for joining the Predators. Lin Yu shook his head. Allow me to decline. I wish to linger on the forum for a couple more days. As he spoke, Tianshi chuckled. No worries if you change your mind. Feel free to contact me at any time. With that, Tianshi concluded, and the Crow Man tossed him the key. Caw-caw, you are now free to exit the instance. Tianshi unexpectedly accepted the key. Oh, can I leave right now? The Crow Man nodded. Caw-caw, of course. Tianshi laughed. Well then, this will spare me the discomfort of lingering here. After speaking, he walked towards the door at the end. He opened the door and stepped into a realm of blinding light. Subsequently, the door closed and locked again, and a new key materialized in the Crowman's hand. After watching him depart, April and number 8 simultaneously exhaled in relief. That was terrifying, number 8 said, still shaken. Lin Yu looked at him and shook his head. What are you afraid of? I am a soldier armed with a gun. Even if he is wanted, could he possibly murder you all before my very eyes? Number 8 regarded Lin Yu with a perplexed expression. Joshua, even if your profession and equipment are formidable, that Tianshi is a player who has already ascended and completed 10 instances to achieve that rank, invited to join the Predators as a master. In a confrontation, you may find it quite challenging to gain the upper hand. Lin Yu discerned that number 8's words were somewhat diplomatic. Another ascension? What exactly does ascension entail? Lin Yu found himself puzzled. However, before he could inquire further, April interjected. Indeed, the bounty on him is a staggering 8,000 credit points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. How much? 8,000 points? April stated earnestly. Lin Yu instantly felt a rush of heat in his eyes. 8,000 points. Isn't that equivalent to 800,000 yuan? If I seize that opportunity, I could directly provide my sister with a new storefront. Even if I choose not to assist her, saving such a sum would alleviate any concerns about job hunting for several years after graduation, allowing me to continue performing in the plays I adore. Lin Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he known this earlier, he would have devised a way to eliminate that individual in the dungeon. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, do you even keep up with the forums? The Tiangong reward post is currently the most popular. Lin Yu shook his head. I mentioned that I've just cleared my first dungeon, so I haven't fully grasped everything yet. Upon hearing this, Bu Wang was taken aback. What? You truly have just cleared your first dungeon? I was about to use you to challenge the truth of the second statement. Lin Yu spread his hands. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. Bu Wang chuckled. There's no real need for that, and turned his gaze towards Yu and Ba Hao. However, you two should hurry. Otherwise, I might snatch away the lies you've confirmed. The Crow had mentioned that not everyone could pass the 5 statements, and there might be a mix of truths among them. As Bu Wang spoke, Yu and Ba Hao's expressions shifted once more. Lin Yu watched them with intrigue. To be honest, after the Crow's declarations, Yu and Ba Hao wore the most troubled expressions. Something quite entertaining was bound to unfold between this couple. As anticipated by Lin Yu, under Bu Wang's prompt, Yu and Ba Hao gritted their teeth and spoke in unison. I choose 4. The simultaneous utterance caught the Crow's attention, who burst into laughter. Fascinating. Please state your reasoning. Young man, you should be quick, so it's your turn to elaborate. The 4th statement made by the Crow pertained to the two of you knowing each other intimately, with no betrayal occurring between you. Yu and Ba Hao exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yu lowered her voice. You go ahead and explain where you've betrayed me. Ba Hao's face paled as he clenched his teeth. Ayao, I'm sorry. Last year, during finals week, when I told you I was studying all night at the library, I actually met my ex-girlfriend. Chapter 58. Lovers turn against each other. Blood for blood after Ba Hao's confession. Riddled with guilt, Yu slowly exhaled, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The young woman, whose profession was that of a doctor and whose appearance was typically gentle, now bore an icy demeanor that sent a shiver down even Lin Yu's spine. See, you stared at her boyfriend and spoke softly. I had my suspicions about this matter long ago, but I never anticipated that you would actually betray me to such an extent. Bahao attempted to defend himself, but ultimately could only lower his head in defeat. I am sorry, Ahyao. See, you let out a cold laugh. There's no need for your insincere apologies. You owe me nothing. You only owe it to yourself. After saying this, see, you paused momentarily. Indeed, it seems I owe you an apology for the assistance I rendered during your final assignments. But let us put that aside for now. Just in this death game, how many times have I rescued you? Even having shared life and death together. Does that pale in comparison to that woman? Is it merely because she possesses beauty and charm? Are you not concerned about the consequences? April taunted, upon hearing April's accusations. Number 8 could no longer restrain himself. Do not slander her. Besides, that was a year ago. Was it merely a year ago? April interrupted coldly. Think carefully. Do not deceive yourself. Number 8's expression shifted dramatically. You knew all along? Before this scenario, it was merely speculation, a one-sided wishful thinking. April replied with a smile, shaking her head. You were just defending her moments ago. How splendid. As April spoke, number 8's face flushed with anger. And so what? She has done nothing wrong. Moreover, I ended up in this wretched game because you insisted on going on that trip. Your life is a debt I hold. Number 8 shouted. April paused, taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Ah, so this is how you feel. And what of it? Number 8, shedding his earlier timidity, shouted back. You are a control freak, a love-starved lunatic. I have never felt at ease with you. You only belittle me repeatedly. What does it matter that you saved me? I never asked for your help. April regarded the furious number 8 with a cold gaze. This only fueled number 8's hysteria. Aren't you the same? You wanted to respond to the 4th option. You two have betrayed me. Haven't you? He glared at April in anger. April shook her head. No, I have not betrayed you. My choice of the 4th option was influenced by last year's incident in the library, as well as your visit to the internet CAF last week, and the high school reunion you mentioned last month. However, more than completing the game, I yearned to validate the truth of those events. At that moment, the voice of the Chrome Man echoed appropriately. Caw, congratulations, you are now able to leave the scenario. The Chrome Man declared, tossing the key to number 8. April watched him, merely shaking her head. Leave? She gestured dismissively. Fine, I'll go. Number 8 retorted, clutching the key as he walked toward the misty end. April exhaled, gazing at his retreating figure, her expression weary. Lin Yu and Bu Wang observed the doctor with great interest. What a splendid performance. It appears a scoundrel can embody more than just the archetype of a playboy. The rage following infidelity can indeed be so restrained. Lin Yu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Bu Wang approached and patted April's shoulder. Are you truly all right with letting that guy go? April shook her head. It matters little. Let him do as he pleases. To be honest, I am weary. Although the deity who designed this death game claimed that only those who truly wish to survive would be chosen, I once held that desire fiercely. But now, I am genuinely fatigued. April spoke with a sense of exhaustion. With hands tucked away, she shook her head, cautioning, do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Are you truly an orphan? Aside from that ineffectual boyfriend, you possess nothing else, do you? You are classmates, both students. Yet you have awakened to the calling of a physician. Surely, you must be an exemplary medical student, correct? Is your survival not worth more than that of a morally bankrupt scoundrel who fails at everything he attempts? After a few terse words, it seemed that April was stirred. Hesitantly, she glanced at her companion, but I cannot discern which of the remaining 3 statements is a lie. You know the truth, he replied with a smile, producing a utility knife. With a series of clicks, he extended the blade piece by piece. April, was there not a fleeting moment when he defended that wretched person, criticized you, and showed no gratitude? Did you not entertain the thought of retribution? This is a game of death, after all. April regarded him silently, accepting the utility knife, her gaze deepening with gravity. If her previous demeanor was frosty, the current moment revealed her eyes as unfathomable abysses. She then turned her attention to the Crow Man. I believe your 5th statement was a falsehood. The Crow Man looked at April and chuckled, Caw, then provide your proof. Without uttering a word, April grasped the utility knife and strode purposefully toward the door, her pace quickening until she was nearly running. Just before reaching the entrance, she leaped upon the figure of number 8, who was preparing to unlock the door. "What are you doing?" "Ow, that hurts." "I was wrong, please stop." "Help! You wretched person, die." A series of piercing screams echoed before abruptly ceasing. Moments later, a blood-soaked April re-emerged from the doorway, gently wiping the splattered blood from her face. She gripped the blade of the utility knife and returned it to her companion. "Thank you, Miss Buwang," she said, then turned her gaze toward the Crowman. "Is this justification sufficient?" The Crowman observed the bloodied April, his laughter joyous. "Caw! Truly splendid. More than enough. You may leave this place." He beckoned again, and a key materialized in his hand. The Crowman tossed the key to April, who, as the doctor, took it and looked once more at Buwang. Buwang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "You're welcome. How do you feel now?" April replied with a smile. "I feel absolutely wonderful." She turned and walked toward the misty expanse at the end of the passage. Chapter 59. A web of deceit. April's figure swiftly vanished into the doorway at the mist's end. Only Buwang and Lin Yu remained. Lin Yu regarded Buwang with a peculiar expression, although April had long harbored murderous intent toward number 8. Her ultimate decision to act was largely influenced by the encouragement of this young girl beside him. Notijin Lin Yu's gaze, Buwang simidit shipipish. "Brother Jusue, would you like to choose first?" Lin Yu gazed at Buwang and softly suggested, "You should select the option concerning the number of instances you have completed. It appears you have not merely conquered 3 instances." After being exposed by Lin Yu, Buwang crossed her arms and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you've seen right through me. I must admit, I couldn't resist. I have a strong aversion to scoundrels." A radiant smile illuminated Buwang's face. "Your acting skills are commendable. I nearly fell for your ruse," Lin Yu sighed. "But what purpose does concealing the number of instances serve?" Buwang shrugged nonchalantly. "It's merely my style of operation. After all, my profession is that of a thief. For me, displaying weakness to others can actually enhance my ability to act." With that, a smile graced her features. "If you doubt me, feel free to check for yourself." A look of alarm crossed Lin Yu's face as he summoned 2 of his tools. Fortunately, both the lie detector and the handgun were intact. He cast a bewildered glance at Buwang, who erupted into laughter once more. "Ah, you've been deceived again, soldier," she chuckled, waving her hand and revealing a pitch-black hammer. "I pilfered this. That fellow just revealed himself to be a craftsman, so naturally, I set my sights on him. This treasure is far more valuable than your handgun." Buwang remarqued, "Had a pression glypho." Lin Yu regarded Buwang intently and raised the lie detector, speaking coldly. "Who exactly are you? How many instances have you completed? And what is your true purpose in approaching me?" Buwang piresit her lipstogeter. "So, your lie detector is still operational? Of course, it can be utilized 3 times for each instance," Lin Yu fabricated. "Therefore, do not attempt to deceive me. Otherwise, regardless of your prowess, I shall fight you to the bitter end." Upon uttering these words, Lin Yu felt a surge of trust emanating from Buwang. The earlier statement about the lie detector being usable 3 times now resonated with truth. He estimated that had he claimed it could be used 4 times, the belief might not have been sufficient to substantiate the lie. "Ah, don't be so tense. I'm merely a playful girl. I didn't intend to target you specifically. I assure you, I am not affiliated with the Psychological Society, nor am I a member of the Raiders." Buwang chirped cheerfully, prompting Lin Yu to release his grip on the button. Her previous statement held authenticity. Lin Yu then inquired coldly, "So how many instances have you truly completed?" "Only 12, really. Just a mere 3 months," Buwang replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. "And to be honest, I'm not particularly strong. My direct combat capabilities are quite lacking." The lie detector remained silent. Lin Yu exhaled. "Very well." He stowed away the lie detector and promptly addressed the Crowman, stating, "I choose the second option, as she just admitted to completing 12 instances, which contradicts her initial claim of 3. His words flowed rapidly. Upon his declaration, the Crowman responded immediately. "Caw-caw, congratulations, you have uncovered the lie. You may leave this place." Buwang was taken aback, only to erupt into laughter once again. "Ah, how amusing. I cannot believe I have been outwitted. It seems you care little for my origins. Perhaps your intentions are ulterior, merely aiming to manipulate me. Lin Yu nodded slightly, speaking with a calm demeanor. Indeed, while your performance is commendable, I have discerned your true nature. Lin Yu sighed, acknowledging that although you possess a greater fortitude than you portray, your purpose here is undoubtedly for amusement. As he spoke, he took the key from the hands of the crow person, narrowing his eyes in realization. Thus, it appears that my only avenue is to uncover the falsehood of the third statement. You claim to be a thief, yet you have concealed your true vocation. Have you not? Lin Yu shook his head, asserting, no, my profession is genuinely that of a soldier. This indeed complicates the dilemma of the final choice. Among the 5 statements, while each ostensibly corresponds to an individual, one does not align with anyone, necessitating that I must seize another's key. As he articulated this, he cast a glance at the other. I find this hard to believe. Does this not place you at a significant disadvantage? Yet, despite such doubts, Lin Yu could sense it. His identity as a soldier remained intact. In other words, the other had begun to accept his earlier assertions. This was precisely as Lin Yu had anticipated. After all, his words bore the weight of truth. Thus, Lin Yu broke into a smile. Although this is merely my second instance, I am curious, Miss Unforgettable. After traversing numerous scenarios, do you still perceive this game as equitable? Unforgettable chuckled softly. All right, you have a point. This game is indeed unfair. Lin Yu playfully shook the key. Isn't it? Moreover, it is now you who should be concerned. Unforgettable exhaled a sigh. Indeed, yet fortunately, I tend to keep a backup plan. You are quite remarkable, Soldier Duché. You possess a fascinating character, she remarked with a smile, waving her hand. I hope to encounter you again, whether in the outside world or within the realms of the game. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu squinted. You can still leave? Of course, you must have realized that while this key appears singular, the reality is different. Lin Yu gazed towards the lifeless body lying at the threshold of the misty door. Thus, that is why you incited the other to eliminate him. Unforgettable laughed. Precisely. For if someone must remain trapped in this scenario, let it be that dull individual. She turned towards the door. Farewell, Brother Joshua. With a light-hearted stride, Unforgettable approached the corpse and soon retrieved another key, holding it up for Lin Yu to see from a distance. Subsequently, she unlocked the door and stepped through. After witnessing her figure vanish, the crow person turned to Lin Yu and spoke once more. Caw-caw, you may also take your leave. Lin Yu turned to face the crow person, exhaling deeply. He tossed the key aside, his expression one of curiosity. When did I declare my intention to depart? The crow person regarded Lin Yu in silence. Ah, this is indeed the final question. No, rather, it is the first reward and punishment inquiry of the third chamber. The reward allows one to leave the dungeon directly. Lin Yu interjected, breaking into a grin, but I shall not accept this reward. Honestly, both of you have deceived me. The seemingly honest uncle is in fact a rogue, and that lively fellow harbors ulterior motives. Even you, the examiner, spin tales without end. Lin Yu stepped forward, raising his chin to gaze upon the crow man. Do not squander any more time. I have seen through all your tricks. Your fabrications are laid bare. Frankly, your acting pales in comparison to that of the thief from earlier. Chapter 60. Speak my name. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the crow man chuckled softly. Haha, you exceed my expectations. Player Lin Yu, I am curious. How did you discern this? Was it merely my performance? Having had his true name revealed by the crow man, Lin Yu maintained his composure, responding leisurely. To be honest, it is not solely your performance. Furthermore, you have persistently hinted at the truth. Once that hint registered, it became quite evident. Thus, I had no choice but to deliberately seize the key from the forgetful one to mislead her, narrowing her focus to how I might escape. After all, she is quite astute herself. As Lin Yu spoke, the crow man unfurled his wings. And where, pray tell, did I hint to you? In the second stage, we learned that ha signifies a negative response, Lin Yu stated. However, apart from its standalone usage, it can also appear at the beginning of a sentence, serving as a marker of negation. Am I correct? Since entering the game, any utterance of ha at the beginning of a statement has been false. Conversely, Phrases containing two has indicate a double negative, thus affirming the truth. Hence, most of your regulatory introductions have been lies. Lin Yu paused momentarily. Upon entering the third chamber, when you declared this to be the final room, stating there was but one question, you only uttered a single ha, indicating both statements are false. This aligns with your introduction of the game's universal rules in the first chamber. In this game, there are 3 chambers. A single ha is false, proving the third chamber is indeed not the last. Each chamber is meant to contain 3 questions, and 2 has indicate truth. Confirming this room should contain 3 inquiries. Additionally, during the presentation of all the rules, you initially stated 2 has, paused, and then uttered one more ha, suggesting that part of that statement is true while the latter is false. The latter part, which claims that answering all choice questions correctly is necessary to clear the dungeon, is indeed false. One can complete the dungeon without answering all choice questions correctly. Moreover, reflecting on the first 2 chambers, you also hinted through your inquiries that you, the examiner, are capable of deceit. Lin Yu articulated his reasoning with clarity, prompting the Crow Man to erupt in laughter. Haha, what a splendid analysis. While recognizing the meanings of Haiyan Ha'is not overly complex, you astonishingly recalled every word I uttered. Just a small feat, Lin Yu humbly replied. For him, this was indeed not a daunting task. His memory had always been commendable, while recalling arbitrary numbers and patterns might pose some difficulty. Remembering the words of others came quite effortlessly. After all, memorizing lines is a fundamental skill for an actor. The Crow Man regarded Lin Yu with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Caw, splendid, splendid. I find myself increasingly fond of you, he remarked, seemingly unfazed by Lin Yu's earlier critique of his acting and deceitful antics. He paced back and forth, scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe. Subsequently, Lin Yu spoke in a hushed tone. May we proceed to the next question? The Crow Man erupted into laughter. Caw, certainly. Please listen to the second question of this room. Who designed this instance? Kindly state his name. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. You cheeky trickster. Resorting to such an unreasonable question. Are you? He instinctively cursed. The previous questions, though possibly fraught with traps and distortions, had at least followed a logical thread. They could be inferred, analyzed, and ultimately answered. However, this particular question evoked memories of a segment from a novel he had once read, a duel between 2 clever individuals, competing to ensnare one another with their inquiries. One of them, lacking decorum, posed an utterly unanswerable question. What did you eat for breakfast today? Such a question was devoid of meaning and bordered on trickery. Although the protagonist of that novel possessed an intellect nearing omniscience and managed to decipher even the most unreasonable of queries through clever deduction, Lin Yu was not endowed with such capabilities. He was merely a sophomore at Jiangxing University of Media, with a fervent passion for acting surpassing that of the average student. While this question was not entirely absurd, after all, Lin Yu had engaged with the instance from start to finish. It was clear that if the questioner wished to render it unanswerable, it could very well be achieved. What if the designer of this instance bore a name as convoluted as Dala Bang Ba Band Bay Dibu Duo by Ru Wang, or some similarly nonsensical moniker? In response to Lin Yu's skepticism, the Crow Man chuckled. Caw, you are still welcome to ask me questions or sequence, though I shall not respond to inquiries regarding names or syllabic content. With a sigh, Lin Yu composed himself. Very well. Upon hearing the Crow Man's words, he regained his composure. Upon reflection, although this Crow Man possessed a rather twisted sense of humor, the entire instance had indeed followed a traceable path. In other words, this seemingly unreasonable question must also have a solution, hidden somewhere within the game. Slowly, Lin Yu began to ponder, and then a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He recalled the Crow Man's initial statement. Caw, I serve as the examiner for this game. The 2 caws denoted truth, coupled with the opening line, led Lin Yu to unwittingly overlook this crucial detail. However, upon closer reflection, just as the Raven Man in the first chamber demonstrated, one of his habitual tactics is to deceive with the truth. Thus, the Raven Man's opening line serves as a trap. Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the Raven Man and inquired, May I ask, what is your name? The Raven Man chuckled. Caw, I refuse to answer that question. Lin Yu understood. Indeed, You are not merely the examiner of this game. You are also its architect. He exhaled, and the Raven Man let out a low, amused laugh. Ah, ah. For the first time, he emitted a laugh that bore a semblance of humanity, though the timbre remained akin to a chorus of countless voices. What a delightful surprise. Lin Yu, that you grasped this in an instant. However, this does not mean you have succeeded. You must still reveal my name, the Raven Man stated. Chapter 61. Future Lin Yu, the Ascendant Lin Yu. Lin Yu had long harbored a subtle suspicion that the Raven Man before him was the designer of this instance, for his control over the game was undeniably profound. Thus, Lin Yu had even dared to test him earlier. In the previous 2 chambers, he had subtly praised the designer of this instance. Given the Raven Man's slightly pleased demeanor at the time, it was indeed he who was responsible. The existence of such intricately woven, trap-laden queries often hints at a degree of narcissism, whether in humans or otherwise. Having confirmed that this somewhat narcissistic Raven Man was the game's designer, although his name still required conjecture, Lin Yu had now found his direction. He exhaled and looked at the Raven Man. Your name has, in fact, appeared within this game, has it not? The Raven Man regarded Lin Yu and nodded. Caw. Indeed it has, and in full. I see. Lin Yu murmured. I must admit, I had not expected to stand before a deity. As he spoke, the Raven Man laughed again. Caw. It seems you are aware of my identity. Now, which deity am I? Lin Yu grinned. Quite simply, in the 2nd chamber, the raven that embodies transformation can take on your likeness. It represents the god of change, does it not? And your performance in this game, oscillating between truth and falsehood, aligns with that as well. The Raven Man chuckled. Indeed, you are exceptionally astute, Lin Yu. Now, quickly reveal your answer. Yet, Lin Yu remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he softly spoke. So, you are quite eager for my answer to be the god of change, are you? Upon this inquiry, the Raven Man fell silent. Moments later, he burst into genuine laughter once more. Ha. It is indeed difficult to deceive you. Yes, after an entire series of trick questions, it would be unreasonable for no traps to exist at this juncture. Lin Yu replied calmly. The Raven Man looked at Lin Yu. Is there still a reason? Moreover, your narcissistic disposition, along with the deliberately ambiguous phrasing in the second room, Lin Yu remarked, when you introduced the 2 and 3 crows. Your words describe them as the incarnations of 2 great deities and 3 great deities. Frankly, this could be interpreted as the manifestations of 3 distinct deities. Lin Yu paused momentarily. However, it can equally be construed as 3 different manifestations of a single deity, correct? Lin Yu gestured with his hands. Given your current demeanor, referring to other deities as great seems somewhat inconsistent with my observations of you. Thus, my conclusion is that the name of this game designer is likely the god of truth, falsehood, and transformation. I trust you are not overly concerned with the precise wording and sequence, are you? Upon finishing, the Crowman smiled and shook his head. Splendid, truly splendid. Your perceptiveness is astonishing. The god of truth, falsehood, and transformation is indeed my name. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. The Crowman continued without quibbling over the exact phrasing with Lin Yu. Let us proceed to the next question. The ensuing reward is that you may pose a request to me, although I still retain the right to decline. By the way, there is a more succinct answer to the previous question. As he spoke, feathers began to shed from his body, revealing an elegant, dark double-breasted suit, along with white gloves and polished shoes. This attire seemed oddly familiar to Lin Yu. Subsequently, the Crowman raised his hands and removed the crow mask. Lin Yu stared, taken aback, for beneath the mask was a face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Another answer to the previous question is Lin Yu. His voice no longer sounded like a cacophony of many voices, but was identical to Lin Yu's own. He revealed a gentle smile. Though it is our first encounter, for me, it is already the second time. 10 years ago, the Crowman, no, the Lin Yu before him smiled. Lin Yu felt a wave of unreality wash over him, as if he had been abruptly thrust into this game after being slain the previous week. You are me from 10 years in the future. I have transformed into a deity after a decade. The future Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, with the unique profession of trickster and my intellect, which is also your intellect, ascending to divinity is not particularly arduous. Due to the intricacies involved, I cannot divulge too many details. Suffice it to say that this endeavor is not overly challenging. The divine version of Lin Yu proclaimed with pride. If you cannot reveal many specifics, how can you convince me of your authenticity? After all, you have been deceptive thus far. The divine Lin Yu scoffed. Manipulating time is the prerogative of deities. My ability to meet you from 10 years hence is a result of my divinity. You might assume that a unique profession and the belief of 6 individuals would suffice for you to activate the rewind ability, which allows for time manipulation. But it is ultimately because you are destined to become a deity in the future that this ruse could be accomplished. Lin Yu rubbed his head, a hint of uncertainty crossing his face. I still find it hard to believe. If what you say is true, then what torment have I endured in this game over the past decade? How has my character transformed into this wretched state? The divine Lin Yu chuckled softly. In truth, you have only undergone one significant realization, that you are more intelligent than most. I must admit, I am quite astonished. I had nearly forgotten how lacking in self-awareness I was a decade ago. As he spoke, the divine Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders. Now, we have arrived at a pivotal choice. I understand your doubts about me, the divine Lin Yu continued, and that is perfectly fine. You may choose to trust me or not. If you decide to believe that I am your future self, you will follow me towards that direction. He gestured towards the mist, where a spiraling staircase ascended. Of course, if you choose not to trust me, you may take the key and exit through the door. I will still provide you ample assistance, ensuring that you need not overly concern yourself with survival in the upcoming challenges. Lin Yu remained somewhat skeptical, yet his expression conveyed a burgeoning belief. But if you truly are me from 10 years hence, you should know what my choice would be, correct? What I would select. You must already be aware of, yes? Chapter 62, The Fourth Room. In response to Lin Yu's final query, the divine Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. No, my second challenge a decade ago was not the fateful quiz, but a survival on a deserted island. I managed to survive to the end by assuming the role of a fisherman. Lin Yu began to recall, albeit hazily due to near drowning. However, as time passed, the memories grew clearer. The blood-red text he had seen prior to entering the game seemed somewhat amiss. The divine Lin Yu regarded him and continued. Divinity allows for the alteration of the past. Everything can be changed, except for the undeniable truth that you will ultimately ascend to godhood. Just like your rewind ability. Lin Yu stroked his chin, his eyes now filled with trust. Very well, I believe you. But what is the significance of your actions? Changing the past will inevitably influence the future. If you grow stronger more swiftly, I too will become more formidable, Lin Yu stated earnestly. He gazed at the divine Lin Yu and exhaled. In any case, I still need to verify something. What is my girlfriend's name? You don't have a girlfriend. The divine Lin Yu replied instantly. Surely, there must be one in the future? Lin Yu pressed on, undeterred. There is none. Are you, or rather am I, inclined to seek a girlfriend? The divine Lin Yu responded emphatically. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Your answer is correct. I now trust you, but I would like to use the reward for my previous question to make a request. Who are we to each other? The divine Lin Yu chuckled. Please, feel free to ask. Lin Yu looked at him earnestly. I must ask, could you refrain from speaking such nonsense? The smile on the divine Lin Yu's face faltered. You still do not trust me? Lin Yu sighed. Indeed, the request was declined, as if fate had turned against me. In the previous realm, I assumed the role of a deity. In this realm, the deity has assumed my form. The divine figure, Lin Yu, revealed a flicker of indignation, clenching his fists tightly. I never anticipated that the self I was a decade ago would be so riddled with suspicion. I could articulate your profession. I am intimately acquainted with all you accomplished in the first realm in your past. You are on a relentless pursuit of the perpetrator who cast you into this predicament, seeking to monetize this game to support your sister, while your closest ally in reality is Shun Bingmiao. Lin Yu sighed. Therefore, you must understand my passion for performance. He interrupted the ire of the deity Lin Yu. Speaking with a hint of resignation, I have stated that your acting pales in comparison to that of past acquaintance. After a decade, you should not have regressed to such a degree. Observe how exaggerated your anger appears when faced with distrust. Your eyebrows quiver too dramatically, and your tone is overly hasty. Have I, upon ascending to divinity, lost even the ability to immerse myself in emotion. His voice suddenly escalated an octave, his concluding notes trembling with a low growl, his eyes seemingly ignited by flames. You are insulting me, belittling the effort I devoted to honing my craft. I demand an immediate apology. Upon concluding his declaration, Lin Yu swiftly restrained his emotions, donning an expression of calm. At the very least, one ought to portray anger to such an extent, esteemed deity. Lin Yu remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, since you are incapable of ceasing your nonsensical prattle. Let us alter the request. Could you disperse the surrounding mist and allow me to choose my path? After Lin Yu's rapid-fire request, the opposing Lin Yu gently applauded. I must admit, I'm somewhat impressed by you now, Lin Yu, he remarked, and gradually, the gray mist around them began to dissipate, revealing an expanse that rivaled the size of a grand central plaza. Towering ceilings soared 100 meters high, flanked by walls as gray and imposing as cliffs. Turning to glance behind him, Lin Yu discovered that the spiraling staircase was merely ornamental. While it was indeed lofty, it remained a considerable distance from the ceiling. With the mist cleared, a true grand staircase, long and wide, emerged from the depths of the fog to Lin Yu's right, leading toward a colossal door near the apex, previously concealed by the mist. This door, too, was gray, albeit a lighter hue, resembling two massive stones meticulously carved. Lin Yu exhaled. Indeed, the dilemma presented within each chamber is a matter of virtue. The true answers lie beyond the superficial options provided. I choose this path, Lin Yu declared, gesturing towards the staircase. This is a valid option, correct? Of course. The opposing Lin Yu replied, and in an instant transformed into gray mist, vanishing into the ether. In its stead, a deep, resonant sound reverberated throughout the space. The heavy rumble of stone grinding against the ground echoed ominously. The two doors of the gray, giant gate creaked open slightly, allowing a soft light to seep through. Lin Yu gazed at the lengthy staircase and the ajar stone door, letting out a sigh. The first two rooms were filled with crows soaring through the air. This time, however, he had to ascend the staircase by himself. With a sense of resignation, he began to jog. Fortunately, the enhancement to his physical abilities provided by the soldier was still in effect, allowing Lin Yu to reach the base of the stairs swiftly. The incline of the staircase was gentle, and with each step, he ascended easily until he arrived at the very top, just before the grand door. He exhaled, feeling a slight drain on his stamina, reflecting that it would be nice to transform into a homebody at this moment. Yet, he was not overly greedy. After a brief respite, Lin Yu stepped through the narrow opening of the grand door. Although it was merely a slender gap compared to the massive stone door, its size was sufficient for 3 individuals to walk side by side, hand in hand. As Lin Yu emerged from the door, he found himself in a vastly more expansive space. The room resembled a viewing platform, aside from the gray floor beneath him. The surrounding walls were crafted from a crystalline material, forming an arc akin to decorative glass. He gazed around, perceiving that this platform seemed suspended in the lofty sky, surrounded by billowing clouds, within which enormous creatures could be discerned soaring elegantly. Taking a few steps back, he turned to behold a towering stone statue of a gray crow person, approximately 100 meters tall. The stone door he had just exited was grasped by the lower end of the staff held in the figure's right hand. Thus, the final room was indeed a terrace. Lin Yu mused. Before him, gray mist coalesced, reshaping into the image of a gray crow person. It turned its gaze upon Lin Yu and spoke, "Congratulations, Lin Yu. Welcome to the final room of the Upside-Down Tower." Chapter 63, Reward Level, The Origins of the Trickster Profession. Lin Yu scrutinized the gray crow person before him. Unlike the previous incarnation adorned with a crow mask and feathered attire, this crow person bore a striking resemblance to a genuine crow transformed into a human. Moreover, it was elegantly dressed in a well-tailored gray suit, albeit a shade darker than its plumage. If the former was an avatar, this must surely be its true form, or at the very least a high-level avatar. After all, the coloration of this crow person matched that of the towering statue. Lin Yu's attention returned to the crow person. So this place is called the Upside-Down Tower? The crow person nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the upside-down tower. However, this is merely your second dungeon. You may not yet comprehend what this name signifies. As it spoke, Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Then I shall inquire about the significance of this place once I exit. Since this is the final room, please present your question. A smile graced the face of the crow person, or rather, the god of transformation. In truth, arriving at this final room can be considered a reward level. After all, those who have unraveled my numerous enigmas to reach this point need not face further trials or tribulations. Thus, while answering the 3 questions in this round correctly is certainly preferable to answering them incorrectly, the moment you pose a question, you have already reaped a reward. The distinction lies solely in the magnitude of that reward. The Raven Man smiled courteously. Lin Yu gazed at the Raven Man and nodded. Really? I find that hard to believe. The Raven Man sighed. You, my friend, while vigilance is commendable, you are rather excessively cautious. Never mind. You will understand once you hear the question. Clearing his throat, the Raven Man continued. Now, Lin Yu, please listen to the first question. Why is your profession in the death game fraudster rather than actor? Upon hearing the first question, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the Raven Man. This fellow was indeed not deceiving him. At that instant, Lin Yu realized he had indeed gained insight, for this was a question that had long puzzled him. While browsing forums, he had encountered the profession of actor in strategies. Though rare, it existed. The abilities of an actor pertain to rules, allowing one to gain a beneficial identity for each game. This identity is not a profession. For instance, had Lin Yu truly been an actor, he might have acquired the identity of a human explorer in the first dungeon, granting him an advantage, such as an additional letter. In many dungeons, actor is considered a formidable profession. Yet, Lin Yu had not awakened this profession. Instead, he had awakened the singular profession of fraudster. While he believed the essence of performance to be deception, he felt this alone did not warrant his awakening as a fraudster. However, Lin Yu had always been at a loss. Yet now, with the question resurfacing, he sensed he had grasped a clue. Just as this shape-shifting deity, embodied as the Raven Man, had indicated, the mere act of posing this question was a reward in itself. A divine being asking such a question serves as a clue. Lin Yu exhaled, recalling that his initial entry into this game was prompted by the Psychology Society, where a mysterious girl, whose identity he did not know, had shot him. In his dying moments, her light-hearted words echoed once more, resonating profoundly. May you be seen by the divine. That phrase was not mere madness. It was a prophecy that had now come to fruition. Reflecting on the moment he successfully retraced in the first dungeon, he recalled the exclamations of admiration. Truly remarkable. That sentiment did not originate from anywhere in the world, but seemed to reverberate directly within his soul. Just moments ago, this shape-shifting deity had once again hinted that within the web of lies and deceptions he had woven lay a clue. The manipulation of time is the exclusive domain of the divine. Indeed, as Lin Yu increasingly activated the abilities of the fraudster, his understanding of the belief required for manifestation deepened. Reflecting on the past, the concept of retrospection was indeed astonishing, relying solely on the belief of 6 individuals. Could it truly be sufficient to alter the course of time, even if one deceives oneself? The myriad details seem to coalesce, subtly intertwining all elements, including the current scenario. Although this is merely the second iteration, Lin Yu remains convinced that the direct involvement of a deity is an exceptionally rare occurrence. Lin Yu gazes at the gray crow before him and speaks. The answer to this question eludes me somewhat. However, I surmise it pertains to my potential and the divine. According to the blood script, the criteria for entering the death game post-mortem hinges on a profound yearning for life. Common consensus suggests that one's profession is intricately linked to their real-life experiences. After a brief pause, Lin Yu continues, yet, this merely scratches the surface. The deeper reasons are likely connected to the genesis of this game. This death game has undoubtedly been crafted by deity. Interestingly, some individuals in reality seem capable of discerning who possesses potential within this game. He sighs, recalling how he was forcibly drawn into this realm. He reflects on the organization known as the Psychological Society, which sought to test his resilience. They warmly extended an invitation to join their ranks, initially expressing skepticism regarding his awakening as a soldier. However, their demeanor inadvertently led Lin Yu to a realization. While the majority of players awaken their professions based on personal experiences, it is not uncommon for those with exceptional potential to draw the attention of the divine, thus awakening a unique vocation. Thus, from the very outset, my starting point diverges from that of other players. Lin Yu exhales, directing his gaze towards the god of transformation. This unique vocation of trickster must have been bestowed upon me by you or another deity, correct? He states with calm assurance. The god of transformation chuckles, responding. Your conclusion is fundamentally accurate, albeit with several critical omissions. Nonetheless, I shall grant you an 85. Chapter 64. Unforgotten True Purpose and Identity. An erroneous conclusion with significant omissions? Upon receiving the God of Transformation's evaluation, Lin Yu does not feel particularly elated. Instead, a frown creases his brow. In other words, is this trickster vocation not a consequence of divine intervention? Moreover, what have I overlooked? Lin Yu's curiosity piques. What have I missed? What is the true answer? He inquires, looking towards the gray crow figure. The latter smiles and shakes his head. That is for you to explore on your own in due time. Do not be overly ambitious. Lin Yu, to discern the role of potential and divinity in this game at the second iteration places you far ahead of your peers. If this continues, they may begin to express their discontent. The crow figure remarks before deftly shifting the topic. Well, Lin Yu, you have successfully answered the first reward and punishment question. Naturally, a reward shall follow. Now, you may inquire about a hidden secret of someone, any secret of anyone. Upon hearing this reward, Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, your first quest was merely an observation. This was clearly a fabrication of his abilities while assuming the role of a detective in his initial quest. The true essence of a detective lies elsewhere. Lin Yu murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards the crow man. Can I choose you? Apologies, but I am not merely someone. I am a deity. The god of change rejected Lin Yu's inquiry. Lin Yu was not surprised by this response. Very well, let me ponder. If we consider the previous Lin Yu, this question would not have been easy to address. After all, his social circle was rather simple, and he possessed little desire to pry into the secrets of friends and classmates. However, at present, Lin Yu indeed had two individuals he wished to investigate. One was the enigmatic forget-me-not he had just encountered. The other was, of course, the killer who had taken his life, that mysterious junior. Lin Yu suspected the latter might be affiliated with the Psychology Society, having eliminated him due to recognizing his potential. Yet, he knew little about her. What kind of person was she? As for Forget-Me-Not, having spent an entire quest with her, Lin Yu had gleaned some insights into the peculiar and whimsical character traits she possessed. With a profession as a thief, her antics likely stemmed from a penchant for mischief and kleptomania. Her true identity was likely that of a wealthy heiress from Jiangxing, as evidenced by the high-end brands of her jacket and sneakers. The black jacket even featured cut-resistant fabric. She was presumably still in high school and performed well academically, presenting a well-behaved image before her parents. Forget-Me-Not's subconscious grip on the utility knife mirrored a pen-holding posture, and the calluses on her fingers had yet to fade. Armed with this information, Lin Yu felt confident that even without enlisting Shun Bingyao's assistance, he could uncover traces of Forget-Me-Not's identity. Nevertheless, he still preferred to direct this inquiry towards Forget-Me-Not. For even though the identity of that junior remained obscured, Lin Yu had already discerned the organization she belonged to and the motives behind her lethal intentions. She appeared formidable, and her thirst for vengeance seemed to be tempered by patience. However, Lin Yu remained entirely in the dark about Forget-Me-Not's true purpose for approaching him and the organization to which she was affiliated. Indeed, despite ultimately employing a lie detector, Lin Yu still did not trust Forget-Me-Not's words. This thief was equally adept at deceiving with the truth. While her claim of completing a certain number of quests might hold some validity, it was evident that she had ulterior motives, not merely seeking amusement in her interaction with him. From a moment Lin Yu first saw the bicycle stolen by Forget-Me-Not and the note left on the shared bike, he had clearly recognized one fact. This was an assessment. Even if Forget-Me-Not genuinely enjoyed playing pranks, the intensity of her actions as a means of testing his reactions was unmistakable. especially considering that she had almost departed in tandem with the ninja. As a seasoned player, how could she possibly fail to recognize the smoke of a ninja? Therefore, even though Lin Yu was uncertain whether this was a test or assessment, or if someone was covertly observing him, he prudently chose to feign a disposition of irritation and confusion. Subsequently, Lin Yu skillfully reinforced his persona, showcasing the capabilities of a soldier. It soon became evident that Lin Yu's suspicions were indeed accurate. After encountering the opponent, it was clear they had prior knowledge of his soldier profession, indicating that they were indeed monitoring him from the shadows. Thus, Lin Yu found it increasingly difficult to believe that the opponent's presence in this dungeon was merely coincidental. Discussions within the forum had suggested the existence of various items capable of forming parties for specific dungeons. Hence, it was not improbable that an item existed to allow individuals to join a particular player's dungeon. Even though the opponent had merely mentioned Tiangong in passing, Lin Yu remained convinced that the true target was undoubtedly himself. The reason was simple. Upon hearing the accent, it was evident that Tiangong hailed from the northwest. The theft of his belongings by the opponent was likely a mere afterthought. In fact, due to this unintentional misdirection from the opponent, Lin Yu grew even more certain that they were indeed targeting him. Consequently, Lin Yu further embodied his persona in this dungeon, extending his previous portrayal of irritation to include traits such as puzzle-solving skills, a strong desire for revenge, and extreme arrogance. However, no matter how he disguised or concealed himself, the realization that there might be other organizations beyond the psychological society keeping an eye on him filled Lin Yu with growing unease. After all, the statement made by the opponent, asserting she did not belong to the psychological society, had been validated by a lie detector. After much contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to inquire about the opponent. He could not maintain this facade of being aware of the darkness while remaining in the light. Thus, he turned to the gray crow man and spoke. I wish to inquire about the intentions of the player whose profession is thief and why she approached me. The god of change chuckled. I had a strong suspicion you would pose that question. However, that character is indeed intriguing. Before departing, she even attempted to steal something from me. Allow me to enlighten you. She is a member of the Free Alliance, sent to evaluate your suitability for joining their ranks, which is why she used an item to enter this dungeon. Chapter 65, The Final Deception, the Free Alliance? Upon hearing the crowman's words, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that this was one of the 3 organizations alongside the Psychological Society that had been banned from the forum. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Well, it seems that just after completing one dungeon, I've caught the attention of 2 such troublesome organizations. Lin Yu mused, reflecting on his own potential. Was his ability truly so formidable that 2 organizations sought to recruit him? This is not right, considering that the aforementioned artificer also extended an invitation to me. Along with 3 organizations that have been blacklisted from the forum, it seems I have caught their attention as well. Lin Yu sighed, realizing that matters were indeed becoming increasingly troublesome. As a novice who had only recently completed 2 dungeons, he was not entirely aware of the factions among Death Game players. Yet he was already being targeted by 3 notorious organizations that clearly did not represent the righteous path. This was far from a favorable situation. Evidently, once he stepped outside, he would need to disguise himself swiftly and conduct as much investigation as possible. He needed to uncover the truth about the ascension at the earliest opportunity. With these thoughts, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the gray crow being. Well then, shall we proceed to the next question? Lin Yu inquired, and the gray crow nodded in agreement. The crow spoke with a smile. Very well, let us delve into the second question. Within this room, of all the information I have disclosed to you, only one statement is false. Can you identify which one it is? Upon hearing the crow's inquiry, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. This second question was indeed intriguing. Unlike the first question, which had allowed Lin Yu to grasp many concepts almost instantaneously, this one required deeper contemplation. However, if you were to deduce the previous statements made by the crow based on this premise, any falsehood regarding the crow itself, the deities, or the death game could yield a multitude of answers and outcomes. Yet, regarding this question, Lin Yu exhaled. It seemed he would have to rely purely on conjecture. I will guess that the statement about scoring me an 85 is the false one. Lin Yu looked at the crow. The crow squinted its eyes. Oh, and what is your reasoning? My reasoning is that I believe my answer to be rather exquisite. Lin Yu replied calmly. You surely could not help but internally grant me a score of at least 98. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the crow paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ahahaha, incorrect. However, your answer is quite amusing, so I shall bestow upon you a reward. You may pose a question to me in any game. For any riddle I know the answer to, I shall provide you with a clear and truthful response, unrestricted to this particular game. As the crow spoke, it raised its right hand and snapped its fingers gently. Snap! The elongated fingers produced a sound, and Lin Yu felt a sharp pain surge through his right wrist. There, a simplistic gray crow appeared as if etched into his skin. To inquire about any question you wish, simply press your left index finger upon it and address me. The crow elaborated, while Lin Yu gently caressed the mark on his skin. Very well, I am beginning to believe this is indeed a reward segment, he murmured, then looked back at the crow. So, shall we now proceed to the final choice question? Lin Yu asked, and the crow nodded in affirmation. Certainly, but this time, it is not a matter of choosing how to depart, but rather selecting the item reward you wish to receive. The crow proclaimed, extending both hands. In his palms, gray mist coalesced into two capsules, one red and the other blue. In the palm of my outstretched hand lies a pair of extraordinary artifacts that promise immense benefits. Regardless of whether you choose the left hand or the right, you shall receive one of these treasures and depart from this realm. Now, I implore you to select which hand you wish to point to, the crow man murmured softly. Lin Yu gazed at the red and blue capsules held by the crow man, momentarily taken aback. You, a deity, have watched The Matrix? He inquired. I have dabbled in some of humanity's entertainment, the crow man replied with a slight nod. It is precisely the myriad of human creativity that enriches and enlivens this game. Are those capsules akin to the ones in The Matrix? Lin Yu mused, stroking his chin. If you have indeed seen it, from a fortunate perspective, the red one should be chosen. Opting for the blue might trap one eternally in this game of death, the crow man chuckled. There is no such implication. Neither capsule determines your ability to exit this realm. Lin Yu joined in the laughter. Indeed, for whichever you choose, you remain bound to this wretched deity. You've cleverly contrived this final conundrum to ensnare me. Haven to you? The previous two questions lulled me into complacency. As he spoke with mirth, his gaze sharpened. Even the cawing ceased, for you fear I might uncover your solitary deception hidden within the third query. No wonder I found no clues for the second question. It felt as if every utterance was a falsehood. Yet, you possess a modicum of integrity. For only one statement bears truth. Regardless of whether you choose the left hand or the right, you shall receive one artifact. This must be interpreted in reverse. Lin Yu's eyes fell upon the gray crow man's outstretched hands. Whichever hand I select will yield no artifact, and I shall remain trapped in this realm. Am I correct? The gray crow man chuckled softly at Lin Yu's retort. So what shall your choice be? Having employed the same ruse 4 times, it was rather easy to deduce. Lin Yu sighed. You deliberately mentioned that I must point to the chosen hand, rather than simply stating left or right. He pointed skyward. Above, the towering statue of the gray crow man rested a staff in its right hand, while the other hand lay open. I choose the outstretched hand of that statue, Lin Yu declared calmly, raising both hands above his head. The crow man erupted in laughter. Even in the end, you were not deceived. No wonder you have been bestowed the title of trickster. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating from above Lin Yu. The colossal statue of the crow man leaned down, presenting its massive left hand before Lin Yu. Upon it rested 2 formidable artifacts, a chilling row of teeth and a vivid crimson tongue. The gray crow man behind him dissipated into smoke. The statue spoke once more. Lin Yu, congratulations on correctly answering the final decision question. Here lies your reward. Choose one from among them. The first is entitled Tooth of Prophecy. One of them is called the Tongue of Deceit. Upon making a choice, I shall escort you from this realm. Chapter 66. 2 Rewards, the Tooth of Prophecy and the Tongue of Deceit. Lin Yu gazed at the 2 artifacts held by the statue of the crow man and stepped forward. May I inquire about their effects? Lin Yu asked, and the crow statue spoke once more, its voice deep, commanding, and grand. Certainly, with the deity's consent. Lin Yu took another step closer to the massive palm. The two artifacts were roughly the same size as Lin Yu. He extended his hand and touched both items. The tooth of prophecy felt slightly hard and cold, while the tongue of deceit was warm and soft. They resembled genuine teeth and tongues, evoking the sense that they truly represented truth and falsehood. As with other artifacts, upon being touched by Lin Yu, their functional descriptions materialized. Tooth of prophecy, upon activation. Your next statement of established fact will be unquestionably believed. Limited to 1 use per game. After 3 uses, this item will vanish. Tongue of deceit, upon activation. Your next plausible falsehood will inevitably come to pass. Limited to 1 use per game. After 3 uses, this item will vanish. Upon reading the descriptions of the tooth of prophecy and the tongue of deceit, Lin Yu momentarily froze. These items were tailor-made for someone of his profession as a trickster. The tongue of deceit needed no further explanation. It essentially allowed him to bypass the conditions required for a trickster to make a falsehood manifest, forcibly activating the effect of a lie becoming truth. Moreover, there was no need for an unsuspecting victim. At first glance, the tooth of prophecy seemed less potent than the tongue of deceit, since truth is inherently true, and the likelihood of being disbelieved is minimal. However, Lin Yu realized in this game how advantageous it was to deceive using truth. Furthermore, a statement guaranteed to be believed could serve as a prerequisite for many subsequent lies if wielded wisely. Thus, gazing at these two artifacts, Lin Yu found himself in a quandary. What should I do? I desire both. He lamented. He then raised his gaze to the gray crow man and suddenly had a revelation. Excuse me, if I obtain this artifact, may I try it out? The gray crow statue looked down at Lin Yu, squinting its eyes as if aware of his intentions. You wish to possess both, do you? Should you choose the tooth of prophecy, I may allow you a trial use. If you opt for the tongue of deceit, then that shall not be the case. Lin Yu smiled broadly at the gray crow statue. No worries, the tooth of prophecy is sufficient. If you grant me the tongue of deceit, then acquiring both would be exceedingly simple. Lin Yu stated calmly. The crowman, intrigued by Lin Yu's words, replied, Very well. Let us see what you will do. The effect of the tooth of prophecy will apply to me as well. The gray crow murmured softly, gesturing gently. The row of chilling teeth transformed to a normal size and then flew into Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu felt a slight chill in his teeth, which quickly returned to normal. Simultaneously, an instinctive sensation arose within him, reminiscent of the moment he first acquired his profession. By merely whispering tooth of prophecy and wishing to activate his ability, would the subsequent words indeed take effect? Lin Yu understood this, and then raised his gaze towards the statue of the crow man. He opened his mouth, revealing his cold, pristine, and sharply aligned teeth, and softly uttered the prepared truth. Whenever I receive item rewards in all instances, I have obtained double the item rewards. This is the power granted to me by the game administrator. As the words left his lips, they manifested as prophecy. This statement was a verifiable truth. Lin Yu had indeed received double rewards in all past instances. However, this was also a deception, as he concealed the fact that he had only experienced a single instance, and that the double items were obtained through the fraudulent means orchestrated by Chunjua. This was a ruse that employed truth to mislead, augmented by the assured belief instilled by tooth of prophecy. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of belief emanating from the divine presence before him, transforming the notion of receiving double rewards into an undeniable reality. The tongue of deceit that had been resting in the giant palm subsequently shrank and merged with Lin Yu's own tongue. He gently flicked his tongue, producing a crisp sound. Just as during the fusion with Tooth of Prophecy, Lin Yu felt no discomfort at this moment. He had acquired the item known as Tongue of Deceit. The gray crow man momentarily appeared bewildered before exclaiming in astonishment, I see now. You had this intention from the very beginning, didn't you? Even if I had you try the Tongue of Deceit, you would still choose Tooth of Prophecy. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Following the successful deception, which had now become reality, he would not only gain the Tongue of Deceit, What he had spoken pertained to all instances, although he was uncertain of the potential limits of tongue of deceit. The prospect of receiving double items in every future death game might well exceed the limits of this item. The trust bestowed by a deity was sufficient to render Lin Yu's audacious and grand deception into truth. While Tooth of Prophecy may not originally have affected a deity, Lin Yu had intentionally employed rhetoric to pique the Crow Man's curiosity, prompting this shape-shifting god to voluntarily commit to the effectiveness of Tooth of Prophecy on him. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was still taking a gamble. After all, the Crow Man likely witnessed his previous game in its entirety. Thus, Lin Yu was testing whether Tooth of Prophecy could indeed possess the power to alter established perceptions. The results confirmed that the effects of Tooth of Prophecy were indeed not inferior to those of Tongue of Deceit, with the right rhetoric. It could even lead one to overlook the true facts. The Crow Man sighed. You are truly the first to dare to exploit a deity in such a manner. I find myself questioning why you, of all people, were chosen for the death game. You do not seem particularly fearful of death. Lin Yu shook his head and replied, On the contrary, I am quite afraid of death. Therefore, I must seize this rare and high-reward opportunity presented by the divine. After all, you wouldn't kill me, would you? As Lin Yu spoke, the Crow Man snorted softly. That remains to be seen. Suddenly, the statue raised its massive hand, striking towards Lin Yu. The enormous palm, akin to a mountain, stirred a tempestuous wind as it bore down upon him. Lin Yu calmly gazed upward at the swiftly approaching hand. Until we meet again, esteemed god of transformation. He did not flinch or avert his gaze. In the moment the hand was about to make contact, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Then, he received the notification. Congratulations, you have passed the game's deadly quiz. Calculating your rewards for this game, you have received a basic reward, 7 days of survival time. In this game, you have also acquired 2 additional item rewards. Item, Tooth of Prophecy, now bound. Item, Tongue of Deceit, now bound. Lin Yu exhaled. As expected, you wouldn't kill me. However, he decided to put thoughts of the divine aside for the moment, as he had more pressing matters at hand. He surveyed his surroundings and, unsurprisingly, spotted Tiangong and Wu Yue in this settlement space. Chapter 67. Returning to Reality, Ascension Trials. Although the 3 of them had exited the instance before Lin Yu, it was just as he anticipated. The time of passage from the instance did not affect the settlement space. They had all entered the settlement space simultaneously. After all, the remaining 3 appeared to be regaining their senses. Tiangong looked around in confusion, noticing one person missing and then glancing at the bloodstains on Wu Yue, intrigued. Who would have thought, after a harmonious game, someone would still die, and a couple would turn against each other? Wu Yue shot Tiangong a frosty glare. Mind your own business. Having heard of Tiangong's reputation, Wu Yue had initially felt some trepidation towards this member of the plunderers. However, after having just eliminated number 8, her demeanor seemed to have shifted somewhat. Tiangong, taken aback by Wu Yue's sharp retort, raised his hands in surrender. All right, my fault. This certainly does not seem like a pleasant memory. Lin Yu then turned his gaze to Wu Yue. Having confirmed that this individual hailed from the Free Alliance, he knew he must further embody his persona. What a pity I couldn't completely leave you behind in the instance. Lin Yu feigned dissatisfaction and indignation as he looked at Wu Yue. Wu Yue chuckled. Oh dear, are you not enjoying yourself? The death game is a game, after all. Enjoying the game is what truly matters, is it not? Lin Yu shook his head. I cannot find enjoyment in such games. I merely believe it is best to distance myself from a lunatic like you, he remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. Wu Yue burst into laughter. It is truly unfortunate that I've set my sights on you. As I mentioned, I shall relentlessly pursue you. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, coldly threatened. The next time we meet, I might just kill you. I eagerly await that day. The other replied with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, the settlement period concluded. Lin Yu returned to reality, awakening from the vast wooden tub. With a splash, he rose from the still warm water, droplets cascading from his pristine skin. Through the dialogue within the settlement space, Lin Yu gleaned a crucial insight. It seemed that, despite his vindictive demeanor, impulsive rage, and sinister thoughts, along with an unmistakable hostility directed towards the other party, he had likely passed his evaluation. This was probably due to the abilities he had demonstrated in the previous instance. Thus, it appeared that the Freedom League primarily assessed potential rather than the interpersonal dynamics or character traits of its members. This suggested either that the organization was, true to its name, quite loose in structure, or that its leaders possessed confidence in their ability to resolve conflicts among members. Lin Yu mused on this. Regardless, the Freedom League indeed shared a certain resemblance to the Psychological Society, and there were compelling reasons for its banishment from the forum. However, Lin Yu felt that, at present, the Freedom League was somewhat preferable. At the very least, the other party had not truly harmed him, whereas the enigmatic sister from the Psychological Society had indeed taken his life with a single shot. As he contemplated this, Lin Yu stroked his chin. The reactions of other players during the game also subtly reflected this notion. The forum appeared to be a trustworthy organization. After all, even those barred from it, like Tiangong and the other, had initially fabricated forum. When April and number 8 heard the name Tiangong, which had been expelled from the forum, they immediately exhibited wariness and vigilance. Even Tiangong himself did not contest this. This indicated that the forum was likely regarded as a credible and authoritative entity by the vast majority of players. Previously, the reliable information Lin Yu had encountered regarding the forum and the order organizations had all originated from forum posts. How could information from the same source be deemed credible? Now, having witnessed the reactions of several seasoned players, Lin Yu finally felt a slight easing of his skepticism towards the forum. Similarly, the tycoon, having been certified by the forum, might also prove to be trustworthy. Perhaps he could subtly inquire about the mysterious woman from the Psychological Society, as well as the enigmatic figure from the Freedom League. Lin Yu deliberated, deciding to seek another opportunity to contact the tycoon. Of course, he would refrain from selling counterfeit items this week. Lin Yu had now discovered a more reliable means of generating income: reward posts on the forum. Since the forum was indeed a credible organization, those who were sought after by them were likely deserving of their fate. To seek out individuals within one's capabilities and eliminate them for some extra profit, what could be more delightful? One should inquire about the bounty details with that tycoon shortly. It would be best to clarify matters regarding the ascension as well. Although Lin Yu had resolved to refrain from selling counterfeit items for the time being, his previous transaction with the tycoon had established him as a valued client. Furthermore, with the allure of permanent double rewards, even if he never sold fakes again, authentic goods could still be traded. Thus, asking the tycoon a few questions should not be a bother to him. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu removed his damp clothing, dried his body with a towel, and donned a set of freshly prepared attire. He resolved to contact the tycoon immediately. Grasping the mobile phone resting on the bathroom sink, he illuminated the screen. The clock read just past 5 minutes past midnight, echoing the time of his previous awakening. He had spent roughly 4 minutes drying off. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the blood-red characters before him seemed altered from before. Time remaining until the next game begins: 6 days, 23 hours, 54 minutes. Note: in the upcoming game instance, you will receive an additional Ascension trial task. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Ascension trial? He had previously contemplated whether to inquire about the Ascension while delving into other matters with the tycoon. It appeared that prioritizing the investigation into Ascension was now imperative. Indeed, if he did not receive satisfactory answers from the tycoon, Lin Yu was prepared to utilize his precious opportunity for inquiry granted by the God of Change. Chapter 68. Evaluation and Investigation. Self-identified as Jiu Shui, a soldier by profession. With an impulsive, irritable character harboring grudges, yet possessing a meticulous mind, he has unique insights in puzzle-solving and trap-setting within game mechanics. His potential appears to reach a commendable level. Throughout the gameplay, he did not discern my identity or intentions. Yet he recognized my previous clandestine observations and caused me some difficulties within the instance. My recommendation is, should he achieve Ascension, he may be integrated into the organization. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, within a standalone villa, a young girl clad in swimwear and draped in a towel sat by the poolside, holding a tablet. Beside her lay a soaked raincoat and athletic pants. After saving the documents on the tablet, she dragged them into a group chat of 11 individuals for upload. Soon, The once quiet group chat buzzed with activity. Magician, is the evaluation complete? Quick work, thumbs up. Mortician Xiao Yun, impulsive and vengeful. Surely she won't join the psychological society. Considering what happened to them. Material supplier Old Wu. However, we must be wary of order poaching her, given she is a soldier. Culinary master, a soldier, you say? No wonder the psychological society is so invested, sending that person to Jiangsheng. The magician, is this for real? Even a master like myself is astonished. The prisoner, what are you even talking about? You're just a pathetic weakling, chased and beaten by the administrators of Haiqing. Old Wu from the construction materials. Honestly, should we make an exception and invite him? Such potential surely cannot go unexamined through ascension, right? The culinary god. Let us hold off for now. With such potential, he might very well reach ascension by the 8th dungeon, or even the 7th. Waiting just a little over a month wouldn't be too much trouble. The magician, I concur with the culinary god. The prisoner, I find the culinary god's reasoning sound. We can observe him a bit longer. The undertaker, Xiao Yun, one thing weighs heavily on my mind. Why does he refer to himself as Nine Waters? After all, there are rumors that he is also from Jiangsheng, and he could very well be one of the administrators there. The magician, I believe it's merely a coincidence. The culinary god, if it's not a coincidence, we could be in serious trouble. King of Braised Carp, regardless of the coincidence. Let us engage with him more during this time to ascertain his ascension timeline and ensure he doesn't align with the order. Upon seeing the remarks from the King of Braised Carp, whose avatar is a small fire dragon, the girl picked up her tablet once more. The thief. An yen. That is going to cost extra. This kid is already dangerous, and now he is associated with the administrators? I can't take on this job without additional compensation. King of Braised Carp. No problem. Before the next dungeon, I'll send you the Ling Long gloves. Reading the message from the King of Braised Carp, a faint smile graced the girl's lips. She turned off her tablet, feeling quite pleased. How delightful to acquire the Ling Long gloves. The carp is indeed making a significant investment. However, that young man is certainly worth the hope that he successfully navigates the ascension. Indeed, it appears the forum is deliberately concealing information regarding ascension. Lin Yu set down his phone. Through his browsing of the forum posts, he confirmed one thing. Although there were numerous threads and strategies, mentions of ascension were exceedingly rare. Even when referenced, the discussions barely scratched the surface, lacking any in-depth exploration. Conversely, many bounty requests spoke of the upcoming dungeon trials and sought assistance for safe passage. This only deepened Lin Yu's confusion about what the trials entailed. Convinced that further searching would yield no more information, he opened his phone. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to a contact named Harmony Brings Wealth. Are you there? A few seconds later, the tycoon replied, Oh, it's that newcomer who sold a bunch of items. Congratulations on passing the 2nd dungeon. Do you have items for sale this time? Lin Yu gazed at the tycoon's eager message and felt a surge of appreciation. Truly, he is a businessman at heart, treating his clients with enthusiasm. Apologies, but I don't have any items for sale this time. However, I wish to inquire about a few matters. Lin Yu composed and sent his message. The tycoon quickly responded, Of course, what do you wish to know? If it's inconvenient to discuss online, feel free to visit me at the restaurant. Just be sure to keep a low profile when you come. Lin Yu gazed at the news regarding the tycoon, pondering for a moment. All right, I shall head over shortly. At present, the tycoon had become the most trustworthy player he had encountered. Although the night was deep, the players had recently returned from their dungeons and were unlikely to be wandering about. For Lin Yu, this was the optimal time for activity. Thus, he swiftly donned his attire, concealed his face, and stepped outside. This time, he did not ride his bicycle, but opted for a shared bike instead. Riding a shared bike was not as smooth as his own, and Lin Yu took some time to reach Changming Street, where he had previously visited. After returning the shared bike, he approached the vicinity of the abandoned restaurant. Just as he was contemplating how to open the door again, the window on the 2nd floor suddenly swung open. Hey, come up. A man in a bright blue suit stood at the window, lowering a metal ladder. Lin Yu stared at the ladder for a moment, then climbed up with both hands and feet, stepping onto the windowsill and jumping into the room. Once inside, the tycoon closed the window, and Lin Yu removed his mask. He had returned once more to this opulent office. The tycoon turned and retrieved some loose tea leaves stored in a plastic bag from the cabinet, preparing to brew them for Lin Yu while gesturing for him to sit. "Have a seat, young man. What matters have you come to inquire about in such a hurry? You rushed here right after finishing a dungeon. Did you encounter some trouble there?" Observing the composed demeanor of the tycoon, Lin Yu settled onto the sofa, took a sip of tea, and then let out a long sigh. "Indeed, I have encountered trouble." He feigned a look of distress and apprehension before speaking. "Are you familiar with the Raiders and the Free Alliance? Those two organizations prohibited from entry in the pinned forum announcement. I encountered one of their members in my last dungeon, and they seemed rather formidable. Moreover, I inadvertently offended one of them. Will this bring me trouble?" Chapter 69. The Truth of Ascension. Upon hearing the names of the two organizations mentioned by Lin Yu, the tycoon's expression grew significantly grave. "The Raiders and the Free Alliance? Elaborate. What is the situation?" Lin Yu nodded. "My previous dungeon was of the puzzle type, thus the competitiveness was not overly intense. After entering the dungeon, we exchanged identities and introduced ourselves. Two of the players struck me as somewhat peculiar, but I did not give it much thought at the time. It was only near the conclusion, due to the puzzles, that they revealed their true identities. One of them was a craftsman from the Raiders." The tycoon, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat enlightened. "Ah, the super newcomer who just joined the Raiders. He's quite talented. You might find him on the bounty board if you check the forum," the tycoon remarked. "Has he set his sights on you?" "If I recall correctly, he hails from the northwest, so there is no need to worry too much." The tycoon calmly waved his hand. Lin Yu shook his head. On the contrary, he was rather friendly towards me. "It was the fellow from the Free Alliance who bore a great animosity towards me." The tycoon's expression also turned serious. "The Free Alliance? It is indeed quite rare to encounter them. To be honest, the claims of the Free Alliance are likely to be counterfeit." Lin Yu shook his head. "It should not be the case, for she did not proclaim herself as hailing from the Free Alliance. Rather, I have confirmed it through some means. However, why do you assert that it is highly probable she is a fraud?" The tycoon shook his head. "First, describe her characteristics. She is a female, not particularly tall, wearing sunglasses and a windbreaker. Her profession seems to be thief, with a rather unpleasant demeanor and an accent reminiscent of a local from Jiangxing." Upon hearing this, the tycoon appeared enlightened. "You have encountered the master thief, Yen." Lin Yu, upon hearing this name, felt a sense of realization. Yen, her self-proclaimed identity, indeed conveyed this meaning. He pondered internally, yet his expression revealed confusion. Is this individual quite renowned? Indeed, she is well known. Prior to her expulsion from the Free Alliance Forum, Yen had garnered considerable fame. Virtually everyone who had participated in dungeons alongside her had to relinquish one or two items into her possession, and even after leaving the dungeon, those items would not return. Lin Yu was thoroughly astonished by the tycoon's words. Her ability is to permanently steal items? Under normal circumstances, a thief skill would ensure that stolen items in a dungeon would automatically revert to their original owners once the dungeon concluded. When activated in reality, the items would be returned at the commencement of the next dungeon. Although non-item possessions, once stolen, would indeed remain permanently taken. The thief's capability was not meant to be enduring when it came to items. Previously, during the dungeon, Yen had displayed her stolen artifact from the workshop, and Lin Yu had assumed she merely wished to experiment with it or to examine its effects. Little did he anticipate that she possessed the genuine ability to permanently pilfer others' items. The tycoon spoke with a grave expression. Her vocation is indeed thief, likely facilitated by some artifact. The forum's assessment of her was that while there are many thieves, there is only one master thief. With this, Lin Yu's concern intensified. Is she truly so formidable? If she and her organization set their sights on me, am I not doomed? The tycoon shook his head. There is no need for excessive worry. Although the master thief possesses a vile temperament, she has rarely taken the initiative to eliminate anyone thus far. This individual prefers to tease others and engage in mischief. Being targeted by her may indeed lead to troubles, but typically it does not pose a threat to one's life. The tycoon paused for a moment before adding, "As for the Free Alliance, there is even less cause for concern. This organization, though notorious, has a remarkably small membership to date. Only 9 members have been confirmed. Lin Yu was taken aback by this revelation. So few? How many should a typical organization comprise? Observing Lin Yu's perplexed expression, the tycoon patiently elaborated. The largest organization, Order, boasts a membership exceeding 500, nearing 1,000. In nearly every major city, there are more than 10 members of Order. Furthermore, several nationally recognized organizations typically boast hundreds of members, with larger ones numbering around 400 to 500 and smaller ones comprising 100 to 200. Organizations such as the Predators, Psychological Society, Player Assistance Association, and Night Watchers fall within this range. In a specific region, a relatively well-known organization, generally categorized as a medium to small entity, is Jiang'an Hall, established by me in Jiangsheng, which has approximately 100 members. Additionally, there exist various smaller organizations, each with at least 20 to 30 members, to be generally acknowledged as a legitimate organization among players. Only the Free Alliance stands as an exception. The tycoon explained this to Lin Yu. Upon hearing the tycoon's words, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, why is the Free Alliance considered an exception? Because its membership criterion is to successfully advance in rank, the tycoon replied calmly. Although there are currently only 9 members, each of them is a renowned powerhouse. Akin to the thief, Anian, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, as the conversation had finally shifted to the topic of advancement, which he had been trying to steer towards naturally. With the tycoon initiating the topic, it was indeed a fortuitous turn for Lin Yu. Therefore, he adopted a somewhat puzzled expression and inquired, "Advancement? Did you not previously mention that the standard for measuring strength is based on the number of completed dungeons? Many posts on the forum have also referenced advancement. But what exactly is it?" Lin Yu asked quite naturally. The tycoon regarded him, lifted the tea from the table, and leisurely took a sip. Indeed, the number of completed dungeons is a significant criterion for distinguishing player strength, but that applies to players of the same tier. After completing 2 dungeons and obtaining numerous items, you must have noticed, right? When you receive item rewards, there is a prompt in the settlement space indicating that what you have obtained is a non-exclusive item reward, correct? Advancement refers to a notification you receive before starting a particular dungeon, prompting you to initiate the advancement trial. Thus, upon reaching this dungeon, you will encounter additional task conditions beyond the standard completion criteria. These extra tasks are optional. However, whether you choose to undertake them or not, the difficulty of the dungeon will significantly increase for you. Even when compared to players participating in the same dungeon, your experience will be markedly more challenging. However, if you manage to survive this dungeon and also complete those additional tasks, congratulations. You will have accomplished an advancement, transforming from an ordinary player into a Tier 1 player. The disparity arises from the rewards you receive, which include a unique item that, compared to standard items, effectively unlocks a second professional ability for your character. Moreover, this new exclusive item often synergizes exceptionally well with your original professional abilities, yielding a combined effect that surpasses mere addition. Consequently, there exists a qualitative gap between players who have completed advancement and those who have not. Chapter 70. The Tycoon's Invitation. A qualitative change? Lin Yu felt a subtle shift in his expression upon hearing the Tycoon's explanation. In the previous instance, neither Anian nor Tiangong had made much use of their professional abilities, to say nothing of their enhanced capabilities post-advancement. Even their original skills as thief and craftsman remained largely untapped. Yet, based solely on the Tycoon's words, Lin Yu could still envision that players who had completed their advancement indeed held a considerable advantage over ordinary players. Observing Lin Yu's contemplative expression, the Tycoon chuckled. "Well, there's no need to be overly ambitious. After all, the day you achieve advancement is still quite far off." Lin Yu was taken aback by this statement. "Far off? I am clearly set to face my advancement next week." However, Lin Yu maintained a facade of composure. "Is that so? How much longer, then?" Hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, the Tycoon chuckled again. Typically, players encounter their first advancement instance around the 9th or 10th dungeon, depending on their performance in the preceding ones. When death game deems you ready. It will unlock the advancement instance for you. Those with slightly higher potential might reach it by the 9th, while others may take until the 10th. Of course, a select few with remarkable potential may receive advancement prompts as early as the 8th instance. There are even rare prodigies who unlock advancement by the 7th dungeon. The tycoon then turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. To be honest, I don't believe you will need to wait until the 9th or 10th dungeon. Yet, even if you are extraordinarily talented, obtaining advancement by the 7th will still be a matter of a month from now, so there's no rush. Lin Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet, internally, he felt an overwhelming shock. He was not merely avoiding the 9th or 10th instances. According to the tycoon's tone, achieving advancement by the 7th was exceedingly rare, and here he was on his 3rd. Lin Yu resolved to keep this information under wraps. As a newcomer already targeted by 3 rather ominous organizations, any further exposure of his unique traits could spell disaster for his peace of mind. Some individuals naturally thrive in the limelight, even amidst peril. But Lin Yu was not one of them. While he relished the attention during performances, he preferred a notably low profile in his daily life. Furthermore, the players and organizations within this death game were increasingly unhinged, and Lin Yu wished to avoid attracting their undue attention. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu remarked, "Well, it seems this matter need not be a source of concern for now. But I'm curious about what you mentioned earlier regarding the optional nature of the advancement task. What happens if one chooses not to undertake it?" "Oh, nothing much," the tycoon replied, sipping his tea and smacking his lips lightly. "It simply means it will present itself again after 10 more dungeons." Thus, many players fail to complete their first advancement, and even fewer manage to achieve it on their 2nd attempt. Of course, even if you choose not to engage with the advancement task, the task itself will render your dungeons more challenging. Surviving them can be considered a form of strength. At this point, the tycoon laughed heartily. This explains why information and strategies regarding ascension are rarely seen on the forum. It is a tacit understanding among various organizations. Lin Yu raised his teacup and took a sip. "What does this imply?" The magnate chuckled. "You have perused the forums and should be aware that although the professions in the death game are numerous, when excluding the exceedingly rare unique professions, the known professions do not exceed 100. Among these, while some professions are not unique, they are relatively scarce. Thus, the common professions number only a little over 50. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Over the past week, he had nearly memorized more than 50 common professions and over 20 relatively rare ones. The magnate's assertions were clearer to him than to the average novice player. Furthermore, the magnate's words sparked a realization in Lin Yu. Could it be that the ascension tasks for the same profession share considerable similarities? As Lin Yu spoke, the magnate laughed again. Indeed, while ascension tasks may be slightly adjusted based on the subsequent dungeon, the tasks for the same profession are fundamentally alike. Consequently, many organizations possess extensive experience in surviving the ascension dungeons and completing the tasks. Thus, for players of mediocre talent seeking to survive the ascension dungeon, the most prudent course of action is to join an organization. The magnate stated calmly that upon joining, one can acquire invaluable survival experiences and even enjoy the services of seasoned veterans assisting in the Ascension Dungeon at a significantly reduced cost. In some large organizations, such as Order, this service is offered as a complimentary benefit, requiring only the cost price of team items. Moreover, players with higher qualifications and aspirations, wishing to complete the Ascension tasks both promptly and safely, can also garner much useful experience. Although once a team is formed, the Ascension tasks cannot be completed with organizational aid within the dungeon. The guidance and experience available outside the dungeon remain invaluable. Furthermore, each profession, upon ascension, diverges into 2 distinct branches. The choice of branch is also highly valuable information for players aspiring to advance further. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yu comprehended the situation. "I understand now. Thank you." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude and grasped the magnate's intentions. Since their last encounter, he sensed that this elder gentleman seemed to be inclined toward recruiting him. Additionally, through these inquiries, Lin Yu not only acquired a wealth of information regarding the death game and the current state of players, but he also confirmed one thing. This magnate is undoubtedly well informed. He even possesses knowledge about the Psychological Society organization. Did the other party recognize that business card? Reflecting on the magnate's subtle expressions at that moment, Lin Yu noted that although this seasoned elder was adept at concealing his emotions, no traces of performance could escape his keen observation. The magnate had undoubtedly recognized the origins of that business card. Therefore, he had known all along that Lin Yu was being watched by the Psychological Society. Moreover, given this gentleman's understanding of the Psychological Society, it is highly likely that he is aware that the society is keen on newcomers, primarily due to their considerable potential. However, considering the genuine goodwill expressed by the magnate, Lin Yu chose not to expose the underlying motives. Nonetheless, he could not entirely suppress his curiosity regarding the magnate's intentions. During the recent self-introduction, the magnate mentioned his own organization, Jiang and Hall, which clarified everything for Lin Yu. The gentleman undoubtedly wished for him to join his organization. Indeed, the magnate cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, my dear brother, let us dispense with pleasantries and speak candidly. I hope you will join us at Jiang and Hall. Upon hearing the magnate's invitation, Lin Yu was mentally prepared, yet he still allowed a look of astonishment to grace his features. In fact, this astonishment was precisely what he had prepared for, meticulously crafting an expression that conveyed a mix of doubt, flattery, and disbelief. Anyone witnessing Lin Yu's expression at that moment would naturally assume he harbored such sentiments. The magnate was no exception. He observed Lin Yu's demeanor with a sense of pride. Do not rush to respond. Take your time to consider. He continued. Although Jiang and Hall is merely a local organization, I can confidently assert that we rank among the top in Jiang City. Moreover, you must have seen some references to me on the forum. I am capable of hosting events recognized by the forum, which certainly attests to our strength. Jiang and Hall is also a collaborative organization of order. In other words, within the territory of Jiang City, Jiang and Hall can, to a certain extent, represent order. The magnate proclaimed with satisfaction. Observing the magnate's self-satisfied demeanor, Lin Yu found himself imbued with a sense of admiration and longing amidst his astonishment. Is it truly that impressive? From what I've read on the forum, Order is the most formidable organization. Those three entities that were expelled from the forum avoid Order at all costs, Lin Yu remarked, to which the magnate calmly nodded in agreement. Indeed, hence, outside the game, as long as you are within Jiang City's jurisdiction, whether it be the Raiders, the Free Alliance, or even the Psychological Society, should they wish to target you, I can ensure your safety. Of course, the condition is that you join Jiang and Hall. The magnate stated earnestly. Lin Yu observed the magnate's expression, further intensifying the doubt etched upon his own face. However, according to your reasoning, wouldn't it be better for me to join Order directly? He queried, prompting a chuckle from the magnate. Do you believe there are no entry barriers for Order? Although this organization boasts a considerable number of members, the recruitment process is quite rigorous. It not only evaluates your strength, but also your character. Once you join, there are numerous rules to adhere to. If we were to liken the realm of death game players to a martial world, Order stands as the current leader of the righteous path. The magnate explained, gesturing subtly. Although Lin Yu was unclear about the gestures, he nodded in acknowledgement. I comprehend that the individuals involved are not only formidable, but also principled. Correct? Lin Yu remarked, and the tycoon displayed an expression of eager mentorship. Indeed, comparatively speaking, while we at Jiang and Hall do adhere to certain regulations, they are fundamentally basic tenets of society, such as refraining from indiscriminate violence and betraying the organization. The tycoon continued, casting a glance at Lin Yu. Furthermore, as a promising young talent, your entry into our ranks would yield numerous benefits. The middle-aged man winked suggestively. For instance, the strategies pertaining to advancement, perhaps. However, at present, I find myself unable to utilize that. Lin Yu casually replied. This statement was deceptive. Lin Yu was aware that he would likely have no use for it in the future. The tycoon had just mentioned that the strategies from various organizations were derived from summaries of tasks related to same profession. Yet, Lin Yu understood that he possessed the singular profession of trickster, a unique vocation. Where could one possibly find a reference? Moreover, his notably exceptional third instance had unlocked the advancement trial, which, from what the tycoon indicated, was likely unprecedented for him as well. Thus, these advancement strategies were, to Lin Yu, rather superfluous. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the tycoon chuckled. Hence, I suggest you take your time before making any hasty decisions. Wait until you've completed a few more instances to reassess. You will come to appreciate the advantages of being part of an organization. At this juncture, Lin Yu nodded, interrupting him. Thank you for your kind offer, Tycoon. I shall contemplate it. The Tycoon, a man of discernment, recognized Lin Yu's lack of enthusiasm upon hearing his words. I may have been somewhat presumptuous. It seems you hold yourself in high regard and are likely seeking to join a prominent organization, the Tycoon side. However, our local organization possesses its own merits. And in truth, I am not lacking either. Have you not perused the bounty section of the forum? The Tycoon inquired. Lin Yu nodded. While I have indeed been tempted by the prospect of monetary gain from bounties, I have never fully grasped what advancement entails, nor the capabilities of other players, which deterred me from exploring it further, lest I succumb to envy. He paused momentarily. Now that I am informed, my interest has waned even more. After all, you have mentioned that the disparity between players who have advanced and those who have not is considerable. Lin Yu spoke the truth. He aspired to earn money, but was not in a rush. He was willing to take certain risks, yet those risks must not be overly substantial. The Tycoon chuckled. Perhaps it is best to take a look. Indeed, the name of that forum section ought to be revised. It is labeled as a bounty, yet it now includes a ranking feature. Initially, a benevolent individual compiled a list of the total credit points associated with the extraordinary beings featured in bounties, subsequently leading to a humorous suggestion. Why not create a function to evaluate the prowess of elite players? Remarkably, the forum implemented it. A leaderboard of the top 100 was established. Although there was considerable debate initially regarding the methodology of the rankings, after several months of various occurrences, the community has generally come to accept it. At the very least, the ranking discrepancies should remain within 3 to 5 positions. Naturally, those who appear on the list and possess a forum account may opt to remain anonymous. The Tycoon spoke, and Lin Yu began to understand. It seems you're on that list, he remarked. The Tycoon chuckled. Just take a look. Lin Yu retrieved his phone and opened the forum. Subsequently, he accessed the rewards section and indeed found a pinned post titled Player Rankings, Real-Time Updates. The post was published by the official forum account. Upon clicking it, a black background revealed various names and their corresponding organizations. The first place was held by General, representing the organization order. The second was Diviner, from the organization Plunderers. The third was Master, also from Order. The fourth was an anonymous player. Lin Yu scrolled down and did not find the Tycoon among the top 10. He continued to scroll vigorously, the page rapidly whirring past. The Tycoon, glancing at the screen, quickly interjected, Hey, you've passed it? Hearing the Tycoon's words, Lin Yu flipped back. He soon located the Tycoon in the 27th position. Tycoon, Organization Riverside Hall. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Wow, you ranked 27th among all players? Upon hearing this, the Tycoon humbly waved his hand. That is only among players on the external server who do not participate in the forum rankings. Though the Tycoon feigned modesty, Lin Yu could sense the pride swelling within him. Being ranked 27th nationally on the forum was undoubtedly a source of immense pride for this middle-aged man. After revealing this fact, Lin Yu felt a clearer understanding of the Tycoon's self-importance. It was likely not solely due to the items sold previously. The fervent interest from the Free Alliance further hinted at this. It was reasonable to suspect that being marked for death by the Psychological Society left a significant impression, serving as a reliable credential. Consequently, Lin Yu felt increasingly at ease. He had been meticulously performing for the Tycoon, seeking more information and a complete understanding of the Tycoon's intentions and stance. Indeed, while Lin Yu remained silent, the Tycoon could not resist speaking again. So, after reviewing this ranking, what are your thoughts? I'm even more inclined to join Order, Lin Yu replied earnestly. In the recent rankings, 2 of the top 3 belonged to Order. 4 of the top 20 and 8 of the top 50. Out of the 100 ranked players, Order constituted 15. It would not be an exaggeration to say Order dominates the field. Given Order's formidable strength, even with its numerous regulations, it was bearable. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, The tycoon was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Aha! This sentiment is indeed impeccable. However, I must reiterate, do not rush. Large organizations come with their own drawbacks. Although order appears formidable, it carries the weight of being the righteous path, which is why they collaborate with us at Riverside Society. Moreover, joining the Riverside Association, while it may provide assistance in advancement, we might indeed fall short compared to a grand organization such as Order. The tycoon remarked, tapping on the table. We truly enjoy numerous benefits. For instance, the gatherings in Jiangsheng and the items from our Riverside Association can be purchased at a discount of 60 to 90% for personal use. Additionally, we distribute a complimentary team-building item each month. Also, I see you're a university student, correct? We can provide you with an internship stamp, and even upon graduation, you could join my company. I offer a base salary exceeding $10,000 with full social insurance and housing fund benefits, and you would even have weekends off. Though in reality, you might not need to work at all, the tycoon stated, causing Lin Yu to momentarily pause. Everything else aside, the prospect of the internship stamp and the comprehensive benefits genuinely captivated Lin Yu. This was undoubtedly the most enticing offer for him. He could hardly fathom how bright and cheerful Lin Zhao would become if he were to secure a position at a local company in Jiangsheng upon graduation, enjoying weekends off and a salary exceeding $10,000. Although Lin Zhao verbally and behaviorally supported Lin Yu's dream of becoming an actor, Lin Yu knew deep down that his sister hoped he could find a stable job. Furthermore, this job offered by the tycoon would not hinder him from pursuing his aspirations in the entertainment industry. May I inquire, what is the name of your company? Lin Yu asked cautiously. Qing Sheng, our very own dining group listed in Jiangsheng. The tycoon chuckled, extending his hand towards Lin Yu. My father holds a stake in Qing Sheng, and my elder brother holds a significant position there. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu took a deep breath. So it's Qing Sheng. Their milk and fast food have been staples for the people of Jiangsheng since childhood. Lin Yu could easily envision his sister boasting about his employment to all the elderly in her neighborhood. However, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure. Observing the tycoon's hand adorned with an array of rings and bracelets, he felt a tinge of reflection. No wonder this fellow was so generous with his money last time. It turns out he is a wealthy second generation, given his slightly older age and ostentatious attire. Lin Yu had initially thought him to be a newly wealthy individual, but instead, he was merely a tasteless rich playboy, with thoughts swirling in his mind. Lin Yu grasped the tycoon's hand and swallowed hard. I will consider it further, he responded once more, although he still expressed a need for consideration. The tycoon discerned the change in Lin Yu's tone and smiled. Very well, I will await your response. Lin Yu stood up and subsequently left the restaurant. Once outside, his expression settled into a calm demeanor. An organization, Although the conditions presented by the tycoon were quite alluring, Lin Yu merely contemplated for a moment, indulging his emotions for a brief performance. He would not join the Riverside Association purely for monetary gain. Of course, this does not imply that the tycoon's assumptions about Lin Yu were correct. Lin Yu had no intention of genuinely joining Order. To be precise, Lin Yu did not plan to join any organization at all. Due to the existence of the profession known as con artist, Lin Yu had already prepared himself internally. He could never possess true companions. In the realm of the death game, players exist within an intricate network akin to a clandestine society, as described by the magnates. This is not particularly favorable news for Lin Yu. His profession dictates that the more others comprehend his essence, the more detrimental it becomes for him. Consequently, Lin Yu cannot truly affiliate himself with any organization, unless one day he acquires a means to alter his identity at will without anyone's knowledge. Collaborating with these organizations remains his utmost limitation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he retrieved his phone and opened a chat window. Shuangmu, President, are you asleep? The response was almost instantaneous. Jiushui, no money, loved once, cannot add performances. Upon reading the message from Shunbing Miao, Lin Yu felt a twinge of exasperation. Shuangmu, no, I have a favor to ask. Someone needs you to investigate. Jiushui, oh, you scared me. Asking if I'm asleep at this late hour. Jiushui, I thought you were going to confess. ask for money, or request an additional performance. Jiu Shui, just spill it. Did you encounter another pitfall in the game? Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Shun Bingmiao's lively demeanor. He composed his message thoughtfully before sending it. Shuangmu. Not at all. This time I need you to investigate a celebrity, Shuangmu, a certain executive or shareholder's relative from Qingxin Group, a male in his 30s. Perhaps nearing 40. I have his WeChat ID. Jiu Shui. Are you out of your mind? A wealthy person opening a box can easily attract attention. Jiu Shui. And this is from a listed company. What are you planning? Are you considering marrying into wealth? If so, avoid old men. Jiu Shui. Goodness. You're not into that sort of thing, are you? Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Shun Bingmiao was delightful in many ways. Yet sometimes her exuberance could be a bit excessive. Shuangmu. No. I'm merely curious about his credibility. I don't require specific private information. Just help me see if he has any negative news or criminal records, all right? Shuangmu. Ideally, a brief overview of his background would be helpful, such as his educational history or previous employment. Lin Yu replied. With such information, he could sketch out a rough character profile, subtly outlining some deeper traits of the magnate. This would also serve as an application of acting skills in a real-world context. Despite having deemed the magnate trustworthy after personal encounters, even if Lin Yu did not intend to join the Riverside Society, he felt it prudent to maintain a cautious approach. Jiu Shui. That is straightforward, but it seems like you're writing a character profile. Upon seeing Shun Bingmiao's message, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire her perceptiveness. However, he was prepared. Shuangmu. It's not a character profile. I'm planning to try my hand at scriptwriting and intend to use him as a prototype for fun. With this thought, Lin Yu's mind began to stir. By the way, since we're investigating, do you happen to know any prominent entrepreneurs in Jiang City who have daughters around the age of 16 or 17? They are likely only children and may excel academically. Shuangmu inquired. After sending a message, Lin Yu received an immediate response from Shun Bingmiao, who sent a shocked panda emoji. What's your intention? Jiu Shui asked. To prove that you're not fishing for older men, you've switched to targeting wealthy women instead? You even specified the age of 16 or 17. You're rather peculiar. Jiu Shui continued. No wonder you ignore all those admirers at school. Are they all past their prime? He added, if you end up in the spotlight for dating underage girls, please don't say you came from the Jiang City Drama Club. I cannot bear the shame. Lin Yu felt increasingly helpless. You've misunderstood, President. There is a reason behind this. Let me explain, he said. Shun Bingmiao sent another emoji, this time a panda with perked ears. You better clarify this, or I might have to take drastic measures, she warned. This is a long story, so I'll keep it brief. Lin Yu decided to omit the part about the death game and share a half-truth. Last week, I encountered a girl who appeared to be from a wealthy family at an offline gathering, but she might have a penchant for stealing. Did she steal your underwear? She might be a student from Jiang University High School, your admirer, who has long coveted your beauty. Jiu Shui teased. No, she took my bicycle key and rode off with my bike, Lin Yu clarified. What? Yes, and when I realized it, I chased after her. But at the next intersection, she locked it up again, so I suspect she might have a stealing habit. That sounds utterly absurd, yet strangely believable, Jiu Shui remarked. Let me help you investigate. Perhaps we can uncover something. Upon reading Shun Bingmiao's message, Lin Yu sighed in relief. With the president's assistance, locating that girl as personal information would not be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 73. Investigation results after entrusting Shun Bingmiao with the investigation. Lin Yu rode a shared bicycle back home. Prior to his outing, he had informed Lin Zhao that he was going to discuss filming matters. So Lin Zhao was not waiting at home, but had gone to bed early. Upon returning to the quiet home, Lin Yu lay on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day. In the darkness, he reached out his hand to the sky, spreading his 10 fingers wide. Following this recent chapter in his conversation with the tycoon, Lin Yu felt increasingly convinced that the tranquil life he once knew had indeed drifted far away from him. In fact, his current existence might be even more exhilarating than that of the average death game player, for typical players only need to concern themselves with a weekly dungeon at most. However, having only traversed 2 realms, he was now faced with the challenge of advancement in the 3rd. Moreover, various organizations were keenly observing him. Even in the previous realm, The divine had descended. Lin Yu found himself increasingly vexed by this situation. They claimed I possessed potential, but what on earth did this so-called potential entail? Everyone regarded him as a rarity, assessing, inviting, probing, and courting him. Yet, Lin Yu maintained a clear self-awareness. He was merely a university student with a penchant for performance. Neither a genius nor a madman. Though he had indeed survived 2 realms, he alone understood how precarious that existence was. Initially, he had believed that someone like him would scarcely survive a chapter in such an infinite stream web novel. Lin Yu sighed, realizing that he could only take 1 step at a time from here on. He decided to treat the forthcoming chapters of his life as a stage, ready to perform to his heart's content. After all, his profession required him to do just that. As Lin Yu mused, his phone beside him vibrated gently. Upon checking, he discovered 2 documents sent by Shun Bingmiao. One was titled Hijutsai. Opening it revealed a prominent photograph of the tycoon. Lin Yu glanced over it, noting that Shun Bingmiao's efficiency in investigating this semi-public figure was indeed commendable. The tycoon's life trajectory was vividly depicted. He completed his studies at a private elite school, then paid his way into a cooperative program at Jiangxing University. During his university years, he seemed to have had some disagreements with his family, leading him to venture into entrepreneurship, only to ultimately suffer significant losses. The now abandoned restaurant appeared to be a venture he had undertaken with great ambition, but had failed to manage successfully. Lin Yu noted that the tycoon still retained an office there, displaying a sense of nostalgia and sentimentality. In Lin Yu's mind, he assessed that the failure of the tycoon's venture stemmed from excessive emotional attachment that led to being weighed down by incapable friends. Of course, to say he was a burden might not be entirely fair. The tycoon likely lacked a natural aptitude for business. Since he was being evaluated, Lin Yu felt it was only proper to reciprocate by assessing the tycoon and others as well. Perhaps in future dealings with the tycoon, he should emphasize emotional connections. Overall, after reviewing the tycoon's life trajectory, it aligned closely with Lin Yu's expectations. He appeared to be a somewhat trustworthy individual, valuing emotions even more than Lin Yu had anticipated. Upon reflection, the name Jiang'an also bore a resemblance to a locale from some gangster manga. Lin Yu closed the tycoon's profile and then opened the other document titled Lin Yan. Upon seeing the title, he had already formed a conjecture, and indeed, upon opening it, he was greeted by a familiar visage, a youthful and innocent high school girl. Her face radiated purity and vivacity, adorned with a neat bob and straight bangs, a gentle smile revealing subtle dimples. She seemed like a student who excelled academically, maintaining good relationships with everyone, embodying the idealized figure cherished in the hearts of many boys. However, as Lin Yu gazed into the pair of eyes that moved with the grace of a nocturnal creature, he let out a soft click of his tongue. The little rascal's acting skills were surprisingly adept. From the photograph alone, her demeanor was so striking that he nearly failed to recognize her. This girl was none other than the renowned thief Aim Yan, celebrated for her remarkable reputation in the death game. Lin Yu continued to peruse her personal introduction, discovering that she was a sophomore at the prestigious Jiangxing Shengla Private High School. Then, he delved into Lin Yan's family background. Both of her parents were esteemed professors at universities, their names frequently appearing in textbooks. Additionally, her father served as a research consultant for an international corporation. In terms of assets, while Lin Yan's family did not rival that of the magnates, they were certainly well off. It was evident that her penchant for thievery and her identity as a thief were likely mere quirks of hers. Lin Yu stroked his chin, feeling that the character of this thieving young girl was becoming increasingly vivid. It led him to ponder whether her mischievous behavior in the death game, including her affiliation with the somewhat unconventional Freedom Alliance, stemmed from a stifling reality. After all, based on Lin Yu's observations, children of professors from such elite academic backgrounds often either grew up in particularly liberal environments or, conversely, in highly repressive ones. Lin Yan likely belonged to the latter category. Perhaps this insight could be of use to him. Lin Yu quietly committed his analysis and evaluations of Lin Yan to memory, planning to corroborate them the next time he encountered her. Ideally, he would manage to impress her. He contemplated this before setting his phone aside. Of course, These considerations were matters for another day. At present, his primary concern was the issue of advancement, along with the early class scheduled for tomorrow. As he thought of his timetable for the next day, a dull ache throbbed in his molars. It was truly difficult to determine which was more daunting, the early class or the death game. He sighed, then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. On the opposite side of Jiangcheng, in the underground, a petite girl clad in white pajamas curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, seated upon a sleek black ergonomic chair. The spacious room was chilled to a frigid temperature. The water-cooled chassis hummed, while the lights and the glow of over a dozen screens cast a cold, futuristic illumination throughout the space, accentuating the girl's predominantly cute visage. Faint blue and green hues flickered across her face, framing her features. Numerous windows were open before her, some displaying news flashes, others showcasing lines of code, and some even revealing images and videos. Her eyes darted with a velocity that surpassed human physiological limits, scanning the torrent of information as she chewed on her thumb. It was fortunate that various organizations and individuals had navigated through the week unscathed. The Psychological Society had shown no new developments, and Robin had departed from Jiangcheng. The Night Watchers remained unchanged. Regrettably, last week, the general had failed to capture the diviner, and this week he had indeed vanished without a trace. It seemed the leaderboard would not require an update. The girl gently tapped the keyboard, closing dozens of windows, until only a single chat window remained on the central screen. Her gaze settled upon the chat window, and the young girl's eyes lingered there, no longer darting about in haste. However, my dear Ace, I never anticipated that you would become the most significant variable of late. Chapter 74, A New Instance. The cold storage of the cafeteria. In the ensuing days, although Lin Yu managed to acquire some information, he refrained from taking any impulsive new actions. Until he completed his ascension, Lin Yu would not actively engage with matters related to those organizations. After all, his academic schedule was quite demanding. He had 2 courses with midterm assignments due, one of which was a group project. The elderly professor of the performance class whimsically assigned them to read Shakespeare's plays, claiming it was pertinent to the final exam, which would also require considerable effort from Lin Yu. Recently, after enlisting Shun Bingmiao to conduct a series of investigations, the president could not help but enlist Lin Yu for the club's promotional recording activity, which he had previously declined. Now, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Shun Bingmiao. Welcome, fellow juniors, to the drama club of Jiangxing University. I am Lin Yu, and I await you in the club. Amidst the myriad of real-world responsibilities, 7 days swiftly passed. The moment arrived once more. It was Tuesday, just past noon. A notification popped up. The time until the next game begins is less than 24 hours. Please ensure you find yourself in an environment with a temperature below 0 before midnight tonight, and await entry into the game. Upon reading this notification, Lin Yu stroked his chin. Below 0? Such a condition would be difficult to fulfill. His first thought was to clean out the refrigerator at home and squeeze himself inside. However, locking himself in the bathroom previously was one matter, but now he lived in a small apartment with a compact kitchen, meaning the refrigerator was situated in the dining area. If he were to rummage through the fridge in the dead of night, he would undoubtedly receive a scolding from Lin Zhao. Therefore, Lin Yu began to ponder. He needed to find a cold storage facility or something similar. He muttered to himself, contemplating that such places were typically found near restaurants. His sister's restaurant? No, that simply wouldn't he do. The tycoon's establishment? That was also out of the question. He had no idea how long it had been abandoned. Besides, Lin Yu was not particularly keen on forging a close connection with the tycoon. After much deliberation, Lin Yu conceived the most suitable plan. It appeared that the school cafeteria was his only viable option. As a student of Jiangxing Media University, it would be entirely reasonable for him to be on campus in the middle of the night. He could even tell his sister that he was at school, taking a few photos to alleviate Lin Zhao's concerns. As for how to infiltrate the cold storage or freezer of the cafeteria, a complete plan quickly formed in his mind. The first and second cafeterias were ruled out as they were directly operated by the school, with cold storage located elsewhere, and ingredients delivered fresh each morning. The fourth cafeteria closed late, too close to the library, where those diligent students might spot him. Thus, The third cafeteria emerged as the most appropriate choice. Not only was it contracted out, but its location was also rather secluded. Most importantly, the third cafeteria had a back door secured only by an old-fashioned padlock. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yu decided to investigate the third cafeteria. Given that it was mealtime, his visit there seemed entirely reasonable. He hastily ordered a portion of Huangmin chicken at the cafeteria and, through the serving window, observed the bustling kitchen behind. Enormous refrigeration units lined the windows, each ample enough to accommodate individual needs. Moreover, accessing the kitchen from within the cafeteria was quite simple, although the windows were fitted with iron curtains. A fundamental trust in the integrity of university students and the surveillance within the campus meant that few windows were truly secured after closing. Thus, Lin Yu affirmed that finding a refrigeration unit within the third cafeteria to immerse himself in the game was indeed a feasible plan. With this in mind, he sent another text message to his sister, Lin Zhao, informing her that he would be working on a group project at school and would not be returning home that night. Lin Zhao had always been supportive of his academic endeavors. "All right, just don't overexert yourself," she promptly replied. With her approval secured, Lin Yu dedicated the remainder of his time to studying. Seizing the opportunity, he also ventured to the library to peruse the various works of Shakespeare recommended by his professor. Although he had encountered them during high school, after 2 years of studying acting and performing on stage, his perspective had undeniably shifted. Lin Yu marveled at the brilliance of Shakespeare, who, centuries ago, crafted such exquisite dramas during the medieval period. He could hardly fathom the astonishment and yearning he would have felt had he been a playwright in medieval Europe. Encountering these groundbreaking scripts beyond the classic epic plays and the mundane scripts of his time. Before long, the night deepened into tranquility. As the beloved saxophone piece signifying the library's closing time played, Lin Yu realized it was 11 o'clock. Discreetly, he returned the complete works of Shakespeare to the shelf and, blending into the departing crowd, exited the library. While most students hurried towards their dormitories, he quietly veered onto a different path, heading towards the third cafeteria. As Lin Yu had anticipated, the third cafeteria near the sports field was eerily quiet at night, with only a few couples strolling hand in hand. Approaching the back door adjacent to the staff parking lot, he was surprised to find it unguarded. To his astonishment, the door was merely latched. It appeared that the security at the third cafeteria was even more lax than he had imagined. Not only were the iron curtains on the windows left open, but even the door lock was simply hanging loosely. He had initially intended to experiment with a wire according to an online tutorial, or if that failed, to resort to brute force. Now, however, that concern was alleviated. Silently, Lin Yu pulled the door open, slipped inside, and carefully closed it behind him. Upon entering the interior of the third canteen, Lin Yu made a beeline for a stall renowned for its dumplings. This establishment was well known within the school for its pre-packaged delicacies, with all dumplings being frozen. However, due to its remarkably affordable prices and the enticing offer of purchasing 3 portions for the price of 2, along with a complimentary drink, the business thrived. Naturally, the cold storage unit here was the largest in the entire kitchen, and it boasted no partitions. Lin Yu opened the door of the freezer, revealing large bags of dumplings stacked neatly inside. He retrieved 2 bags and proceeded to compose a timed text message to Shun Bingniao. "I'm trapped inside the dumpling stall's freezer. Rescue me." The message was scheduled to be sent at exactly 12:05 a.m. After confirming that his phone had sufficient battery and signal, Lin Yu placed it on a nearby table outside. Although the freezer appeared to be operable from the inside, Lin Yu was still wary of potential unforeseen circumstances. It would be quite unfortunate if he managed to survive the death game only to succumb to freezing in there. Chapter 75. Entering the game. Ascension Tasks and Deceivers. At 11:50 p.m., after stepping into the freezer and closing the heavy door behind him, Lin Yu felt a swift onset of chill enveloping his body. Having noted the entry requirements of this scenario earlier that day, he had specifically brought a thick coat from the drama club before visiting the library. Coupled with a mask, Lin Yu's attire was indeed sufficient to brave the winter chill of Jiangcheng. Nevertheless, his exposed skin still experienced a slight stinging sensation, as the freezer's chilling effect was formidable. Exhaling softly, Lin Yu attempted to open the freezer door in the enveloping darkness. There were no issues, it could indeed be open from the inside. However, he refrained from canceling the scheduled message on his phone outside. While it was currently possible to exit, one could never be too cautious. If all went smoothly, he could always manually cancel the message later. Thus, Lin Yu remained calm as he settled into the freezer, and time slipped by, minute by minute. Gradually, he began to feel the effects of the cold, shivering, and experiencing symptoms of hypothermia. His consciousness started to fade, just as Lin Yu felt himself on the brink of losing consciousness. Crimson words appear before him. You are about to join the game. Game name, Winter Mountains, victory condition, survive for 7 days. Number of players in this game, 13. Detected that you will undertake the Ascension trial in this game. Loading special tasks now. Ascension Task 1. Within this game, you must tell each player a different lie that is inherently contradictory to the others, and utilize the Deceiver class ability to make them true. You must not be exposed or discovered until the game concludes. Ascension Task 2. Identify the hidden deceiver in this game and unveil their ruse. Completing both tasks will fulfill this Ascension trial. Completion of the tasks is not mandatory. A multitude of crimson words writhed and appeared, far more than ever before. Lin Yu's consciousness gradually began to awaken. Is this the Ascension task? Indeed, it is closely related to the Deceiver profession. Lin Yu understood in his heart. The first task required him to lie to each person, ensuring that every lie was unique and contradictory to one another. In other words, he needed to weave 12 distinct falsehoods, all of which must be believed without detection. The second task, however, was somewhat nebulous. He needed to find the deceiver and unravel their scheme. Deceiver clearly referred to a specific role, but what exactly did it entail? Lin Yu was aware that within the death game, there existed a profession known as the Deceiver. Although their numbers were not plentiful, they were still relatively common. Naturally, despite the resemblance to the Fraudster profession, their abilities were entirely different. The Deceiver was a classic rule-based profession, capable of randomly creating a false rule that favored them, which would remain effective for a duration determined by the length of the instance. It sounded akin to the Fraudster's manifestation. Yet the Deceiver had no control over the nature of the rules they created. Conversely, the Deceiver did not require others to believe in their deception, nor did they need a target for their fraud. The individual in this profession merely needed to activate their ability for it to take effect. Initially, Lin Yu instinctively wondered if among the 13 players, there was another with the Deceiver profession besides himself. However, upon closer reflection, he felt that while this possibility existed, it was unlikely. After all, the Deceiver was not the same as the Fraudster and had no need to deliberately conceal their profession. The instance known as the Winter Mountain Range was clearly a survival type, likely requiring cooperation. Therefore, players would mostly collaborate and disclose their identities to one another. Even if the individual with the Deceiver profession had a malicious disposition, akin to the earlier encounter with the thief Anian, it would be difficult for them to keep their identity hidden. After all, the rules created by the Deceiver would be known to all players. Concealing one's profession was no simple feat with this line of thought. Lin Yu temporarily felt at a loss regarding the second task. He would need to wait for the game to progress and gather more information before further analysis could be made. As he pondered, he quickly devised a strategy for this instance. He would first undertake the initial task while ensuring his safety, simultaneously collecting clues about the Deceiver. At this point, Lin Yu was fully alert. His senses sharpened abruptly. The howling cold wind whipped past his ears, and the biting snow mixed with ice shards stung his face. He opened his eyes to see a vast expanse of white surrounding him. He found himself in a dilapidated wooden cabin, which had been partially collapsed by the snowstorm. Lying on a simple wooden bed in the last corner that had not fallen, a rugged middle-aged man, clad in a fur hat and an old coat, sat at the entrance of the cabin. Hearing the stirring of Lin Yu awakening, the middle-aged man turned his head, a hint of surprise appearing on his frostbitten, slightly purplish face. "Ah, you're awake. I thought you had succumbed to the cold," he remarked. Lin Yu, observing the man's demeanor, climbed off the wooden bed, his mind swirling with speculation. Based on his appearance and speech, it seemed they were in a game. He hurriedly employed the methods he had learned from the forum to confirm this. Attempting to engage the man in conversation about the death game, he found himself Much like when conversing with ordinary people in reality, unable to disclose any information regarding the death game. This was one of the swiftest ways to ascertain whether he was dealing with a player or not. Although some games allow players to realize they are partaking in a game, like the Crow Man from the previous game, who is essentially an incarnation of a deity. Most within the death game scenarios remain oblivious to the roles they play and the intrusion of players from other realms into their lives. They typically introduce rules and guide players through challenges in a seemingly rational manner, reminiscent of the letter Lin Yu encountered in his first instance. While he had never met the author of that letter, it was undoubtedly a classic case. Of course, some might harbor hostility towards players, possibly even becoming adversaries. However, looking at the rugged man before him, Lin Yu harbored a faint suspicion that he was likely benevolent. He discreetly gripped the handgun in his possession, gazing at the man and inquiring, "Who are you?" Chapter 76. A thorny question in response to Lin Yu's cautious inquiry. The rugged man chuckled. "Like you, I'm a treasure seeker venturing into the mountains. I just didn't expect the heavy snowfall to arrive so swiftly." The rough-hewn man exhaled onto his hands and continued. "Even the abandoned village marked on the map as a temporary resting place has been buried. It seems we must quickly locate a new stronghold to light a fire. There should be other camps or caves in the vicinity. It's manageable during the day, but at night the wind and snow will intensify, and we may encounter the chatter. That would be disastrous." Lin Yu furrowed his brow. "What is a chatter?" The man looked at Lin Yu with some astonishment. "You don't even know that? And yet you've come to this frigid mountain in search of treasure?" The chatter is, aside from the extreme weather, the most terrifying entity you will face in these mountains. He spoke with earnestness. Legend has it that various snow monsters inhabit these wintry peaks, preying on humans. The leader of these creatures, the most formidable among them, is known as the chatter. No one knows what the chatter truly looks like. Those who have encountered it are dead, and those who have not but have heard of it have been driven mad with fear. Some say it stands 10 meters tall, with razor-sharp claws and fangs. Others claim it resembles a moving mass of ice and rock. What is certain, however, is that the chatter is not something humanity can withstand. The rugged uncle spoke, and Lin Yu feigned surprise and fear as he inquired, "A snow monster? Chait, what should we do?" The rugged uncle, indeed, took the bait. Only the flickering flames could protect humanity from the threat of Chait during the night. Furthermore, traversing the winter mountain in groups was ill-advised. Exceeding 3 individuals would significantly heighten the chances of being targeted by either Chait or the snow monster. Ideally, within any given outpost, the number of people should not surpass 2. The rugged uncle gazed at Lin Yu with a hint of confusion. "How could you venture into the winter mountain in search of treasure without any knowledge?" Lin Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "In truth, I did not come seeking treasure. I merely lost my way and stumbled into this place." "Is there really any treasure in this mountain?" Lin Yu asked earnestly, observing the sincere curiosity in Lin Yu's expression. The uncle paused for a moment, taken aback. "You managed to get lost deep within the winter mountain? This place is perpetually engulfed in snowstorms. A mere glance should have told you that venturing further was unwise." Yet, he soon dismissed his surprise. "Never mind, judging by your dazed demeanor. You hardly seem like a person of sound mind." The rugged uncle continued. "During the peak of the snowstorms each year, one can unearth a black, viscous substance from the snow. This is considered a premium fuel, referred to as black gold oil by the affluent, while we common folk simply call it black oil. With a bit of refinement, it can be transformed into a salve capable of healing various injuries." His expression turned wistful as he elaborated. "No one knows the origin of this black oil. All we know is that it exclusively manifests in the snow of the winter mountain, and each time it appears, it is contained within wooden boxes or chests, which is quite peculiar. It is precisely for this reason that the search for black oil is dubbed treasure hunting. Some say it may be a gift from the divine to mortals. Others speculate that it is a remnant of an ancient civilization swept in by the snowstorms. Yet, there are those who believe it may be connected to Chait. Regardless of its origins, what truly matters is that a large crate of it can indeed ensure your wealth and prosperity." The rugged uncle's demeanor grew animated as he spoke. "Now, then, since this outpost has been compromised, I must hasten to find another." He then retrieved a crumpled map from his pocket. "Child, it would be quite pitiful for you to perish in this mountain. Take this map and seek out an outpost, but please, do not head in the same direction as me. We are currently located at the position marked with green ink, number 6. The greater the number of people, the higher the likelihood of attracting the attention of the snow monster in shade." With that, the uncle waved goodbye to Lin Yu and departed in a specific direction. Lin Yu unfurled the map and took a glance. Though rudimentary, he was able to comprehend its contents. The map was densely annotated with numerous small, differently colored codes. In the lower right corner, there were annotations. Red indicated areas of high snow monster activity. Green denoted temporary outposts where one could make a fire for the night. And black marked regions where abundant black oil had previously been discovered. The now abandoned Outpost 6, where Lin Yu found himself, was situated towards the lower middle left of the map. Comparing it to the real terrain, it was evident that the uncle had headed eastward. The number of strongholds exceeds expectations, with nearly 100 marked on the map. In contrast, the areas shaded in red and black are rather sparse. There are only 8 regions where the snow monsters are highly active. Even though these areas are significantly larger than the strongholds, collectively, they occupy less than a quarter of the map. As for the black areas, there are merely 3 tiny circles, all nestled within the 3 red zones. However, according to the map's annotations, black oil can be found everywhere, and the snow monsters do not confine their activities solely to the perilously marked regions. Therefore, the first step in this game is to locate the strongholds, and if one has the leisure, searching for black oil could yield some item rewards upon settlement. Lin Yu mused internally, realizing that this survival instance was not particularly challenging. Although the environment is extremely frigid and there exists a formidable monster that cannot be confronted directly, the sheer abundance of strongholds and the predictable movements of the monsters, who can generally be avoided by simply lighting fires and operating solo, render the task of completing this instance relatively straightforward. However, Lin Yu's considerations extend beyond merely finishing the game. He also has 2 advancement tasks to complete. Initially, he believed the difficulty of the first task lay in deceiving everyone without being exposed, but it seems he has miscalculated. Lin Yu sighed, exhaling a breath of realization. Despite the presence of 13 players in this instance, it appears that to circumvent the danger of collective action, the extreme environment has transformed the search for strongholds into a collaborative effort, utilizing a creature called chart to enforce a rule that prevents players from staying too close together for extended periods. For Lin Yu, while the probability of being uncovered due to mutual deception between 2 individuals has diminished, the challenge of locating others has escalated. Finding fellow players has become a convoluted dilemma. He must devise a strategy to locate other players. If he cannot encounter anyone, how can he possibly maintain his facade? Upon this thought, Lin Yu had an epiphany and hurried to catch up with the rugged uncle who had just departed. "Hey uncle, wait a moment." Chapter 77. Activation of Ability. Search for strongholds. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice trailing behind, the rugged uncle turned, visibly irritated. "I already told you. Following me like that will easily attract the snow monsters and chart. In the Winter Mountain, it is best to act alone. Moreover, the day is drawing to a close, and we have little time to squander." As he spoke, the uncle wiped the ice particles from his face. "Actually, I'm not here to accompany you. I merely have a few questions," Lin Yu replied. "Are there many treasure seekers in the Winter Mountain like you?" he asked quietly. "Only about 10 or so, as not everyone possesses the courage to enter the Winter Mountain," the rugged uncle replied, gazing at Lin Yu with confusion. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I wish to know how to find others. I got separated from my friend, and I plan to get him out of this dreadful place as soon as possible," Lin Yu stated earnestly. "Well, you can enter the Winter Mountain from any direction. Just look at the map. The slopes are all quite gentle, but the fierce wind and snow are the main obstacles," the uncle explained. "However, leaving is far more challenging than entering. It is indeed easier to venture in than to make an exit. We must remain until the tempest abates, for should one attempt to depart amidst the raging storm, they risk attracting the attention of the chatter. Even if one survives, the most favorable outcome would be succumbing to madness at their hands," warned the rugged elder. "Fear not, my friend," replied Lin Yu earnestly, I possess a remarkable aptitude for mountain climbing and an extraordinary tolerance for the cold. The chatter may very well find it impossible to pursue me. You see, even in the midst of such fierce winds and snow, I can traverse the terrain with the agility of a gazelle, even capable of sprinting at full speed. The rugged elder regarded Lin Yu skeptically, unable to fully believe his assertion. Are you jesting? How swift can you truly run under such conditions? Lin Yu spread his hands wide. My ability to catch up to you serves as testament enough. The elder remained doubtful, yet I haven't strayed far myself. Perceiving the elder's lingering incredulity, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. All right, I hadn't intended to divulge this, yet your prior kindness compels me to share. In truth, I have been specifically contracted by the gentleman to remap this region. Lin Yu picked up the elder's map, lightly tapping it. As you mentioned earlier, the temporary outpost 6 has indeed become obsolete. My purpose here is to reassess which outposts are no longer viable. Thus, I can be regarded as a professional in this domain, specializing in cartography for extreme environments. With that, before the elder could fully comprehend, Lin Yu returned the map to him. If you harbor doubts, feel free to test my knowledge. I have long since memorized this map. If I can recite it from memory, you ought to believe that I am a professional summoned by the gentleman. As Lin Yu spoke, the elder instinctively accepted the map. Is that truly so? He mused, then began to quiz Lin Yu. What are the nearest temporary outposts adjacent to 6? To the right is 2, above is 7, and below is 3. Closer still is 12 to the southeast, followed by 9 to the left. Lin Yu replied with calm assurance. The elder was taken aback. You truly remember all of that? Where's 11? It is located in the central left portion of the map, at the entrance of a valley, Lin Yu answered, maintaining his composure. The elder was rendered speechless by his astonishment. I believe you. You truly are here to map the area. The rugged elder, unaware of how Lin Yu's eloquent words had subconsciously linked his ability to recall the map with his identity as a cartographer, began to accept Lin Yu's claims. Given that memorizing such a chaotic map is indeed a rare feat, it proved that even the treasure-seeking elder could not accurately recall it. Thus, the elder was nearly convinced of Lin Yu's assertions. I never anticipated that those gentlemen would exhibit such benevolence. Listening to the elder's words, Lin Yu displayed a demeanor suggesting that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared, shaking his head. No, it is not out of concern for you. Rather, the gentlemen are simply dissatisfied with the pace of production of the black gold. As Lin Yu spoke, the rugged elder began to believe him a little more. Indeed, the mere fact that you are willing to share this information with me is already invaluable. The rugged uncle gazed appreciatively at Lin Yu. It is of no concern. Your kindness has truly moved me, Lin Yu replied earnestly. However, since you're already aware of the significance of this news, please refrain from disclosing it. As he spoke with gravity, the uncle promptly nodded. Certainly, I am well aware of this. He gestured with a motion of zipping his lips, displaying an expression of reassurance. Subsequently, Lin Yu waved his hand. All right, you may return your duties. I still have several more outposts to traverse. While I may possess swift feet, there are still distances to cover. With that, he turned and stepped into the swirling snowstorm. Once he departed, Lin Yu immediately felt a newfound lightness in his stride. His previously stiffened joints now exhibited remarkable flexibility. The once uneven steps transformed into a steady gait. It seemed as though, in an instant, Lin Yu had mastered a technique enabling him to traverse the snowy landscape with remarkable speed. He marveled at the realization that he too could activate abilities within himself. The swiftness he now possessed was undoubtedly due to the rugged uncle's belief in his earlier words. This trust was potent enough to manifest the veracity of Lin Yu's assertions. After all, walking briskly on snow is not an unattainable feat. Lin Yu had intentionally returned to engage the uncle for a few more words, seeking to acquire this enhanced mobility to aid in locating other players. He moved swiftly across the snow, guided by the mental map in his mind, and soon arrived at the next outpost. There it was, a sturdy yet modest wooden cabin. The door was closed but not locked. Lin Yu pushed it with force, and it swung open with a resounding bang. Inside, the furnishings were sparse, a fireplace and a pot. Ashes of burnt coal lay in the hearth, while the pot was utterly empty. So one must indeed gather food and fuel independently. Lin Yu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As for the sources of food and fuel, the map had provided some insight. Most outposts were surrounded by buried timber and signs of wildlife activity in the snowy mountains, which served as one of the bases for establishing an outpost. However, the resources near any single outpost would hardly suffice to sustain one for a full week. Nonetheless, Lin Yu had no intention of settling down in this outpost for his first night. Despite the blizzard obscuring the light, he could still sense that dusk was approaching, and the uncle had previously mentioned that time was running short. Lin Yu remained resolute in his quest to find others. With only 7 days to locate 12 players, he needed to find at least one each day. Chapter 78. Encounters with players. Though he moved swiftly, the cold was undeniably biting. As he traversed the increasingly thick blanket of snow, Lin Yu could feel his body warmth gradually seeping away. He had already searched 3 outposts near the abandoned stronghold without encountering a single soul, nor had he found any signs of human presence at those locations. According to Lin Yu's reasoning, the other players must have begun their journey in a manner similar to his own. Thus, they would likely prioritize finding a stronghold to ignite a fire in the vast expanse of the snowy mountains. Searching for individuals was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, it seemed that exploring each outpost might yield greater efficiency. Despite the nearly 100 outposts scattered across the landscape, this approach was still preferable to widening the search to encompass the entire mountain range. Yet, after failing to locate anyone at 3 consecutive sites, Lin Yu began to harbor an unsettling suspicion. Could it be that the initial distances among the 13 players in this instance were significantly vast? Lin Yu once again retrieved the map. Though he had become quite familiar with it, he felt compelled to consult it once more for confirmation. If he considered his initial entry point, designated as Point 6, as the focal point of a fan-shaped area, and subsequently divided the entire map into equal segments, he soon discerned a remarkable pattern. Precisely 12 outposts could be connected to form a nearly perfect circular shape. These 12 outposts conveniently divided the circle into 12 30-degree sectors, each located at the center of these segments. Adding the center point brought the total to 13 locations. Most intriguingly, within these 12 sectors, the outposts were evenly distributed, with exactly 8 situated in each sector. With 96 outposts in total, and including the center point, this amounted to 97. If we assume that each outpost's initial point was abandoned, the remaining 7 points corresponded precisely to the option of 7 days. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Was this a mere coincidence? Perhaps not. The provision of a map as a clue at the outset was likely an intentional nudge to encourage him to uncover this connection. Lin Yu felt an intuitive sense that he was on the verge of grasping something significant. Nevertheless, it was prudent to investigate the nearest sector first. Having ascended steadily, he now stood at the edge of the next fan-shaped area. He hastened a few steps closer to the central outpost of this region. Just as he approached, he spotted a figure in the blizzard diligently sweeping the snow with their feet in search of firewood at the nearest outpost to the center. As Lin Yu drew nearer, he recognized a plump, middle-aged woman, clad in a colorful floral coat, her hair styled in curls. "Hello," he called out, quickening his pace to greet her. The woman, startled by his voice, turned to face him. "Oh my goodness, you scared me. Why are you so quiet when you walk?" she exclaimed, her surprise quickly morphing into recognition. "Are you a player?" "Yes, I'm a player. My forum name is A Long, and my profession is soldier. May I ask how to address you?" The woman scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe. "A soldier? You look rather pristine for that." Lin Yu chuckled softly. Inherently gifted, yet serving in a civilian capacity within the military, Lin Yu found himself designated as a soldier in this game. He spoke with a radiant smile and an affable tone. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, the rosy-cheeked Annie was instantly convinced, her belief in his fabricated identity transforming into a palpable reality. "Ah, so you truly are a soldier. Those striking eyes of yours are quite handsome. Are you from the cultural troop?" The auntie gazed at Lin Yu with curiosity. "Are you seeing anyone?" "My daughter is about your age, not unattractive, just graduated from university, from our local polytechnic." Lin Yu quickly interjected, All right, dear aunt, let's not digress. We are currently engaged in the death game. He felt a sense of exasperation. Due to his appealing looks, since enrolling at Jiangxing University of Media a few years ago, he had often been targeted by the neighborhood's elderly residents for potential matchmaking, although he consistently declined. Citing his status as a second-year student and lack of interest in such matters, the enthusiastic matchmaking efforts of those elders proved relentless. Surprisingly, even in the midst of the death game, he found himself ensnared in this familiar script, with this particular Annie displaying an even greater fervor, likely due to his fabricated military identity. However, Lin Yu's reminder brought the Annie back to her senses. She slapped her forehead and lamented, "Oh dear young man, you are simply too handsome. You've left me quite flustered, and I completely forgot the circumstances. Given that you are participating in the death game, it might not be appropriate for me to speak of my daughter." Lin Yu felt increasingly helpless. "Annie, that's not my point. What I meant was that we should discuss the game first. What is your profession?" The middle-aged woman regained her composure. "Oh, I truly apologize, young man. My forum is Blossoming Prosperity, and I've just completed 5 dungeons. In our organization, everyone likes to call me Sister Hua. You may do the same. As for my profession, I am a merchant," Sister Hua stated with a carefree demeanor. Lin Yu quickly recalled the abilities associated with the merchant profession. It is a common information-type profession, allowing merchants to swiftly acquire 3 to 5 pieces of information regarding non-exclusive items present in each dungeon. Most merchants serve as excellent support characters, as being able to identify several items at the outset of a game significantly aids in achieving victory. The items typically found within the game directly contribute to overcoming the current dungeon, much like the lie detector Lin Yu had obtained. Thus, upon hearing Sister Hua's words, Lin Yu naturally inquired, "Sister Hua, might you share the information about the items you've obtained?" Upon hearing this question, Sister Hua became more cautious. "Oh dear, why are you so direct in your inquiry?" Lin Yu, noticing Sister Hua's careful demeanor, chuckled. "This dungeon seems evidently survival-oriented, right? There shouldn't be any adversarial interactions among players." "That is hard to say," Sister Hua replied, shaking her head. "Someone mentioned to me earlier that it would be best not to band together for this dungeon. Thus, those items are mostly incompatible for joint use. Although there is no life and death rivalry between us, it does not necessarily imply that we are allies." Upon hearing Sister Hua's words, Lin Yu shook his head. "Sister Hua, such a statement is misguided. You have misconstrued the essence of those words." Chapter 79, Strategies for Completing Tasks. Hearing Lin Yu's remarks, Sister Hua appeared somewhat perplexed. Where did this come from? Lin Yu turned to her and inquired, "Sister Hua, have you obtained the map?" "No. How could there be a map?" Sister Hua replied, bewildered. Lin Yu understood immediately. Indeed, the rugged man had not provided every player with a map item. "I acquired a map at the initial location," Lin Yu stated, retrieving the map from his pocket. It displayed the number of strongholds. "Look, there are nearly 100 strongholds on this map," Lin Yu explained as he showcased it to Sister Hua. "Thus, despite the monsters restricting our ability to act together, the ample resources mean there is no absolute competitive relationship between us," Lin Yu asserted earnestly. "I understand you still believe that items should be kept for personal use first, but your lack of access to them indicates they must be rather difficult to obtain, correct? As a soldier endowed with superior physical capabilities, if you trust me, why not share the information of 1 or 2 items? If I have the opportunity to acquire them, I shall bring them to you." His candid demeanor and persuasive argument struck a chord with the already enthusiastic Sister Hua. "Young man, your reasoning is quite sound. Therefore, I will share with you the most beneficial item for your situation." Sister Hua gestured towards the north. "Walk about 3 kilometers in that direction, and you will find an item called the Black Oil Torch buried beneath a stone. Its effect is that it never extinguishes, providing constant warmth and light. With that, even during the night, it seems one would not attract the attention of monsters." Having made her decision, Sister Hua became noticeably more agreeable, detailing the item's information to Lin Yu. He nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. If I manage to obtain it, I will return to assist you in gathering some supplies as a token of gratitude," he replied with a smile. Afterward, Lin Yu waved goodbye to Sister Hua. "All right, Sister Hua, since you have emphasized this point, We should not linger together too long. Lin Yu remarked, and Sister Hua nodded in agreement. Be careful on your journey. Along, she called, waving her hand. Lin Yu then stepped into the swirling snow. With a fivefold enhancement of his soldier's physical prowess, coupled with the benefits of deceiving the rugged man, Lin Yu's speed of movement increased further. His stamina and endurance surged, rendering him oblivious to fatigue. Even amidst the blizzard-laden mountains, Lin Yu moved as if traversing level ground. Moreover, drawing from his prior experience of locating Sister Hua, Lin Yu felt confident in his analysis of the map. Thus, he pressed on without hesitation towards the next sector of the map, around the central stronghold. After locating 2 outposts, Lin Yu unexpectedly encountered a young man diligently sweeping snow with a large broom. Upon noticing the approaching figure amidst the swirling snow, the young man instinctively assumed a defensive stance akin to that of Sister Hua. Who goes there? Lin Yu observed the man, who appeared somewhat pudgy, clad in a white down jacket reminiscent of a Michelin tire, and cleared his throat. A player indeed. Upon hearing Lin Yu identify himself as a player, the man in the white down jacket remained on guard. A player? Do you intend to steal my firewood? Not at all, my friend. How could I possibly take your firewood? Lin Yu replied with a smile. I am merely searching for a stronghold. I am from the Forum Eternal Love for Shao AI, and my profession is otaku. What threat could an otaku possibly pose? Besides, being an otaku surely speaks to my innocence, Lin Yu continued, causing the man in the white down jacket to lower his guard significantly. Oh, so you are an otaku? The man nodded, visibly relieved. You had me startled, dashing through the snow like that. I thought you were a monster. I am Dolphin, and my profession is student. I've completed 6 dungeons. How many have you done? Eternal Love for Shao AI? 1 less than you, Dolphin. This is my 5th dungeon, Lin Yu casually replied. By the way, Dolphin, where did you acquire that broom? Dolphin scratched his head. I started with it. It makes finding things buried in the snow much easier. He provided me with some food and clean water and pointed out a few stronghold locations. After all, as a student, I received these items upon activating my abilities. Lin Yu was taken aback. Dolphin, you are quite decisive. You activated your abilities right away and received so much at once. I have never seen someone utilize the student ability so effectively. You seem quite secure in this dungeon. Flattered by Lin Yu's praise, Dolphin felt a bit bashful. Oh, it's nothing. I was just worried he might leave, and I wouldn't be able to use this ability again. He said this with a hint of pride. You, as an otaku, should be secure as well, Dolphin remarked amicably, especially in a dungeon that leans heavily toward pure survival. It's well suited for an otaku. If you're seeking strongholds, I recommend heading east. He pointed out a few locations for me over there, and there are 2 more. You might want to check them out. With a hint of regret, Dolphin added, it's a pity that the monsters in this dungeon seem to target groups. Otherwise, I would genuinely like to team up with you. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dolphin, such a pity. I won't linger any longer. Neither of us has much combat ability, and it wouldn't be wise to encounter any monsters. He sincerely stated as he turned to bid farewell and ventured into the swirling snow. Feeling a surge of confidence, Lin Yu exhaled, realizing that this advancement task could indeed be considered a form of training for the con artist profession. At that moment, Lin Yu recognized the immense potential of his singular profession as a con artist, because at this moment, he unexpectedly possessed the abilities of both a soldier and a homebody. As long as he paused, his stamina would swiftly replenish. These 2 contradictory lies could coexist, provided they remained undiscovered. This was Lin Yu's strategy for completing his first advancement task, simply proclaiming a different identity to each individual. If successful, it would not only signify Lin Yu's ability to fulfill his advancement task, but also grant him 12 distinct identities within this game. Chapter 80. Torches and unexpected gains. The blizzard continued to rage, and the sky was growing increasingly dark. It was merely a matter of time before night fully descended. However, Lin Yu, having not yet located a stronghold or commenced gathering firewood, remained unperturbed. After parting ways with Sister Hua, he had ventured northward, which indicated that he was now closer to the items Sister Hua had mentioned. Most importantly, Lin Yu was endowed with the profession of soldier and held a map in his grasp. Even if he were to find a stronghold and gather firewood immediately, he would have ample time. Yet, Lin Yu did not wish to squander the night. The appearance of Chait and snow monsters during the night prompted him to act swiftly. The conditions of his advancement task explicitly stated that he must tell different lies to every player participating in the game. However, what if a player perished before he could complete this? Lin Yu pondered that, given the difficulty of the advancement task, it was likely designed to lead to his failure. Thus, a critical challenge lay hidden within his first advancement task. He must meet everyone and successfully deceive them before anyone died. Although Sister Hua's information regarding the black oil torch was rather vague, Lin Yu, in conjunction with the map, could surmise its approximate location. On the map, a few kilometers north of Sister Hua's previous stronghold, specifically to the northwest of the area where the dolphin had been, lay a red-marked zone of frequent snow monster activity. While Sister Hua lacked a map, acquiring this item was indeed a challenge for her. Fortunately, Lin Yu was now a soldier, armed with a guaranteed revolver. Although it contained only a single bullet, he deemed it sufficient for his needs. Given that the creature known as Chait was said to be invincible, it implied that the ordinary snow monsters, under Chait's dominion, could likely be defeated. With the physical prowess of a soldier combined with a handgun, dispatching one should not pose a significant problem. Of course, it would be best to avoid encountering them altogether. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu quickened his pace once more, sprinting across the snow. Before long, he realized he had stepped into the Crimson Zone. On the ground, amidst the snow continually whipped up by the storm, a heavy set of footprints, compacted into ice, emerged in the fresh layer of snow. These footprints were 3 to 4 times larger than normal, with clear and distinct edges, and bore only 3 toes. At first glance, it was evident that these footprints did not belong to a human. They were undoubtedly made by the snow beast. Lin Yu exhaled, recognizing the formidable nature of the creature just from its tracks. He reflected on the danger posed by a primate or primate-like being that was larger and stronger than a human. As the daylight waned, the once howling wind began to sound mournful. Lin Yu observed the direction in which the footprints led and discreetly chose to veer off at a right angle. He hoped to locate that stone quickly. He traversed the prints, maintaining a brisk pace but lightening his steps considerably. Although he was uncertain whether the snow beast used sound for navigation, exercising caution could only be prudent. As visibility diminished under the darkening sky, Lin Yu contemplated whether to abandon his search. In the distance, through the swirling snow, he caught a glimpse of a protruding shadow. Its orderly shape resembled that of a rock. Despite having traversed the mountainous terrain, the relentless winds and snow had kept the winter mountain relatively flat, devoid of any notable elevations. Yet here, a massive rock jutted unexpectedly from the ground. This must be the place, Lin Yu thought, quickening his pace to reach the monolith. This enormous rock appeared to be a square stone embedded at an angle in the earth, creating a section beneath it where the snow was noticeably thinner. Lin Yu approached the base of the rock and stomped around a bit, soon sensing something beneath his feet. He crouched down to clear away the snow and quickly uncovered a torch crafted from black metal. The torch head was exquisitely designed, far more intricate than Lin Yu had anticipated, resembling a hollow cylinder adorned with flame-like engravings. Upon contact, a prompt revealed itself. Black oil torch, a torch that burns in various environments, providing a constant source of warmth and light. It effectively dispels creatures that fear the light of fire. Note, in this game, it is particularly effective against snow beasts. Sister Hua was indeed sincere. The description of the item echoed her words. Lin Yu bent down to pick up the torch, only to find it firmly grasped by a hand long frozen in place. Its fingers adhered to the torch's end. He frowned as he recalled the sensation from earlier and brushed away more snow. Indeed, the torch was ensnared in a frozen grip. However, as a soldier, Lin Yu possessed ample strength. He exerted a forceful tug, and a sharp crack resonated beneath him. With a decisive snap, several fingers broke free, and he removed them from the torch's end. The cold, smooth black metal chilled his hands, and he rubbed them against the nearby rock to scrape away the remnants of frozen flesh. Next, Lin Yu pondered how to ignite this torch. Surely, it wouldn't require him to bring his own means of ignition, he mused. If that were the case, misfortune would surely follow. However, given that the description of this torch indicates its ability to ignite under various circumstances, it stands to reason that its ignition method would not be overly primitive. Indeed, Lin Yu soon discovered a narrow gap at the end of the torch. This fissure was so fine that he might not have noticed it had it not been for a few shards of ice lodged within. After a brief examination, he quickly grasped its mechanism. He twisted the black cylinder beneath the gap, and the interior of the torch emitted a subtle popping sound. A glimmer of white light flashed across the hollowed top of the torch, followed by a pale flame leaping forth, burning serenely and casting a gentle, non-dazzling cool light that illuminated the swirling snow around him. Subsequently, the temperature of the entire torch began to warm, and holding it made Lin Yu's hand feel comfortably toasty. He was quite delighted. What a marvelous item. I must express my gratitude to Sister Hua. With that thought, Lin Yu glanced down at the fingers on the ground. Thank you as well, my friend, but how did you meet your end here with such a functional torch? Curiosity piqued, he pondered, motivated by a desire to investigate the cause of death for his own understanding. Lin Yu crouched down with the torch in hand and began to clear away the snow blanketing the corpse. As the snow was swept aside, his expression grew gravely serious. The cause of death remained unclear. The body bore no visible external injuries, only a face frozen in a state of terror, pallid and lifeless. To his dismay, Lin Yu recognized the face. It belonged to the burly uncle he had encountered earlier. Even the attire was identical. Oh, what an unexpected revelation. He muttered to himself as he regarded the corpse. Chapter 81. The third profession, teacher. The body before him appeared rigid with frost, indicating that death had claimed it some time ago, coupled with the information from the merchant, which was acquired at the very beginning of the game. It was evident that the time of death preceded his encounter with the burly uncle. This led Lin Yu to a new line of thought. So, what was it that I encountered earlier? A chill of dread crept over him. Simultaneously, he found himself grappling with profound doubts regarding the intentions of that entity. It might not have been human at all. Although much of what it said was somewhat helpful, it could also have contained a deadly falsehood or two. In light of this, the second advancement task took on a more ominous tone. The swindler might not be a player at all, but rather some entity within the game itself. Lin Yu rubbed his temples in frustration. The fleeting fear was quickly replaced by a sense of helplessness. Having encountered 3 types of dungeons, confrontation, puzzle solving, and survival, why was it that each one seemed to engage in a contest of wits with the game itself? One had to discern the truth of these rules independently. If there were no forums, it might be one thing, but Lin Yu had perused the forum for strategies. He was well aware that the vast majority of experiences shared by players and the rules that emerged within the game were seldom misleading. The puzzle type of dungeon may mislead one somewhat more, yet it is not universally the case. Here, I find myself having to remain vigilant at every turn, save for the initial words upon entering the game. Lin Yu sighed. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset, regardless of the mysteries lurking within this dungeon. Whether the creature he first encountered was a disguised monster, a wandering soul, or perhaps a twin or a clone, he resolved to methodically pursue his initial plan. Engaging in analysis here would yield little insight. Lin Yu raised his torch and turned to step into the snowstorm, leaving behind the rigid corpse. The night was still long. He could not afford to waste it. Once he gathered 12 professions, he would show them, be it chart or buffet. Lin Yu muttered to himself as he progressed slowly through the darkness. Despite the reduced visibility brought on by the snowstorm, he was not at risk of losing his way. Years of theatrical performance had honed his sense of stride, and with the proximity of the waypoints marked on his map, Lin Yu could constantly adjust his direction based on the distance he had traveled and whether he had encountered a waypoint. At the very least, he could ascertain that the rough map given by the enigmatic burly man had not been tampered with. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the next sector. However, unlike before, he found no signs of life near the waypoint at the center of this sector. As he entered, he spotted a wooden cabin at the edge, illuminated by light streaming through its window. Holding his torch high, he soon reached the door. Knock, knock. Lin Yu rapped on the door. In a moment, a sturdy man cracked it open just a sliver. Who is it? The man, gripping an iron rod, eyed Lin Yu with suspicion. Noticing the man's cautious demeanor, Lin Yu quickly spoke up. Fear not. I am a player. What is there to trust about a player? The man replied coldly. Did you not receive the warning? Wandering around at night and accompanying others is perilous. The dark eyes behind the door remained watchful. I did receive it. Rest assured, I merely wished to ask a question. Although unsure of the man's profession, Lin Yu continued, I am a teacher. In reality, I am an English instructor. What malice could a teacher harbor? He added, I possess crucial information beneficial for all players, knowledge you would do well to heed, and I wish to share it with you. Lin Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. However, given the night's atmosphere, the man remained somewhat skeptical. A teacher? Indeed, teacher. My form name is Old Su. You may call me Xiao Su. The man scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe. You're quite young. You do not seem like it, and your aura is different. Lin Yu hastily clarified. I am not the type of teacher you imagine, stuck in a middle or primary school. I work at an extracurricular tutoring institution, specializing in spoken language. As he spoke, Lin Yu quoted a famous line from Shakespeare's play, A Midsummer Night's Dream. It is indeed a classic line, and just before entering this dungeon, Lin Yu just heard it once more. Thus, spoken with a standard intonation that ebbed and flowed, infused with an infectious emotion. It immediately convinced the man to a considerable extent. That was quite a refined London accent, and that excerpt originated from, right? Your tutoring institution seems to possess quite a commendable caliber, the man remarked as the door creaked open slightly, revealing his gaunt visage in his 30s. Adorned with professional snow goggles and clad in an esteemed and costly down jacket from a renowned brand, Lin Yu had intentionally claimed to be an English teacher after catching a glimpse of the man's attire through the door crack. This man, exuding an air of social elitism, continued, you must be Xiao Su? You may call me Karen. I am a member of the Players' Assistance Association, and my profession is lawyer. Do you have anything to share? A smile graced Lin Yu's face. At this moment, the teacher vocation became an undeniable reality, and a prompt regarding the current game materialized in his mind. Charter is not alive. Solitude will only diminish the probability of being discovered by Charter. Though taken aback by this revelation, Lin Yu maintained his composure and addressed Karen, Brother Karen. Did you encounter a scruffy old man at the beginning who claimed to be searching for treasure? Karen nodded slightly. Indeed, that is the case. Is there a problem? He inquired, puzzled. From Karen's response, Lin Yu confirmed a suspicion. They had likely all encountered the same individual. Thus, Lin Yu replied, It seems that way, Brother Karen. Each of us has faced a similar experience, and among the initial information provided, there is a piece of falsehood. Lin Yu had no intention of disclosing the genuine information he received through the teacher vocation. The reason was rather simple. The information obtained was insufficient to justify his willingness to venture out into the night, braving the wind and snow to relay messages. Especially given the haughty demeanor of the man before him, it was clear he was not foolish. Such individuals are often self-serving and arrogant. Therefore, to ensure that he maintained Karen's belief, Lin Yu needed to provide a rationale that would resonate with him. Furthermore, Lin Yu did not consider himself to be lying. If that rugged old man could not be deemed entirely trustworthy, then his initial words should not be taken at face value either. As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Karen furrowed his brow slightly. So, the initial hints contained falsehoods? Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. This information is crucial during the ensuing gameplay. Should you encounter any difficulties, I will assist you. Karen asserted earnestly. Lin Yu chuckled. Thank you very much, Brother Karen. He stepped back since that is the case. I shall take my leave for now. After all, it is nighttime, and lingering too long might attract that monster. Upon Lin Yu's words, Karen abruptly slammed the door shut. Lin Yu then turned, his expression growing cold. He had just acquired a new profession. Although this teacher role did not bestow upon him the same continuous mobility as the previous soldier in Otaku, the information gleaned from the teacher was nonetheless crucial. In the enigma-laden depths of the Winter Mountain, the insights provided by the teacher sent a chill racing down Lin Yu's spine. The chart was not alive. Solitude merely diminished the likelihood of being discovered by the chart. While these revelations offered some enlightenment, they also left Lin Yu feeling uneasy. The fact that the chart was not alive? If something is inherently dead, Lin Yu's sense of safety derived from his soldier's physique and the reassurance of his firearm, diminished significantly. Coupled with the earlier encounter with the rugged uncle, it remained uncertain whether the chart possessed a corporeal form. The second hint from the teacher further exacerbated Lin Yu's concerns. The implication that solitude could only reduce the probability, rather than eliminate it entirely, suggested that even when alone, one could still be found by the chart. Lin Yu realized he had to act swiftly. What if someone fell victim to the chart tonight? With this thought, he quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the next outpost, a wooden cabin. Observing the light streaming through the windows, Lin Yu spat, revealing a fierce demeanor, brushed the snow from his face, and pushed open the cabin door. Upon entering, a plump woman, who had been gathered around the stove roasting potatoes, stood up. "What do you want?" she stammered, much like everyone else he had encountered. However, this time, Lin Yu chose not to appease her. Instead, he spat disdainfully, his expression menacing. What terrible luck! After finally finding a stronghold, it turns out to be occupied. He glared at her, exuding an intimidating aura. "Hey, you there, give me something to eat." The woman, startled, brandished a brick. "I warn you, do not act recklessly. Do not force me into a corner." Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yu regarded her with a mix of cruelty and mockery. "Oh, and what is your profession? To threaten me so?" "I am a soldier," the woman replied, her voice quaking. Lin Yu erupted into a harsh, exaggerated laughter. "A soldier? Ha ha ha. Do you honestly think I would believe you?" The woman bit her lip, a mix of anger and fear crossing her face. "Fine, my profession is a coup, but this brick is genuine, so do not act unwisely. Besides, I have already completed 7 dungeons. This is not my only tool. Be cautious, or I may fight back." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. The terms can essentially be regarded as synonymous, with the sole distinction being that the former recuperates stamina and injuries at a slower pace. However, the possesses an additional ability to reduce consumption while remaining stationary. In other words, although it has a quicker recovery rate, she still must gather substantial amounts of food and water like any ordinary person. The mound of roasted potatoes beside the rounded woman by the hearth serves as testament to this. It seems she has spent a considerable amount of her time foraging for sustenance. Lin Yu regarded her coldly and stated, "Are you challenging me? Do you think I fear you? Just ask around on the forum. When have I, 6th Master, ever backed down? You, Amir, dare to confront me, a ruffian? I could easily extinguish you with a swing of this torch. Do you even know how to wield this brick?" As he spoke, he waved the torch in his hand. The woman's complexion shifted slightly, and she took a step back, her confidence waning. "Why you?" she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lin Yu spat on the ground. "Enough with the theatrics. I'm not here to occupy your dwelling or to harm you. I merely wish to share some of those potatoes. What is the problem?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's unexpected concession, the plump woman appeared momentarily stunned. Then, in a daze, she replied, "Really? Brother, you're not here to take over my home or to kill me. Crazy. What benefit would there be in killing you?" Lin Yu sighed. "Although I am a ruffian, I am no maniac." After reiterating his profession, he sensed that she began to trust him more readily. Soon after, Lin Yu felt himself acquiring the abilities of a ruffian. The 4th profession was now his. He exhaled, extending his hand. "I said food. You give me food, and I'll be on my way." The woman, as if awakening from a dream, quickly fetched 2 potatoes and tossed them towards Lin Yu from a distance. She hesitated, inquiring, "Will you really leave? But it's dark outside, and there might be monsters, right?" "It's easier to encounter monsters when we're together," Lin Yu retorted bluntly. "And you, foolish one, I've already disregarded the rule that states venturing out at night increases the risk." After bidding farewell to the plump woman, Lin Yu, munching on a potato, pressed onward to his next destination. "I have obtained a waiver from the rules, though I remain unclear about what rules govern this game. So I shall save this moment," he murmured to himself, subsequently visiting 2 more strongholds. Knock, knock. "Hello, I'm a player. You may call me Summer. My profession is veterinarian. I wish to utilize my abilities to see if I can communicate with those snow monsters." Brother, I am Old Yao, and my profession is thief." "Hey, don't worry. I'm not here to steal. I'm just wandering around looking for something to eat." I've been so preoccupied with gathering firewood during the day that I'm feeling a bit lightheaded from hunger. Next, Lin Yu encountered two players. One was named Fiyun, and her profession was reporter. Another character, known as 8th Level Gale, holds the profession of coder. Neither of the two possesses significant combat prowess. The reporter has a reinforced ability, which significantly enhances their mobility speed when approaching humans, further increasing during that movement. In contrast, the coder is skill-based, enabling them to temporarily gain a substantial amount of stamina and energy upon activating their skill, eliminating the need for food or sleep, while also greatly accelerating cognitive processing. However, following the ability's termination, they will experience prolonged weakness. Lin Yu casually conversed in varying tones, then acquired the professions of veterinarian and thief before departing. With the 6 fictitious identities created based on the first dungeon now exhausted, Lin Yu rubbed his temples while walking. In the second dungeon, the craftsman and student seemed of little use. Perhaps he should consider taking on the role of doctor as a precaution against potential injuries. Remarkably, the 6 professions from the first dungeon proved to be quite beneficial in this one as well. Yet, should he portray the doctor as April? That woman primarily interacted with her boyfriend during the previous dungeon, leaving Lin Yu uncertain about how to embody her in solitude. This character appears to be entirely original. Lin Yu gradually slowed his pace. At this moment, the blizzard began to subside, and the night deepened into the latter hours. He successfully located the 7th stronghold. A faint glow of fire flickered through the windows of the stronghold. Lin Yu gently knocked on the door. Soon, a languid voice emerged from within. Coming. Lin Yu steadied his mindset, exhaled deeply, and prepared to play the role of a medical student when the door swung open, revealing a young man. The man donned a knitted sweater and cotton pants, topped with a fluffy red woolen hat. He was slender, with a pronounced nose and deeply set eyes. His features remarkably well-defined. A member of an ethnic minority? Mixed heritage? Lin Yu pondered. The man, wearing the woolen hat, impatiently spoke. Hey, what are you knocking for at this hour? Are you out of your mind? His words, delivered in a standard dialect from Hunan, momentarily stunned Lin Yu's brain for 3 seconds. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter the prepared phrase. Hello. My forum name is May, and my profession is... Before Lin Yu could finish, the man interrupted him. Wait a minute, bro. The originally drowsy man raised his hand, his eyes sparking with sudden clarity. Don't rush to tell me. Let me guess what your profession is as a detective. Lin Yu regarded the man before him with some surprise. Your profession is detective? The detective's ability does not reveal the hidden secrets of others' hearts, although also skill-based. The actual function of a detective is to provide hints to players about clues regarding current inquiries. Correct, the man in the woolen hat proclaimed proudly. I am the most renowned rookie detective player on the forum, known as Forbo, who has successfully completed 16 dungeons while maintaining an undefeated record, destined to become the strongest detective player. Should you lose even a single one of the 16 copies, I shall never see you again, Lin Yu sighed. However, it seemed that Falbarolo had indeed been encountered before, as he appeared to be an active participant in a forum. Ignoring Lin Yu's remarks, Falbarolo adjusted his non-existent glasses, donning a woolen hat, and spoke softly. Clearly, your appearance and demeanor are quite admirable, yet your attire is rather modest, suggesting that you may not be particularly affluent. Running about alone in the snow at this late hour, unperturbed, implies you are accustomed to late nights. I deduce, therefore, that your profession is security guard. You likely serve as a guard in a high-end residential area or some similar venue in reality. Falbarolo analyzed earnestly, his accent revealing his origins. Lin Yu exhaled in disbelief. What utter nonsense! You are completely mistaken. Are you truly a detective, or merely someone who has read too many detective novels? Falbarolo's expression shifted dramatically. What I do in reality is of no concern to you. In this game, my role is undeniably detective. Lin Yu nodded. I believe you truly are a detective, but I assure you, I am not a security guard. My profession is doctor, he declared earnestly, prompting a moment of realization from Falbarolo. Ah, then I was correct after all. Doctors do work night shifts, which explains your nocturnal activities. As he spoke, Lin Yu suddenly found himself bestowed with the doctor profession. In response, Lin Yu could only agree, yes indeed. Initially, upon learning that his counterpart was a detective, Lin Yu had prepared himself for what he anticipated would be the most challenging and least gullible individual he would encounter. He had nearly considered abandoning the role of doctor in favor of actor, as he was far more knowledgeable about the art of performance than medicine. What if this detective were to pose a question regarding the treatment of trigeminal neuralgia? He would surely break into a cold sweat. Yet, this detective turned out to be the most naive and trusting individual among the 7 players he had met thus far. It appeared that the awakening of one's profession was indeed more closely related to life experiences than to personal abilities. In any case, the doctor, what brings you out at such a late hour? Well, I possess this torch, which prevents monsters from spotting me during my nighttime travels, Lin Yu casually replied. Thus, I intend to wander about, so as to ensure no one gets injured on the very first day. Indeed, my friend, you truly embody the benevolence of a healer, Falbarolo said with newfound respect. Chapter 84, 12 Professions. The cabin at the center. After bidding farewell to Falbarolo, Lin Yu continued onward as dawn began to break and the snowstorm lessened significantly. With an entire night of experience behind him, Lin Yu's movements became increasingly adept. He swiftly located the remaining 5 individuals at their respective strongholds and engaged in negotiations with them. The 5 professions he acquired next were the enhanced postman, capable of disregarding terrain and environmental obstacles while maintaining rapid movement, and the enhanced brawler, which improved reaction speed and granted bonuses in combat skills. The informative chef provides hints regarding the location of ingredients and their methods of consumption. The skillful corporate drone, upon activation, enters a state of tranquility, forcibly dispelling any negative emotions. The regulatory official possesses the ability to interpret and supplement a rule, altering its scope and application. The 5 individuals he encountered did not question Lin Yu too much. After acquiring a total of 12 professions, Lin Yu, bidding farewell to the last individual, found that holding a torch significantly alleviated his survival pressures. After obtaining the postman profession, Lin Yu's speed increased more than 2-fold. Coupled with the chef's abilities, he could now directly perceive food buried beneath the snow. The potatoes hidden below were surprisingly already cooked and ready to eat. Alongside potatoes, there were tomatoes, corn, and even rare delicacies such as cookies and chocolate. However, despite the fact that these foods were ready for consumption, Lin Yu discovered another peculiar aspect of this realm through the chef's ingredient hints. All of these foods were alive. He observed that even when buried in the snow, the vegetables and cookies would slowly move, as if crawling beneath the snow. This reminded Lin Yu of the initial hint he received from the map, indicating that nearby the stronghold, there were signs of timber and biological activity that would provide fuel and sustenance. Initially, Lin Yu had thought this was a mislabeling on the map, yet now it appeared that these vegetables, even the processed foods, were indeed living entities. Nevertheless, Lin Yu no longer felt any fear. He had become immune to such concerns. In any case, he had already accomplished the majority of his first task. Now, he merely needed to ensure that he would not be exposed, a task he did not anticipate would be particularly challenging. While embodying each distinct profession for deception, Lin Yu had crafted unique personas and temperaments for each role. This was not solely to enhance his persuasiveness and hasten their belief in his authenticity. The exchange of information through mere words between individuals is often rudimentary and ambiguous. Importantly, even if 2 individuals met and discussed the players they encountered the previous night, they were unlikely to realize they were speaking of the same person. A friendly recluse and an eloquent teacher would not easily align. Their commonalities would only extend to vague traits such as being somewhat handsome or of average height, which are insufficient for precise identification. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu would undoubtedly avoid appearing in situations where the other 2 individuals might meet. Naturally, based on the game's inherent mechanics, this was to be expected. Unless there arose another scenario compelling everyone to gather, Lin Yu struggled to conceive how he might be revealed. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu returned to his original starting point and retrieved the map once more. It was now time to focus on the second advancement task. This second task, without a doubt, was intricately connected to all the mysteries surrounding the game itself. The outposts are excessively orderly, and the map is divisible. Long since deceased, all individuals appear to be the same. A creature named Chart also perished. Additionally, there is newly discovered living sustenance, while other players seem oblivious, considering it merely a survival dungeon requiring them to conquer the biting cold and evade snow beasts. Lin Yu is acutely aware that something is amiss. Although it superficially resembles a survival type, it conceals some bizarre settings. In any case, he resolves to investigate the central point. Exhaling deeply, he gazes at the heart of the map, which conveniently hosts an outpost, akin to a stone placed at the center of a go board, impossible to ignore. Despite the potential for extreme peril there, Lin Yu feels no fear, bolstered by the 12 class enhancements he possesses. Furthermore, dawn has just broken, and the blizzard has lessened. Before nightfall descends again, he is eager to take a look. In such circumstances, it is always prudent to arrive early, especially since knowing something is amiss makes it difficult for Lin Yu to rest. He has already gone without sleep for an entire night, trudging through the snowstorm. Were it not for the stamina of a homebody and the exceptional physical prowess of a soldier, Lin Yu would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. With a yawn, Lin Yu mused that uncovering the truth sooner would allow him to rest sooner. He murmured softly as he treaded through the snow towards the center. Comparing the terrain and other outposts marked on the map, he quickly approached the central region. As he drew nearer, the snow thickened, nearly engulfing him at the waist. Were it not for the abilities of a postman, he would likely find himself unable to advance at all. However, the combination of postman and soldier abilities, along with the initial deception still in effect, enabled him to maintain a steady pace through the heavy snow. Before long, Lin Yu spotted a small cabin, mostly buried beneath the snow. He exhaled, squinting his eyes. Indeed, it was different. After witnessing nearly 20 outposts the previous day, Lin Yu had noted that these cabins were fundamentally identical, simple, ancient, and somewhat dilapidated wooden structures furnished only with a rudimentary hearth. Yet this small cabin, though modest and encased in wood, had its timber eroded by the snow, revealing beneath its surface a layer of matte black metal. If the others resembled makeshift wooden shelters, this one could be deemed a sanctuary. Chapter 85. The Strange Cabin. The visiting detective. Chart. After clearing the snow from the entrance, Lin Yu pushed open the heavy, wooden-clad metal door and stepped inside the cabin. The furnishings within the room are distinctly different from all previous outposts. A workstation-style table and chairs. A spacious single bed adorned with a quilt, a solitary wardrobe, a wall-mounted bookshelf, and even a dedicated wine cabinet alongside a stove equipped with cookware, with numerous iron cans resting upon it. Although the furniture is largely coated in dust, it is evident that this space was once inhabited. Unlike those temporary outposts, which are never intended for habitation, who would place a proper stove in their home. Through his observations, Lin Yu surmised that the occupant was likely a diligent and disciplined intellectual. He muttered to himself, for the bed was meticulously arranged, and the table and chairs were positioned with precision, almost as if reflecting obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Even the books on the shelf and the bottles in the wine cabinet were neatly organized by height. Furthermore, although they had clearly lain and used for a considerable time, the metal handle of the wine cabinet was relatively new, while the handle of the bookshelf's metal door had become smooth and shiny from wear. Thus, it was not difficult to conclude that drinking was an occasional indulgence for him, whereas reading was surely a nightly ritual. Approaching the bookshelf revealed that the spines of these books bore titles in English. The game of death ultimately cannot be divorced from reality. After all, language is a bridge between worlds. However, the English titles were somewhat perplexing. A literal translation might yield the principle of joyful mechanics, the exceptionally good angry gear, the mad wrench, and the foolish tire. Upon opening the cabinet and extracting these volumes, Lin Yu discovered large swathes of text blacked out. Any area that seemingly contained illustrations had been thoroughly obscured as well. He could only glean from the remaining fragments and the book's formatting that these appeared to be scholarly works. All these tomes pointed towards a discipline that Lin Yu could not yet comprehend, plunging him once more into contemplation. So, was the room's owner reading these every night? Moreover, the neatly straight black bars suggested that the owner had deliberately obscured the text. But why undertake such an act? Was this a covert attempt to destroy these books? Lin Yu exhaled. Yet, there are more effective methods for destroying a book, such as setting it ablaze. As he caressed the smooth edges of the pages, he pondered. These books had clearly been perused frequently, yet none exhibited missing pages or curled edges. This indicated that the owner not only cherished order, but was likely an ardent lover of books, a natural bibliophile. An increasingly vivid image of a young male scholar living in solitude amidst the ice and snow began to crystallize in Lin Yu's mind. As for why he envisioned a young man, it was due to the garments displayed in the wardrobe, all of which were male overcoats in muted tones, yet tailored in a fitted style, while the trousers were of a rigid cut, befitting a youthful individual. Subsequently, Lin Yu returned all the books to the cabinet. As he gazed at the workbench, he noticed an abundance of residual pencil dust clinging to the edges of the wooden surface, despite the owner's diligent efforts to clean. The pencil dust lodged in the crevices and intricate textures of the table proved to be rather obstinate to remove. From the presence of pencil dust solely along the periphery, Lin Yu inferred that this table was likely once employed for drafting. If it were merely for writing, pencils would not be commonly utilized, nor would they be found scattered around the table. Gently tapping the tabletop, Lin Yu sought to discover whether there were any concealed compartments beneath the evidently heavy desk. Just then, the door swung open with a thud. At the threshold stood a youthful figure adorned with a red knitted cap, possessing strikingly handsome features. He regarded Lin Yu in the room with a hint of astonishment, before swiftly recollecting himself. Ah, you are the doctor I encountered previously, May. The newcomer was none other than Detective Forpalo. He looked at Lin Yu, rubbing his hands together, his expression radiating excitement. I did not anticipate encountering you here. You seem rather astute, May. Forpoyo exclaimed. You too have discerned the peculiarities of this place, have you not? Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Forpoyo, swiftly adopting the persona he had presented to the detective the previous night, a more earnest and responsible night shift doctor. Clearing his throat, he replied, It seems more a matter of chance for me. Lin Yu continued to inquire, By the way, how did you come to realize there was an issue here? Well, I ventured around today, mimicking your earlier explorations, and I uncovered that these outposts are far too systematic. Forpoyo gestured dismissively. Though they appear randomly scattered, they are in fact distributed with remarkable precision. At least in my investigations of 3 locations, each abandoned outpost was accompanied by precisely 7 others. If viewed from above, one would observe that all the outposts are arranged in a perfect circle. According to my deductions, this current outpost serves as the center. Lin Yu looked at Forpoyo with a hint of astonishment, marveling at his spatial reasoning abilities. He produced a map. You possess quite the skill, detective. I obtained this map from there, which enabled me to detect the clues and formulate this conclusion. As Lin Yu displayed the map for Forpoyo to see, the detective cast a brief glance, nonchalantly waving his hand. Oh, that's elementary. However, for a doctor to deduce anything from the map is commendable. Lin Yu nodded. With the aid of the map, I can uncover even more than you. Have you noticed that all the outposts on this map not only fall perfectly within a complete circle, but that this circle can be evenly divided into 12 sectors of 30 degrees each? Lin Yu spoke earnestly, and Forpoyo glanced at the map, then nodded in surprise. Indeed, that is quite an intriguing discovery. Lin Yu exhaled deeply and remarked, Though I am a doctor, I am no less capable than you, detective. In fact, one might argue that doctors and detectives are the ideal partners. Would they not? Upon hearing these words, Forbelow chuckled. What you say is quite amusing. A doctor should undoubtedly be the best partner in healing others. Lin Yu smiled at his response, realizing the implication. Suddenly, Lin Yu produced a lie detector from his possession and proclaimed, I possess an intriguing device that could discern falsehoods. With that, he tossed the lie detector towards Forbelow. Thud! The device struck Forbelow before landing on the ground. Instinctively, Forbelow recoiled, gazing at the lie detector with a look of astonishment before lifting his head. What are you doing? He inquired. Let us see if you are genuine, Lin Yu replied, already grasping another apparatus in his hand. At the moment Forbelow glanced down, Lin Yu had retrieved a surefire revolver, pointing its muzzle directly at Forbelow. One would expect that a person named Forbelow would surely comprehend the jest between a doctor and a detective. Nonetheless, I am pleased to ascertain that you are indeed real. Imposter, or shall I say, cheat. Chapter 86. The map's deficiency and the unveiling deception. Initially, Lin Yu harbored no doubts regarding Forbelow's identity. After all, Lin Yu effortlessly engaged in conversation about the professions related to this death game. Moreover, although this detective had misjudged his profession upon their first encounter, he was undeniably a bona fide detective. The death game would not arbitrarily assign roles. Furthermore, the inherent abilities of a detective would naturally expedite the acquisition of clues. However, the explanation provided by Forbellow was precisely the least credible of all. Time was of the essence. No matter how gifted a detective might be, deriving the conclusion that each abandoned stronghold coincidentally housed 7 others would necessitate visiting at least 16 locations. Yet, his pace did not seem to allow for such expedients. Yet, were it merely this, Lin Yu might not have dismissed the possibility that Forbellow employed some means of rapid movement or enhanced observational tools. Thus, Lin Yu opted to extract the map for further scrutiny. After traversing throughout the night, Lin Yu had ascertained one critical point. The map was indeed flawed. In this game, there existed 13 players. However, even when including the central point, the map displayed only 97 strongholds and 12 abandoned outposts. Yet, Lin Yu had encountered the remaining 12 players throughout the night. Initially, having discerned that the distribution of strongholds on the map could be illustrated as a 12-part circle, he suspected that a player might have spawned at the center. After thoroughly exploring the area, Lin Yu confirmed that during the map's creation, each sector's area had been subtly exaggerated. When divided into 12 parts, an entire sector had been concealed. Intriguingly, the concealed area corresponded precisely to the region where Forbellow was situated. As Lin Yu approached the designated area, he remained oblivious to the striking resemblance between this zone and the one he was to enter next. Upon being confronted with a gun, Forbellow raised his hands in a state of sheer panic. "I'm not a chatter. I'm a player." Observing the palpable terror etched on Forbellow's face, Lin Yu discerned the authenticity of his fear. This was not mere theatrics. However, it did not necessarily imply that Forbellow was genuine. After all, the rugged man he had encountered earlier had also exhibited no signs of pretense. Both the rugged individual and Forbellow were utterly convinced of their own identities. Otherwise, Lin Yu's earlier deception of the rugged man would not have borne fruit. Thus, Lin Yu regarded Forbellow without hesitation, pulling the trigger without remorse. Bang! The shot rang out, and Forbellow collapsed in disbelief, his face still contorted in shock as life ebbed away. Even Lin Yu, who was so certain that Forbellow was an imposter, found himself momentarily plagued by doubt. Had he truly made a grave mistake? Yet, even if he had erred, it mattered little. He could not afford to be the victim. However, 2 subsequent events confirmed the accuracy of Lin Yu's judgment. Firstly, Forbellow's body began to dissolve rapidly. Its color faded to a deep black, the texture softened, and soon it morphed into a viscous, non-Newtonian fluid. Within mere seconds, the inky liquid seeped into the ground, a swift and disconcerting transformation. Lin Yu had been intently observing the body, thus missing not a single detail. The second piece of evidence lay in Lin Yu's retained ability as a doctor. This indicated that the initial encounter with the genuine Forbellow had been authentic, while the one he had just dispatched was a counterfeit. Although it remained uncertain whether this was indeed a chatter in disguise, it was evident that the imitation had been crafted to emulate behaviors rather than memories. With a sigh, Lin Yu pulled out a chair and seated himself at the workbench. So, the real stronghold ISN T97, but rather 105? He pondered, unfurling a map across the surface of the table. Beside the workbench, a pencil holder contained a partially used pencil. Lin Yu extracted it and drew 2 dashed lines on the map, marking the erased 13th region. This area, it appeared, was positioned directly to the north of the entire map. If there exists an unillustrated region here, with the initial point at the center, and last night, the location of Forbellow was situated within it. I also passed by a place where Lin Yu had marked 3 points. Subsequently, he was taken aback. Lin Yu suddenly realized that the standards for all previous locations were based on a combination of 5 letters and the number 112. However, If the current central point of the region where Fool Beluo resides is designated as 13, Lin Yu connected the points from 1 to 13, resembling the connection exercises from elementary school. This formed a perfect arc. Next, he connected 1 to 12, although the beginning missed 2 points. If those 2 points were added in the missing area of 13, it would transform into a cursive lowercase letter. The connected sections shaped the letter, while the remaining parts formed another shape. Although these letters overlapped, if the initial arc was considered as a letter, arranging them in order could form a word. In Chinese, it can be translated as deception or scheme. Lin Yu exhaled. So that was it. Concealing this area was intended to prevent anyone from connecting these letters. When this word appeared on the map, everything seemed to be interconnected. The monster chart that the elder mentioned at the beginning, perhaps its true name, is also deception. Thus, since the markers on this map suggest that everything is a scheme, the deceiver in my ascending task may very well be the architect of this ruse, Lin Yu murmured.